My name is Yongmu. Due to some inexplicable force, I arrived in the dangerous Dragon Ball world. On that day, thunder rolled wind, and rain raged, lightning flashed. Within it there seemed to be a faint figure. Which fellow cultivator was undergoing tribulation here? I could only accept my bad luck, and was reduced to ashes under the fellow's tribulation lightning. At that moment, a bright light in the sky took something away. A child was wrapped in pale yellow nutrient fluid, while two researchers recorded data in front of the incubation pod. ISI Battle Power 20, a low-class warrior. After the others left, I slowly opened my eyes and surveyed the scene before me. I've transmigrated. A tale. Saiyan. The Dragon Ball world. Then ISI fell asleep due to mental exhaustion. Over time, 3 years passed quickly and ISI had long since left the incubation pod. The Dragon Ball world, Planet Vegeta. According to the information I received, Vegeta is now 4 years old, and there is only 1 year left before Planet Vegeta's destruction. I need to leave here quickly. ISI entered a hall. I'm here to take a mission. The fish-headed man checked the ID. Oh, a brat just out of the pod. Here's your mission for this period. Don't die inside. ISI grabbed the ID. I'll be long dead before anything happens to you, and you don't even have the right to die of old age. He finished speaking and walked out of the mission hall. Damn it. A series of curses came from behind, but when the Saiyans in the hall looked over, the fish-headed man immediately cowered. Then ISI went to the spacecraft factory. After a series of operations, he obtained a space pod and a scouter. So easy to become a ship owner. The Saiyans' treatment is not bad. Planet Le, a planet inhabited entirely by beasts. Let's go. ISI fiddled with the ship's controls. After 3 months of hibernation, he successfully landed on Planet Le. When he stepped out of the ship, he looked around with the scouter. 300, 500, oh, there's even 10,000. ISI casually turned off the scouter and threw it into the ship. A good thing, but it's all surveillance. As an adult familiar with the general plot, ISI knew what to do. Burying the ship was the top priority, as it was his only way off this planet. 3 meals a day were most important. After finding a high place to live, he set traps a few kilometers from the water source. Next was the time for hunting. ISI's battle power was 34. Apart from beast cubs, encountering an adult beast would be like getting between a rock and a hard place. ISI remembered the location of the wild boar family. A small key ball hit the boar's rear. A scream echoed through the forest. The enraged boar called its family and charged directly. Seeing this, ISI ran immediately. He jumped through the trees like a golden monkey. The boars behind were plowing the ground. As the distance closed, ISI crossed the trap and looked at the ingredients following behind. The boar leaped. ISI showed his white teeth, a faint blue light appearing in his hand. Under the boar's terrified gaze, he struck. The boar fell into the trap and was pierced by wooden spikes. ISI stood by the edge waiting for it to die. Then he jumped in and carried the meat to his shelter in batches. With food secured, ISI had no worries for the day. He began his training. From the Saiyan data, he found many methods, but Saiyans believed training wasted their battle time, as they were a race that grew stronger in combat. ISI's insight was extraordinary even among Saiyans. Although he lacked a master's guidance, his previous life's internet knowledge made the Dragon Ball world's chaos partly his own doing. 50, 100, 200, 509. Days passed, and ISI's battle power kept growing. Morning foraging, midday fighting, evening meditation. 3 months later, the boar family was exhausted. Eating the last leg, ISI received a message from the scouter. All Saiyans were to return. The first act of the plot, the destruction of Planet Vegeta. ISI threw the scouter into the fire. Without a word from then on, ISI was very disciplined. Eat, train, eat. While training one day, ISI noticed 5 meteors in the sky. Spaceships. It seems Frieza's men have come to eliminate the remaining Saiyans. Thinking this, ISI suppressed his energy and searched through the forest. Bang! The spaceship landed. ISI, hiding behind a tree, grinned. As 5 fish-faced aliens stepped out, ISI aimed at their scouters, which instantly exploded. Damn, which bastard. The aliens without scouters cursed and raised their laser guns warily. Captain, should we go back and get scouters? Fool, you want to kill us? If we don't deal with that Saiyan, we'll be dealt with by Dodoria. Now spread out, search the area. A low-class warrior's planet won't have battle power over 200. With our 1,000 to 2,000 power, we can walk all over here. Seeing them scatter, ISI jumped to the spaceship. A bunch of fools. He opened the hatch, destroyed all the ship's machinery, then quickly fled to another area. A stone whizzed and hit Fishhead 2 on the head. Hey, looking for me? ISI tossed the stone in his hand and threw it. The alien dodged sideways and chased after him. Bastard, stop. His weapon kept firing lasers. ISI dodged as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Arriving at a cave entrance, he threw a key ball inside and quickly hid. A roar came from inside. The Overlord leaped out of the cave, its pitch-black body exuding heavy pressure as it stared at the alien. The alien trembled, swallowed, raised his weapon shakily, then remembered the captain's words. Die, you beast. The laser hit the Overlord's head. Enraged by the insect's provocation, the Overlord's eyes glowed red, and it bit the alien with lightning speed. The alien's body was severed in two. How? How is this possible? He died before finishing. The Overlord enjoyed its prize. Tiger kills fish hee. ISI quickly moved to the next spot. My name is ISI, not a joke. Today Frieza sent 5 underlings to kill me. Although my combat power is low, I am good at framing others. I might not be able to outrun Captain Saltfish, so I have to deal with him nearby. ISI rubbed his chin. First take out his underlings. The 36th stratagem, reuse an old trick. And so Captain Saltfish's underlings were one by one turned into his meal. Then ISI arrived at the foot of a high mountain, sensing a massive presence on the cliff. Try my ultimate move, Thunder Roar. A key blast cannon with thunder and roar shot toward the cliff. Instantly rocks flew everywhere. Seeing this, ISI smiled and quickly hid behind the fortification he had prepared earlier. At the same time, a mournful roar came from the mountain. The commotion naturally caught the attention of Captain Saltfish, not far away. Finally found you, wild monkey. Things happened just as ISI had planned. The two met, but Captain Saltfish was stunned by the monster before him. Isn't this a low-level planet? But the monster before him had no time for thoughts. It only wanted to tear everything apart. Its sharp claws directly swiped at Captain Saltfish. Captain Saltfish barely dodged, but the monster's wing directly severed his body. Under his incredulous gaze, he was burned to charcoal. Then the monster rampaged through the surroundings, took one last look at its former lair with eyes full of reluctance, and finally left in anger. A pair of hands emerged from a pile of rubble, then pushed aside the stones, revealing a whole person. ISI walked to the corpse of Captain Saltfish. Tisk, tisk, you had to stick your nose in. What a fool. I guess more and more powerful space beings will come here. ISI thought while moving away from the area. Meanwhile, at Frieza's base, Mr. Dodoria, according to weapon monitoring, the Saltfish squad has been completely wiped out. After Dodoria reviewed the data, unexpected, the wild monkey has developed intelligence. Then he left and walked to the meeting room. Lord Frieza, there is an interesting matter here that I believe you will be interested in. Ho ho ho, Mr. Dodoria, if it's not interesting, you will be punished. Frieza, sitting on his exclusive throne, turned around. Of course, Lord Frieza, this will interest you. Then Dodoria displayed the data on a large screen. After watching, Frieza laughed. Ho ho ho, this is the first time I've seen such a cunning wild monkey. Mr. Dodoria, please take a trip. As you command, Lord Frieza. Wait, ask him if he wants to join my army. I appreciate him. Frieza stopped Dodoria just as he was about to leave. Dodoria bowed to show he understood and gave orders. This wild monkey is not ordinary. If he really gains Frieza's favor, my position in the Frieza army would drop significantly. Dodoria boarded a spaceship with 50 squads under his command. Target Planet Le, kill the wild monkey hiding there. Lord Frieza, Planet Le was once a planet used by the Star Men for biological experiments. The beast there might be more than Mr. Dodoria can handle. Ho ho ho, Mr. Sabeo, we must trust Dodoria. By the way, send a message the Saltfish squad died for the army. Commend them and arrange meritorious compensation. Understood. Sabeo received the order and immediately went to arrange it. Frieza looked out the window at the universe. Saiyans, I don't want you to die either, because there is no better soldier than you. But you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Frieza swirled the wine glass. A month later, a large spaceship appeared in the sky. ISI saw it and started cursing. Lose one squad and they send a whole ship. Looks like I have to escape in the chaos. With that thought, ISI dug out his spaceship, placed it on a cliff, and decorated it. From afar, ISI saw the spaceship about to land. He immediately charged his ultimate move, and when the ship was about 100 meters away, he released Thunder Roar. Detecting a massive energy surge. Activate defense functions. Amid the crew's operations, ISI's attack failed. If the first strike doesn't work, I'll have to fish in troubled waters. This time they sent a ship full of people. Next time, it'll be even more. I need to get out of here first. When the ship landed, Dodoria was furious, but also delighted. All troops follow this direction and leave no stone unturned. Boom, boom, boom. The Frieza army began wanton destruction, but this angered the overlord of the area. Roar. First heard its roar, then saw its body. The overlord appeared again, a black circle forming at its mouth, then a mouth cannon fired a black beam sweeping across the spacemen. Watching from afar, ISI clapped and cheered. What is this? Hoist with his own petard helping others. Dodoria was furious. I'll handle this. You two flank and assist. Hearing this, the soldiers immediately ran to both sides. Hey, are you looking for me? The soldiers followed the voice and saw ISI speeding toward them. Don't come any closer. But ISI paid them no heed and charged straight ahead with the beasts behind him. Counterattack. The squad leader, after a brief shock, gave the order. However, ISI dodged every shot and the beasts behind him took the hits. Although the beasts were injured, it only made them fiercer. They drowned the soldiers in a wave. Some soldiers tried to fly, but flying beasts swooped down on them. Thus the two sides fought. Having escaped unscathed, ISI reached his spaceship. Destination Planet Hogg. A spaceship flew overhead, but Dodoria and his men couldn't do anything about it as they were already overwhelmed by the enemies before them. Planet Hogg is a neutral planet in the universe. It is controlled by 8 major merchants including the Star People and is also a gathering place for cosmic criminals. My name is Isi not Isi. For now I have escaped danger. I came to Hogg with 2 goals, first to acquire a spaceship capable of cultivation, and second to make money. A few months later Isi's spaceship landed on the planet Hogg. He tied animal hide around his waist to conceal the emblem of his Saiyan heritage. Hey, I'm done with this ship. How much would it cost to have a large custom one built? Young master, may I ask what specifications you require for the ship? After some haggling, Isi finally secured the ship. Where did the money come from? The answer was a predatory takeover. The ship included a smart assistant storage room, rest area, cultivation area, leisure zone, and more. After replenishing supplies, he immediately departed from Hogg. Past this transit point, the sky was the limit. Inside the ship's cultivation area, 2 duplicates of Isi continuously clashed, fist against flesh, until one of them dissipated, crashing to the floor with sparks sputtering. Yiling, check my combat power. Yiling was the ship's smart assistant. Your maximum combat power is 1,200 points. I recommend you control your strength before continuing cultivation. After over a year of relentless training, his combat power had multiplied several times. He had now left the area controlled by Frieza and could finally rest, but basic training could not be abandoned. The ship streaked across the sky like a rainbow, arriving at the martial arts home of the West Galaxy. This place was a nexus of countless cosmic martial arts schools and once produced the renowned Pai Gu fan of the West Galaxy. Yiling parked the ship and opened the hatch. Isi stepped out slowly. Act with humility, not haste. Absorb the strengths of all schools to achieve supreme martial prowess. Isi kept reminding himself as he searched for his destination, the Ladian Martial Arts Hall. He looked up at the sign, then walked in. I'd like to enroll. Name: Isi. Race: Siren. Siren. At the sound of that name, everyone in the hall turned to look. Siren. Aren't they extinct? Yeah, I heard they were wiped out by a meteor. They called themselves a warrior race, but couldn't even handle a meteor. Trash. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Isi glanced at them. You can't beat me. What? It seemed no one had heard clearly. The nearest person rushed toward the gate. Though I dislike the Siren's ways, that's not for you to discuss. You scum with a power level of 5. Damn it. Let's jump him. Isi dodged a punch, twisted his waist, and kicked the attacker's skull. Then he spun around and drove his fist into the abdomen of another who tried to ambush him. These cosmic beings with combat powers around 300 were swiftly dispatched by Isi. He breathed slightly heavily. In the universe, the strong prey on the weak. Taking them down quickly established his authority. Hey Siren, come pay the fee. Your information has been registered. Isi looked around. Some were pointing fingers, others were training. Even the receptionists seemed listless. Sensing their auras, he confirmed these were people he couldn't defeat. I'm too young, I need to lie low and develop. Isi thought to himself. From now on he would attend classes, challenge others, and perfect his techniques. As years passed, Isi's fame spread across the East Galaxy, and even the other 3 galaxies had heard of him. With a whoosh, sweat flew from his arm. Facing simulations of humanoid opponents and floating weapon attacks, Isi dodged swiftly. Suddenly a voice came from outside. Mr. Isi, the Hall Master wishes to see you. Hearing this, Isi kicked one of the machines aside, flickered, and all the machines fell still. In the rest area, he showered, dressed, and looked at his reflection, silently praising himself. Then he headed to the Hall Master's quarters. Isi, you have absorbed the essence of all schools. There is nothing left for me to teach you. You are destined to become the next Pai Gu fan. You have graduated. Hearing this, Isi stood and bowed. No, I will surpass him. The greatest achievement of the Ladian Martial Arts Hall will be me. The Hall Master smiled and nodded. Who is not reckless in youth? Here are some documents about the Siren planet. You were born into that race. Even if you don't take pride in them, you must defend them. After all, it is the place that gave you birth and raised you. You may go now. I will never forget your teachings. Take care. That the Sirens suffered this calamity is only natural. The arrogant and conceited never last long. But as a descendant, I have the duty to uphold the honor of my predecessors. The Hall Master nodded, sensing Isi's profound aura, and watched him leave. Back on the ship, Isi began his meditation. The next day, Yiling set course for the North Galaxy Earth. The ship cut through the sky, heading toward the North Galaxy. My name is Isi, not EC, as in meaning. Today I arrived at the junction of the Western and Northern Galaxies, a chaotic place, where I encountered an intriguing woman, though she was being pursued by aliens. A Terran, Ultraman. EC strolled about after refueling his ship. As he watched the girl running ahead, a thought crossed his mind. Get lost. Who dares to obstruct the Frieza force? At the mention of the Frieza force, the surrounding people wore amiable smiles. A newcomer, huh? Do you even know where you are? Get lost. As the crowd closed in, the Frieza soldiers showed no fear. They were elites after all. What a bunch of scum dare to stand in my way. The two sides were on the verge of conflict while the girl stopped and began scribbling in her notebook with the Ultraman beside her urging her incessantly. Bastard. A flash of light shattered the leader's scout device of the Frieza force. With the spark, the two groups immediately clashed. What's this called? EC walked away, leaving the chaos behind him. However, the girl noticed this, abandoned the nagging Ultraman, and ran after EC. Hey, wait. Saiyan. The Ultraman tried to grab the girl, but EC had already appeared behind them. He grabbed both of them, and with a few flashes brought them into his spaceship. What do you want? Hello, I'm Tais, a writer. This is Jaco. Tais stood up and extended her hand. EC rose and walked toward them. Seeing this, Jaco drew his weapon and stepped in front of Tais. Tais, this is a ruthless Saiyan. I'll hold him off, you go first. Listening to his incessant chatter, EC's mouth twitched. He moved Jaco aside with one hand, though perhaps with a bit more force than necessary, definitely not out of spite. Hello, I'm EC, a traveler. The two thus formally met. Wow, he's called EC. What a coincidence. Could he be my Prince Charming? Taisi's cheeks flushed slightly as she mused to herself. Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm fine. Then Taisi took out her notebook again and began to write. EC glanced at it. The title was The Gentle Prince and the Princess. Bulma's mother's genes were truly formidable, EC thought to himself. Where are you headed? Want me to give you a ride? Jaco immediately reacted. He absolutely could not stay with the Saiyan. No need, we have our own ship. Oh, are you going traveling elsewhere? Where to? Can I come with you? Unlike Jaco, Taisi thought that with such a powerful companion her writing career would be much safer. Earth. I know that place well. Jaco, you go back first. I've been meaning to visit home anyway. Taisi pushed Jaco out of the hatch, while Jaco gestured wildly and muttered something under his breath. Jaco, go back first. I'll go with him to see what he wants on Earth. If there's danger, I'll contact you. Hearing this, Jaco calmed down. All right, be careful. Hey, Saiyan, I'll be watching you every moment. Taisi watched Jaco leave. Bye-bye. Then she stepped back into the ship. Jaco watched them depart, glanced at the tracker in his hand, and quickly returned to his patrol ship to report. Taisi, what would you like to drink? EC fetched various beverages from the storage room. A glass of red wine to celebrate our first meeting. Cheers. EC, can you tell me your story? My name is EC, not meaning. During the journey to Earth, I no longer felt lonely. She and I shared our stories, gaining a mutual understanding. Of course, the path to Earth was not smooth. For instance, we encountered the Phantom Star, which was occupied by space pirates who lured various cosmic beings into traps. Strong ones were deceived while the weak were simply taken. There were also meteor storms, and so on. With a cosmic star map, why are there still so many dangerous places? Don't ask. If you ask, it's because of ulterior motives. EC, we're almost at Earth, that blue planet. Hearing Taisi's words, EC followed her finger and looked at Earth. That place was once home. It's beautiful. But it's a bit different. Chinese people have a sentiment called homesickness. Is it just your imagination? EC patted her head. We've arrived. The spaceship broke through the atmosphere and landed directly on the ground. EC wanted to first observe Earth's appearance, so he stepped down the hatch first. Moi. Taisi, don't come down yet. What's happening? But upon seeing EC's expression, she immediately understood. Yo, isn't this the great Lord Fu Lisha? How did you end up in such a state? Indeed, EC and the others unexpectedly encountered Fu Lisha, who had come to Earth for revenge, along with Tailankisi. What's going on? Tailankisi began to recall in his mind. This event seemed not to have occurred in history. Saiyan, you ape. Fu Lisha's face twisted ferociously as he charged straight at them. Watch out. Tailankisi had just warned when he saw an unbelievable sight. Fu Lisha's outstretched arm was neatly severed. This is called the secret sword. Gulp. Horrifying memories flashed in his mind. Fu Lisha's other hand gathered terrifying energy, but before he could fire, it was sliced into pieces. This is called hacking the old master to death with a flurry of knives. Then, as in the original story, Fu Lisha turned to ashes. However, Fu Lisha's planet-destroying sphere did not disappear. EC kicked it directly toward Kuurta. Kuurta looked at the destruction sphere without concern, for his energy far surpassed Fu Lisha's. With no room to dodge, he caught it with both hands, his muscles bulging and energy surging as he forcibly pushed it back. Seeing this, EC stretched his limbs and transformed into a Super Saiyan on the spot. He kicked the incoming sphere into the sky, where a purple-red energy manifested. Then EC concentrated energy into his fist, used rapid movement, and punched Kuurta unconscious to the ground. Ultimate fist. Then he sent him to hell without pain. This scene terrified the people hiding behind the mountain. With just a few moves, he took down Fu Lisha and the others. While everyone was discussing sister. Hey. Then a young girl jumped onto EC. We're leaving now, little brother. EC waved at Tailankisi. Please wait. Hearing Tailankisi's words, EC paused. You're an employee of Capsule Corporation. At such a young age you dare to fight aliens. Impressive. How about I write a biography for you? Taisi then noticed Tailankisi's outfit. As they were speaking, Wu Fan flew over with Bu Irma. Sister, my name is EC not meaning. Today I dealt with the Frieza father and son duo met Trunks along with a group of Earth warriors, and then son Wukong arrived. Truly a martial arts fanatic wanting to fight the moment we met. Tai EC, is that your sister? Tai EC looked up and said, Hi Bu Irma, your child is already so big. Hearing this, Bu Irma felt a pang of jealousy, but immediately bristled. Don't talk nonsense. This is Wukong's child. And Bu Irma, don't move around during the flight. Finally Wu Fan wobbled over to them. Sister. Bu Irma hugged Tai EC tightly. Wu Fan bowed politely to EC. Hello, thank you for saving Earth. At the same time, he thanked Talon Kusi. You are a child with great potential, it's a pity to waste your talent. Yes, I understand. Hearing Wu Fan's words, EC nodded faintly and simultaneously expressed friendliness to the Z fighters who arrived later. Saiyan. Saiyan, EC Prince Vegeta, do you have any orders? Come fight with me. Upon hearing this, EC smiled faintly. I am happy to oblige. Hearing this, Vegeta directly threw a punch, which EC caught. The two of them continuously increased their strength until Vegeta reached his limit. However, Vegeta was very unwilling. Thinking of Kakaluote who had defeated him, and seeing two unknown Saiyans before him, Vegeta felt a surge of anger. Why was it that he, the most talented Saiyan, had others surpassing him? Then EC saw Vegeta's body begin to emit a red aura. This was the pseudo-Super Saiyan form. Taking this step, Super Saiyan was not far off. Let me open your final step for you. EC's transformation directly activated, but in his eyes he could only see Vegeta's pride and anger. Both sides' aura continuously increased, while Talon Kusi shielded the others behind him. The two clashed and were repelled, and EC threw a punch at Vegeta's face. What could be more infuriating than being slapped in the face in public? This made Vegeta even angrier, affecting the surrounding weather. Vegeta continuously charged while EC kept parrying, eventually finding an opportunity to knock him to the ground with a punch. The furious Vegeta slammed his fist as big as a sandbag into the ground. Golden light flashed all over his body. Super Saiyan Vegeta had arrived. Is this a Super Saiyan? Such a terrifying aura. Wukong, come back quickly. Kulin shivered. At this moment, Son Wukong was his pillar of strength, though of course when needed he would step up without hesitation. As if hearing Kulin's thoughts, Son Wukong appeared within the aura of the two. Wukong. Son. Dad. Hearing their voices, Wukong nodded calmly, and a powerful aura burst forth. Kakaluote. Vegeta struck first, bang. Their fists collided, which also ignited EC's passion, and he subsequently joined the two in battle. The three-way melee was tumultuous and fierce, a collision of martial arts. All three were constantly perfecting their own paths. The first to be eliminated was Vegeta, who, having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, was no match for the two veterans. But the arrival of EC like a butterfly began to stir up effects. My name is EC not meaning. After the battle with Son Wukong, time passed into the afternoon. Telling Kizi recounted his story. The artificial humans would appear on a certain day, 3 years later, then ravage the Earth, and humanity would face an unprecedented catastrophe. Artificial humans. Hearing Telling Kizi's words, everyone began to discuss. Yes, 2 artificial humans will appear in 3 years. They are extremely ferocious, and in the future, very few humans will remain on Earth. Impossible. Son Wukong is so strong, and there's Vegeta and EC. Mr. Son Wukong contracted a viral heart disease 2 years later, and soon passed away. What? The future me actually died before even fighting the artificial humans. Son Wukong was deeply shocked. Then it must be me and the artificial humans who will destroy the Earth. Dad. No, Mr. Vegeta, you also died in battle because of the artificial humans incident. Impossible. I am the Super Saiyan Vegeta. If that's the case, then I will surpass Super Saiyan. After saying this, Vegeta burst his aura and flew directly to his destination. We understand, young man. Would you like to train with us for these few months? EC patted Telling Kizi's shoulder. It's a great honor. Telling Kizi bowed in thanks. He still had many doubts about martial arts, so he might as well take advantage of the time machine recharging to systematically train with everyone. Alright, then let's work hard for 3 years to welcome the arrival of the artificial humans. Son Wukong raised his arm. Then let's first hold a party to celebrate our arrival. Tais interjected, and the atmosphere immediately lightened. Let's go. After a long flight, everyone arrived at Taisai's home. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Hearing the voice, Bulifu and his wife walked out one after another. Yo, Taisai is back, and you've brought back such a handsome young man. How about a beautiful date with me? Mom, Taisai said in a coy tone, pushing Bulifu's wife into the house. Alright, I won't disturb you young people. But what a pity. With the irrelevant people leaving, the party got into full swing, and they also called out Vegeta, who had been training hard. At first, Vegeta absolutely refused, but with one sentence from EC, he immediately stopped training, Vegeta, come compete with us to see who can eat more. Upon hearing that it involved winning or losing, Vegeta became excited. Bring it on. This time I will definitely win. The Saiyan spirit of eating. Only the Saiyan is the true champion of eating. All that were seen were 3 piles of plates stacking up continuously while the surrounding humans were dumbfounded. Even telling Kizi was captivated. Was this how you eat? However, as the music played, everyone fell into a long-lost tranquility. The party gradually unfolded, and everyone gathered around EC's son Wukong and the others to comment. Although the eating never stopped, everyone's ears were perked up. Look, Vegeta is taking the lead. Vegeta paused for a moment, looked left and right, damn it. Because of that 2-second pause, the other two had already surpassed him. The party dissipated amidst everyone's laughter and Vegeta's sorrow. Bye-bye. After seeing off the last group of guests, EC and the others began to lounge around. EC, stay at my place tonight. My name is EC, not EC meaning. At EC's request, I remained on Earth facing daily challenges from Vegeta and Wukong. 3 years of joy slipped away amid daily battles. Notably, I had married EC. Over 3 years, everyone changed greatly. What wasn't unexpected was that Vegeta and Bulma got together on a dark, windy night when drunken Bulma and the provoked Vegeta united. 3 years later, atop a mountain in a certain city, the Z fighters gathered. Weren't the androids supposed to appear today? Why haven't we sensed any presence yet? Clint pounded the wall, listening to the sound of falling rubble to calm himself, for a storm might be brewing. Let's split up and search. They might be concealing their presence. Agreeing with EC's proposal, the group dispersed, but EC secretly followed the unlucky Yamcha. As expected, the plot unfolded smoothly except for one thing: why were the androids robbing a bank? Because of this, the two sides confronted each other. Yamcha was the first to shout surrender. No. 19 and no. 20 exchanged a knowing smile. One drew attention from the front, while the other sneaked up from behind. At that moment, EC unleashed his secret sword technique, severing the sneak attacker's claw. EC. No. 19 laughed sinisterly, his pale face even more twisted as he charged forward, unleashing his signature move, Iron Head Ram. Yet before his Iron Head could get close, EC's Chi Blast reduced him to ashes. Is that all? You androids are nothing special. Witnessing no. 19's fate, no. 20 staggered backward, then suddenly hurled a smoke bomb and fled into the alley. Don't you know how to form a protective barrier with your ki? Cough cough, what? So pathetic, this is basic stuff. Hearing EC's words, Yamcha's mouth twitched, which only strengthened his resolve to quit protecting Earth. How can we compare to you freaks? Your martial arts heart is unsteady, but your strength is not weak in the universe. At these words, Yamcha's eyes lit up. Then what am I considered in the universe? Cannon fodder. Then EC took out a tracker and followed the signal to find no. 20, leaving Yamcha bewildered in the wind. Although he had read the original story, he still needed a guide for the exact location. No. 20 carefully fled to a mountain base. I didn't want to release you two since you're not fully completed, but now I have no choice. Then no. 20 opened the container, marked no. 17. Greetings, Dr. Gillo. No. 17 awaits your orders. Is this a success? Dr. Gillo was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, Saiyans wait for my revenge. While no. 17 secretly rejoiced. Dr. Gillo prepared to open no. 18's container. Anyone home? Delivery. Who's there? Both of them tensed up. No. 17 was annoyed that someone had interrupted his plans. As the door was blown open, EC's figure appeared before them, casually tossing and catching the tracker in his hand, then flicking it to Dr. Gillo. Yo, hello. Need any help? Enraged by these words, Dr. Gillo ordered no. 17 no. 17 kill him. Understood, Dr. Gillo. Then he sliced Dr. Gillo in half. Seizing the opportunity, EC grabbed the remote control, opened no. 18's container, and said, pleasure doing business. Then he crushed the remote. My name is EC, not the word meaning, which sounds similar in Chinese. Today I met 17, and we had a pleasant conversation. He is a very kind-hearted guy who loves animals and cherishes his family. Hello, EC. Hello, I am 17. Thank you for rescuing 18, but if you want a genuine thanks, let's fight first. Let me show you the power of the strongest Earthling. With that, 17 launched an attack, first moving swiftly and punching EC out the door. The two then flew into the air. EC, a Super Saiyan immediately transformed for 17, was no ordinary opponent. Their energy wreaked havoc in the desolate mountains, their aura soaring into the sky. This aura was also sensed by the Z fighters, who all rushed toward EC and the others. Such terrifying energy. Is it Wukong and the others fighting? Asked Krillin, Wukong's biggest fan. No, this is Uncle EC's Ki, and the one beside him is an android. He's fighting an android. As expected of Piccolo's biological son, Gohan's calmness was exactly like his. By the time the scene returned to EC, several more people had arrived. On the android side were 18 and 16. On the Z fighters side were Wukong, Vegeta, Future, Telling Kizi, and Bike. The others were still on their way. Ha, taste this move. EC raised his hands to the sky, lightning gathering between them, a trace of lightning flickering from the corner of his eyes. Ha, thunder roar. Seeing the terrifying energy hurtling toward him, 17 opened a barrier in front of him. As the energy surged and poured in, the barrier shattered instantly, and he was blasted to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. 17. 18 was very concerned for her brother, but 16 stopped her. 17 is fine. He's just a little injured. He'll be okay after some rest. EC also dropped out of his Super Saiyan form, panting slightly. It must be said that Saiyans are all actors. They appear exhausted, but in reality, they are gathering power. As the smoke gradually cleared, 17's figure emerged from the deep crater with arcs of electricity still crackling around him. Seeing that 17's clothes were only slightly dirty, the Z fighters present fell into contemplation. If they themselves had taken that attack from EC, they wouldn't have fared well. Yet this android was unscathed except for a few torn clothes. Everyone took a deep breath. But the most optimistic was Wukong, who was not troubled by the situation. Alright, I'm next. Damn, he got ahead of me again. Vegeta looked at the eager Kakaluot, feeling a bit regretful. At that moment, 17 sat up, feeling the changes in his body, and looked up at EC. The plan to kill Sun Wukong was set by Dr. Gillo. I won't participate anymore. Kill me. What does that mean? Wukong pointed at himself in confusion. Ha ha ha. Seeing his reaction, 17 burst out laughing. 17, and you big guy want to come with me? I'm 16. If it's for what you believe in, I'll go without hesitation. 18 tucked her hair behind her ear. Me? I just woke up from that capsule and haven't had a chance to look around. I'm planning to go shopping for clothes. Want to join me? Seeing the two shake their heads, 18 felt speechless. Swish. 18 caught a card. Remember to pay when you go shopping. 18 looked at that man. The butterfly's wings fluttered. My name is EC, not a play on words. After the android incident, I took my wife and child to the universe where there is a treasure. This time we go to find it. No one knows what lies at the end of the universe. It could be another universe. Today I saw it. The spaceship sliced through the cosmos, seemingly reaching the destination, as Yiling alerted us. What is this? A cosmic black hole, the most mysterious place in the universe. But this black hole doesn't match the descriptions. What's wrong, EC? However, Taisai's calls had no effect. At that moment, scenes flashed through EC's mind. Some from his past life, some from the present. Most importantly, he understood how he had crossed over into the Dragon Ball world. Karma. Cultivators are indeed meticulous. Taisai Yida, how about we venture together? I'm the boss, so I'll protect Trunks in the future. No difficulty will frighten me. Taisai then nodded. Alright, let's set off. EC then commanded Yiling. The spaceship plunged straight in. I sense a malevolent energy. Yida, protect your mother. EC's family passed through the black hole into another universe. Got it, Dad. Then the spaceship activated stealth mode and landed quietly on the mysterious planet. I'll go down first to scout the situation. Taisai Yida, you two stay in the spaceship. Seeing their assurance, EC felt relieved and descended. EC sensed an intense aura. In a new place, he needed to be extra cautious, especially since this power far surpassed his own. He darted through the debris and ruins, reaching the destination in a few minutes. What is this? Sun Wukong. Golden giant ape form. But at this moment, the giant ape was completely out of control, unleashing huge energy blasts that swept everything in all directions. The desolation here was largely due to the ape. Seeing this, EC understood everything. As expected of the universe's treasure, it connected to another universe, and it also meant it was time for him to power up. He instantly formed a plan. Xiaofeng, be careful. I just saw a new Saiyan appear. It's unclear whether he's friend or foe, and now Wukong is like this. North Kai sensed the anomaly and immediately contacted Xiaofeng. EC had no way to prevent this, and he didn't even know he had been exposed. Hearing North Kai's words, Xiaofeng grew even more anxious and shouted loudly, Grandpa. Xiaofeng's cry caught the giant ape's attention. The ape beat its chest, not expecting to find a little insect here. It swiped a hand toward the ground. Xiaofeng leaped high, but was struck down by the other arm. Grandpa. Xiaofeng struggled to stand up. In the past, Grandpa always shielded her. Now, it was her turn to save him. Seeing Xiaofeng still able to stand, the giant ape fired an energy blast at her. Xiaofeng dodged again and charged towards the ape. The ape thought, I've never feared anyone in close combat, and swung a palm as large as a boulder. Xiaofeng tried to dodge again, but this time it was a feint. The other palm directly grabbed her. It clasped her tightly in both hands, brought her before its eyes, then squeezed hard, intending to crush this little fly. In unbearable pain, Xiaofeng shed tears. Grandpa, wake up. It's me, your beloved granddaughter Xiaofeng. Her hot tears fell onto the giant ape's hand. The ape's grip loosened, as if recalling something. It shed tears of remorse. Xiaofeng. The giant ape emitted a golden light, then slowly shrank to human size. Super Saiyan 4 officially appeared. Grandpa. Seeing the transformation, Xiaofeng was overjoyed and rushed to embrace him. I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. It's okay. Next time treat me to ice cream, and I'll forgive you. Okay. Xiaofeng take Grandpa Sa Dan and hide first. Grandpa still has things to do. The Kaishins and North Kai cheered. This round was secure. On the other side, however, it was different. Bobby, the final boss who triggered Super Saiyan 4 Goku, was furiously smashing things inside. Damn it, you wild monkey, why do you always oppose me? He grabbed the controlled Bulma. You go and bring me the Bull's light wave device immediately. Yes, Lord Bobby. As Bulma and Bobby arrived at the open ground, the old hermit was also ready. Bull's light fire. Bulma activated the device. Just as Bobby was about to receive the power. What? Boom. Bobby was knocked into the ruins, and in his place stood EC. Huh. As expected, EC had powered up, giving birth to the Golden Ape. This also meant EC had surpassed Super Saiyan 3 and was about to step into Super Saiyan 4. Where did this wild monkey come from? Die. This move was truly demoralizing. Bobby was completely broken. A huge revenge death ball engulfed the giant ape. But with a roar, the revenge death ball only blasted the ape back a few meters. Then the ape glared at Bobby and fired an energy blast straight at him. Boom. Kicking up clouds of dust. Lord Bobby. After the exclamation, Bulma began to operate the Bull's light wave device again. Just as a light wave was about to hit Bobby, another kick sent it flying away and the light wave vanished. The one who delivered the kick was none other than Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Saiyan, I'd love to invite you to Earth as a guest, but as you can see, this is not a good place. Sun Wukong. I know your name. Oh, you can maintain consciousness. Impressive. The giant ape shook its head, snorted out mist, then slowly shrank. Super Saiyan 4 EC appeared. I absorbed a bit too much Bull's light just now. My name is EC, a visitor from the universe. Then the two shook hands, which also reassured the Kais. It was good that they were friends. On the other side, Bobby sneaked with Bulma into a ruin. Damn wild monkey, repeatedly ruining my plans. Lord Bobby, the device is calibrated. This time it's foolproof. The saying goes no more than 3 times. If it failed a 3rd time, Bobby would self-destruct on the spot. But Bobby was overthinking. On this planet, only 3 beings could form top-tier combat power. With the Bull's light shining, Bobby finally transformed into the golden giant ape as he wished. The ape's roar echoed through the sky, drawing the attention of EC and Goku. EC, let's proceed with the plan. The Kai has also notified Obu inside Bobby's belly. Alright, I'll take the lead. You watch for the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow and cut off his tail. The two then landed before the giant ape. Bobby. Stop pretending. You are an independent consciousness, and this is not your body. You won't go berserk. Watching the giant ape Bobby wreaking havoc with a straight face, EC couldn't help but mock. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Bobby grew even more furious. Damn wild monkey, you're the one who ruined my plans. My name is EC, not meaning. Through a cosmic wormhole, our family arrived at the treasure world of GT. Unexpectedly, we encountered a big boss right away. How terrifying, truly terrifying. Facing Baby's furious roar, EC was unprecedentedly calm, yet the power within him began to rage. A coexistence of reason and destruction. Baby, I learned about you from Goku. You are remarkable. Hearing EC's flattery, Baby was overjoyed. Stupid monkey, don't think flattery will spare you. I will make you my servant, conquer the world for me. For me. Bang. Poor Baby lay flat on the ground. Too much nonsense. It only reveals one's foolishness. That's why I speak little. Baby slammed the ground with his massive hand. Damn it. Just as he tried to rise, he was met with a barrage of ki blasts like a storm. When the smoke cleared, Baby's eyes blazed with fury. He threw a punch directly, no more words, only to die. EC easily dodged the attack head-on. Baby struck again, but from behind, Sun Wukong kicked him in the neck. Arg. Baby nearly bit off his tongue as he was about to boast. Gaining a slight advantage, you can't wait to show off. How desperate you are for others' approval. Huff. Baby took a long breath, then faced a relentless assault from the two. However, he soon figured out their patterns. After all, they weren't going all out. Are they worried about injuring this body? The thought thrilled Baby. He spun like a giant windmill to force them back, then backflipped out of the encirclement. Ha ha ha, foolish wild monkeys. Worried about hurting your comrade's body. Your weakness is in my hands. Baby then assumed a stance, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Among the two, Wukong had vanished. EC began to gather all his power. Thunderous roar. Under attack from both inside and out, Baby collapsed. Damn it. He then spat out OOB. Achoo. A dark-skinned young man appeared. Staggering to his feet. Huff huff huff. I am immortal. As long as I live, that Sephirogen will endure. He then spread his arms, absorbing all the active eggs controlling humans. His energy surpassed even EC and Wukong. Done. Baby felt elated looking at the two. Huh. Son Wukong. You asked me. Who am I to ask? EC shrugged. Fine, I'll deal with you first, then find him. EC crossed his arms to block Baby's fist. The brutal force sent him crashing through several ruined buildings before stopping. How brutish. Before EC could finish his lament, Baby's mouth blast was already coming. EC swiftly moved, dodging the incoming ki blast, and arrived before Baby, punching him in the face. The immense force twisted Baby's face. Then EC sensed danger. Baby gathered a ki blast right in front of his eyes, hitting EC directly. As EC fell, Baby stomped on him fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. After several stomps, Baby beat his chest with ape-like cries of triumph, finally venting his anger. He then moved his foot away, revealing the figure in the crater. Wild monkey, this is what happens when you cross Lord Baby. EC moved slightly, then flew right before Baby. Cough, cough. Such a strong foot odor. How long have you occupied Vegeta's body without bathing? Farragut. Against Baby's full power assault, EC's defense grew chaotic, occasionally taking a punch that sent him flying hundreds of meters. Son Wukong, why aren't you here yet? Haven't you finished the full energy Super Saiyan 4? While the battle raged, Wukong had just awakened Gohan and the others. Now that humans are free from Baby's control, transfer all your Super Saiyan energy to me, then evacuate the people to Earth. The spaceship will arrive soon. Okay, Dad. 2-inch, understood. With the energy output from Gohan and the others, Super Saiyan 4 Wukong underwent a slight change. Is this the new Grandpa? So cool. As Pan marveled, EC was knocked down again. Ugh, seeing EC's pitiful state, Baby laughed heartily. Finally, can't hold on, can you? Die, wild monkey. Dad? Mom, stay inside the spaceship. I'll go save Dad. With that, he was about to dash out of the hatch. Ida, come back. Have you forgotten what your father entrusted to you? You must trust him. He has never broken a promise. Tights crouched down and hugged Ida. Mom, but Dad. It's okay. He's Mommy's husband and Ida's father. Tights, watching EC being beaten on the screen, shed tears, but quickly wiped them away so Ida wouldn't notice. Revenge Death Ball. Baby unleashed his ultimate technique, a colossal ball of energy aimed at finishing EC. At that critical moment, full energy Wukong finally arrived. With a tenfold Kamehameha, he neutralized the Revenge Death Ball and pushed it into space, where it exploded like a brilliant firework. You finally made it. I almost thought EC, who roamed the universe for decades, would meet his end here. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Wukong assumed his starting stance. Are you underestimating me? Fine, go ahead. My energy is depleted. With that, EC dropped out of Super Saiyan 4. Wukong smiled faintly, then vanished with a blur, leaving a crater in his wake. The next moment, he slammed his fist into Baby's stomach. EC remarked how familiar the scene was. Only the victim had become Baby. Seizing the moment while Baby was occupied, he carried unconscious Bulma away into the distance. What followed was not much different from the original plot. Baby was battered under Wukong's attacks, shouting in disbelief. I am the strongest in the universe. How can I fall here before conquering it? Enraged, Baby erupted with power, going all out with a Revenge Death Ball. Without any accident, it struck himself. Full-powered Super Saiyan 4 was far stronger than Baby. The tenfold Kamehameha combined with the pushed Revenge Death Ball easily knocked Baby unconscious. Looking at the giant ape facing away from him, son Wukong severed his tail. The body shrank, and the pressure from the shrinkage forced Baby out of the body. Seeing Vegeta restored, son Wukong smiled. Damn Saiyans. Just you wait. I'll be back. Wukong watched as Baby flew away in his spaceship, speechless. EC was right. Villains die from too much talking. My name is EC, not meaning. After son Wukong pushed Baby into the sun, Earth enjoyed a brief peace. Our family also visited the GT Earth as guests. Each Earth has its own unique charm, even in two very similar universes. EC, take a look at this book I wrote. What do you think? EC took it and read carefully. Very good content, Taisi. Did you write it based on son Wukong's experiences? Yes, but I made some changes. I'll publish it in the universe once I get back. Ita hasn't come back yet. He's been playing all day like crazy. He's at Bulma's house pestering Talon Kasi all day. While EC was having a family chat, a secret gathering began elsewhere. Hell. In a certain part of Hell, many people began to gather. Looking around, they were all enemies defeated by son Wukong. Fu Lisa Ku, heir to Sha Lu, and two highly intelligent doctors, Dr. Galuo and the recently deceased Dr. Liao. Bang! The table that had just been built was smashed to pieces by a kick, causing the organizer's mouth to twitch. How could he cooperate with these murderous talents? Dr. Liao wondered. Aren't we here to discuss how to kill son Wukong? Why is everyone silent? If you ask me, we might as well disband early. Puffed. Dr. Liao, who was drinking water, sprayed it out. Cough, cough. Everyone immediately looked at the flustered Dr. Liao. Oh, it seems Dr. Liao has something to say. We are all gathered here because we want revenge on son Wukong. With our current strength, it's absolutely impossible, so we must unite. Hearing Dr. Liao's words, Fu Lisa burst out laughing. Ho 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 ho, Dr. Liao, you are really daydreaming. We are in hell now. How can we return to the mortal world to take revenge on son Wukong? Humph, just because others can't do it doesn't mean Dr. Liao can't. Follow me. Dr. Liao straightened his clothes. He led everyone to a large machine and said passionately, do you see? The greatest invention of this universe, the Hell Million Reversal Machine. As long as we accumulate all the energy, we can reverse hell to the mortal world, and then we can all be resurrected. Clap, clap, clap. Frieza was the first to applaud, followed by a wave of cheers. Sir, I have a question. How do we accumulate energy for the Hell Million reversal machine? Well, first we need to place the reversal machine in the mortal world. Dr. Liao, this is a great invention, but it's not very practical. The Hell Alliance was about to debut, but collapsed immediately. After everyone left, Dr. Liao stared at the machine and thought, "It seems you need my help." Dr. Liao looked at the newcomer. Dr. Galuo, perhaps the combined wisdom of you and me can perfect it. Pleasure to cooperate. The two genius scientists shook hands. Time passed quickly, and Buma's family held a new banquet. According to Dragon Ball logic, trouble was bound to arise. While many Z fighters were relaxing, the sky turned black. Dr. Liao and Dr. Galuo had perfected the Million reversal machine, and the Hell Alliance too, led by them, was established. As the people of Hell eagerly awaited, a crack opened between Hell and the mortal world. Ha, success. It's time to take revenge on Sun Wukong and make him taste the pain of hell. Frieza waved his hand, and all the hellish villains rushed toward the crack heading into the mortal world. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others immediately understood that enemies had appeared. "Dear, you see, I'll trouble you. If you don't need to say it." Prince Deer had already stood up. "It's a small favor. Ita, protect your mother." The three headed toward the center while the others began to clean up the surrounding small fry and did their best to protect humans. When the three arrived at the center, there were densely packed aliens of all kinds. Oh, anyone with trypophobia would definitely have an attack. "Brothers, our enemy is here. Charge. Kill them." The leader of the hellish aliens waved his hand, and they surged forward like an army of ants. "You two, this is a tough battle. I'll cover you, you charge in," EC said, then gathered thunderous roars to clear a path. Sun Wukong and Dire charged through, but soon the gap was filled, and their effort was in vain. "Damn it. Sun Wukong, your end is near. We are all dead. How can we die again?" The enemies grew more numerous, and familiar foes began to appear. Frieza. Sun Wukong punched him to death, but then he twisted and came back to life. The newly revived Frieza had no time to utter a threat before EC arrived and sliced him in two. "We need to get information out of them, otherwise we'll be exhausted fighting endlessly." While they were discussing, Frieza split into two. "Ho ho ho, you must be the new Saiyan. I have to thank you for giving me a brother." As the saying goes, the more arrogant in reality, the more miserable later. In a few moves, Frieza was taken care of. When Frieza reappeared, he was not in a good mood. Why were they only chasing him? "Frieza, how did you appear?" Hearing this, Frieza thought they were losing their nerve and immediately became arrogant. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Ha ha, Sun Wukong, do you see that machine over there? The Hell Million reversal machine, it's because of it." Sun Wukong gave him a deep look. "Thank you, Frieza." "What?" Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 4, while EC and the other cleared the surrounding enemies, giving him enough space to execute 10 times Kamehameha. Swoosh! Together with Frieza, they disappeared into hell, but Frieza revived again, while the Hell Million reversal machine was gone. Frieza's face contorted. "Damn monkey." As the machine disappeared, the ground began to close, and everything returned to normal. However, two scholars appeared before them. "Saiyans, your time of death has come. Use your lives to witness the birth of the strongest android." Dr. Liao spread his arms, savoring the unprecedented air, the taste of freedom. "Haha, Sun Wukong, today is the day we get our revenge," Dr. Galuo said, and from behind them appeared two handsome young men. "No. 17 and hell no. 17. EC and the other two watched them quietly as they showed off. Unexpectedly, the two were truly formidable. "Fuse," the two doctors said in unison. At the same time, no. 17 leaped into the sky, and an unknown energy merged the two into one. "The strongest android is born, Super 17. Super 17. The two doctors looked at Super 17 and began to explain. "I am no. 17, I am no. 17 to 2. Today we were summoned by two old fellows. They told us a new storm was approaching, and we believed them. But when we arrived at the destination, to our surprise, it was old friends. Just as we were about to leave, the two doctors restrained us. Damn it. Now we appear in a new form, and it's utterly astonishing. From the memories in my mind, I know what the new storm is. In my heart, I want to strangle the two doctors, but now all their attention is on me. If I make the slightest move, I might lose my head. How tough my situation is. Now the two sides are on the verge of conflict. The increase in my strength also makes me a bit arrogant. Seeing Sun Wukong step forward first, I thought to myself, at least it's not a group fight, otherwise I really couldn't handle it. But in a life and death battle, who would follow martial ethics? From afar, a group of young Z fighters arrived. Father! Father! At this moment, the Saiyan common weakness emerged. First, test the opponent in battle. Super Saiyan Sun Wukong was knocked out of the arena with 2 punches and a kick. Seeing this, the others' expressions turned grave. Let's go. The Z fighters charged forward. As one fell back, another immediately took his place, a promising future. I Super 17, the strongest warrior. Watching them transform into Super Saiyans again, I helplessly ran my fingers through my hair. It made me look even more handsome. No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat me. You still haven't figured it out, which is truly frustrating. So let me show you a little of my skill. Lightning flash. In an instant, the Dragon Ball warriors were wiped out. What a bunch of fools. Super 17's tone was light, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. This time Prince Doubter transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and finally unleashed Final Flash, striking the motionless Super 17 and kicking up a cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, Super 17 fanned the air in front of his nose. You have absolutely no creativity. All you can do is turn your hair blonde. Electric Hell Bomb. Super 17 raised both hands upward, gathering a black lightning-charged energy sphere. Goodbye. At this moment, EC finally made his move, catching Super 17's ultimate technique and redirecting it toward Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero was startled knowing he couldn't escape and shouted, "Hey, Super 17, block it now. Otherwise, before I die, I'll shut you down." Hearing this, Super 17 frowned, displeased by the threat. That old man has no charisma at all, and he still wants to boss me around. Unlike me, I have both charm and power. But now my life is in his hands, I have no choice but to obey. Sigh. He then swiftly moved in front of Dr. Gero and absorbed the electric hell bomb. After a cool landing, Super 17 ran his fingers through his hair about to say something impressive when he was interrupted by a voice behind him. "Hey Super 17, kill that shameless little brat." Dr. Gero pointed at EC. My. Now EC was annoyed, but Super 17 was even more irritated. "Can't you let me finish speaking before butting in?" Super 17 ignored Dr. Gero and glanced at Dr. Liao. Dr. Liao was delighted. "Ha, I'm really sorry, Dr. Gero, but you've offended the wrong person." Thinking this, Dr. Liao beamed. Then a voice echoed in Super 17's mind, "Kill him, Super 17, it's fine. His controller is fake." Hearing this, Super 17's brow lit up with joy. With a whoosh, he appeared before Dr. Gero. Seeing Super 17 before him, Dr. Gero was terrified, backing away frantically, as if recalling past events. "Don't come near me. Don't come near me. I'm telling you, Super 17, do you see this remote control in my hand? If I press it, you'll stop functioning." But Super 17 had already raised his energy-charged palm. Dr. Gero panicked and pressed the controller, but nothing happened. How is this possible? Then he looked at Dr. Liao, whose sinister expression told him everything. But time did not stop. Super 17's arm pierced through Dr. Gero, reducing him to ashes. Just as Super 17 turned around, he heard Dr. Liao scream. He spun his head. Damn, the base had been raided. Dr. Liao had already been sent back to hell by EC, who was holding Dr. Liao's controller. Do you know what this is called? This is called capturing the ringleader first. Surrender, Super 17. You can't escape anymore. Super 17's mouth twitched. He never thought he'd be threatened like this. But what if his controller was also fake? He was eager to try. EC saw through his thoughts and pressed the controller directly. Thus a legendary boss met his end. When Super 17 woke up again, he was in Bulma's house. Looking around, he sat up. Damn it. After venting, he felt much better. When he walked out, he saw a group of people holding a banquet. Their laughter and joy stood in stark contrast to Super 17's mood. At that moment, EC noticed Super 17 coming out. "Yo, you're awake. Come eat. You've been asleep for 3 or 4 days, you must be starving." Seeing this man's face, Super 17's heart twisted. Grabbing some food, he silently found a corner. Suddenly a square object appeared before him. My. Super 17 looked at EC in confusion. "From now on, we're family. Want to come with me on a trip and see the wonders of the universe? Aren't you afraid I'll stab you in the back?" "Ha, I said we're family." Super 17 was moved. He just ate his food, nodding slowly. To EC, this was a super bodyguard, theoretically capable of absorbing energy infinitely and growing stronger. The modifications by 3 super scientists had elevated Super 17 to a new level. "Let's fight. I want to test your strength." A battle. Hearing this, Wukong and Daur looked over. No one was more passionate about fighting than Saiyans. "Let's go." EC was brief. "You two come back early. We still need to make a wish to Shinron tomorrow." They both nodded. But Wukong and Daur followed as well. Using instant transmission, they arrived at the Kaioshin realm. Who goes first? How about a free-for-all? That's a good idea. Though it was a free-for-all, 2 people had clear targets. Daur aimed for Sun Wukong, and Super 17 aimed for EC, each with their own grudges. "Kakarot, let me show you my transformation." Daur had secretly achieved Super Saiyan 4. "Impressive, dear. My turn." Wukong transformed as well. "EC, show me your true strength. Otherwise I won't acknowledge a weakling." As you wish." The 4 of them radiated immense power. "Hey, be careful. Don't wreck my Kaioshin planet." How could a passionate battle be controlled? The Supreme Kai's words couldn't restrain them. Soon it was a tornado destroying the parking lot. All the greenery on the Kaioshin planet was gone, replaced by bottomless craters. 2 hours of battle had left the others exhausted from full output except Super 17, who was still brimming with energy after absorbing countless amounts during the fight. De finally got his wish, a real battle with Sun Wukong. Though it was a free-for-all, it was also a personal duel. He lost by a hair, but his heart knot was untied, and his strength rose to a new level. Ha ha ha, what a thrilling battle. Let's head back. The four of them left, leaving the Supreme Kai on the verge of tears. Looking at the pockmarked Kaishin planet, his workload had just increased. My name is EC. Finally, it's my turn to shine. After perfectly resolving the Super Android 17 incident, peace once again descended upon the world. The day after the banquet, everyone gathered once more at Bulma's house. On this fine and sunny day, Bulma and the others brought out the Dragon Balls, preparing to make a wish. This time the Dragon Balls were all cracked inside the Wukong, and the others didn't think much of it. I have a feeling we shouldn't summon Shenlong. Over-reliance on the dragon will only lead to disaster. EC kindly warned. Haha, don't worry, EC. We've used him many times before. Shenlong is no disaster. Bulma patted EC on the shoulder. Then they arranged the Dragon Balls neatly. Come forth, Shenlong. Come and grant our wishes. Hearing their call, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling radiance. The sky darkened and layers of clouds were tinged with color as Shenlong appeared. What is this? Wukong exclaimed at the sight of Shenlong. This was nothing like the dragon they had seen before. Haha, I never thought someone would actually dare to release me. The Shenlong that appeared this time was not the usual green dragon, but a blue one. We commonly call him the gangster dragon, the mafia among dragons. Hey, aren't you supposed to say, "O summoner of the dragon, what is your wish?" Xiaofeng mimicked the way Shenlong used to speak. But by now anyone could see something was wrong with the dragon. The air outside is so fresh. I have been resurrected once again. The dragon clasped his hands together, thanking the heavens. Now I can raise some real hell. The gangster dragon was thoroughly excited, laughing heartily. Hey, stop your nonsense, or we won't know how to make our wish to you anymore. The gangster dragon paid them no mind. He conjured a cigar and a lighter for himself. Click. He lit the cigar, then extinguished the flame with a flourish, revealing a sinister smile that frightened Yida and Xiaofeng, for everyone present except them were adults. What's going on? Daddy. It's okay, Yida. EC shielded the 2 Tais and Yida. I will no longer obey the commands of you humans. Amazingly, the cigar stayed glued to the gangster dragon's lips even as he spoke. Just then someone finally arrived to explain. Wukong, the one before you, is not Shenlong at all. Lord Ko. Upon hearing his voice, everyone grew tense. Trunks stood up and demanded, "What are you really?" The gangster dragon ignored them, for being summoned meant freedom. He took a deep drag from his cigar, then blew the smoke toward the group, causing them all to cough. Then the gangster dragon's eyes flickered, and the Dragon Balls began to rise. The Dragon Balls. Xiaofeng tried to grab them, but they had already ascended beyond her reach. Seeing the exclamations, the gangster dragon squinted, as if such a sight was nothing new. When the Dragon Balls reached eye level, he took a deep breath and swallowed them all into his belly. Haha, come on, what exactly are you doing? The gangster dragon wouldn't answer their questions. His eyes glowed red and blue light surged around him. Then he transformed into 6 beams of light that streaked across the sky. The GT crew hadn't even reacted. What in the world is going on? Suddenly Xiaofeng pointed ahead. Look how beautiful. Is this what they call the aurora? I've never seen one in my life. Wukong, this is terrible. The earth is surrounded by black mist. North Ko had been feeling uneasy ever since Shenlong appeared and had been observing the planet. It's because of that dragon. EC reminded everyone. On the other side, old Kaishin's furious voice rang out. Hey, how could you summon him? Old Kaishin, could you please speak a little softer? We can all hear you. Wukong offered his suggestion to the Kaishin. At this critical moment, old Kaishin was in no mood to listen to them. Don't you know you've caused a huge disaster? You have no idea about the origin of this dragon. But Bulma, who was older, wasn't about to be bossed around. Hey, can you keep your voice down? You're old, but we're not deaf. We can hear you just fine. What? Do you realize the culprit is you? If you hadn't researched the dragon radar, would this have happened? What? You're blaming me. I haven't even settled the score with you for peeking at my old photos. Believe me, I'll go straight to your doorstep right now. This retort left old Kaishin speechless. He sat there fuming. Then Jebet God took over. Everyone stop arguing. This is extremely important. Ever since you summoned that dragon, the earth has only 1 year left before it is destroyed. What? Old Kaishin had calmed down and began to explain. A long time ago on a planet somewhere there were also 7 Dragon Balls. When the number of wishes reached a certain point, cracks appeared due to negative energy. Negative energy. Exactly. Every wish generates negative energy, which can transform Shenlong into an evil dragon. If you don't defeat the evil dragon within a year, the planet's life will come to an end. The rest is up to you. Then old Kaishin cut off the communication. Ancestor. Jebet God was puzzled. Shouldn't we offer assistance given our relationship? It's useless. Ever since that dragon appeared, the earth has been cut off from the universe. They have to rely on themselves. On Earth, everyone fell into silence. Hey, I say we start preparing. Otherwise, the Earth will be gone. Just as they were about to set out, various natural disasters began to strike the Earth. We need to hurry. Jiru, locate the Dragon Balls. We must move quickly. Jiru found the 2-star Dragon Ball. Target location XXX. Hearing Jiru's report, the 4 with the highest combat power immediately headed toward the target with Jiru in tow. The 2-star dragon was in grave danger. Among the evil dragons, the 2-star dragon ranked high, but was actually a pushover. The original wish had been to revive the guardian of Karen Tower. Apart from his poisonous gas, even Xiaofeng could easily suppress him. When the 4 arrived at the destination, they saw the mountains covered in poison gas. Sun Wukong landed and his aura surged, blowing away the toxic mist to reveal the figure of the 2-star dragon. Seeing the 4 before him, the 2-star dragon was about to say something, but was immediately cut in two by EC. Secret Sword Strike first to gain the upper hand. Jiru next. Hearing EC's command, Jiru immediately began searching for the next target. The other 3 had their eyes gleaming as if they had unlocked something. I am the evil dragon, a lackey of social dragon, and today I suffered brutal abuse. If I had known this, I would have wanted to be a good dragon, but there is no turning back on this path, so I can only hope that 1-star dragon will avenge us. Jilu search for the fluctuations of the 5-star Dragon Ball. The target is within the city. After swiftly finishing off the 2-star dragon, hearing Jilu's words, the 4 immediately set off for the city. The 5-star dragon was born from the wish made to revive Goku, who was killed by Piccolo while fighting Raditz, and the negative energy generated by that wish also gave rise to the 5-star dragon. Upon arriving in the city, we saw the 5-star dragon wreaking havoc, and naturally it spotted us as well. Gong! The bird-like or duck-like 5-star dragon was stunned as 4 energy bodies surged toward it. Stop, shouted Goku. God, do I look like a fool to you? The 5-star dragon was not stupid. Charging headlong into such a situation would be like an old man eating arsenic. After a period of frantic escape, the 5-star dragon reached a power station. Damn it, I never thought I'd be chased through the streets right after being born. How embarrassing for a dragon. After absorbing the electricity, the 5-star dragon's body swelled. Ha ha, you bastards, let me have my way with you. As the 5-star dragon finished speaking, rain began to fall from the sky, and we surrounded it in a square formation. But the 5-star dragon was truly pitiful. Before we could even make a move, it was already done for. The 5-star dragon, also known as the unlucky dragon, had the ability to absorb electricity, growing stronger with more absorption. However, its luck was poor. It was severely wounded by a thunderstorm of natural lightning, conveniently making it easy for us to claim the kill. Watching the 5-star dragon taken down by Goku, they were bewildered. Was this all the evil dragons amounted to? Maybe we should take shelter from the rain. No sooner had EC spoken than the sky cleared. They were at a loss. What was this? Goku stared blankly at the 5-star ball in his hand. How about we go to the next one? They had arrived with high spirits, but left disappointed, only hoping the next opponent would be more of a challenge. Jilla's search. Jilla detected 6-star Dragon Ball fluctuations. Target is in the sea. Let's go. Goku waved his hand, and the 4 energy bodies headed toward the sea. In a certain village by the sea, abundant in fish and recently blessed by a goddess, even standing on the street could bring a full haul. The 6-star dragon was born from a wish made by Oolong. Its appearance was that of a goddess, its power was wind, and it was the princess of the evil dragons. Watching the fishermen prostrating themselves, the 6-star dragon showed neither joy nor sorrow, calmly observing everything before descending into the depths of the sea. By the time EC and the 3 others arrived, it was already too late. Have you come to pay homage to the goddess too? A fisherman, seeing the 3 adults and a child, greeted them warmly, and even gave Goku an ice cream. As a favored one of the goddess, he had to win more followers for her. Goddess, what is that? Seeing the child's confusion, the fisherman explained again. Alright, let's rest here for the night, and see what the goddess looks like tomorrow. EC's suggestion was met with agreement from the other 3, as they had been flying all day. The next day, Jilu, the 6-star Dragon Ball's fluctuations have appeared. When the 4 reached the outside, the fishermen had already gathered by the sea. The 6-star dragon thought, I am an evil dragon after all, why would I truly bring them blessings? Then it used its power to shake the entire sea. The fishermen thought the goddess was about to bestow her blessing. Then fish began to fall from the sky. Watching the fishermen scrambling below, the 6-star dragon slightly raised its hand, a light gleaming in its palm. The condensed energy sphere was released, but the 4 who had just arrived deflected it far away, only to unknowingly hit the 6-star dragon itself. Boom! The tremendous roar caught the fishermen's attention. They looked at the goddess, then at EC and the 4 others. Damn it! You dare harm the goddess. Kill them. Hey, that's not what happened. Goku tried to explain, but the fishermen charged recklessly, refusing to listen, perhaps each harboring their own agendas. Fortunately, they had brought No. 17, who opened a glowing green barrier to keep the fishermen at bay. Is this sorcery? Quickly summon the goddess to destroy them. Some fishermen suggested, and the others immediately went to worship the 6-star dragon. Seeing this, the 6-star dragon glanced at EC and the others and laughed. Ha ha ha, just surrender. Although you defeated the 2-star and 5-star dragons, I am different from them. The 4 exchanged glances. Let's get him. 3 Super Saiyan 4s and a Super Android 17 charged forward. Seeing this, the 6-star dragon's eyes widened, no longer narrowed. What? Super Android 17 punched it in the stomach, causing the goddess to arch its back, stirring chaos among the fishermen below. Then EC punched it in the face, and the 6-star dragon, unable to withstand it, began to transform. Roar! Seeing the transformed 6-star dragon, the fishermen scattered in panic, shouting that the dragon god was enraged. After gaining some distance, the 6-star dragon unleashed all its skills: blade-like energy bullets, true crimson, slash, also air blades, and whirlwind wave composed of tornadoes and blades to trap one person. Hey EC. Indeed, the trapped one was EC. As the saying goes, hitting the face is worse than hitting the body, and since the 6-star dragon deemed itself a goddess, most of its attacks were directed at EC. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy from the spinning. You guys go ahead. Hearing this, Super Android 17 punched the 6-star dragon in the head, then flicked his hair. If that's all you've got, the days ahead won't be easy for you. You talk big. If you have the guts, fight me one by one. Super Android 17 laughed. Haha, why fight one-on-one when we can gang up on you? Bastard. The 6-star dragon was furious. At that moment, Prince Dyer punched it on the top of the head, hitting exactly the 6-star dragon's weak spot. Seeing the dying 6-star dragon, Super Android 17 wasted no time and used a finishing move to claim the kill. Gurgle. The three looked at Goku, who felt a bit embarrassed. I haven't had breakfast yet. Gurgle. Another sound came from someone else. Maybe we should eat first. No. 17 proposed, and the suggestion was unanimously approved. The four returned to Bulma's place and handed over the collected Dragon Balls to Xiaofang. Grandpa, can you take me next time? Sure, but don't cause trouble or Chi-Chi will scold me. Yage. Xiaofang only knew that Grandpa agreed to take her along, but whether she would cause trouble or not remained to be seen. My name is EC, not meaning. With over 300 days until Earth's destruction, we have already vanquished 3 evil dragons. After a hearty meal, we wasted no time heading to the lair of the 4th. Grandpa Jiru has located the 7-star Dragon Ball in the plains. When do we set out? Xiaofang rushed over carrying Jiru. Alright, let's go. Goku raised his hand. Come on everyone, let's join the fun, EC said to the other two. Though Super 17 seemed reluctant, he followed along. I am the 7-star dragon, a merry groundhog. I was happily building my home when these brute barbarians showed up, not even a word before attacking. With my frail frame, could I stand a chance against them? Of course not, so I kicked the bucket. Jiru next. Vegeta said coolly, having obtained a 7-star ball. Alright, searching. Jiru, target located in the city. It's the 4-star ball. The 5th to appear was the 4-star dragon. This Dragon Ball had a deep connection with Goku. The negative energy of the 4-star ball was born from the wish that restored King Piccolo's youth. This 4-star dragon was the complete opposite of the others. Perhaps Goku's positive energy had influenced him, granting him martial virtue, a stark contrast to his twin brother. We arrived in a scorching city. Super 17 disliked this environment. Perhaps his oil was running dry, so he left ahead. Xiaofang, take Jiru and leave with 17. There might be a big battle soon, EC said, patting Xiaofang's head. Just as 17 was about to take Xiaofang away, a fireball descended from the sky, crashing into the group. The already ruined city became even more devastated. Who is it? An enemy, of course. The 4-star dragon emerged from the new fireball, his eyes fixed solely on Goku, much to Vegeta's irritation. Are you Grandpa 4-star dragon? Fool. Goku, let me see what you're made of. An irresistible voice came from the 4-star dragon's mouth. Vegeta ground his teeth in fury. Damn it. He transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged straight in. Bang! The 4-star dragon remained motionless, letting Vegeta's attack land. Stop, Vegeta. Goku quickly intervened. Vegeta, fuming, suppressed his urge to strike again. Be careful, his body is scorching hot. Got it, Vegeta? EC patted Vegeta's shoulder in comfort as he retreated. My body temperature matches the sun's. Understood. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and immediately engaged the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon was undeniably powerful, matching Goku blow for blow, and sometimes even gaining the upper hand. Yes, that's a Goku. An evenly matched battle is the only way to break through your limits. The 4-star dragon spread his arms, then moved with sudden speed, catching Goku off guard and landing a hit. Thanks to his Saiyan instincts, Goku blocked the punch. That was close, he muttered. Then he exchanged a smile with the 4-star dragon, and they both retreated to gain distance. EC marveled at the spectacle, but noticing Vegeta with his arms crossed and fingers tapping restlessly on his biceps, he knew Vegeta was far from calm. EC continued to enjoy the fight, though he kept an eye on the 3-star dragon, a truly upright villain, and the one in the sky, the 1-star dragon. Too many dragons to watch out for. The battle between Goku and the 4-star dragon was fierce. Each exchanged blows, neither yielding. But in EC's eyes, Goku was a step slower. Indeed, Goku's slight speed disadvantage cost him. He failed to dodge a knee strike, and then the 4-star dragon clasped his hands together, raised them high, and slammed them down on Goku. Boom! The deafening impact obliterated the ruined city. Seeing this, Vegeta itched to join the fray. But Goku quickly emerged, thwarting his chance. Vegeta, later you should. EC whispered to Vegeta, who nodded confidently, assuring him that if the enemy dared, he would be obliterated. Goku wiped the corner of his mouth. I think I've got a handle on your strength. Then he assumed his fighting stance. Seeing Goku like this, the 4-star dragon's blood boiled, but reality was unkind. His brother was too treacherous. As the 4-star dragon launched a fireball, a blue ice bullet followed close behind. The 4-star dragon's eyes shrank. Watch out, Vegeta. Goku dispelled the first, and Vegeta countered the second with a ki blast. Indeed, the attacker was the 3-star dragon, cunning and treacherous, stopping at nothing. The 3-star dragon was born from the negative energy of the wish to erase memories of Bu. Brother, you're too slow. The 3-star dragon descended slowly, landing beside the 4-star dragon, with several humans nearby. This is my fight with Goku. Please don't interfere, brother. Hey, how despicable. Goku exclaimed, shocked that an evil dragon would take hostages. Haha, battle is a game for the despicable. Don't move, or I can't promise what these humans will suffer. The 3-star dragon's tone was gentle, quite at odds with his appearance. With his arrival, the shattered city began to freeze. Now, except for the 1-star dragon lurking in the sky, all the evil dragons had appeared. But what the 3-star dragon hadn't expected was that there was another despicable one present. Puffed. Blood gushed from the 3-star dragon's mouth, shocking the 4-star dragon. What? Secret sword. I'm a despicable one too, EC said, then struck the 3-star dragon diagonally before carrying the humans away to safety. The 4-star dragon stared at his dying brother, unsure what to say. But since he was family, he had to avenge him. The 4-star dragon charged straight at EC. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, EC was undaunted. Their intense battle caught the attention of the 1-star dragon in the sky. How can these people all be so strong? Then he descended to the earth. As EC and the 4-star dragon faced off, a streak of light crashed into the planet, and the figure rose like a show-off. Big brother, 1-star dragon, the three of them, EC, Goku, and Vegeta, looked grim, for the energy radiating from him was extraordinary. The 1-star dragon, the final boss of Dragon Ball GT, was the evil dragon born from the accumulated negative energy of all the wishes. His power was unparalleled. Now it's 3v2, the advantage is ours, EC said, quickly regrouping with Goku and Vegeta. The 1-star dragon and the 4-star dragon stood together. Battles are decided by strength, not numbers. When you think numbers give you an advantage, you've already lost. My name is EC, not meaning. Today I finally encountered the ultimate boss Yixinglong, and I intend to eliminate him while he remains in his base form. The two sides were on the verge of conflict. Yixinglong took 2 steps forward and erupted with an aura, a power surpassing that of Super Saiyan 4. EC never imagined that Yixinglong, before becoming Super Yixinglong, could possess such energy. We're in for a tough fight. Saiyans fear no battle. Prince Dare entered the fray, first, followed closely by EC. Although they seemed to have a slight advantage, Yixinglong effortlessly countered. It seemed they had a call for backup. Super Shichi Hao. Before Yixinglong could react, Dare and EC each grabbed one side of his body, and a fast-approaching figure landed a punch on Yixinglong's stomach. Yixinglong tried to break free, but EC and the other firmly suppressed him. The contest of strength caused veins to bulge on all three. Meanwhile, Shichi Hao pummeled Yixinglong. Now it was Sixinglong's turn to be pleased. No one would disturb his battle. Wukong. Then Sixinglong gathered fire energy in both hands, creating 2 fireballs that merged and fired together. Explosive attack. Watching Sixinglong from above, Wukong remained unfazed and launched a 10-fold Kamehameha without hesitation. The ultimate techniques clashed and dissipated completely. After witnessing the outcome, Sixinglong said calmly, "Very good, Wukong. You are the finest martial artist I have ever seen." Sixinglong. As if hearing Wukong's attachment, Sixinglong laughed heartily. Wukong, meeting always ends in parting. For your sake, sacrifice is necessary. Do it. Wukong fell silent, then glanced at Sixinglong and said, "Watch out behind you." What? Sixinglong immediately turned to resist his elder brother. All for victory. Wukong fell silent, then glanced at Sixinglong and said, "Watch out behind you." What? Sixinglong immediately turned to resist his elder brother. All for victory. Sixinglong showed reluctance, then transformed into a 4-star ball. He was swallowed by Yixinglong, who then summoned the other 5. Stop the Dragon Balls. Sixinglong showed reluctance, then transformed into a 4-star ball. He was swallowed by Yixinglong, who then summoned the other 5. Stop the Dragon Balls. Seeing Yixinglong's energy surge after swallowing the 4-star ball, EC immediately alerted the others. Since the Dragon Balls flew in from different directions, the 4 of them had to scatter and grab them. But they were all defeated by Yixinglong one by one, and in the end, only the 5-star ball was saved. Ha 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 ha, I've always said numbers are the greatest lie. Look how pathetic you are. Yixinglong waved his hand and vanished in an instant. What? Watching Yixinglong suddenly leave the four hurriedly sensed his location. Yo, are you looking for me? Yixinglong reappeared holding a hostage. Xiaofang. Seeing Xiaofang's silent Wukong clenched his fists. Yixinglong. His aura kept rising. Relax, she's just unconscious. Come, let's make a trade. The ball for the person. Yixinglong beckoned. Reluctantly, the four tossed the 5-star ball to him. Wukong took Xiaofang and placed her in a relatively safe spot where all four could keep an eye on her. Ha! Yixinglong laughed heartily, then swallowed the 5-star ball. His body swelled, becoming powerful and muscular. Next, as long as I kill you, Earth and the universe will fall into darkness once again. Then he raised a single hand and fired countless energy blasts. Super Shichi Hao leaped in front of the three and absorbed them all. Oh, I forgot there was still someone as special as you. Yixinglong scratched his head with his index finger as if annoyed. Schwat. With a punch, he shattered Shichi Hao's barrier, then kicked him in the face. Shichi Hao plummeted to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The other three immediately counterattacked, but the current Yixinglong had completely surpassed them. He countered every move and launched his own attacks. After Shichi Hao rejoined the battle, the situation improved slightly. After the two sides separated again, Duer said, with our current strength we can't kill him. Kakarot, let's fuse. What? Wukong was stunned. He knew Duer was extremely reluctant to fuse, considering the fusion dance to be incredibly ugly. Let's fuse. Duer repeated. Okay. EC Shichi Hao cover us. The two landed on the ground while EC and Shichi Hao stood ready. Fusion. Yixinglong took interest and landed on the ground. No matter how you transform, you're no match for me, little insects. Seeing Yixinglong's arrogance, EC and the other did not let their guard down. What if he was trying to make them relax so he could ambush them? Wukong and the other also breathed a sigh of relief. If Yixinglong had charged EC and Shichi Hao would have struggled to stop him. Then they used the Metamoran fusion technique. Fu. Shao. A flash of golden light, and the mightiest fusion warrior appeared. His aura soared, completely surpassing Super Yixinglong. At this moment, Vegeta had long red hair, blue eyes, dark red body hair, and a tail behind him. This was Vegeta's Super 4 form. Vegeta appeared with his arms crossed. I am neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta. I am the one who will defeat you. I am Vegeta. From the moment I emerged, I have been the protagonist. Vegeta tilted his head and beckoned with a finger, casting a provocative gaze at Yixinglong. Oh, how do you think two insignificant little monkeys can stand against me just by fusing? Yixinglong swiftly bypassed EC and the others, arriving before Vegeta. Bang! Yixinglong was sent flying a short distance. How did you get over there? I haven't even moved, and you're already down. Hearing Vegeta's words, Yixinglong's veins bulged. He charged again. This time Vegeta deliberately slowed down, letting Yixinglong see clearly, and struck him down with an elbow once more. Impossible, how can this be? Yixinglong was filled with regret. Why had he been so arrogant? Wouldn't it have been better to finish the fight earlier? Yixinglong raised his hands and fired a barrage of energy blasts, all of which struck Vegeta. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to withstand that move. As the smoke cleared, Vegeta began stretching. Was that a massage you just gave me? It was quite pleasant, but my shoulder still hurts a bit. Do it again. Watching Yixinglong retreat incessantly, Vegeta lost his playful mood. Since you won't come, I'll go instead. Before seeing him, his voice was heard. Only Yixinglong could be seen dancing wildly in the air like a sprite. When Vegeta came into view again, he was seen raising one hand to gather energy above, forming a rainbow-colored sphere of stellar energy. This was Vegeta's soul punisher. It was said to possess a purifying power. As Vegeta unleashed this technique, Yixinglong instinctively felt fear and channeled all his energy to resist. Boom! Super Yixinglong was blasted back to his original form, purple blood flowing incessantly. Cough cough. Yixinglong staggered to his feet. Perish together with this universe. Yixinglong grew ruthless. He gathered all his negative energy into a massive sphere, preparing to destroy the universe. Just as the universe was about to be annihilated, Vegeta appeared before the negative energy sphere. He channeled energy into his leg and kicked it out of Earth, then purified it with his own power. A tremendous explosion erupted above the Earth, obliterating the evil energy that had shrouded the planet's surface. This is impossible. Yixinglong stared in horror as his technique was effortlessly neutralized. If this is all you've got, then your end is near. Seeing Yixinglong attempting to flee, Vegeta created afterimages to block his escape routes from all sides. Vegeta stopped playing around. You just purified such a massive amount of negative energy. Your fusion time must be running out. EC's words reminded Vegeta. Yixinglong naturally heard this as well. He wanted to resist and drag things out until their fusion time ended, after which he could easily dominate them. Vegeta saw through his intention and in an instant struck him down, leaving him incapacitated. 100 times Kamehameha. The attacks of the four Vegetas struck Yixinglong. Unfortunately, the fusion time expired, leaving Yixinglong barely alive. Ha 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 ha. In the end, I win. Long struggled to his feet and laughed uproariously. Thunder roar. EC gathered all his energy and unleashed it upon Long. Flash lightning. Superno. 17's attack followed suit. Wukong dear. EC shouted. The two of them reacted instantly and unleashed their ultimate techniques. 10 times Kamehameha. Final flash. The four energies converged into a single powerful blast, hurling Long into the cosmos. Everyone. The final blow. For inch up, the boss finally fell. The four of them collapsed to the ground gasping for breath and reverted from their Super Saiyan 4 forms. And the one-star ball returned on its own. What is this? Is it going to happen all over again? I have no strength left. EC panted heavily. The four of them helped each other to their feet. Shenlong appeared without being summoned, and all the Earth's warriors who could come had arrived. Shenlong's eyes glowed red, and the four of them were fully restored. Shenlong, you. I have recovered. Perhaps I will not appear again. And thank you, visitor from another universe. Shall I send you back? EC looked at Taisai and the other. Thank you, Shenlong. Please send us back. No. 17, Ed, do you want to come along? This is my homeland. I look forward to meeting again. Alright, goodbye everyone. Wukong came over and shook hands with EC. Thank you. Then EC waved goodbye to everyone. Safe journey. Xiaofang cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted loudly. A long time had passed on Earth. Bulma was going to hold another banquet tomorrow, which gave EC a headache. Taisai, how is your novel coming along? It's finished. This novel, based on our experiences, is sure to be a huge hit. Seeing Taisai approaching with a book in hand, EC embraced her. It will definitely be a huge hit. I still look forward to meeting them again. Yida has been training hard every day. He says he must help you. He's a good kid. My name is EC, not meaning. Today, because of Bulma's birthday, she invited everyone to a party at her home and prepared exquisite gifts. However, every gathering is the start of some trouble. Judging by the situation, that cat should be waking up. In the realm of destruction, the angel Whis was warming up his voice. Oh, it's been so long. Lord Beerus should be waking up. After saying that, he headed to Beerus's bedroom. Upon reaching the door, he said while walking, Lord Beerus, time to wake up. If you don't get up, I'll start singing. Yes, don't rush me. I'm getting up. Then Beerus began to stir his body. Bang! The destroyer indeed lived up to his title. Even his own alarm clock was a bomb. After washing up, Beerus began to eat, while Whis attended to him diligently. By the way, Whis, during my sleep, did Frieza destroy Planet Vegeta? Beerus asked while eating. Whis meanwhile was busy preparing a drink. Not even a scrap remains, Lord Beerus. Oh, I had intended to destroy it myself, but it was too far away. Still, Frieza is no good either, too arrogant. Beerus spoke while eating grilled meat. You don't need to worry about that. Frieza has already been defeated. Hearing Whis's words, Beerus nearly choked on his meat. Is there someone in this world who can defeat Frieza? Beerus was shocked, as Frieza was one of the few strong fighters in his universe. Losing one meant losing a valuable asset. Yes, please wait a moment. Then Whis took out his staff and played the recording of Sun Wukong defeating Frieza, as well as the moment EC killed Frieza. Who is this? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Beerus tapped his head. It seems he's called Sun Wukong, also known as Kakarot. The other one is called EC. Saiyans. Weren't they destroyed by Frieza? Only the majority were destroyed, a few Saiyans survived. By the way, the Prince of Vegeta also survived. Whis answered, everything a true encyclopedia. But aren't all Saiyans supposed to have black hair? Why is his hair golden? They learned a transformation technique called Super Saiyan. Hearing Whis's calm voice, Beerus fell into recollection, muttering, Super Saiyan repeatedly. What? Whis was puzzled. But Beerus suddenly woke up. Super Saiyan God. I dreamed about it, fighting a being who is the Super Saiyan God. Whis was expressionless. Beerus floated over on his seat. Don't you understand? It's a prophetic dream, a prophetic dream. Beerus was very excited. But Whis was not convinced at all. Lord Beerus's prophetic dreams are not accurate at all. Then Whis leaned close to Beerus's ear. Didn't you once dream that your idol would move next door, and it didn't come true? Are you mocking me, Whis? Beerus sat on his seat, nearly crushing the armrest, but then he immediately thought of the oracle fish. He had to turn the tables. The oracle fish heard Beerus's call and wobbled over from afar, landing with a thud on the ground. Good morning, Lord Beerus. What is it? The oracle fish lay on a cup. You said it 39 years ago, didn't you? That my strong enemy, the Super Saiyan God, would appear. Looking at the oracle fish, Beerus questioned. The oracle fish thought for a long time, then asked Beerus, did I say that? You did. Beerus gave a look that said, if you didn't, I'll eat you. The oracle fish hesitated slightly. I have said that. Alright, that's all. Go play by yourself. Watching the oracle fish leave, Beerus turned to Whis. See, the oracle's prophecy coincides with my prophetic dream. The Super Saiyan God will definitely appear. However, Whis still found it suspicious. It's hard to imagine Lord Beerus having a formidable enemy. Beerus is curious as a cat said, even if the oracle's strong enemy might be exaggerated, it's still quite exciting. Then Whis used his staff to locate Earth where the Saiyans now lived, even listing the exact number of people. However, Sun Wukong, who defeated Frieza, is currently training under North Kai. Saiyans training with a Kai. That's suspicious. Beerus stroked his chin and immediately asked how long it would take to get there. About 26 minutes. The length of an episode of a cartoon. So far away. Beerus sighed. Can't be helped. I'll have to endure for now. Whis, however, was different. As soon as he heard about going out, he became cheerful. So, let's set off. Then he led Beerus to North Kai's place. Meanwhile, the birthday party officially began on the other side. The banquet was filled with all kinds of delicacies. EC's family sat under a parasol. We've been idle for too long. When will we go on another trip? My last novel became a huge hit, and now many publishers are asking for the second part. I have a feeling we won't stay idle for long. Haven't you noticed? Every time Bulma throws a party, something happens. Dad, are you saying Aunt Bulma is a jinx? At the mention of Ita's words, EC immediately covered his mouth. Sure, you can't say that. Seeing EC's nervousness, EC covered her mouth and laughed. I am by Lucy on my way to find the Super Saiyan God. I stopped for a snack. The people there were truly barbaric. When I asked for it, they even resorted to violence. Luckily, Wacy was clever and whisked me away from the planet that had already turned to dust. After a ride on the Wacy Express for some time, by Lucy arrived at the North King Kai's planet. At this moment, North King Kai was sweating with fear after all because of a game of hide-and-seek, where he had won. The planet was now only this tiny. Lord by Lucy, what brings you to my humble abode? How may I serve you? North King Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Long time no see, North King Kai. By the way, your planet is indeed quite small. By Lucy looked around and said, knowing full well the reason, North King Kai did not dare to speak up. Yes, I apologize for it being so small. How terribly rude of me. Wacy could not bear it any longer. He glanced at By Lucy and revealed the truth. Is that so? By Lucy was slightly puzzled. North King Kai immediately tried to change the subject. By the way, Lord By Lucy, why have you come to my place? I have some business with the Saiyans here. Edge. This time North King Kai was unsettled. Why did this calamity have to come looking for Wukong? This was going to cause chaos. Heeding North King Kai's request, Wukong immediately sat inside the house, hiding himself. However, unfortunately, he was facing a god. Come out now. I know you're here. By Lucy said loudly. Hearing this, Wukong was delighted. It wasn't that I disobeyed your orders. He came looking for me. He immediately jumped out. Asu, I am Wu. Before he could finish, North King Kai slapped him on the head. Really, you must use honorifics. Sun Wukong stood up straight. Hello, my name is Wu and no, I am Sun Wukong. Pleased to meet you. Good day, I have a question to ask you. That. Seeing By Lucy forget again, Wacy reminded him from the side, Super Saiyan God. That's right. Do you know about the Super Saiyan God? By Lucy suddenly realized and immediately asked. Wukong thought for a long time. I know about Super Saiyans, but I've never heard of a Super Saiyan God. However, you can ask EC. He often travels in the universe and knows more. EC, huh? By Lucy stroked his chin. Wacy, let's go. Hearing By Lucy's words, North King Kai was overjoyed, muttering in his heart, go. Please wait a moment. By Lucy stopped. Is there something else, Sun Wukong? That. Can I ask you for some guidance? North King Kai quickly pulled him to apologize to By Lucy, begging for forgiveness for his rudeness. However, By Lucy was quite tolerant of talented individuals, as they could raise the combat power of his universe. It's fine. Come at me with all your strength. Hearing By Lucy's consent, Wukong was slightly excited but immediately stood at attention. Thank you very much. However, if I use full power right away and accidentally injure you, please don't destroy this planet. By Lucy was somewhat satisfied with this Saiyan. Of course. Alright, come on. By Lucy spread his arms, signaling to come as he pleased. Hearing their conversation, North King Kai felt like dying and began howling frantically. Meanwhile, By Lucy and the other took their positions facing each other. Wukong moved from Super Saiyan 1 instantly to Super Saiyan 2, and then burst into Super Saiyan 3, impressing Wacy. With a little adjustment, he could be comparable to a god of destruction. Seeing that By Lucy was still standing in the same spot, sensing no aura, Wukong stopped caring and charged with full force. His punch was blocked by a single finger. Wukong was very excited. He had never encountered such a strong opponent before. Lord By Lucy, please be careful. Huh. The aura around him surged again, but it was still far from enough. Every time By Lucy blocked him with a single finger. After trading blows across the North King Kai's planet, By Lucy had figured out Wukong. As a mortal, you have reached your peak. But this is where it ends. By Lucy instantly appeared behind Wukong and struck him with a chop, reverting him to his base form. Then By Lucy walked away, whistling, his mood quite cheerful. A super powerful talent had finally emerged in his universe. He even smiled and waved goodbye to North King Kai as he left. After seeing By Lucy off, North King Kai immediately checked on Sun Wukong. Seeing that he was still alive, he breathed a sigh of relief and then contacted EC on Earth. Compared to Wukong and Vegeta, EC was very reliable. Oh, hello, North King Kai. EC, something terrible has happened. What's wrong, North King Kai? You must remember that you are a Kai governing so many planets and experts. You need to stay calm. Oh, EC, listen to me carefully. The god of destruction, Lord by Lucy, is about to head to Earth next. You must entertain him well. A god of destruction. I understand. In short, absolutely do not fight. Wukong is still lying down because of this. You can count on me, Kai. Hearing EC's words, North King Kai sat down on the ground, finally encountering someone who would listen. My power has increased a lot over the years. I can just try it out. EC finished speaking and even made a few practice swings. Hey, EC, if you do that, Earth might be destroyed. Haha, look how nervous you are. I'll play it by ear. EC stood up and then said to Eta, go call your uncle. We have to welcome a guest, Lord by Lucy, the god of destruction. My name is EC. Today Beerus arrived laden with a multitude of questions. At a loss for how to respond, I invoked the divine dragon Shenlong and catered to his tastes accordingly. Father, the god of destruction you mentioned. I cannot sense his chi at all. Eta looked up perplexed, addressing EC. Oh, so you are EC, are you? The chi you speak of has no effect on gods. Beerus suddenly appeared, patting Eta's head. Hey, you can't treat a child like that, they won't grow tall. Eta pouted at Beerus. Ha, sorry. Beerus said, then patted him twice more. Apologies, Lord Beerus, the child is not yet well-mannered. Oh, you know me. Yes, from King Kai. Ha, such a meddler. Do you know what the Super Saiyan God is? Super Saiyan God. I'm terribly sorry, but I've never heard of it. However, Shenlong would surely know. Shenlong. Beerus stroked his chin and thought. Yes, gather 7 Dragon Balls, and you can summon him. But today is my younger sister's birthday banquet. Would you be interested, Lord Beerus? Ha, since I have a lead, everything can be postponed. I smell something delicious. At that moment, Taisai approached with a tray. Please enjoy it. Truly excellent. Whis, can we have these people come to our place as chefs? Regrettably, Lord Beerus, if their strength is insufficient, they would be crushed by the pressure of the god of destruction's realm. Oh, ha, this is truly delicious. Whis cupped his face, lost in culinary bliss. These are all made by the best chefs on Earth, using only the freshest ingredients at the peak of their season. EC briefly introduced the dishes, then saw Eta running over. Tada, this is my favorite food. Try it. Eta brought out jelly pudding. Oh, it looks soft and smooth. Beerus and Whis immediately ate it. This is a wonderful dessert. Seeing Beerus so pleased, Taisai revealed her ulterior motive. Lord Beerus, could you tell me your story? I want to write it into a book and publish it across the universe. How becoming a character in a book? That sounds interesting. Very well, I'll tell you about my legendary history. Beerus recounted his past while eating pudding. Taisai took notes, exclaiming, wow, Lord Beerus, you're truly formidable. To hold your own against 11 gods of destruction. Does that make you the strongest? Ha, indeed. With fine food and admiration, this was the life. Beerus contentedly drank some juice. Once you finish writing, send me a copy first. I want to read it. All right. Then what do you think about having my EC train with you? Taisai whispered. Beerus was taken aback. How could a pleasant conversation turn into taking on a disciple? Where would his sleep go? Whis. I'll fine, leave it to me. As the saying goes, a guest is soft-spoken when fed and one's hands are tied when given gifts. Besides, he was the boss. Considering that Beerus would have someone to talk to during his naps and enjoy more delicious food, he agreed in the end. Taisai and EC high-fived. I see you're short of cooks. How about bringing me and Eta along? Beerus and Whis were stunned. Can you cook? No, but Eta can. I'll be your scribe, writing books by your side. That way you can read them more conveniently, don't you think? Taisai persuaded Beerus while EC didn't lag behind. Mr. Whis, try this. Look, teaching one is the same as teaching two. Why not bring along my 2 brothers? They ultimately agreed. What started as 2 people leaving ended up as a whole family returning. After Beerus had eaten his fill, he approached, EC poking him left and right. From the look of you, you're probably about as strong as Sun Wukong. Lord Beerus, I'm only a tiny bit stronger than him. I'm likely no match for you. Oh, you're quite self-aware, aren't you? Care to try? Beerus watched EC, who seemed eager. Suddenly, he found Saiyans fascinating. Why did they have to be destroyed? Cursed Frieza. All right. EC leaped into the distance. Lord Beerus, you must know that Saiyans can transform. Today I'll show you something different. As EC spoke, his chi surged and lightning crackled around his body. What's happening? Is there an enemy? The turtle hermit sensed EC's outburst and immediately alerted the others. They all went on guard. No enemy, it's a spar. Eta shouted loudly, and everyone gathered around. Beerus calmly observed. Good heavens, was the rising combat power in his universe due to this planet. After transforming, EC radiated a golden aura. Super Saiyan 4 full power complete. Lord Beerus. Super Saiyan 4. Everyone gasped in astonishment, and even the hidden Wukong emerged. Hey, EC, you've been hiding deep. A perfect transformation, entirely different from the other 3. Whis gave high praise, inwardly sighing that another excellent disciple had appeared. Beerus's eyes revealed delight. This EC already possessed over 80% of his power. From now on, let anyone dare to say his universe had no worthy fighters. My name is Wasi, the attendant of the god of destruction. Today I shall narrate the match. First, representing the god of destruction's realm, we have Bilusi, and from Earth we have EC. Both parties are now ready. Bilusi, observing EC's surging aura, remains remarkably composed, exuding an air of confidence, while EC appears eager to leap into action, poised to strike at any moment. They move. EC attacks, first aiming for Bilusi's upper body. Bilusi with a single hand catches EC's fist, then hurls him away with force. EC quickly adjusts his posture, executing a backflip and landing gracefully. Suddenly, Bilusi vanishes. He begins his counterattack. He flashes behind EC and mercilessly slams his fist toward him. The terrifying might is such that even the surrounding children cover their eyes. EC has not yet reached a corresponding level of cultivation, relying solely on his aura. He cannot perceive Bilusi's position. Bang! Yet they collide. It turns out EC learned a technique from Superno. 17. Listening to the wind to discern position. When Bilusi attacks, he disturbs the surrounding environment. If one's senses are sharp enough, it can be done. However, this only allows EC to defend. Now Bilusi's offense grows increasingly faster. EC can still parry, but this is not yet Bilusi's full power. EC, you must hold on. Oh no, Bilusi lands a punch squarely on EC's face. Look at EC's eyes, he has turned ruthless. At the cost of his own injury, he entangles Bilusi's arm and delivers a retaliatory punch. Alas, Bilusi blocks it. No, what is this? EC is using his head as a weapon. Two heads collide. Which one is harder? They separate. EC keeps rubbing his head, while Bilusi's head is only slightly red and swollen. It shows that in every aspect Bilusi holds the upper hand. In the sky, Bilusi unleashes purple light spinning orbs. Good heavens! The sky is filled with them. How will EC cope? Under Bilusi's control, the orbs begin to descend upon EC, accelerating. And EC has prepared a protective barrier for himself, seemingly ready to endure this wave head-on. The collision produces a massive explosion. However, the countless purple light spinning orbs show no sign of stopping. The roar continues unabated. Now cracks appear in EC's barrier. What is this? Bilusi charges through the rain of orbs, shatters EC's defense with a single punch, then gathers a golden searing sphere in one hand and fires it. EC is blasted into the sea. No movement. Has EC lost? Incredible. When did he appear above us? EC descends rapidly from above while the aura around his body begins to spin at high speed, actually trapping Lord Bilusi in a vortex. Lord Bilusi may be facing such a technique for the first time. For now, he cannot find a way to break free. While Bilusi is soaring through the sky, EC uses the clone technique. Four ECs simultaneously charge up their ultimate moves. The moment Bilusi breaks free from the technique, they unleash their attacks. Completely off guard, Bilusi can only take the hits head-on. How history repeats itself. Will victory be born today? What is happening? Bilusi has deflected all of EC's ultimate moves. Now every spectator on the scene is stunned. I shall get a little more serious. Bilusi shakes his hands. What? Bilusi has not yet used his full power, even now. Truly worthy of our god of destruction. Unprecedented power. Lord Bilusi is truly formidable. I wonder if I can call for external reinforcements. I cannot reach the next level on my own. Oh, you can transform again. Let me see. Wukong Vegeta, lend me your strength. Transfer your Super Saiyan aura to me, so I can surpass Super Saiyan 4. Surpassing Super Saiyan 4 is so cool. You see, you didn't tell us. That's not fair. Wukong complains while Vegeta just snorts in response. I remember telling you to grow your tails, and then we'd go to the universe to train you to master the transformation. Vegeta's cheeks redden. Obviously he remembers now, but he had forgotten because he was busy competing with Wukong. Did I forgot. Wukong scratches his head. It's not too late. I've secretly applied for you to train at Lord Bilusi's place. Yeah, you see, you're awesome. Let's start now. Wukong transforms immediately. Thanks. Vegeta's reply is brief. You're welcome. We're family. After the three are ready, EC begins absorbing the Super Saiyan aura of the two. After a while, Wukong and Vegeta revert from their transformed states. EC senses the power within him. Lord Bilusi, sorry to keep you waiting. Seeing EC now infinitely close to 90% of his own power, Bilusi reveals a satisfied expression. It's fine, come. Bilusi beckons with his finger. Seeing this, EC shows no mercy. He unleashes a massive energy explosion. The intense energy impact pushes Bilusi back considerably. The people below witness this with joy, for they see a being on the verge of surpassing a god. Cheers and applause erupt everywhere. Sensing EC's power, Bilusi regains his composure. Not bad. You have the qualifications to become a candidate god of destruction, but you still need special training. With that, Bilusi becomes serious. I told you. I have fought 11 gods of destruction. Purple energy appears in Bilusi's hands. Destruction. Seeing the two destructive energies merge into one, EC is overwhelmed by unprecedented pressure. If he catches it, he becomes a candidate god of destruction. If not, he won't die, but will at most be severely injured. Opportunities are earned through struggle. EC's aura surges again. Veins bulge, and his eyes glow red as he catches the destructive energy. Blood begins to ooze from EC's skin. However, due to his thick red fur, the onlookers do not notice at first. It is only when blood drips into the sea that they realize the immense pressure EC is enduring. Finally, when the destructive energy had nearly claimed half of EC's life, he compresses it and returns it to Lucy. Yet the energy does not harm Lucy in the slightest. I am very satisfied, but this is where it ends. Under Lucy's full-powered assault, EC falls unconscious. Lucy grabs his clothes. Wacy, truly worthy of a master and disciple of many years. The moment Lucy speaks, Wacy understands immediately. With a gentle tap of his staff, EC's body is restored. He will need to rest for a few days, Taisai. Okay, thank you, Wacy. Taisai then asks Vegeta to carry EC to rest while she prepares some nourishments. Before leaving, she says, Bulma, please look after Lord Lucy well. Don't worry, sister. I am Taisai. Today EC is temporarily unconscious, so I will preside over today's affairs. After EC's battle with Lucy, the scene returned to calm. The others marveled at EC's cultivation, but they had even more respect for Lucy. Especially Wukong and Vegeta, upon learning they could go to the realm of the gods of destruction for training, began to fawn over him frantically. Vegeta even brought out his exclusive delicacy, instant noodles. The two, who had never tasted such a thing, were filled with novelty. Burma prepared several truckloads of ingredients for them along with Earth's unique snacks. I am truly grateful to you, Burma, Wacy said, looking at the abundant supplies, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Wacy, don't mention it. Come and get more when you've finished. There's plenty at home, Burma said with a wave of her hand. Haha, then I'll take you up on that. Wacy's staff gently tapped the ground, and the neatly arranged items vanished. Afterwards, Burma took Wacy to sample various delicacies. Lucy, meanwhile, was dealing with Wukong and Vegeta. Lord Lucy, how powerful are you really? Defeating you would take only 1/10 of my strength. Lucy, drinking water, replied. Then how strong is the Super Saiyan God? Wukong asked Lucy with curiosity, while Vegeta pricked up his ears to listen. Super Saiyan God. I actually forgot about that while fighting EC. Lucy jumped up from his seat. Vegeta, I heard the Dragon Balls are here with you. Lucy looked at Vegeta. Yes, I collected them especially for Burma's birthday. Oh, you are so thoughtful. May I borrow them? Of course, I'll go get them, Vegeta said, and immediately went over retrieving the Dragon Balls that were the grand prize. Come forth, Shenlong. Come and grant my wish. Vegeta arranged the Dragon Balls, and then the sky turned dark. A green Shenlong appeared. State your wish, and I can grant any wish. Shenlong looked down from above at Vegeta. Lord Lucy, you may ask now. Vegeta's words reached Shenlong. Wait, Lord Lucy. Shenlong's face turned panicked, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Upon seeing Lucy, he said, I am truly sorry, Lord Lucy, for speaking to you from such a height. I never expected you to grace Earth with your presence. This greatly astonished the onlookers, as it was the first time they had seen Shenlong like this. No more nonsense, summoned the Super Saiyan God at once. Lucy waved his hand, signaling him to stop his nonsense. Well, this humble god finds it very difficult to do. Summoning him immediately is very hard for this dragon. Shenlong stammered, it's over, my image is ruined. What's going on? Wukong asked. Lucy, on the other hand, was grinding his teeth. Was his prophecy going to fail again? He couldn't save face. So he stepped forward and said, What did you say? This terrified Shenlong, who frantically retreated, but there was nowhere to go. He hurriedly explained. Lord Lucy, the Super Saiyan God, is a god from Saiyan mythology. He does not exist now, but I can tell you the method of his birth. Lucy stared at him blankly, and Shenlong dared not ask anything else. In the mythological texts of Namek, it is recorded thus: 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts join hands and pour their heart energy into another Saiyan, causing him to transform into the Super Saiyan God. Shenlong's words reached Burma. Vegeta, aren't you the prince of the Saiyans? You don't even know this. Vegeta crossed his arms, looking displeased. TCH. Meanwhile, Wukong was still counting on his fingers, as if checking how many Saiyans were on their side. Shenlong looked at the silent Lucy, his heart trembling with fear. This humble god has already told you the method. May this humble god take his leave now. Whom you may withdraw. Seeing Lucy grant permission, Shenlong was overjoyed but couldn't show it. Then, Lord Lucy, I sincerely look forward to the honor of seeing you again. Cough. Farewell. With that, Shenlong immediately fled. Any longer, and his dragon head would be in danger. Hurry up and start. Lucy said, looking at Wukong and Vegeta. What did Shenlong say? Wukong scratched his head. Everyone around him fell to the ground. How could he forget so soon? What was he counting on his fingers for? Wufan walked over and explained it to him again. However, Bike stepped forward and said, "Since Isi has fainted, we now have exactly 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts. We need one more Saiyan." This effectively filtered out Vegeta automatically. At this moment, Gixie and Rin disagreed. "No, that's not right. Vegeta now has a completely righteous heart." Chi-Chi also stepped forward. "Bike, you shouldn't be prejudiced against people. He is now a good father who takes his family on trips." Seeing everyone speak up for him, Vegeta was happy inside, but didn't show it expressing at all with a single TCH. Alright, let's get started. Ryukon automatically stood in the center position while Lucy watched their performance. Damn it, why does Kakaluot always get to be the main character? Vegeta was very displeased. "Don't say that, Vegeta. If this succeeds, you can be the main character next time." Really? The poor Vegeta believed it. Meanwhile, Lucy opened a pack of snacks and watched their performance, looking very content. "I am Vegeta. They say I'm too tsundere and don't like to talk, so they insisted I come for some practice." After the transmission of heart energy from me, Vegeta, Trunks, Gohan, Goten, and Yida, Kakarot became a Super Saiyan God. After the transformation, Kakarot's hair turned red, his body became leaner, and he was enveloped in a fiery aura like the sun. Moreover, his presence could not be sensed. "Lord Beerus, sorry to keep you waiting." Kakarot clenched his fists, feeling his own power. To be honest, he was really envious. Watching Kakarot, who had just entered the divine realm, Beerus poked him left and right. What a cat, so curious. However, after witnessing Isi's Super Saiyan 4, Beerus felt that his prophecy was wrong regarding Kakarot, who had just entered the divine realm. Clearly, Isi was his real rival. Super Saiyan God was just an appetizer. After enjoying the main course, this could only be a dessert. Well, not bad, about 70 of my power. Goku was just surprised, but didn't retreat. "Then please instruct me, Lord Beerus." Then they saw Beerus bring 2 fingers together and beckon come. Watching Kakarot charge forward, the two fought from the ground to the sky, and from the sky to space. If it weren't for my Vegeta's keen eyesight, this chapter wouldn't be writable. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Kakarot was slightly flustered. Only his face showed reluctance, but the immense pressure also gave him motivation. He voluntarily gave up the Super Saiyan God transformation. But the divine energy had already merged into his body, elevating his power further. He then unleashed a full power Kamehameha, but Beerus just punched it away. "He took my heart energy, and still was so weak." TCH. Watching the falling Kakarot, Vegeta softened. Seizing the opportunity, I caught him in a princess carry. Kakarot looked at me, sorry. "Oomph." Beerus also descended, yawning. "Not bad, but still a little lacking. Prepare yourself today, and come back with me." "Whis." Beerus called out, but no one responded. He looked around, and saw Whis discussing something over there. "Hey, Whis." Yes, Lord Beerus." Whis packed 2 boxed lunches, and immediately came over. "Hey, you two go pack up quickly. We're going back," Beerus said. Kakarot and I packed everything at the speed of 3,000 per second, and under the gaze of our families we headed to the realm of destruction. "Alright everyone, we're leaving. As for Isi, I'll come pick him up in a couple of days." Whis tapped the ground, and a magic circle shot into the sky. After the time of 1 episode of anime, we finally arrived at the realm of destruction. Was it dark purple? I'm not really sure. However, the first thing we encountered upon arriving at the realm of destruction was a fish that could prophesy. Because of this guy, Earth almost got destroyed. "Welcome back, Lord Beerus." Thanks for watching the house. Whis, take care of them for now. I'm going to sleep." Beerus waved his hand and went to sleep. Whis narrowed his eyes, and Vegeta had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after a while Whis came over. "Alright, now that Lord Beerus is fast asleep, change into these, and go change his bed sheets. But be careful, or you might die." Whis raised his index finger and shook it. Looking at the small apron before me, Vegeta fell into deep thought. I gritted my teeth, stomped my foot, and decided not to care. I quickly put on the embarrassing small apron. "Whis, what does wearing this have to do with training?" Vegeta turned to look at Kakarot. "What's the meaning? I put it on and you don't." At this moment Whis laughed. "Goku, this is also part of the rest. You'll understand when you change Lord Beerus's bed sheets." The two of us arrived at the Destruction God's bedroom. Looking at the sleeping Beerus, Kakarot spread his hands. Isn't Whis making things difficult for us? "We came here to train." Before he could finish, Beerus, as if sensing something disturbing him, unleashed a purple spiral sphere without warning. Boom! Looking at the platform that turned into debris, we roughly understood Whis's intention. Earlier Whis had told us to control our aura so as not to disturb Beerus. It must be because our aura was too heavy. If we were careless, we would alert Beerus, and the outcome would be like that platform. The first time we changed the bedsheets, we had no experience, and were severely beaten by the sleeping Beerus. By the time we came out, it was already evening. Seeing Whis approaching, we showed tired smiles. "Whis, haha, you two have worked hard. Changing Lord Beerus's bedsheets is a very troublesome task. Come have something to eat." Whis took out a huge pile from his staff. Seeing this, we couldn't help ourselves, and started eating ravenously. The scene was like huskies feeding. After eating, we were led by the prophecy fish to the resting place. "This is where you'll sleep. Take a look, is there anything you need? We'll prepare it for you tomorrow." Of course there will be a reward. Thank you. We looked around and said we didn't need anything. Exhausted from the first day of training, we lay on the bed and fell asleep. My name is EC. Today I have finally recovered fully. Taking Lord by Lucy's destruction head-on really caused me severe injuries. It took many days before Tais agreed to let me contact Wei Si. She knows my body is fine. Yo Wei Si, long time no see. Long time no see EC. It seems Tais has allowed you to go. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have contacted you. This is a dessert prepared for you and Lord by Lucy. EC took out a red lunchbox. Wei Si was delighted. Haha, thank you EC. Then he tapped his staff and the lunchbox vanished. Tais, Ita, I'm leaving now. I'll come back to see you after some training. EC waved to them. Originally he wanted them to come along, but since Ita didn't want to leave his friends, he left them on Earth for now. Alright, then we'll be off. Goodbye you two. Wei Si waved lightly. Goodbye Wei Si. We broke our promise this time. Apologize to Lord by Lucy for me and treat him to a meal when he has time. Tais bowed to express her apology, and Ita beside her imitated the gesture. Haha, I'll remember that. Wei Si tapped his staff on the ground and light enveloped them. Take care of yourself, EC. Tais watched as EC left with Wei Si. This was the first time they had parted like this since their marriage. Turning to look at Ita mom. Tais's eyes were filled with disapproval, scaring Ita into backing away repeatedly. However, Tais still grabbed his cheek. You little rascal, show some ambition. You actually didn't go? What a great opportunity. During the flight, EC asked some questions. Wei Si, how are Vegeta and the others? Oh, they have been training very hard. Now they can already sense the presence of gods. Wei Si answered with a smile, showing great optimism for these two nominal disciples. So have their tails grown back? Can they transform like me? Unfortunately no. They haven't manifested the appearance described by Tais. It should be due to the differences between universes. According to Tais, you went to another universe through a wormhole. Perhaps the uniqueness of that universe shaped who you are now. Hearing Wei Si's words, EC thought for a moment. Haha, I see. But training under you will surely take them to the next level. Of course I have specially designed a god's trial for them. EC, come over later too. Alright. Then the two chatted idly as they arrived at the realm of the destruction god. Just as they arrived, they encountered the two Saiyan young masters. Welcome back, Wei Si. Yo, how are you doing? Their beautiful outfits were really nice to look at. Hearing EC's words, Vegeta's cheeks flushed slightly, while Wukong laughed loudly to cover his embarrassment. Has Lord by Lucy woken up? Not yet, he is still fast asleep. The prophecy fish answered. Hearing this, Wei Si was delighted. Oh, that's too bad. The dessert Tais specially prepared seems to be something he won't get to enjoy. Oh, Vegeta, Wukong, I have brought EC along. First let him get familiar with the environment, and then we'll clean up together. Yes. The two Saiyan young masters readily agreed. Just you wait, you laughed at us earlier, now you have the same apron too. EC looked at them and laughed. Not bad, not bad. I can see your strength has increased a lot. Have you surpassed me? Your current aura is completely different from back on Earth. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly, while Wukong simply accepted the praise, not paying attention to the rest. We still have a long way to go to reach your level, EC. Also, the Super Saiyan 4 you told us about doesn't work at all. EC glanced at Wei Si, and seeing Wei Si nod, he understood that Wei Si hadn't mentioned his visit to other universes. How you guys chat first? I'm going to check on the dessert Tais prepared. Wei Si finished speaking and walked out, followed by the prophecy fish. Wei Si looked at the following prophecy fish. Huh. Prophecy fish, you're coming too. Seeing it nod, he looked at it again. Since it didn't eat much, it should all be for me, Wei Si thought. Remember not to tell Lord by Lucy. Wei Si added another instruction. While they were eating the dessert, the two Saiyan young masters took EC to clean up. Why, you don't have to do this every day, do you? Changing Lord by Lucy's sheets every day must be really hard on you. EC watched the two Saiyan young masters who were very skilled. Then they cleaned, wiped the fish tank, and mowed the lawn. Seeing the two Saiyan young masters who never did housework being so proficient, EC happily took photos. After the last blade of grass was cut, Wei Si came over. Good work, everyone. Now, let's begin the real training. Then the four of them arrived at a purple track. You need to carry this and run around this planet within the time limit, or you'll fall into another dimension and never return. Then the three of them placed their hands on the stone pillars before them. Oh, by the way, I've given each of you different weights to better train you. Thank you, Wei Si. EC and the other two walked laboriously on the purple track, while the path behind them continuously disappeared. When will this training end? Wait. Vegeta said just one word. It will end after we receive an unconscious strike from Lord by Lucy. Wukong added. Hearing their words, EC adjusted his breathing and took each step with difficulty. After some time, a staff-turned fish tank flew over swiftly. Time is almost up. Wei Si looked at the prophecy fish, lightly tapped his staff, and the three were instantly teleported to Bai Lucy's bedroom. Then they heard Bai Lucy say, "This is too disgusting. I don't want this." Watching the two nervous men, he suddenly sensed something wrong. By the time he realized, Bai Lucy's purple spiral sphere had already struck. Boom. No wonder your strength has grown so fast. Then he gloriously passed out along with the other two. Outside Wei Si heard the sound and cheerfully announced that today's training was over. My name is EC not meaning. Whis' training was in full swing, and our divine realm improved rapidly. Today we finally abandoned the cleaning work because we went back midway and had Bulma develop a special machine for the destruction god realm handling all the sanitation. Of course the sheets still had to be changed. The machine couldn't withstand Beerus. Alright, let's begin today's training. From now on your opponent is me. Hearing Whis' words, the three of us rubbed our fists and eagerly prepared to try. Although we had fought Whis many times, we still couldn't even touch his sleeve. Then during the training he pointed out our flaws one by one. During this period, because we received Whis' training earlier than in the original story, we developed further transformations. Goku and Vegeta completed the transition from Super Saiyan God to Super Saiyan Blue, while EC successfully merged Super Saiyan 4 with the Divine Realm. His form became slender, energy turned inward, hair turned light purple, and his overall strength reached over 80% of Beerus's. Next, in EC's vision, there were still two realms: Super Saiyan 4, Divine Limit, and Super Saiyan 4, Limit Breakthrough. His dream was to surpass Beerus and transcend Whis. As a Saiyan without a system, reaching such strength was already remarkable. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a new threat that might affect Earth's peace was stirring. On a spaceship, Lord Sorbet. What is it? On planet 448, the natives have rebelled and are about to be defeated. What? Are these even Frieza's elite troops, the strongest in the universe? Send reinforcements. Sorbet retorted. But because rebellions are occurring on all planets, very few troops can be dispatched. Hearing his subordinate's words, Sorbet, sitting on his seat, grew furious. Damn it! Can't these blasted natives just work properly? Sorbet's impotent roar drew no support. The bull-headed and pale-faced ones watched coldly, none volunteering to step forward. Enraged, Sorbet shouted, "Then retreat. Order them to withdraw." At that moment, a streak of light, like Whis', appeared, crashing into them and scattering them, though fortunately no one was injured. "Lord Kampa, we have arrived," a female voice said. The newcomer was none other than Beerus's twin brother, the god of destruction of Universe 6, Kampa. That cat had also reached his peak. Two gods of destruction in one family. Yes, just as I thought, Vados. Then why not do it yourself? This was the angel of Universe 6, Whis' sister Vados. Let's talk, hurry up and do it. Kampa said, hands on his hips, directly to Vados. Faced with such a lazy god of destruction, Vados had no choice but to tap her staff into the void. The planet exploded like fireworks. Fortunately, it was a barren planet with no casualties. Missed. As expected, I was wrong, Lord Kampa, Vados teased, looking at Kampa. You knew? Why didn't you say so earlier? Even if I said it, you wouldn't listen. Vados flashed a peculiar smile, infuriating Kampa. Next, with a tap of her staff, Vados took Kampa away from the spot. At the same time, in Earth's hell, Frieza endured unbearable suffering. The tiny sprites that others found cute and adorable were true demons in his eyes. To answer the universe's call, hell had also undergone reforms. No longer the legendary 18 levels of torment, it was replaced by the songs of little sprites. Frieza was now hung like a silkworm cocoon on a nameless tree. Then sprites wrapped in rainbow energy flew over. Everyone, come on, let's begin. The sprite raised its hands, and a group of plush animals began beating drums and playing gongs, dancing before Frieza. Some sprites kept pushing the cocoon, letting Frieza enjoy the thrill of swinging. Swaying back and forth, Frieza wore a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow them all in one gulp. What ill intentions could the sprites have? They just wanted to make Frieza smile, but it turned out to be so difficult. But how could Frieza, trapped like a cocoon, be happy? How would you feel if you were hung from a tree? The sprite's words completely broke Frieza's composure. Oh, get away from me all. What a wretched scream. This was worse than death. Actually, Frieza was already dead. This was a fate worse than the afterlife. Son Goku. Silence. I will make you taste my pain. Why are you so sad? The sprite looked puzzled, unable to understand why such cheerful music wasn't appreciated. It must be the wrong format. Let's do it again. We must make Frieza happy. Come on, everyone, keep playing and dancing. Hell's paradise once again engulfed Frieza. In the destruction god realm, Achu. Goku rubbed his nose. Just as he was about to speak, EC sneezed too, causing Vegeta to quickly distance himself from them. What's wrong with you? Got a cold? You need to be isolated. Then Vegeta, seemingly out of nowhere, produced two masks and tossed them to EC and Goku. Are you overreacting? Where are we? This is the destruction god realm, one of the best places in the universe. There can't be any viruses. We don't need any protection. EC waved his hand grandly, but Goku sneezed again, then looked at the mask in his hand and promptly put it on. Vegeta, you should wear one too, don't get infected. Goku. Seeing the two masked figures, son Goku quickly put on his own mask. It was supposed to be a leisurely time, but those two sneezes made them maintain a safe distance. Goku. Seeing the two masked figures, son Goku quickly put on his own mask. It was supposed to be a leisurely time, but those two sneezes made them maintain a safe distance. I am Frieza. I have been dead for many years and finally the time for my resurrection has come. Sun Wukong. Saiyans. Just wait. The spaceship that was struck by Bajuosi's Express in the universe was under emergency repair. Super tapped his finger on the seat, looking extremely agitated. An irritable voice came from Super. Give me a status report quickly. The Toadstar person immediately stepped forward and spoke tremblingly. Yes, our main force, the 1st and 2nd Brigades, were completely annihilated and half of the 3rd Brigade soldiers are missing. Hearing the Toadstar person's words, Super stood up in fury. Damn it. We haven't even set out yet, and we've already lost nearly 60% of our forces. We can't go on like this. It's too damaging to the army's prestige. Then he made a major decision. At this point there is no other choice but to revive Lord Frieza. Super walked down from his throne with his hands behind his back. It would no longer belong to him from now on, but for the sake of power he had no choice. Let Lord Frieza revive. The fair-faced man and the ox head showed confusion. Yes, revive. Have the Namekian survivors been found? Still not found. Hearing the Toadstar person, Super stroked his chin. Watching Super deep in thought, the fair-faced man couldn't understand why he insisted on reviving Frieza. Lord Super, even if Lord Frieza is revived, can he turn the tide of the war? Taguma, you are truly foolish. The fair-faced man Taguma showed reluctance. Super, as if not seeing it, narrated Frieza's history. Lord Frieza once controlled most of this universe with absolute power. Due to his ruthless and merciless demeanor, the entire universe trembled at the mere mention of his name. Recalling the days when he followed Frieza, he would turn a planet into fireworks out of boredom just to pass the tedious time. If he revives, our army will surely rise again. Then Super called up the star map. Look, if Lord Frieza revives, 70% of the entire universe will be ours. Super began to brainwash the high-ranking officers. Oh, the Red Ox head was delighted. After all, with a larger territory, the power he enjoyed naturally increased. But Taguma was different. The key is, can it really be achieved? Seeing the doubt, Super immediately flew into a rage. Are you doubting me? I ask you, after Lord Frieza's death, who has been supporting the Frieza army? The ox head and fair-faced man immediately responded. It is Lord Super. This made Super very pleased. It seemed that no matter how things changed, he would be second only to one person and above all others. Super spread his arms and said confidently, that's right, it is I, Super. It is precisely because of my judgment and my strategies. So don't worry, this plan is foolproof. Lord Frieza will surely agree. Then Super opened his eyes. All right, now set off for Earth immediately. This decision startled the fair-faced man and the ox head. Earth? Isn't that the most dangerous place in the universe? The woman who can find the Dragon Balls, isn't she also on the same side as the Saiyans who defeated Frieza? Super turned to the fair-faced man and said firmly, this is not the time to worry about that. Since we can't find the Namekians, we have no choice but to take the risk and go to Earth. Then, sensing the concerns of the high-ranking officers, he ordered his subordinates to play the surveillance footage from the spy. Then somewhere on Earth, Pilaf and his gang appeared. This villain, who had survived since the first part, had become younger for some unknown reason. At this moment, they did not know they were being watched. They happily held the Dragon Balls in their hands, unaware that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. It seems that woman is not the only one who can find the Dragon Balls. Taguma, come with me to Earth immediately. Super's voice brooked no argument. The fair-faced man immediately agreed. The ox head, not to be outdone, said, Lord Super, let me follow you too. How could he not get a piece of such credit? Otherwise he would be marginalized. But he was immediately rejected by Super. No, the Saiyans on Earth can sense enormous battle power even without Scouter. The more people go, the easier it is to be discovered. Although unwilling, he had no choice but to accept the result. Apologies, please forgive my recklessness. The fair-faced man, though not looking like a good person, was quite decent to the ox head with whom he had fought for a long time. Then how about letting me and Zasami go to Earth? Lord Super staying behind would be safer, Taguma suggested. Upon hearing this, Super immediately refused. If all the experts left, how could he unarmed defend against a sneak attack? He then declined with a righteous tone. How could I wait here? I will revive Lord Frieza with my own hands. Then Super led the team to Earth. In the realm of the god of destruction, the second young master of Saiyans and EC were constantly sparring. At this time, Balisu also woke up, looking very satisfied with the progress of the three. Under the sun umbrella, he leisurely drank his beverage. Hey Wasi, send them to that place. Oh Lord Balisu, although they can already enter, I feel it's better to wait a couple of days to consolidate. Hurry up. I'm annoyed by the constant banging and clattering here all day, I can't even sleep well. Wasi had no choice but to take out his staff. Stop. Hearing Wasi's words, the three young Saiyans stopped. Next, I will send you to another place to cultivate. Meditate by yourselves, it will be of great benefit to you. Before the three young Saiyans could answer, Wasi pointed his staff, and the three were sucked into a red light. I am Piccolo, currently the nanny of the Sun family. Now I'm watching little Pan in the baby basket, and I still haven't figured out why Gohan would trust me with her. Could it be? Wah wah wah. Seeing Pan cry, Piccolo immediately went to soothe her. Judging by his skilled posture, it was clear Piccolo had been through this many times. Piccolo's foot gently rocked the baby carriage, and little Pan inside sparkled with starlight in her eyes. It must be said, children are indeed treasures. Piccolo looked around, and seeing no one, he felt relieved. Making a funny face now. Huh. Pan's melodious voice reached Piccolo's ears. Is it fun? Piccolo put his hands to his head, making a tiger shape. But this mortifying scene was witnessed by Gohan and Videl. Sorry, Uncle Piccolo, we're back late. Piccolo gave an awkward smile. Oh, it's Gohan. You're back quite early. Piccolo's reply made Gohan pause, unsure what to say. At that moment, Videl picked up little Pan. Mommy's back, little Pan is so good. Uncle Piccolo is the best at soothing children. Videl's words made Piccolo blush. Watching Videl carry Pan away, Piccolo took a deep breath. Suddenly, he sensed something. Uncle Piccolo, what's wrong? Gohan, who had long neglected his training, was carrying things over, and asked, Don't you feel it? That direction, an evil energy. Piccolo's words made Gohan pause, then turn serious. Indeed, there was something. What is it? Both were puzzled, but they decided to go and investigate. Let us go to the source of the evil aura. Almost there, it must be here. The speaker was Pilaf, staring at the Dragon Balls on a stone pedestal. The three laughed, their hardships finally paying off. This time, without the interference of the Dragon team, they had overcome all obstacles and gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Earth would soon be under their rule. Just as they were daydreaming, footsteps and voices came from behind. Not so fast. Hand over the Dragon Balls to me. The speaker was Sorbet. Their arrival immediately drew the hostility of Pilaf and his gang. Huh, who are you? Don't underestimate us. The dogman drew his sword, and Shu pulled out his gun. Pilaf shielded the Dragon Balls. They were his hope. But Sorbet fired a light sphere from his finger, which struck the stone wall behind with a bang, sending up smoke. Pilaf turned his head. Whoa! The three huddled together in fear. Seeing their fright, Sorbet revealed a meaningful smile. I need you to do me a favor. Pilaf instantly understood what Sorbet wanted and immediately refused. I'm not asking for your opinion. Sorbet cackled. Pilaf and his gang had no choice but to agree to this dirty deal. Afterward, Pilaf and his gang were taken to an open space where they placed the Dragon Balls, crying as they did so. We finally gathered them. Shu looked at the Dragon Balls. I don't want this. They're ours. This drew glances from Pilaf and Mai, who immediately began to persuade her. Shu, don't be stubborn. Yeah, those guys are clearly not to be trifled with. Their dawdling earned Sorbet's displeasure. Hurry up. The three were startled and immediately prepared. Pilaf looked at the Dragon Ball in his hand, feeling humiliated, but after glancing at his companions, he chose to obey. Come forth, Shenron. Grant my wish. As Pilaf finished speaking, the sky darkened. Sorbet and Tagoma grew excited. Their mission was about to be accomplished. Then the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light, which was felt by the distant warriors. The sky suddenly darkened. It's Shenron's appearance. With that, their bodies were enveloped in energy as they prepared to investigate. Seeing the green dragon emerge, Sorbet was ecstatic. This is Shenron. Shenron's red eyes scanned the surroundings. Lord Beerus was not around. His presence instantly soared. Come, state your wish. Any wish can be granted. Pilaf and his gang had been shoved into a corner, shouting in panic. Anything, just don't kill us. Sorbet thought for a moment. There were also the Namekian Dragon Balls. If used well, they might find Namek, and at worst they could harvest once a year. But you might still have some use. At that moment, Tagoma quickly reminded him that he had just received word of several powerful energy signatures approaching. Lord Sorbet hurried. All right. Sorbet stepped before Shenron. Seeing the dragon for the first time, he was nervous, afraid of offending it, and having his wish denied. Then he steeled himself and shouted, Then I say, let Lord Frieza be revived. This wish made everyone around tense except Pilaf's gang, who looked puzzled. Lord Frieza. Sorbet saw Shenron silent for a long time and questioned, Didn't you say any wish could be granted? Shenron looked at this foolish alien, but bound by the rules, he explained, It's not impossible, but his body was shattered into pieces long ago and can never be restored. Even if the soul is recalled, it would be meaningless. I see. That's a problem. Sorbet stroked his chin, thinking deeply. At that moment, Tagoma coolly walked over. Even if it's fragments, it doesn't matter. If we use the army's latest regeneration device, we might be able to revive him. Sorbet thought for a moment. Right, with Lord Frieza's ability, it's definitely possible. Hey, fragments are fine. Resurrect him now. Still recovering from the Beerus incident, Shenron decided to intimidate him. You're far too disrespectful to a dragon. Then he startled Sorbet, who immediately begged, Please let Lord Frieza be revived. Wow, Shenron felt he finally had some satisfaction. No choice, fine. With a flash of red in his eyes, Frieza's shattered body fell before everyone. Shenron looked at the stunned duo, inwardly mocking them as country bumpkins. Now you may state your other 2 wishes. 2 more. Sorbet was puzzled. That's right. When the Earth's god changed, I also upgraded. Now I can grant 3 wishes. Hurry up. While the two were pondering whether to resurrect Lord Frieza's father, Mai stepped forward. I want 1,000,000. Seeing Mai say that, Shu immediately demanded the best ice cream along with a cold pack. And thus 3 wishes were fulfilled. Your wishes have been granted. Farewell. Shinran vanished into particles of light. Having 2 wishes wasted like that, Sorbet was furious, but upon hearing Tagoma's words he immediately began collecting Frieza's body. Thank you for your help, but we will surely return. With that, Sorbet and his crew entered the spaceship. Pilaf and his gang breathed a sigh of relief. However, all of this was observed by a creature from outer space. After the Earth warriors arrived, Suabayer and his gang had already fled Earth. I have a bad feeling, Baika said gravely, as the premonitions of the powerful often come true. Inside the spaceship, Fu Lisa's shattered body was placed into a glass container. As time passed, Fu Lisa gradually merged together, eventually forming his original shape. Watching Fu Lisa's astonishing vitality, Suabayer and his gang were terrified. What incredible vitality! Then Fu Lisa's eyes opened. The entire spaceship trembled and detectors shattered all over the floor. Bang! The container broke, green liquid spilled everywhere. Fu Lisa removed his mask, stepped out, and looked around. No one dared to speak. At this moment, Suabayer flattered, "Welcome back, great King Fu Lisa." Hearing the voice, Fu Lisa turned his head. "Oh, who are you?" Suabayer thought, "I have served the Fu Lisa force tremblingly for decades, yet Fu Lisa didn't even remember my name." But recalling Fu Lisa's coldness, he began to introduce himself. "I am Suabayer, formerly a staff officer in the 3rd Star region." Fu Lisa said, No wonder you look familiar. I was the temporary proxy of Lord Fu Lisa commanding the entire army." Fu Lisa squinted. "So it's you," without any other words. Ho, good, it seems I'm truly resurrected." Seeing Fu Lisa's delighted expression, Suabayer immediately introduced the latest technology and mentioned the difficulties of resurrecting Fu Lisa, including the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Fu Lisa fell into thought. The magical orbs of the Na Mei Kuxing people. Yes, this time it was Taguma and I who went to Earth and used the Dragon Balls there to resurrect you. Suabayer casually introduced his capable assistant, which made Shisami on the side unhappy, since he had only hard work. "I am Taguma, honored to participate in this mission to revive you, my lord." The bullhead stepped forward and introduced himself to avoid being marginalized. "I am Shisami, King Fu Lisa." Although somewhat displeased, Suabayer still said uniformly, "These two are excellent warriors comparable to Duo Liya, and Sabo." Fu Lisa made a sound Hearing those 2 names, he already looked down on them, but thinking about how long it took to resurrect him, he became somewhat annoyed. "You have all worked hard, but I must say you really took your time before resurrecting me." Fu Lisa looked at them with a cold gaze, understanding clearly what they wanted to do. Simply usurping the throne. Listening to Suabayer's explanation, Fu Lisa thought of his experiences in hell, and said resentfully, "I waited very painfully. In that damn place called Earth's Hell." Suabayer didn't understand, he didn't know what hell was, but it didn't matter. Time was not far off. "It's really great that you're back, Lord Fu Lisa." Hearing Suabayer's words, Fu Lisa snorted coldly, his words filled with a smile. "In the end, it's because I wasn't here, and you couldn't do anything right, so you resurrected me, right?" This startled Suabayer. No, absolutely not." Then he hurriedly began to explain. "What about my father?" Seeing that Fu Lisa had calmed down, Suabayer breathed a sigh of relief. "This time we only revived you. Your father will have to wait for the next time. Oh, we will do our best." Fu Lisa said, "It's fine that he hasn't been revived yet. After all, he always thinks he's so great." Suabayer was stunned by Fu Lisa's words. Truly a loving father and filial son. Okay, I understand, my lord." Suabayer almost didn't know what to do. Why had they resurrected such a troublesome ancestor? He might as well have revived Ku Erda first. In hell, Fu Lisa had suffered many grievances. Wanting to vent, he thrust his hand forward, and a random lackey he didn't like died instantly. "I haven't practiced in a long time, my skills are a bit rusty." Fu Lisa looked at the air he had struck. "As for revenge, it will probably take a long time." Fu Lisa's words always broke Suabayer's composure. "Can't you lead us to become the universe's overlords again? Can't you just enjoy life? Can't you avoid provoking those Saiyan?" He asked cautiously, "Do you want revenge?" Fu Lisa was very certain. "Of course I want revenge. If I don't kill those 2 Chao Ji Saiyan who caused me so much suffering and pain, how can I swallow this anger?" But Taguma disagreed. "You are absolutely right, my lord, but I think it's wise not to provoke them. We should act as before." This displeased Fu Lisa. He pointed his finger, and a red glimmer attached to Taguma's body. Amid the bewildered gazes of the others, Taguma spun with Fu Lisa's arm and finally slammed into the wall. Seeing Fu Lisa's stern expression, bang. Taguma was severely injured, then drifted into space and immediately sought help. "Lord Sagura." Taguma. Perhaps Taguma was his illegitimate son, Suabayer cried out in agony. At that moment, the spaceship's alarm sounded, indicating damage. A hole appeared in the spaceship in space, and everyone knew what would happen. Many henchmen were sucked into space. Activate the shield quickly. Then reminded by Suabayer, who was holding onto a pillar, the operator finally reacted, and then collected the space debris that had just been sucked in. After everything returned to its original state, Frieza glared at the chaotic army, somewhat irritated. During the time I was away, my Frieza force has become so pitifully weak. Sorbet, about to defend himself, was silenced by a single gesture from Frieza. The supreme Frieza force in the universe, now afraid of a few Saiyans. Unbelievable. Lord Frieza, but that Saiyan named Goku has become even more. Watching Sorbet stammer, Frieza fumed. Is this the caliber of my temporary spokesperson? What are you trying to say? That he has grown even stronger? Lord Frieza, how should I put this? Sorbet believed Frieza stood no chance against Goku now. Going against him would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Ho ho ho, I had already anticipated this. But all I need to do is become stronger than him, isn't that right? Frieza was brimming with confidence. But that guy also defeated Majin Buu. We haven't gathered data on that yet. Sorbet felt helpless, regretting not going independent sooner. Frieza found this incredible, his tail lashing against the spaceship with a sharp crack. Sorbet recoiled in terror, full of remorse. Majin Buu. My father once warned me never to fight Beerus the Destroyer or Majin Buu. Is that the same Buu? Sorbet, trembling with fear of being executed, spoke cautiously. Why, yes, my lord. Oh, I didn't expect him to be that formidable. But don't you think that makes things more interesting? Sorbet was astounded that such a powerful Saiyan was merely interesting to Frieza. Of course, everyone is a genius these days. I never trained before because there was no need. But what if I start training now? Frieza's words gave Sorbet a glimmer of hope. Watching Frieza's body radiate a purple-red aura, Sorbet felt immense pressure. Lord Frieza, what about our territories? Territories? No matter. Now that I'm back, they will all be mine again. Once I unlock all my latent power through training, I will become even stronger. Frieza spread his arms, savoring the joy of resurrection. Will that make you stronger than them? Sorbet asked, gazing up at the floating Frieza. Of course. My prediction is clear: 4 months. I only need 4 months, and my battle power will reach a terrifying level. Frieza laughed, his aura crackling with lightning, betraying his turbulent mood. After calming his fury, Frieza turned to the group. You there? Yes, the pale-faced one. You'll be my training partner. A once peaceful planet was about to have its tranquility shattered by Frieza's arrival. Are you ready? Tagoma swallowed hard. Already, Lord Frieza. Hearing this, Frieza smiled. Ho ho ho, then let's begin. Frieza vanished, reappearing before Tagoma and driving a punch into his stomach. Bam! Tagoma's body curled like a bow as he was sent flying. Frieza shook his hand. That won't do. Tagoma emerged from the rubble only to be met with a storm of attacks from Frieza, as if all the fury of hell was being unleashed upon him. A heavy punch sent Tagoma staggering to the ground. Frieza frowned at the unconscious Tagoma. Wake him up. I haven't stopped, how dare he rest. A team of medics administered a special energy injection. As soon as Tagoma awoke, they fled, desperate to avoid being drawn into the training. Thus Frieza vented his rage while unlocking his potential, and Tagoma, the training partner, made considerable progress, but also harbored deep resentment toward Commander Sorbet for putting him through such torment. This one-sided beatdown lasted 4 months. Over that time, Tagoma's psyche became twisted. Each day of Frieza's brutal attacks deepened his hatred for his colleagues. The dreadful sound of Frieza's laughter echoed, and Tagoma couldn't help but shiver. Every passing day intensified his fear of Frieza. Lord Frieza. Mr. Tagoma, come. Today is the last day. Stay sharp. Yes, Lord Frieza. Seeing Tagoma stand at attention, Frieza smiled with satisfaction. Once I defeat the Saiyans, this one will make an excellent henchman. They clashed again, but this time Tagoma could occasionally retaliate, which excited Frieza. He began to imagine Tagoma as his rival Goku. With a heavy blow, Tagoma's arm was dislocated. Then Frieza kicked him far away, sensing the surge in his own potential. A storm erupted in the sky with surging energy, forming vortexes that were soon dispersed by Frieza, revealing his true form. He had successfully ascended from Silver Frieza to Golden Frieza. Goku, wait for me. Frieza's voice, seemingly calm, resounded across the entire planet. As Frieza left the planet and entered space, he unleashed a planetary destruction sphere. Watching the nameless planet annihilate, he felt his humiliation vanish with the explosion. After finishing his training, Frieza assembled his army. An enormous spaceship took off from the space station. Lord Frieza, the ship will arrive on Earth in 1 day. Oh, I see. Then Frieza waved his hand. His subordinates immediately retreated, afraid that if Frieza became displeased, they would be finished. Saiyans son Goku, prepare to welcome your king. Frieza finished his red wine in his seat. As red light continuously emanated from his hand, the cup dissolved into nothingness. On the other side, the universe was thrown into turmoil by Frieza's resurrection. Upon learning that Frieza was preparing to seek revenge on Earth, the Galactic Patrol dispatched Jaco to Earth to deliver a warning. A blue streak shot across the cosmos. Jaco piloted his spaceship into Bulma's courtyard, where 3 children stared at the ship with great curiosity. After the hatch opened, Jaco emerged. Hey, is this Tights' house? Yeah. What do you want with my mom? Ida put his hands on his hips, his tone somewhat cute and naive. But don't be fooled by his appearance. He had completely turned into a brat. What? Your mom? Tights has a son. Jaco's tone was filled with sorrow. Yeah, but that's none of your business. Ida was certain that this person had ill intentions. How, what a pity. What? Nothing. Anyway, this is urgent. Go get her out here quickly. Jaco seemed to remember something, his tone taking on a commanding quality. Goten, standing nearby, was puzzled. He had never seen this person before, so why was he speaking so assertively? Is this a friend of Aunt Tights or Aunt Bulma? Ida and Trunks laughed. Ida spread his hands and said, don't joke around. Mom doesn't have any friends who wear skin-tight suits all over. Hey, this isn't a skin-tight suit. It's my skin. Jaco patted his calf. Huh. The 3 children were startled. They whispered among themselves, looking at Jaco, who wore only a chest armor. He's just a tramp who can't even afford clothes. Maybe we should give him something and send him off. No way. I think his spaceship is worth a lot. How about we sell him some stuff at a high price? That way Goten can afford toys. His mask looks pretty cool. Goten pointed with his little finger. Ida thought for a moment. Then let's trade with him and sell some stuff on the side. How about that? Okay. After they agreed, where did you get that mask? How much? This made Jaco furious. This is my face, not a mask. He pressed his hands against it. Huh. The 3 children then revealed meaningful smiles. Jaco looked at them with confusion. Then they treated him like a toy. How dare you? As he got angry, Goten accidentally pulled off his communicator, mistaking it for his ear. The 3 kids were startled, and it fell off the spaceship. His ear fell off. The 3 kids panicked. They had never encountered such a situation, but they knew they were in for a scolding when they got home. Then Jaco stopped and explained to them. All right, now quickly call Tights or Bulma out here. Ida heard this and said, hey, you're pretty cocky. What's your name? Jaco was waiting for them to ask his name. He immediately struck a pose and introduced himself. I am the one who protects galactic peace, a 1-in-a-million cosmic elite galactic patrolman, Jaco. TCH, so lame. Trunks complained, as if reminded of Gohan's pose. The other 2 kids couldn't be bothered to comment on the awkward stance, so they went to call Tights and Bulma. Yo, isn't that Jaco? Long time no see. Ida and Trunks said Shrimp Shell was looking for us. We were puzzled. Tights and Bulma waved to greet him. Watching the 3 adults chat, the 3 kids exchanged smiles and flew onto Jaco's spaceship. Hey, don't touch the super elite's spaceship. Seeing Jaco's helpless expression, Tights and Bulma laughed. Haha, still just an elite after all this time, Jaco. Oh well. Bulma smoothly intervened. Alright, what brings you here? I heard you're friends with the ones who defeated Frieza. Haha, that's right. 2 people defeated Frieza. One is my brother-in-law Ida, and the other is my friend Son Goku. What do you need? I want to meet the ones who defeated Frieza. Take me to them immediately. I have urgent business. Jaco said quickly. That's not easy. Goku, Vegeta, and my husband have all gone to train at Lord Beerus's place. Tights stroked her chin, thinking. Lord Beerus. Jaco was startled, immediately matching the name with the figure in his mind. No need to make such a big deal. It's the god of destruction, Beerus. Jaco then dismissed it, refusing to believe. That's impossible. Beerus is just a mythical figure to us. Hearing Jaco's words, the 2 women were a bit displeased. Just because you haven't seen him doesn't mean he doesn't exist. Believe it or not. Jaco clasped his hands together. Please let me meet them. Frieza has been resurrected and is now leading his army to Earth. Frieza? Wasn't he cut into pieces? How could he be resurrected? Sis, it's the Dragon Balls. Someone must have wished for Frieza's revival. Bulma was certain, but considering that scoundrel's character, she became uneasy. Exactly, and they used Earth's Dragon Balls. Here's a portrait of him. Jaco pulled it out from behind him. Tights wasn't very familiar with Frieza's appearance, but Bulma knew. The drawing is terrible, and it looks deliberately ugly. But Jaco ignored their complaints and gave them a detailed account of Frieza's situation and the potential danger they faced. The 2 were genuinely frightened by the possible danger. Such a dangerous matter, and you've been dilly-dallying. I'm telling you I'm going to escape. Because I don't want to die yet. As the 3 were talking, the spaceship flew into the swimming pool with the 3 kids on top giggling. You 3 get back to your rooms right now. Tights roared. Seeing the situation was grim, the 3 kids immediately ran toward the house. The next day arrived, and the Earth's Z fighters assembled together. Still no word from Dad and the others. Gohan asked. Bulma shook her head, then once again used the ice cream cake to contact Whis, but there was no response from that side. No choice, we have to go ourselves. Gohan powered up and headed toward Frieza's predetermined landing spot. Piccolo shot a meaningful glance at Bulma. What are you up to? Startled Bulma stepped back repeatedly. Piccolo's face turned grim and he left directly. Those who could join the fight also went. Hey, is this really okay, EC? Tights asked after everyone had left. Don't worry, we'll intervene in time. Earth will need them to protect it in the future. It turned out they had already made contact, but to foster the growth of the next generation, they decided to let Frieza give them a proper workout. Don't worry, we're heading back now. We'll be there in half an hour. I wonder if Gohan and the others can hold out, Goku muttered. Vegeta snorted coldly, but he was still deeply concerned about Earth's safety. Hey, EC, my strawberry sundae. Beerus didn't finish before EC raised a finger to interrupt him. 2 extra portions plus a 3-day trip to the Chinese gourmet restaurant. Hearing this, Beerus had no objections. It's settled then. Whis smiled silently beside him, going along for the easy win. Then everyone set off for Earth. Meanwhile, as Frieza was about to descend upon Earth, the Z-fighters sensed an overwhelming pressure. The Emperor's power-up had indeed increased significantly. We are about to arrive at Earth, Lord Frieza, the communications officer said before scurrying off. By the way, have those Saiyans who defeated me been found? Frieza inquired from his custom egg-shaped seat. Lord Frieza, aside from the Saiyan with the sword, all the others are on Earth. Stepped forward to report. Now Suabayer was in great distress. What good was being second only to one above 10,000? The moment Frieza returned, it all changed completely. He wished he could just start over. Well, never mind that, Frieza said dismissively. His growing power had once again inflated his ego, making him believe he feared nothing except the god of destruction. But Lord Frieza, if that Saiyan is still alive, even if we succeed in revenge, he can still use the Dragon Balls to revive everyone. Reminded Frieza from the front. I've already thought of a countermeasure. Frieza crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on Earth as if pondering something. As the spaceship sped along, Frieza's mood grew more cheerful. Oh ho ho, the sweet revenge is about to begin. Under the watchful eyes of the Z-fighters, Frieza's spaceship successfully landed on Earth. With the successful touchdown, a dense swarm of aliens poured out, clustering together to welcome Frieza's arrival. This is quite a show. Piccolo remarked, glad he didn't have trypophobia. The Z-fighters murmured among themselves, still no word from Goku and the others. But with Bu here, it shouldn't be a big problem. Krillin looked around. Hey, where's Bu? Gohan explained that he was asleep and couldn't be woken up no matter what. So that means it's just the 5 of us. I wonder if the sins of beans we brought from Korin's tower will be enough. The old Master Roshi pulled out a small bag of supplies. By the way, Gohan, how's your cultivation now? Hearing Master Roshi's question, Gohan scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry, but I can barely manage to transform into a Super Saiyan right now. While they were talking, Frieza emerged amid the eager anticipation of the crowd. The aliens automatically parted into 2 rows, creating a spectacular scene. Frieza glanced over and saw the Z-fighters on high alert. Oh, the Namekian and all the other Earth's fighters are here. What are you doing on Earth's? Piccolo roared. Do you even need to ask? For revenge, of course. What's Son Goku and that other Saiyan haven't arrived yet? Frieza was a little puzzled. He had come with such fanfare, yet they weren't here yet. Was this any way to treat Lord Frieza? They'll be here soon. Just wait. Frieza fixed his gaze on someone very familiar. Wasn't it because of him that he had lost? Oh my, it's you. I remember I once killed you. Krillin was extremely nervous. Frieza's words brought back memories of the past, and his fear grew with sweat pouring from his forehead. Seeing his reaction, Frieza laughed. Looks like you were revived with the Dragon Balls too. No matter how many times you come back, I'll kill you every time. That's enough. The Z-fighters dared not attack recklessly. They needed to buy time waiting for Goku, EC, and the others to arrive. What cat got your tongue? Imagine how it would feel if they finally got here only to find their friends slaughtered. They would be devastated. The Z-fighters remained silent, which made Lord Frieza lose interest. Attack, spare no one. Suabayer was adept at reading Frieza's mood. Seeing that his master had run out of trash talk, he immediately gave the order. As the swarm of aliens rushed in like insects, the Z-fighters engaged in battle. But with so many enemies, they were separated, each facing multiple opponents. Fortunately, the fodder aliens were weak, and even old Master Roshi handled them with ease. Krillin, however, struggled a bit. Master Roshi noticed this, fought his way to his disciple, and gave him a few words of encouragement. This helped Krillin overcome his psychological trauma and unleash the strength befitting Earth's strongest human. Frieza watched all this, savoring their final moments of doom. Suabayer watched the Frieza forces' relentless retreat, his heart pounding with panic. On any other planet, it would have been impossible to rout the once formidable Frieza force so swiftly. No need for surprise. The current Frieza force is nothing but a rabble of second-rate warriors. Frieza observed the movements of every Z-fighter. Then his gaze fell upon Wu Fan, a flicker of recognition stirring within him. Oh, where have I seen him before? After a brief search through his memories, he recalled the young Wu Fan from years past, a boy he had once admired. Watching Wu Fan steadily repel the Frieza force, Frieza smiled. Oh, so that's it. He's Sun Wukong's son, grown into a kind-hearted adult just like his father. Frieza felt a pang of nostalgia. He remembered how Sun Wukong had shown him mercy, even when facing such a great villain refusing to kill him. But Frieza abhorred that kind of nature, or rather he despised it in this particular person. He spat contemptuously. Makes me sick. These words sent cold sweat dripping down Suabayer's back. He immediately barked orders, "You idiots, use your brains. Launch a coordinated attack, and make the most of our numerical advantage." His voice buzzed incessantly in Frieza's ears. Frieza flicked him away with a single snap of his fingers, and only the fading sound of Suabayer's wailing could be heard. What a pointless command. Isn't the clown who'll liven up this dull party right here? Frieza's eyes fell on Kulin. At Frieza's command, a swarm of aliens charged at Kulin. Kulin, still untouched by Master Roshi's guidance, dared not advance against the Frieza force. Meanwhile, Frieza's hefty bounty drove the Frieza force toward Kulin. The Z-fighters wanted to help, but they were tightly surrounded by alien soldiers. Seeing Kulin's reluctance to fight, Frieza laughed. Ho ho ho. A clown is still a clown. No improvement after all these years. But if I kill this clown son, Wukong's heart will be torn to shreds by unbearable grief and rage. Yet Frieza forgot that his army was nothing but second-rate warriors now incapable of defeating Kulin. Kulin simply dared not act, paralyzed by fear of Frieza. But now he was surrounded, the mocking laughter growing louder, and then the Frieza force charged. Kulin, you've grown so much over the years. You faced Busan Wukong Vegeta. You fought alongside the greatest. You're far beyond your old self. Don't be afraid. Try to strike and you'll see. Hearing his master's words recalling all his past battles, Kulin finally found his confidence. He handled these second-rate warriors with ease, and in an instant the entire Frieza force squad was routed. This infuriated Frieza. Someone had to take the blame. Just then Suabayer crawled back through the air. You can't even deal with a clown. I never imagined our army had sunk so low. You'll bear full responsibility for this. Terrified, Suabayer immediately called for a strong warrior. Shishi Sammy. A minotaur flew over, his voice deep and reassuring. I have been awaiting your orders. The arrival of a powerful fighter gave Suabayer confidence. Go. Slaughter them all. As you command. Shi Sammy is the strongest warrior in the Frieza force. This greatly displeased Taguma, but Suabayer, walking ahead, failed to notice the meaningful glance. He kept chattering away excitedly. Seeing the enemy's strong fighter step forward, Wu Fan took the lead without hesitation. Everyone stand back. Leave this to me. But his father Baiku was uneasy, knowing his son hadn't trained in a long time. Need a hand? Don't worry. I'm not a child anymore. Baiku felt a warmth of pride. Wu Fan had grown up. He then left them space to fight. Shi Sammy charged first. Wu Fan responded with a ki blast. Despite the storm of attacks, Shi Sammy showed no panic, punching each blast away while steadily closing in on Wu Fan. With a fierce bull rush, he broke through Wu Fan's defenses and attempted a bear hug. Seeing this, Suabayer grew ecstatic. Yes, break his spine. Break his spine. But no matter how hard Shi Sammy strained, Wu Fan remained calm and composed. Looking into Wu Fan's eyes, Shi Sammy froze. He had never seen such a gaze before, and his grip loosened slightly. Yet Shi Sammy remembered his mission and once again matched Wu Fan's strength. Seeing that his words had no effect, Wu Fan decided to knock the man unconscious and let him wait out the battle. But both their plans were shattered. A sudden energy blast struck from behind, Shi Sammy piercing through him and Wu Fan alike. Shi Sammy turned his head and saw his own comrade. Grief surged in his heart. Tataguma, you bastard. He fell to the ground dead. Frieza glanced sideways, amused. He has my style. Suabayer, seeing Shi Sammy dead, started arguing with Taguma. Wu Fan. Baiku caught the falling Wu Fan. No. His heart has stopped beating. I can't feed him the Senzu bean. Kulin held the Senzu helpless. Baiku immediately performed cardiac massage on Wu Fan. When Wu Fan woke, Kulin quickly fed him the bean. Baiku fixed a gaze like death itself upon the attacker. I am Jinyu. After enduring humiliation for so many years, I have finally returned. Seeing Lord Frieza, Jinyu's eyes showed an excited look. This is the one I swore loyalty to. On the battlefield, after receiving Frieza's promise, Tagoma prepared to charge into the fray. He glanced at Sorbet and said, Don't worry, after I kill them all, I'll leave you to guard the gate. Hearing this, Sorbet was furious. You damned bastard, I've nurtured you for so long in vain. Tagoma, indifferent, laughed heartily and arrived at the battlefield. Next I will kill you all. Tagoma was no longer the weakling who followed anyone's orders. He would climb step by step. Only by controlling others could he avoid being controlled. Upon hearing this, and seeing the severely injured Gohan, Piccolo directly punched Tagoma in the face. Bang! But Tagoma felt nothing. Is that all? If that's the extent of your strength, your deaths won't be unjust. Tagoma grabbed Piccolo's arm, and the immense force caused Piccolo great pain. Soon Piccolo's forearm was severed at the root. Seeing this delighted Tagoma. For months of being a punching bag had twisted his mind. Watching the suffering Piccolo, Tagoma prepared to deliver the final blow. Seeing this, Gohan fired a close-range ki blast, sending him flying, and then looked at Piccolo with concern. Uncle Piccolo, I'm fine. Piccolo gritted his teeth and regenerated his arm, but this technique of regrowing limbs consumed a lot of stamina. Tagoma looked at the severed arm in his hand, then at Piccolo, and burst into laughter. Ha ha, how many times can you regenerate? Then he prepared to charge. But a flash of light in the distance caught Tagoma's attention. Swoosh. Bang. A swift movement struck Tagoma's groin. At that moment Tagoma's eyes bulged, his head covered in cold sweat, clutching himself in unbearable pain, collapsing to the ground. He thought even Frieza had never hit that spot. Why was this little thing so cunning? Clang, 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 clang. The strongest warrior Gotenks has arrived. Gotenks looked at Frieza. You're their leader, right? Leave it to me to defeat you. No sooner had he spoken than Gotenks' fusion time expired. Frieza looked at the arrivals with interest, but when they separated his eyes widened. You're also Son Goku's son. And you look familiar. Suddenly he remembered something, his eyes widening. Hey, Tagoma, how long are you going to crawl? Get up and kill them. In the distance Tagoma hadn't yet recovered from the pain. After all, being hit in the groin by a Super Saiyan was a first-time experience. Just then a frog hopped in front of him, scratching at the ground. Tagoma looked closely and said, body swap. To outsiders nothing seemed to happen, but between him and the frog things had changed drastically. The frog was bewildered. Why was it seeing itself from the outside? The new Tagoma stood up laughing. I'm finally revived. Ha 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 ha, I've never felt this good. The new Tagoma spread his arms to embrace the sky. As both sides were puzzled, the new Tagoma flew to Frieza. Long time no see, Lord Frieza. How you don't seem to be Tagoma anymore, Frieza said, looking at the person before him. The new Tagoma spoke while striking a pose. Have you forgotten? I'm Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. Seeing this pose, Frieza was pleasantly surprised. He never expected his captain was still alive. With that pose, you must be from the Ginyu Special Corps. This showed Ginyu's status in Frieza's heart, and the two began reminiscing. Their words were also heard by the Z fighters, who actively discussed the past. Then Ginyu said with great excitement, Lord Frieza, for this moment, I have specially developed a special combat move. He then performed a wide split for Frieza. Frieza looked embarrassed. Never mind the moves, just serve me well. Yes, although I'm not fully adapted to this body, rest assured. Then Ginyu's figure instantly appeared before the Z fighters. Looking at the Z fighters huddled together, Ginyu fell into a brief recollection. Let me, Ginyu, deal with you. With that, Ginyu began to release his aura. Although he was not yet familiar with the body, his control over his energy was far superior to Tagoma's. Seeing the intense energy, the Z fighters looked solemn. Alright, let's begin. Ginyu's heavy voice reached the warrior's ears. Above, Frieza excitedly remarked, I never expected Ginyu to still be alive. What a delightful surprise. If only he could change his personality. By now Ginyu had mostly adapted to his body. He looked at Gohan, Krillin, and the others. I recognize you. You were the kid with Vegeta back then. And you caused me trouble on Namek, I remember. Then, taking advantage of the others' diverted attention, he swiftly moved and punched Tien Shinhan in the stomach. What a... Amid the warriors' exclamations, Ginyu's limbs struck them all down, leaving only Ginyu standing in the center. Above, Frieza offered his praise. Ha ha ha, what luck. I never expected to encounter such a powerful body. After all my hardships, I've finally been rewarded. I'll never let go. I love this body. Ginyu shed tears of emotion. His exaggerated gestures and body language made his boss widen his eyes and complain again. At this moment, Gohan stepped forward. Looks like I have to fight as a Super Saiyan. Well, let me see how much the child from back then has grown. Ginyu said calmly. With a roar, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, drawing everyone's attention. I didn't expect you to hide such power. Why didn't you use it from the start? You've underestimated me too much. Ginyu's voice was slightly angry. What Ginyu didn't know was that Gohan hadn't trained since the Majin Buu incident, unlike Ginyu himself, who had been diligently training even as a frog. It was already impressive that Gohan could still transform into a Super Saiyan. Then let me experience the power of a Super Saiyan. First a Ki blast led the way, then Ginyu charged forward. Gohan knocked the Ki blast away with one hand, and seeing Ginyu coming, he used his longer legs to strike him into temporary unconsciousness. Our match is over. There's no point in continuing. Gohan said this with his back turned to Ginyu, triggering painful memories for Frieza. Before Gohan could finish speaking, Frieza's death beam struck Gohan's shoulder. At that moment, Frieza stepped forward. Saiyans. Greetings, I am Sun Wukong. Frieza arrived with his army seeking revenge. EC told me this was the way to make them regain their martial arts spirit. In truth, we had returned much earlier watching Gohan and the others fight. As long as no fatal blows were struck, we would not intervene. As Frieza's death beams relentlessly pierced Gohan's body, Piccolo's heart felt as if it were being cut by knives. Seeing Frieza about to deliver the final blow to Gohan, Piccolo stepped in front of him. Piccolo once again shielded Gohan from a fatal attack. Though not critically wounded, he was severely injured. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Uncle Piccolo wouldn't be like this. Why did I give up on martial arts? Gohan was filled with regret. Gohan, giving up martial arts for your family is sometimes the right thing to do. Piccolo doesn't want you to be sad. Krillin counseled. Gohan did not listen to memories of being with Uncle Piccolo kept flooding his mind, and an immense power seemed to surge within him. Ho 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 ho, it seems Sun Wukong won't be here anytime soon. Then Lord Frieza allow me to deal with them. Hearing Frieza's words, Jinyu immediately volunteered while making eye-straining poses. Great idea. When Sun Wukong arrives on Earth, if you are all dead, how delightful that scene would be. Frieza rose from his egg-shaped seat. Seeing Gohan's power continuously growing, Frieza felt that Jinyu might no longer be a match for him. He fired another death beam aimed at a fatal strike. At this moment, EC finally allowed Goku to step in. Though Goku didn't understand why EC insisted on making Gohan regain his martial arts spirit, he instinctively felt that returning to martial arts was the best protection for the family. Goku waved his hand, and the death beam veered into the sky. Seeing Sun Wukong suddenly appear, Frieza gritted his teeth in rage. Why couldn't he have waited until everyone was dead? I wanted to see you die in agony. Gohan, seeing his father before him, felt his tense heart relax, and he fell unconscious. Humph, I finally meet you face to face, Sun Wukong. Frieza's voice was heavy, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Sun Wukong. As for why EC and Vegeta did not join the fight, it was because when they returned yesterday, the three of them played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would deal with Frieza first. Goku won against both, and EC beat Vegeta, so now they were in the distance eating snacks with the god of destruction to pass the time. Although he knew it was a combat drill, seeing Gohan and Piccolo on the ground still filled Sun Wukong with anger, for they were his family and friends. The others, seeing Goku's arrival, all felt relieved. With Goku around, no problem was unsolvable. Is this the Saiyan who defeated Lord Frieza before? Sorbo asked Frieza, for this was his first and last time seeing Sun Wukong. Yes, that disgusting face of Sun Wukong. I will never forget it in my lifetime. Frieza spoke with a tone of hatred. Goku gave Frieza a direct look, then turned to his son and said, I'm sorry, Gohan. You did well. Dad, it's my fault. This is the best I could do. If I had persisted in martial arts. And Uncle Piccolo saved me. It's okay, Gohan. Piccolo can be revived with the Dragon Balls of Namek, and I can sense he still has breath. I'll use Senza Beans. Then he quickly vanished from the battlefield with Gohan and Piccolo. How did he? Seeing the three suddenly disappear, Sorbet expressed his confusion. He used the instant transmission of the Yardrations to disappear. Seeing his enemy return, Frieza kindly explained it to him. Sorbo trembled with fright. Did he run away? But Goku instantly returned and slapped him hard across the face. Saiyans, learning this technique is such a bother. I need to go call the troops quickly, Sorbo said and flew away. Frieza scoffed. He had no regard for those rabble. Well, this is a good chance to test my strength. Frieza laughed darkly, his army behind him adding to the oppressive aura. Sun Wukong, I have waited through the long years only for this moment of revenge. What followed was an exchange of trash talk between the two, ultimately ending with Frieza's retreat. But when he thought of the hellish life, he immediately rallied. Sun Wukong, I have finally revived and left that damned hell. Day after day, I was hung like a silkworm in the flower bushes. In that wretched hell, I had to watch dance and parade performances every day. You have no idea how painful it was. As he spoke, Frieza's eyes bloodshot. That's none of my concern. You came to Earth yourself, and that's why you were killed by EC, who was passing through. Frieza could not refute Sun Wukong's words, but he was deeply unwilling to accept it. Shut up. All of this started because of you, Sun Wukong. Let me tell you, as long as you live another day, I will feel uncomfortable. Frieza's sentiment resonated with Jinyu. I feel exactly the same way, Lord Frieza. Ha, Jinyu. You mean the one who swapped bodies with me? Goku's words made EC and Vegeta, who were far away, complain for a long time. Didn't we just discuss this? Have you already forgotten? Now all he does is train, nothing else. Jinyu landed opposite Sun Wukong, about to pour out his feelings and tragic experiences when a distant energy wave obliterated him. My. Frieza was puzzled. Who was that? Captain Jinyu. Seeing the once mighty Jinyu instantly destroyed, Sorbo kept backing away, hoping to find a safe spot. But Goku recognized the energy signature. Hey, EC, why did you have to kill him? Goku, such unstable elements, if they aren't our own, it's best to eliminate them earlier. EC and Vegeta stood not far away. Seeing Jinyu's appearance, they knew that with Goku's nature, he would suffer a loss. So the best course was to kill him outright. A dead man poses no danger. The moment EC emerged, he chuckled. Ho ho ho, you're all out, saving me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Come on, state your name, Saiyan. Frieza glared at EC, his egg-shaped throne shattering beneath him as he crashed to the ground. I've remembered you for a long time. Every time I think of you, I want to kill you. Hello, I'm EC, not meaning. I was once hunted by your Frieza force too, so we're old rivals who never met. EC waved at Frieza. Frieza landed on the ground. Oh, I am Frieza here specifically to take revenge on you two. Are you both coming at me together? Oh, didn't expect to see Vegeta here too. Have you joined their side? Frieza, your revival is perfect because now I have a chance to kill you. Vegeta stared directly at Frieza. Ha, seeking revenge, just like me. Frieza laughed, thinking Vegeta still overestimated himself. No rush, after I finish with Goku and EC, I'll kill you. I'll kill you before they even get the chance. Vegeta crossed his arms. Then Frieza, standing on the ground, casually demonstrated his power, unleashing 3 attacks, whose force was utterly different from before. Frieza, it seems you've grown considerably stronger in this time. In the distance, 3 flashes of light burst, the attacks launched by EC, Goten, and the others. You're right. After my resurrection, I trained like never before, just to fight you all. Even since my birth, I've never pushed myself this hard. Thanks to you, my current power has far surpassed my own imagination. Frieza's tail shattered the ground behind him, reflecting his exhilaration. After listening to Frieza's lengthy speech, EC was the first to applaud. You've indeed grown stronger. But we've grown even stronger. Even if you're a once-in-10,000 years prodigy of the Frost Demon race, we are prodigies of the Warriors Saiyan race. You trained for only 4 months, haven't even consolidated your power, yet came for revenge. Your increased strength has once again made you arrogant, Frieza. Enough talk. It seems I must make you taste my power, Saiyans. Frieza cracked his neck, his energy surging as the ground split apart. He transformed directly into his final form. The overwhelming aura stunned everyone, especially the members of the Frieza force. The weaker ones could not withstand the impact of his pressure. Lord Frieza, what's happening? All the soldiers. Sorbet stood frozen, witnessing the total annihilation of the Frieza force in an instant. This guy just wiped out his own men. EC lowered his protective barrier. Vegeta, it's amazing you've survived under Frieza all this time. He annihilates his own team at the drop of a hat. EC's remark made Vegeta snort. As the smoke cleared, Frieza revealed his true form, putting the Z fighters on high alert. But Goku's compassionate heart was distressed for the slain soldiers. To show off his power, he didn't hesitate to kill his own men. Vegeta, you've really had it tough. Cough. Vegeta felt that spending too much time with EC had corrupted Goku. He was even starting to mock him. On the other side, Frieza, radiating a purple aura, laughed. Sorry to keep you waiting. Come, the preparations for revenge are complete. Goku and the others were stunned by how terrifyingly stronger Frieza had become in just 4 months. They couldn't help asking, it's really astonishing. How did you train? Although EC knew the reason. It was all due to cheating. Could he say it? No. Then, following the order of yesterday's wins and losses, Goku stepped forward first. Yo, I'll rely on you to back me up. Vegeta was very displeased. He was now ranked 3rd and didn't even know if he'd get a chance to fight, but he could still steal the kill. Vegeta then schemed silently. Sun Wukong walked up to Frieza. You're truly an extraordinary fighter. If you weren't naturally evil, you'd be a worthy opponent. This infuriated Frieza. Your words still annoy me. Why don't you transform into a Super Saiyan? Nowadays I don't even need to transform. Sun Wukong released his aura, assuming a combat stance. Roar, you seem very confident. Then let me begin my revenge against you, and then it will be their turn. Frieza was not to be outdone. His aura had to be brighter than his opponent's. The clash of their powers weighed heavily on the Z fighters' hearts, making them doubt whether Sun Wukong could defeat Frieza. Then the two stepped close, leaving only a 10-centimeter gap between them. This posture annoyed Frieza, because in this form he had to look up at Sun Wukong. They struck simultaneously, but each blocked the other's attack. Their coordination was remarkable, but this was merely a warm-up, not the real battle. Then they pulled apart. Energy blasts were fired recklessly, and Goku did the same. The collisions created thick smoke. Before it cleared, the two charged forward, and the fist-to-fist clash began. Boom. The immense energy vibrations created shock waves. The collision exhilarated Sun Wukong. Frieza. Seeing Goku's fierce determination, Frieza responded in kind. This time he would kill him. They collided again on the ground, causing the earth itself to buckle under the pressure. A small part of the planet self-destructed, forcing them to rise into the air. Sun Wukong, I actually feel a bit of gratitude toward you. For the first time in my life, I pushed myself so hard because my desire for revenge against you surpassed everything else. Thanks to you, I've seen a different scenery. Sun Wukong initially thought Frieza might have reformed upon hearing his words, so he let his guard down slightly. But Frieza suddenly hurled him away. Fortunately, Goku's agility allowed him to land safely. Then Frieza's face twisted. But do you have any idea what I was feeling? What it was like for me, the great Frieza, to put in such effort? How much humiliation I endured? I ask you, do you understand? Let's talk, just fight. No matter if it's the audience or the readers, everyone thinks we're too slow. An entire chapter is just nonsense. Sun Wukong's voice reached Frieza's ears. Frieza calmed down and became polite. Dear Sun Wukong, with gratitude overflowing, I can only express my thanks by killing you. Then Frieza changed tactics. He fired an energy ball that seemed aimed at Sun Wukong, but was actually targeting Krillin nearby. Krillin was utterly powerless to defend. Sun Wukong rushed in front of him to block, but that played into Frieza's scheme. Seizing the opening, Frieza landed an uppercut. As Sun Wukong was sent flying, Frieza grabbed his hair tuft during the moment of control and punched him in the face. Time to die. But Sun Wukong was experienced enough to block Frieza's punch. He then broke free and positioned Frieza for a knee strike. Stung by the pain, Frieza refused to give up. He roared to embolden himself and charged, creating a series of rings in the sky. The Z fighters couldn't even see them. Tien Shinhan said, "They are the top fighters of the universe. We must train harder just to keep up with their pace." Both combatants possessed formidable strength, yet for reasons unknown they were locked in an inexplicable stalemate. As they warmed up in combat, exchanging blows in a turn-based rhythm, the duel resembled a game of attrition. However, Frieza was fond of underhanded tactics. After being struck by Sun Wukong's fist, he immediately launched an energy sphere, replaying the same scenario as before. As the energy sphere hurtled toward Krillin, Sun Wukong roared, "Krillin!" Frieza seized the opportunity and kicked him squarely in the spine, sending him plummeting toward the earth with immense force, raising clouds of dust. EC casually saved Krillin, saying, "Listen, if you have time, get away from here or stand behind us. Frieza loves using your life to torment Sun Wukong to the core." Krillin heeded EC's advice, but worried for Sun Wukong's safety, he positioned himself behind EC and Vegeta. This move was noticed by Master Roshi and Tien Shinhan, who also joined them to prevent Frieza from using them as leverage against Sun Wukong. Seeing Sun Wukong lying on the ground, Frieza dove headfirst toward him. Recovering his composure, Sun Wukong refused to back down, and the two engaged in a headbutt duel. Though this version of Sun Wukong was formidable, he lacked Frieza's cunning. With a slight sidestep, Frieza caught Sun Wukong off balance due to his excessive force and began spinning him around like a windmill. However, Sun Wukong's battle experience was vast. Despite feigning helplessness with loud cries to satisfy Frieza's ego, he suddenly broke free and seized Frieza's tail. This infuriated Frieza, as apart from his father, he had never been grabbed like this. "Hey Frieza, come at me. Don't you dare lay a hand on Krillin and the others." Hahaha, such naive words. Didn't you call me a born villain? Unscrupulousness is the very essence of a villain. Frieza laughed incessantly. Sun Wukong retorted fiercely, "Then don't blame me for rampaging in unrestrained fury. If you can't change your soft-hearted nature, even when enraged." Sun Wukong. Frieza had already seen through Sun Wukong's heart, just like that Namekian. Everything he did was meaningless. But those words reminded Sun Wukong of Piccolo and Gohan. His grip tightened, causing Frieza to feel pain and his expression to shift slightly. "Though I always get excited when facing a strong opponent, this time is different. I am truly nauseated with rage." Sun Wukong's tone was now deadly serious. "Your anger compared to my hatred and fury toward you is as insignificant as a blade of grass, like a mere weed." As he spoke, Frieza gathered a ki blast with one hand. Sun Wukong did the same, and the two clashed directly. The intense shockwave sent them both reeling, while the ki blast from their collision shot in all directions. Seeing the two still warming up, the impatient Vegeta and EC could no longer hold back. "They look like they're going to fight for 3 days and nights. You pick one of the two." Compared to Frieza, Vegeta chose Kakarot. He charged in, separating the two, and attacked Kakarot. "Hey Vegeta, what are you doing?" "Hahaha Vegeta, have you seen my strength and want to serve me again? Then I'll give you a chance." Before Frieza could finish, a fist sent him flying. EC stood directly opposite him. "Frieza, the warm-up is over." "Oh, so it's you who will fight me next. It was you who ambushed me back then, trapping me in that godforsaken place for decades, suffering." As Frieza rambled on, EC instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and punched him. "Is that all? Even without the ambush, you are no match for me." Frieza wiped the blood from his mouth, enraged. "Damn Saiyans, no manners at all. Can't even let a person finish talking." Then his eyes narrowed and he instantly dodged away. "Damn it. Unforgivable. I'll show you my new power." But as he spoke, he saw EC charging a massive attack. Frieza's lips twitched. "Am I not the protagonist? Why do they have to be so ruthless and straightforward?" Thunder roar. EC unleashed his ultimate technique, hitting Frieza head-on. Hearing the commotion, the second Saiyan Prince stopped his own fight and watched Frieza being ravaged within the attack. Sympathy flickered in his eyes. Back in training, EC never dragged out a fight. Every strike was lethal. He would kill outright without pointless chatter. If not for Whis' exceptional skill, neither of us would exist in this story. That's why we're the ones who pad the word count. Seeing EC retract his attack stance, they understood that Frieza was no more. "Hey, EC, that was too sneaky. Frieza was my opponent, and you had Vegeta block me." Sun Wukong raised his hand in protest. "Oomph." Vegeta remained the same, dissatisfied with Kakarot's reluctance to spar with him. "He's still alive. Frieza is still alive. Damn. Eating my ultimate attack for so long, and still breathing. What tenacity." EC was also incredulous. These bastards were truly tenacious. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were equally stunned. Seeing Frieza maimed and broken, EC's rage boiled over. He flung an energy sphere, obliterating the nearby Sobel. Much better. This time Frieza wasted no words. He used the last of his energy to successfully transform into Golden Frieza. According to the Frost Demon race's rules, every successful transformation regenerates limbs. Facing the three opponents, Frieza panted slightly. "Huh. Saiyans, you are as dishonorable as ever. Honor is not meant for someone like you. When you become like us, no longer committing evil acts, then I will treat you equally. EC's words elicited a twitch from Sun Wukong and Vegeta's lips. Frieza saw everything and understood the man's nature. Saiyan, that must be your final transformation. But against me, Golden Frieza, you still fall short. Who will come first? Vegeta stepped forward of his own accord. After 2 rounds had already passed, this was the beginning of the third, and he would not yield. First, Vegeta's entire body blazed with golden light, while bolts of lightning flickered around him. Frieza wore an expression of utter shock, never expecting Vegeta to possess such a transformation. Then amidst the background music, Vegeta was enveloped by a blue orb of light, gradually revealing his true form. The aura around him turned blue, as did his hair, drawing exclamations of awe from the Z-fighters. TCH, still somewhat interesting. The Emperor gritted his teeth, then feigned composure. Don't lie through your teeth, Frieza. Now I am Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. From here on, I'll be the one to take you down. Vegeta was brimming with confidence. Bold words. Frieza vanished in an instant, then threw a punch at Vegeta's head, which Vegeta caught effortlessly. Is sneaking the only trick you have? Vegeta retorted and immediately launched a counterattack. The two fought fiercely, locked in an intense stalemate. Frieza grew irate, thinking he should have simply destroyed Earth from the start instead of wasting time here. Now these Saiyans were each more formidable than the last. The first battle with Goku was a warm-up. The second time, he was ambushed and nearly killed. Why do other sneak attacks work so well on me while mine always get detected? Super Saiyans, Super Saiyan gods, how utterly loathsome. Vegeta, who do you think you are? You were once nothing but an insignificant underling of mine. Now you've gained a little power, and you flaunt it in front of me. Die. Frieza then shook Vegeta off, gathered power in his hand, and struck with a savage blow. His fist, enveloped in golden energy, smashed toward Vegeta. Vegeta refused to back down. Frieza's rage amplified his power, but Vegeta's training had been far more intense than in the original timeline. Their blue and golden energies clashed head-on. The space between them warped and compressed, sending stray energies spraying in all directions. The ground beneath them sank, a layered dust, and thick smoke billowing up. Boom. Both fighters were blasted apart, gasping for breath. Frieza realized that seeking revenge now was a fool's dream. If all of them could transform like this, he would be done for again today. The thought infuriated him. He then made a decision, slowly descending to the ground. But the first step of his plan was thwarted. Oh, Frieza, are you planning to surrender? Foolish Saiyan. I recall you can't survive in a vacuum. Frieza chuckled sinisterly. What? Vegeta and Goku were still puzzled, but EC had already taken action. A pale purple barrier began to envelop the area around them. Frieza, you just want to destroy Earth to achieve your revenge indirectly. How narrow-minded. EC spread his hands. Choose surrender or get ganged up on. Seeing through his scheme, Frieza seethed inwardly, but maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. Oh, the battle-loving Saiyans resort to ganging up now. Do you think a flimsy barrier can stop my attack? EC shrugged, motioning for him to try. The Saiyans are just as arrogant. This strike of mine can pierce through Earth, you know. Then Frieza aimed a palm downward, a red light gathering in his hand. Just as he was about to fire, something unexpected happened. Bang! Frieza was knocked flat by a punch, then lifted and hurled into the sky. EC fired energy blasts non-stop, sending a barrage of boom boom boom. At Frieza. Hey, EC, it's my turn now. Vegeta grumbled, unhappy that his prey had been stolen. Oh, then go ahead. Remember, he wants to blow up Earth. EC stopped his attack. The smoke in the sky cleared, revealing Frieza's disheveled figure. He panted heavily for a long while before regaining his composure. Saiyan EC, I should never have trusted your words. All of them were lies. Frieza's voice started calm, but ended in a roar of fury. Frieza, as long as you don't destroy the planet, we're still friends. EC crossed his arms and spoke with utter calm. Seeing that EC had no intention of continuing, Vegeta jumped in. Hey Frieza, let's keep going. This time it's truly your end. The souls of Saiyans can finally rest in peace. Rest in peace. What a fantasy. Let me tell you. The plan to exterminate the Saiyans was. Just as Frieza was about to finish, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head. Be Beerus-sama. Frieza immediately bowed. Frieza, you're a genius. If you admit defeat, I can grant you a reprieve. Then Beerus rose to his feet. Hearing Beerus's words, Frieza was visibly displeased. Revenge was hopeless today. He could barely handle one opponent, let alone 2 others who were also eyeing him. It seemed he had to resort to a different strategy. Since Beerus-sama says so, how could I disobey? The 3 of you are always together, making it hard for me to take revenge. But the Frost Demon race has one advantage: our lifespan is longer than that of Saiyans. Seeing Frieza ready to concede, EC dispelled the barrier. I admit defeat this time. Once you all die of old age, I'll be sure to have my fun with Earth. Oh, Frieza, you're quite impressive. But you shouldn't have said that while we're still alive. Goku, Vegeta, let's all jump him. At EC's call, the three ganged up on Frieza. Wasn't Frieza quite shrewd before? What's gotten into him today? Beerus-sama, perhaps EC drove him mad. He'll probably need some time to recover. My name is EC. Today I faced Frieza in battle. Unfortunately, he surrendered, which means I'll have far fewer opportunities to mock him in the future. The gang beating of Frieza concluded with Vegeta's final blow. As Frieza lay unconscious, Vegeta, once his former superior, was the most ruthless, showing no mercy at all. What should we do? We can't just leave him here. Goku scratched his head. EC simply picked Frieza up with one arm. Let's go. We're heading back. We'll throw a party in a couple of days, then resume training. Balancing work and rest is important. Vegeta nodded. In that case, we'll keep him at our place. After all, we have plenty of rooms. If he tries anything again, I'll kill him outright. The three of them settled Frieza's fate and went to see Beerus. Lord Beerus, we're planning a party in a couple of days. Would you care to stay here for 2 days? And Master Whis squinted. Oh ho ho, that depends on Lord Beerus's opinion. Whis agreed inwardly, as EC had taken them to the Chinese restaurant, and 3 days weren't even enough to finish sampling the nearby stalls. Oh, you're inviting me as a guest. Then I'll grant you that honor. Beerus picked his teeth as if some barbecue had gotten stuck. The three young Saiyans exchanged smiles and returned home aboard Whis' express vehicle, accompanied by Master Roshi, Krillin, Tien, and the others. Yida, where are you? Come here. As soon as EC entered the house, he called for Yida. I'm here, Dad. I'm in the backyard. Yida rushed over. Dad, what do you need? Here, Yida. Uncle Frieza is exhausted. Take him to the bedroom and let him get a good rest. The two young Saiyans and Beerus stared at EC in bewilderment. Were they not afraid that Frieza might wake up and suddenly attack the child? Okay, but you have to buy me a toy. Hearing Yida's request, EC waved his hand. No problem. Just tell me what you want. If we don't have it here, Uncle Frieza will buy it for you. After all, he's the emperor of the universe. Wow, that's awesome. I'm off then. Little Yida slowly carried Frieza on his back and headed toward the guest room. EC, aren't you afraid Frieza might? Hearing Goku's words, EC waved his hand. Kids are meant to be used. Don't underestimate them. Sometimes they do better than you. Worst case, we can always have another one. This remark made Tights, who had come to greet them, roll her eyes. She picked up a stone and hurled it accurately at EC's head. Bang! And thus the invincible EC was knocked out by his own wife. The others quickly stepped back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, while Beerus's chip fell back into the bag. Whis are Saiyan wives stronger fighters? Hearing Beerus's question, Whis watched as EC was dragged into the house, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Bulma saved the day. Everyone, you've worked hard. There's a lavish dinner prepared in the back. Enjoy. Goku leaped up at the news. The group headed to the backyard. We've invited the chefs from the Chinese restaurant tonight. Let them know if you need anything. Fortunately, plenty of ingredients had been prepared. The two young Saiyans, in a contest of who could eat more, devoured everything. For the last chicken leg, they even transformed into Super Saiyans. This was the decisive battle for supremacy. Seeing the spectacle, everyone burst into laughter. Then another pair of chopsticks joined in. Lord Beerus, don't interfere. This is the first time Goku and I will settle who's better. Goku immediately tried to dissuade Beerus from joining the fray, knowing that no one could outmatch him in a real fight. This round is a draw, Kakarot. Seeing Beerus intervene, Vegeta knew it was another futile struggle. While watching you eat so heartily has made me hungry again. I just asked and there's no more ingredients, so let me have this one, Goku. Hearing Beerus's words, Goku immediately dropped his chopsticks. Sometimes a verbal threat carries immense power. Haha, no need to rush. There are Chinese tea pastries. Then he laid them out neatly. Sipping tea and eating pastries after a meal, life was truly comfortable. Time passed quickly. At the final dinner, everyone was satisfied and went home, agreeing to the party in a few days. Since it wasn't organized by Bulma, there would be no issues. The next day, the king, who had slept for a long time, finally woke up. The sun shone in his eyes, but something felt uncomfortable on his face. His arm seemed to be resting on something. Groggily, Frieza removed the arm from his face and turned to look. Oh! His scream echoed through the entire room. Who would have thought that the mighty Frieza would be terrified by a mask and scream like that? The noise also woke the sleeping Yida. As for why the mask was there, it was all EC's arrangement to give his son a godfather who wouldn't lose face. Then the two of them stared at each other, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Yida took off the mask, revealing a face very similar to EC's. I am Frieza. Tell me, where is this place? Who are you? Frieza looked around the cozy room and realized that this little boy had witnessed his embarrassing moment. Initially, he wanted to silence him, but seeing the boy's face, he decided to ask instead. My name is Yida, and I'm EC's son. Hearing Yida's words, Frieza thought to himself, as I suspected. Good thing I didn't act rashly. Don't tell anyone about what happened today, understand? Frieza spoke to Yida with great solemnity. Got it, Uncle Frieza? I won't tell anyone that you were scared by a mask. Yida nodded. Frieza's face darkened. He picked up Yida and walked out, bumping into EC at the door. Yo, Frieza, you're awake. Frieza tossed Yida to him. Your son. Uncle Frieza, you don't want me anymore. Seeing Yita's pitiful expression and the subtle thread in his eyes, Frieza sighed inwardly, then forced a smile and snatched Yita back. I've thought of a special way to get back at you, Mr. EC. But, as Frieza walked away, Yita turned and gave EC a thumbs up. EC, did Yita leave? Of course. Frieza won't pass up such a good opportunity. Today we'll just tour around Earth. Leave Beerus to Bulma and the others. My name is EC. After presenting Ita to Frieza, I spent 2 joyous days playing. Luckily EC reminded me, or I would have been so captivated as to forget home. Today's party would be personally hosted by EC, who would both cook and serve the guests. As one of the wealthiest individuals in the Dragon Ball world, virtually all ingredients had been prepared. EC greeted the arriving guests. The attendees included Beerus, the god of destruction, and his attendant Whis, as well as Emperor Frieza, who ruled over 70 of the universe. Also present were Sun Wukong, the 4th strongest fighter in the universe, and a good friend and fellow disciple along with his family. Likewise, the Saiyan Prince Vegeta and his family attended. The 2 Kaioshin from the realm of the Kaioshin, along with Earth's god, and his attendant Black, I forget his name, the Earth Martial Arts Grandmaster, and Sun Wukong's mentor Gui, Xianren fellow disciple Kulin, and his family Earth's world champion Sadan, with Bu-O and Go-Z and the Tianjin fan group. Hey, EC, isn't it ready yet? I've been waiting for half an hour. Beerus looked eagerly at the table full of dishes he couldn't yet eat. It's ready. The last dish is served. EC used his chi to lift the lids off all the preserved food. Come on, everyone, taste these special delicacies. Beerus was the first to reach out, his cat-like eyes gleaming. EC, you're quite a good cook, boy. Why didn't you show off your skills in the realm of the god of destruction? Haha, Lord Beerus, I was training back then, wasn't I? Next time, definitely next time. EC laughed it off, thinking to himself that he should visit the realm of the god of destruction less often, or he would end up becoming Beerus's personal chef. Ho ho ho, EC, I never expected you to have such culinary talent. How about I appoint you as the chef of the Frieza force to cook for my army? Frieza, unable to use chopsticks, ate slowly with a fork. Frieza, if you could drop that insidious tone, I'd be much happier. By the way, how has Ita been these 2 days with you? Hearing this, Frieza burst into loud laughter. Ho ho ho, rest assured, I will definitely mold him into a little demon king. Oh, that's good. I've been bothered by his personality. You must teach him to be exactly that way. EC suddenly spoke to Frieza with a serious expression. This left Frieza bewildered. Seeing that EC didn't seem to be lying, he thought to himself, no, I need to change my strategy. I'll teach him to be the opposite of what EC wants. EC, you're overthinking. I'm not going to mold Ita into the way you want. Then, as if to spite him, wherever EC reached with his chopsticks, Frieza would stab with his fork, turning the once fine dish into their battleground. The others were blissfully enjoying every dish. Of course, the 2 young Saiyans couldn't taste any flavor. They wolfed down their food, each at a separate table. Fortunately, EC wasn't cooking for them alone, or he would have been exhausted from cooking before the monsters even got beaten. The gathering lasted from noon until the afternoon. Everyone in the venue was very happy, and no insignificant troublemakers came to disturb the peace. Thank you for the hospitality. We'll be going now. Lord Beerus still has a lot of work unfinished, which is really troublesome. But we'll come pick you up in a couple of days. Spend this time with your family. Whis packed some food and spoke gently to EC and the others. Got it, Whis. I understand. EC heeded his words, but as for what the 2 young Saiyans thought, he couldn't control. Then, seeing Whis and Beerus off into the distance, he began to see off the others. After eating and drinking, why stay if you don't have to? Ho ho ho, EC, I had a great time today. I will definitely turn Ita into the way you want. The last sentence was uttered through gritted teeth. EC patted Frieza on the shoulder. Haha, well, thank you so much, Frieza. Ita, remember to listen to Uncle Frieza. It seemed directed at Frieza, but father and son had already communicated silently. Bye-bye, Dad. Then, Ita took the initiative to hold Frieza's hand. Frieza paused for a moment, didn't pull away, only snorted coldly, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he turned. Uncle Frieza, you smiled, didn't you? No, I didn't. Frieza said sternly. After seeing everyone off, only the family remained. You see, is it really alright to let Frieza take Ita away like this? Buerma asked doubtfully beside him. Vegeta sat on a chair silent, but secretly studying parenting strategies. Buerma, ever since Beerus and Frieza came to Earth, we've been exposed to the major powers of the universe. Right now we're still alive, so our descendants are safe. But we have to consider what will happen after we die. EC said, holding EC in his arms. Though they seemed happy on the surface, they were secretly heartbroken at parting with Ita. But you don't have to let him go with Frieza. We can raise the child well ourselves. Buerma comforted the 2 who were lost in thought. You're overthinking, sister. We just want some time alone as a couple. Since Ita was born, we haven't had such a relaxed moment in a long time. Huh, that's Frieza we're talking about. Buerma was utterly speechless at the couple. Even Vegeta twitched the corner of his mouth. It's precisely because he's Frieza that we're entrusting him to him. Besides, Ita himself isn't so bad. Alright, we're off to enjoy our time alone. Bye-bye. EC and Tais waved at them, got into the car beside them, and drove away. Vegeta, what do you think? Buerma looked at the couple who left as soon as they said it, a hint of envy in her eyes. I wouldn't abandon my son to go on a trip. Vegeta had to be stubborn. Buerma happily hugged Vegeta's arm. I know. Let's call Trunks now. First we'll go to the amusement park. He's been wanting to go for a long time. Yay. Trunks was overjoyed at the news after all, having his dad take him to the amusement park. I am Ida, the strongest second-generation being in the universe. It has been many days since I left mother and father. I wonder if they miss me. I miss them. Akin. Tais, you won't catch a cold, will you? I knew we shouldn't have come to the seaside. No, I've been staring at the sun a bit too long. Do you think Ida misses us? Of course he does. Let him stay out there a little longer. True enough. Without him making trouble, our mood has improved considerably. Unaware of his parents' conversation, Ida continued with his studies for the day. Frieza had truly gone to great lengths for Ida, filling his schedule with lessons from morning till night. Just then the hatch opened. Ida looked up and exclaimed, Uncle Frieza. He was overjoyed, for in this place where he knew no one, Frieza was his only familiar face. Hahaha, what an adorable little brat. Tomorrow I'll take you to visit a planet. Make sure to finish today's lessons beforehand, Frieza said, inspecting Ida's homework while giving instructions. Normally Frieza wouldn't bother with such trivial matters, but the sense of accomplishment from molding his enemy's son into something he despised was unparalleled. Just you wait, Isaac. No problem, Uncle Frieza. I'll start tomorrow's lessons right now. Hearing that Frieza was taking him out, Ida was thrilled since he hadn't left the planet since arriving at Frieza's base. The next day, Ida wore the battle suit Frieza had custom made for him. Spotting Frieza, he ran over shouting, Uncle Frieza, where are we going? Uncle. This startled the Frieza Force soldiers. Soon the child's face was circulated among every soldier in Frieza's army. Let's go. Frieza took Ida's small hand, even abandoning his usual egg-shaped throne. Perhaps he didn't even realize he had formed this habit. Ida skipped along as they walked. Uncle Frieza, where are we going? Ida, listen. When you walk, you must carry yourself with dignity. Not like this. Today we're going to the Star-Stripe planet. The Frieza Force soldiers were stunned by this sight. When had Frieza ever spoken like this? No one knew, but today they had witnessed something extraordinary. Understood, Uncle King Frieza. Then Ida stopped bouncing and walked alongside Frieza with his head held high and full of spirit. Good, Ida. You truly have talent. The Star-Stripe people are arrogant and self-important, thinking they can suppress others just because they have money. These scum of the universe. If they can be reformed, good. If not, eliminate them promptly. Understand? Yes, Uncle Frieza. Then they entered the private hall together. From that day on, all members of the Frieza Force knew of Ida and began gathering information about him, hoping to curry favor. The spaceship traveled swiftly, reaching the Star-Stripe planet in about an hour. King Frieza, we have arrived at the Star-Stripe planet. Very well, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Frieza prepared a small cape for Ida and put it on him, saying solemnly, From today on, you are a member of the Frieza Force. Do not bring shame upon us. Understood, Uncle Frieza. When the hatch opened, soldiers ran out in 2 rows, then waited for Frieza to emerge. The Star-Stripe people. Seeing the spaceship surrounded by a sea of people, Frieza showed a look of displeasure, but quickly masked it. Ida was still a bit frightened. Though he had been to many places, being stared at by so many hostile eyes put immense pressure on him. As Frieza was about to descend, he glanced at Ida, who took a deep breath. Frieza snorted and extended his hand. Come on. Seeing this, Ida immediately took his hand. I'm sorry, Uncle Frieza. Did I embarrass you? Ida, you are still young. But from now on, don't be afraid of anything. You must know that you have many people behind you. Then Frieza briefly explained his situation to Ida. Holding Ida's hand, Frieza approached the Star-Stripe leader. Lead the way. The Star-Stripe leader looked at Frieza with disdain. The so-called emperor of the universe, Frieza, actually babysitting. Could it be that even your own child isn't yours? Ida asked with a puzzled expression. The leader choked on his words. Frieza laughed. My apologies, Mr. Leader. As you just said, he's just a child. Judging by your expression, it seems Ida hit the mark. Don't trouble yourself, King Frieza. Please go ahead. I hope you leave satisfied. As you wish. The group entered the meeting room. Hello, Mr. Frieza. Today we discussed the supply of special energy. Due to resource shortages and the fact that we supply to multiple buyers, there have been interruptions. Please understand. I recall that 70 of the universe's special energy is in your hands. I advise you to be careful and just state your terms. Frieza's tone was light, but Ida, who knew him well, could tell he was angered by this. The Star-Stripe people exchanged glances and burst into laughter, thinking to themselves, what emperor of the universe? Under our might, he's still waiting eagerly. Mr. Frieza, this is easy to resolve. Just pay more. The leader extended 5 fingers. Oh, Mr. Leader, take good care of yourself. I fear I won't be seeing you again soon. Frieza rose immediately. The Star-Stripe people opposite slammed the table, but the leader stopped them. Watching the departing Frieza, he said, What's the rush? Don't be impatient. He'll come begging. Frieza, what is he? Under our ultimate weapon, all shall bow. Outside, Uncle Frieza. Ida, do you want to see fireworks? Fireworks? Father never took me to see them. I want to see what fireworks look like. Alright, today I'll show you their true face. After Frieza's spaceship left the Starstripe planet, it activated a special protective barrier. Frieza took Ida into space and gathered a planet-destroying sphere in his finger. Uncle Frieza. Ida, when you do something, be decisive. He then hurled the sphere. The Starstripe people immediately panicked. Damn, Frieza. Quick, activate the ultimate weapon. But the moment their ultimate weapon touched the sphere, it was annihilated. Watching the fireworks, Ida was deeply shaken. F Frieza, uncle. My. Sensing something wrong, Frieza immediately began to comfort Ida, spending the next few days with him until Ida overcame this hurdle. My name is Ida, the strongest second generation in the universe. After spending N days on planet Frieza, I learned a lot from Uncle Frieza. He always says I'll become someone my parents would be proud of. Isn't that a given? Now that I'm so outstanding, I'll surely spread my name across the entire universe. Ida was thinking this while squatting in the solitary confinement room when the door opened. Young Master Ida, Lord Frieza requests your presence. Ida stood up, stretched, and patted his shoulder. Be earlier next time, you're 2 minutes late today. Yes, young Master Ida. Lord Frieza is in the conference room now. The lobster-like alien finished speaking and led Ida ahead. Arriving before the conference room, Ida used his keen hearing to detect Frieza's anger. After composing himself, he walked in with his head lowered and spoke softly with a grievance. Uncle Frieza. Speak, what exactly happened? How was Planet Cosmos destroyed for no reason? You know it's the place I go to amuse myself when I'm bored. Speaking of this makes me angry. They were too arrogant. Just because they have a Cosmos native serving as a commander of a 50-man squad in our Frieza force, they've become so cocky they think they can reach the realm of the gods of destruction. Ida, you are to become the supreme commander of the Frieza force in the future. A little pride from subordinates sometimes needs to be tolerated. Otherwise, how can I entrust the Frieza force to you? Then let me tell you the full story. The story slowly unfolded from Ida's lips. That day I took the Ida squad that Uncle Frieza gave me to Planet Cosmos. Since we were going for fun, we didn't display the Frieza force insignia. But because of that small matter, we ran into a blind rich scion of a conglomerate. Ho ho ho, so this young master doesn't know the great name of Ida. Frieza looked at him with some interest. I think he's crazy, but he seemed normal. At the time I was playing, and he wasn't looking where he was going, so I bumped into him and knocked him down, his nose crooked. When he got up, he didn't say anything, but then he used a scouter to call me a power level of 5, a weakling. Could I tolerate that? Of course not. I immediately summoned the Ida squad and taught him a lesson. Could he tolerate it? He couldn't either. He told me to wait. After about 10 minutes, the guy called over a dozen people, including various officials from all departments of Planet Cosmos. Kids, see this? My father's power. I tell you, even if you kneel down today, I won't forgive you. No matter what, you're not leaving Planet Cosmos today. The young master pointed at Ida's chest. Hearing his threat, the Ida squad members exchanged bewildered glances. Had they encountered a fool? The entire North Galaxy. How could there be someone who didn't know them? They burst into laughter. Who do you think you are? You think you can prevent us from leaving Planet Cosmos? Your entire Planet Cosmos was developed thanks to our Frieza force, and today you dare threaten us. You've got some nerve. A burly man from the Ida squad slapped him across the face. The burly man's slap twisted the young master's face. He stammered, "How dare you hit me and disfigure me? Don't you know I'm the son of the Prime Minister of Planet Cosmos and the heir of the leading conglomerate?" Hearing this, Ida laughed and pushed aside the Ida squad members blocking his way. You want to compare backgrounds with me? You pathetic piece of trash. When it came to listing his background, the Ida squad members also looked honored. After all, apart from Ida's few brothers, no one could surpass him. Because they stayed close to Ida, they had the privilege of meeting Ida's parents and the true experts of the universe, and they even received guidance from Ida's father, making their strength advance rapidly. What? You little brat dares to curse me. I tell you, my brother is a commander in the Frieza force, personally invited by Lord Frieza himself. Hi, you're bluffing. How come I don't know that Uncle Frieza invited anyone? On that basis, none of you are leaving today. Kid, who do you think you are? Let me tell you, our Planet Cosmos is the strongest. Frieza can only be second. No, not even second. In the trillions of rankings, we Cosmos people stand supreme. Ha, who am I? I was born on Earth. My father is EC, the third strongest in the universe. My mother is the most famous novelist in the universe, Tais, and my uncle-in-law is Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans, the fifth strongest. My uncle is Sun Wukong, the fourth strongest, and my adoptive father Frieza, the ruler of the Frieza force, the god of destruction of Universe 7 Beerus, is my father's senior brother. My grand teacher is the Angel Whis. My great-grand teacher is the Grand Priest. What can you compare with me? After saying this, Ida fired a death beam straight through his thigh, forcing the young master to his knees. EC pinched his chin. Background. You can't beat me. Strength. You can't beat me. Where do you get your confidence? The young master slapped Ida's hand away. Fake, all fake. That's just your one-sided story. Where's the evidence? If there is evidence, it must be fabricated since it's your own people. The rankings are definitely fake. Our planet Cosmos is the strongest. TCH so stubborn. Ida turned and left with his people. There was no need to reason with an idiot. See, they're scared. Everything he said is fake. People of Cosmos attack. I'll tear their flesh off piece by piece. The young master pointed, and the Cosmos people surrounded them. Seeing this, Ida's mouth twitched. Since this was a place Uncle Frieza often visited for fun, I didn't even want to bother with you. You just don't know when to stop. Young Master Ida, let's go. Destroy it. I'm tired. Ida waved his hand. The squad immediately understood and began to act. In a few dozen seconds, all the surrounding people were cleared. Come on. I'll treat you to a fireworks show. It's an honor. Ida and the others boarded a spaceship and flew into space. In his hand, he condensed a giant destruction sphere imbued with lightning, naming it Thunder Destruction Sphere, and hurled it toward Planet Cosmos. This was the second time Ida had watched such a fireworks display, and his mood was different from before. That's how it went. Truly suicidal. Did you root out the entire problem? I take care of things, you can trust me. But your destruction sphere, why did you add lightning? Isn't that the technique I taught you? Seeing Frieza's earnestness, Ida's mouth twitched. Why do you two adults' affairs have to put me, Ida, in a difficult position? The prolonged battle with Frieza finally came to an end, and Earth returned to its peaceful daily life. EC and Vegeta each accompanied their families on trips and outings, while Goku stayed home farming. Yet a new adventure was gradually drawing near. On this day, a streak of light streaked across the universe, carrying a fat cat and his angel as they sped through the cosmos. In the realm of the gods of destruction, the battle was already in full swing. Whis lounged beside them, sipping a drink. The black tea that Tights gave me has a truly exquisite flavor. He then turned his gaze to the three young Saiyans who were clad in weighted training garments. 49,995. 49,996. The three of them performed one-handed push-ups, their entire bodies lifted upward, an advanced variation of the exercise. The three wore bulky suits as they trained relentlessly. Just a piece of clothing, yet it imposes a greater gravitational load than Bulma's latest training chamber. Vegeta, that just means Bulma's invention still has room for improvement. Wouldn't it be great to take this suit back with us? EC counted past 50,000 while scheming to pilfer it. Not bad at all. You three have adapted quite well to the suits. Whis commented while sipping his tea. Just then a streak of light flashed overhead. Moi. He let out a helpless sigh. That old rival was coming again, and this time he had little hope of victory. The three young Saiyans facing the ground did not notice the anomaly at first, until a loud boom. Unable to stabilize themselves, they all crashed to the floor, letting out cries of pain. What's going on? Vegeta demanded. This isn't the time for Lord Beerus to be active either, Goku said, puzzled. Master Whis. Ita also looked at Whis with confusion. After all, so much time had passed that some memories had grown hazy. Really, he always shows up out of the blue. This remark jogged EC's memory, and the past gradually became clear. He thought to himself, so that's when we are. Is someone coming? Goku asked, was looking puzzled. As if sensing the familiar presence, a hole suddenly burst open in Beerus's castle, startling the three young Saiyans. When the smoke cleared, Beerus emerged in his pajamas, gritting his teeth. How many times have I told you? Don't disturb my nap. Beerus snarled at the three, his temper flaring fiercely. The three stared blankly at the enraged Beerus. Lord Beerus couldn't possibly think we did this. As EC spoke, Goku and Vegeta swallowed hard. Then they recalled how in the beginning, unaware of the rules, they had awakened Beerus from his nap and been savagely beaten by him. Even when they gave it their all, they were utterly routed by the furious Beerus. Looks like we've been misunderstood. Vegeta stammered. Then they saw Beerus condense a purple sphere of light. Panic seized the three young Saiyans. Hey. Wait. Let's talk this out. No fighting. Trembling, they struggled to their feet under the doubled gravity of their training suits and quickly scrambled away. But Beerus paid no heed to their explanations. He needed an outlet for his anger and viciously hurled the purple sphere at their feet. Oh. The three were blasted several meters away. Just as they recovered, it's not over yet. Goku's warning came as dozens of purple spheres flew out from the castle. Master Whis. EC's anguished cry echoed across the realm of the gods of destruction. But Whis ignored them. This was merely routine training. Boom. Ugh. The three collapsed again. Whis watched gleefully from the side. Honestly, how did it suddenly get so noisy? The realm had become a lot livelier since their arrival. The three young Saiyans struggled forward amid the erratic bombardment. Let's find cover, quick. Otherwise we'll be dead. Goku's suggestion won agreement from both. If I find out who did this. Vegeta clenched his fists and muttered threats. Watch out. EC's warning came just in time. Boom. Ugh. While chaos reigned here, two gods emerged from another direction. Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and Beerus's twin brother, along with his angel Vados. Kampa coolly stood on a piece of wood with his short legs watching the distant explosions. We could have landed closer more elegantly, you know. Though Vados was stricter with her master than Whis was with his, she sometimes had no choice but to indulge him. After all, the master outranked her. Hey, the main character should make a grand, ostentatious entrance. Kampa then raised a thumb at Beerus's castle before turning it downward in mockery. Look at them panicking. Beerus tremble in anticipation of my arrival. Ha ha ha. Kampa's face twisted into a fierce grin. But ideals are beautiful, reality harsh. Kampa hadn't gone far before he was panting and drenched in sweat. Vados said with a hint of sarcasm, "You're too fat, Lord Kampa. Mind your own business." After resting a bit, he followed Vados onward. Hurry up at this rate, when will we ever get there? Vados urged ahead. Kampa trudged behind her, taking step after step, gasping for air. Walking had become a marathon for him. Finally, after immense effort, Kampa reached the gate of Beerus's castle. He picked up a can of some unknown beverage and drank deeply. Ah, so refreshing. A satisfied smile spread across his face after downing it in one go. Meanwhile, Vados was undercutting him. Sweet drinks must be controlled. Kampa frowned. After all that walking, the calories add up to 0. Positive and negative cancel out. That's just sophistry, Lord Kampa. Then, using her staff, she began checking Kampa's data. That's not true. Only if I skip dinner and tomorrow's breakfast will it balance out. Teasing her master was Vados's only joy. Don't get on my nerves. Don't take these little things so seriously. After resting, Kampa was full of energy. Kampa was somewhat unfortunate to encounter this brother who had a bad temper upon waking. As Kampa gathered his power to break open the door and give Beerus a grand surprise, the unexpected happened. The door burst open from the inside. What's happening? As Kampa was wondering, danger struck. Fortunately, Kampa was agile, leaning backward to narrowly dodge the sudden assault. A figure flew past him simultaneously. After the peril passed, Kampa's face was revealed blackened by soot, while Vados had already activated a protective barrier and drifted to the side. Beerus in the sky looked around, seemingly searching for something. This infuriated Kampa. I came to give you a surprise, not to have you give me a fright. Hey! Kampa yelled toward the sky. But Beerus didn't hear him at all, shouting on his own. EC. Goku Vegeta. Where did you hide? Hey Beerus. Kampa shouted loudly. Hearing the voice, Beerus immediately responded with an attack. So you're here. The violent strike hit Kampa. Ouch, what's this for? Kampa began dodging Beerus's attacks. Seeing Beerus still treating him this way, Kampa grew angry. Hey, what the hell are you up to? The intense sound waves shook the surroundings, and even the 3 Saiyans hiding couldn't help but cover their ears. What's going on? Could it be Beerus-sama's new technique? Or a visitor with a similar but different voice? What? He dares to speak to Beerus-sama like that. He's dead for sure. Son Goku said with slight surprise. The 3 Saiyans were discussing intensely when Beerus was awakened by the roar. He then looked toward the source of the sound. Now Kampa became haughty, turning his head. Humph, is this how you welcome me, Beerus? In his heart, he thought he wouldn't forgive Beerus unless he apologized. Little did he know Beerus didn't follow the usual script. Just awakened, he looked at Kampa. Who are you? Thinking Beerus recognized him, Kampa was smug. But Beerus landed a powerful blow. Who are you? Kampa was left with a puzzled expression. How long had it been? You don't recognize your own brother. Kampa-sama. Vados handed him a towel. Oh. Following his attendant's advice, Kampa wiped his face. It's me, Kampa. Only then did Beerus recognize the visitor. Oh, it's Kampa. What's the matter? Seeing Beerus so forgetful, Kampa was furious and stepped forward to argue. You ask what's the matter? Suddenly firing energy spheres so recklessly, it's too dangerous. I almost lost my life. But Beerus just turned his head and muttered, it'd be better if you lost your life, so you wouldn't come disturb my afternoon nap. What? You bastard, were brothers. The 2 brothers quarreled while the 2 angels watched. The 3 Saiyans slowly approached, wearing puzzled expressions. After they finished arguing and Beerus changed clothes, everyone gathered in the hall. The 2 masters sat at opposite ends. Kampa drank a full glass of juice and revealed a satisfied smile. Who is this guy? Vegeta asked. EC knew a bit, but had forgotten much. After all, the current god of destruction was not to be trifled with, so he said nothing. After Kampa was satisfied, he noticed there were other people present. He turned his head to look, startling the 3. Could the battle extend to them? What about these 3? Are they your disciples? Kampa asked Whis with slight curiosity. Something like that. 3 novices exhausted after 50,000 push-ups. Whis answered truthfully, drawing more attention from Kampa. This guy really resembles Beerus-sama. Vegeta muttered quietly between the 2. Yes, although fat indeed, very similar. The 3 were discussing in low voices when Son Goku, not following the norm, asked directly, who are you? Why do you look like a fat version of Beerus-sama? EC then covered Goku's mouth. Sorry. He apologized first, then said to Goku, when asking about someone, be polite. He released Goku only after seeing him nod. Then they heard Vados' explanation. This is Beerus-sama's twin brother, Kampa-sama. They really are twins. Goku was amazed. God of destruction. There are two gods of destruction. Vegeta was also shocked. Vados then began to share knowledge that was had never mentioned. As the two listened with great interest, Goku suddenly blurted out, "Who is stronger, you or Beerus-sama?" EC pressed his palm to his forehead. "Forget it, hopeless." Mentioning this, Kampa perked up his mouth, twisting humph. Just as Kampa was about to show off his coolness, Vados started undermining him. "Isn't it obvious? Just look at the figure." Kampa was so angry that sweat poured out. "Hey, Vados." Finally, Beerus showed impatience, yawning. "Kampa, why are you here? If it's trivial, I'll blast you into a plane." Kampa revealed a fierce expression. Seeing this, Beerus thought it was something serious and stood up. "Haha, want to know why I'm here? Of course, to make you taste the despair of utter ruin." The three Saiyans thought they were about to fight and showed excited expressions, hoping to learn a move or two from the battle. The situation was bizarre. Everyone present except the two angels fell into a special state. "Vados, bring that out." Kampa suddenly spoke to his attendant. "As you command, Kampa-sama." Vados waved her staff and a special device appeared on the table, drawing expectant looks from everyone. The scene zooms in, revealing Xiang Pa's sly grin, which stirs tension among the crowd. The eerie background music prompts them into contemplation. After the device opened, revealing its contents, "Isn't this just an ordinary egg?" the two Saiyans muttered in confusion. "Not ordinary at all. This is a boiled egg of the newly discovered Dong bird. It's so delicious that it will leave you speechless." Xiang Pa grinned slyly as if he could already see Beerus's defeat. "Moreover, he generously gave us 3 people 2 eggs. Just boiled. That's too simple." EC broke half of the bird egg in his hand and gave it to Vegeta. The two shared one. "Moi. Don't underestimate it. Even the simplest preparation can make its flavor irresistible." Hearing Xiang Pa's words, the remaining people present each took one and tasted it. It tastes quite good, slightly better than Earth's eggs, and its nutritional value is high. But the preparation is too simple, which loses many bonus points. For someone skilled in gourmet food, analyzing food like this is a piece of cake. "Yeah, I feel the same. It's a bit inferior to the tea eggs EC boiled." Sun Wukong spoke truthfully, and Vegeta nodded. Seeing that the 3 present were not on his side, Xiang Pa panicked. This was about his match with Beerus. Impossible, absolutely impossible. There is nothing in the universe more delicious than the boiled egg of the Dong bird. At this moment, Beerus finished eating the bird egg, smacking his lips. "So what are you here for? Why aren't you staying in your own territory?" "What? Today is such an important day, Beerus, and you actually forgot." Xiang Pa couldn't believe his mind. He had gone through great trouble to find what he thought was the best food to settle the score, and Beerus had forgotten. Just as Xiang Pa was about to resort to force in his fury, the nearby Wei Si reminded Beerus that today was the time for their once-every-few-decades showdown. Has it been that long already? Seeing Beerus's confused expression, Xiang Pa realized that Beerus had overslept and hadn't prepared any gourmet food. That was his chance, so he began to taunt. "Beerus, you didn't forget to prepare because you overslept, did you? If I win like this, it's really undeserved, ha ha ha." Beerus picked his ear. "EC, I show this inexperienced god of destruction the simplest thing." Xiang Pa looked at EC, poking at him. "Him? Nothing special." After about 3 minutes, he handed 2 cups of instant noodles to Xiang Pa and Baduo-si. "Time's up, dig in." Xiang Pa looked at the food in the box and thought, that's it. Such a simple thing couldn't be good. Hadn't Beerus himself not even eaten it? He completely ignored the key word simple. Then the two finished the noodles. Baduo-si was fine, but Xiang Pa even drank the soup. Seeing this, Beerus shook his head. "Well, Xiang Pa, admit defeat. This is just the simplest thing I eat every day, only enough to satisfy a craving. Oomph. The taste is mediocre, not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the boiled Dong bird egg. Unless you can come up with something better than this." Xiang Pa crossed his arms and started to play dirty. Beerus showed a half smile. "Xiang Pa, then I'll make you admit defeat willingly." "EC. Lord Beerus, Xiang Pa seems to be tricking you." Sun Wukong whispered to Beerus, which made EC give him a second look. "EC, just make a little bit, not too much, or some god will refuse to leave." Beerus pulled out a bag of potato chips from somewhere and kept eating, occasionally glancing at Xiang Pa. Xiang Pa's throat moved as he swallowed saliva. "Beerus, what's that you're holding?" "This. Potato chips. Every bite is crispy and crunchy. They're one of my snacks now." Then he took out a drink, eating and drinking in turns. "Xiang Pa, if you admit defeat, I'll give you a special gift package of mine. It's not a loss to admit defeat now." Beerus's extremely tempting voice reached Xiang Pa's ears. Seeing that Xiang Pa couldn't hold out for his health, Baduo-si gently reminded him, "Lord Xiang Pa, if you accept the temptation, you'll be voluntarily admitting defeat." Hearing this, Xiang Pa shuddered. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. With my willpower, I will never yield to your snacks. Stop tempting me." "Oh really? Hey EC, is it ready?" Beerus called out to EC in the kitchen. "It's done, Lord Beerus." Then EC used his chi to bring dozens of large dishes to the table, their aroma wafting. Looking at Xiang Pa, who was drooling but dared not move, Beerus revealed a smug smile. He would exclaim how delicious this fish was, then praise that grilled meat. and sometimes bring food to Xiangpa's lips before eating it himself. Watching Beerus's performance, Xiangpa looked at Ba Duosi with pleading eyes. Ba Duosi slapped her forehead. Lord Xiangpa, if it's too difficult, how about we concede the first round? Hearing Ba Duosi's suggestion, Xiangpa showed a satisfied smile and immediately started grabbing food from Beerus. Hey Beerus, this is mine, and this is mine too. Don't you touch it. So delicious. Xiangpa quickly swept the battlefield. Burp. He let out a comfortable burp and stretched his hand toward Beerus, leaving Beerus puzzled. What? Didn't you say that if I admit defeat, I get a snack gift package? Hurry up and bring it out. Wei Si, show the guest out. Upon hearing this, Wei Si tapped his staff and a truck full of snacks appeared before everyone. Then Vegeta and Sun Wukong opened the doors from both sides, revealing the abundant snacks. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll just treat it as feeding the cats. Beerus waved his hand, and the two Saiyans acting as lackeys closed the doors. Ha ha, we're brothers after all. What's yours is mine. Xiangpa put his hands on his hips, draped his arm over Beerus's shoulder, and then signaled Ba Duosi to collect it. My name is Xiangpa. There truly is an abundance of delicious food here, especially the Saiyan named Ys, whose cooking is remarkably exquisite. I must devise a way to acquire it all. Bardos, do we have such delicacies in our universe as well? Xiangpa inquired while sipping a sugar-free drink. Lord Xiangpa, since our universe corresponds to the 7th universe, anything they possess is also present here. Allow me to search for it. Bardos then consulted her staff, projecting a cosmic map. Meanwhile, Whis leaned over. Go further down, sister. Yes, right there in that galaxy near its edge. This way. Earth is the 3rd planet of the solar system. Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement, as if he had overheard an astonishing piece of gossip. Did you hear that? Whis called her sister. Vegeta, however, assessed her prowess. Her every move is flawless. She's likely on par with Whis. Stop dwelling on irrelevant matters. There are countless hidden masters across the universe, not to mention the long-lived races. Our primary goal is to first catch up to the gods of destruction. Haha, Ys, your ambition is vast. Mine is merely to defeat you. Sun Wukong laughed, rubbing his head. Enough. I found it. Bardos projected the Earth of the 6th universe. This is the Earth of the 6th universe. However, the humans living there triggered a devastating war. Bardos, having consulted the historical records, addressed the group. Ha ha ha. What splendid news, Xiangpa. The Earthlings who create superb cuisine no longer exist in your universe. Beerus mocked without a shred of sympathy. Xiangpa's face twisted with resentment. Sun Wukong added fuel to the fire. Our Earth has also faced numerous crises, but we always manage to pull through. Even Vegeta once had such intentions. Let the past be, Vegeta thought to himself. I just wanted to watch the show quietly. How did this end up burning me? You're something else. This left Xiangpa utterly frustrated. Then his eyes lit up with an idea. Beerus, let's have a contest. A contest? A contest of what? Beerus showed a hint of surprise. You've already admitted defeat. Now you want to compete. Hand-to-hand combat. If I win, we swap Earths. What? Me fight you? Beerus burst into laughter, thinking to himself, you know your own strength. I've been beating you since we were kids. You're the little chubby one who always hides behind me during fights. Hey, Xiangpa was furious. I know my own limits, but you didn't let me finish. That's your fault. He roared, I haven't finished speaking. But Beerus didn't let up. Arrogant talk. You a cat pig. Hearing this, Xiangpa grew angry. He pointed at Beerus. Yes, I'm chubby, but you can't keep harping on that flaw. I have my limits too. Watch your mouth, you bag of bones. Moi. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The 3 young Saiyans obediently lined up in step with the mood. Under their watchful eyes, the 2 lords climbed onto the table. The gods exchanged words, with Beerus speaking first. Though we are twin brothers, both gods of destruction. Xiangpa continued. How can we be so incompatible? The 2 gods stared directly at each other, releasing their auras. Even the reception hall began to tremble. Not good. Vegeta, Wukong, take cover. Ys grabbed the 2 of them and swiftly retreated behind Whis. Their auras shattered the decorations, which served as a signal. The 2 gods threw punches at each other with lightning speed. The identical techniques clashed as they engaged in a fierce brawl. Blow for blow, rapid parries. The tempo of their attacks accelerated. Incredible, Sun Wukong marveled. But Vegeta noticed something unusual. Hey, look over there. Both followed Vegeta's pointing finger and saw a purple glow emanating from the site of their battle. The faster their attacks, the quicker the circular purple light expanded. Ys tested it with a chi blast, which vanished instantly. Startled, the 3 quickly retreated further, distancing themselves from the purple ring. This must be the destruction technique of the gods of destruction. Ys's words won agreement from the other 2. Just as the situation escalated further, 2 staves intercepted the gods' attacks. Enough. Beerus and Xiangpa reluctantly withdrew from each other. Seeing the 2 stop, Ys cautiously tugged at them. Then, taking a step upward, the ground beneath him collapsed, almost causing him to fall. Fortunately, he held on to the 2 of them, gaining a new understanding of the power of a god of destruction. Why did you stop me? Exactly how rude. The two brothers found rare agreement. Whis' eyes gleamed with a different light. A battle between gods of destruction should never occur. Bardos also wore a grave expression. You should both know that such a conflict would gradually lead to the destruction of the 6th and 7th universes. Such a serious matter spoken so lightly. Vegeta remarked with utmost gravity. It was Xiangpa who proposed the fight. Apologize. You wouldn't let me finish. It's your fault. The two brothers bickered once more, their brief unity shattered. Xiangpa then snorted and offered a solution. Not a fight between us, but a contest between fighters chosen from each universe. How about this? Each side selects 5 members for a team battle. He laid out the rules. First, nominate one person. The winner continues, the loser is eliminated. The battle goes on until the last standing fighter is defeated. Stop talking nonsense. I gain nothing from this match. I refuse. Beerus was sensible enough to reject the proposal outright. Beerus, anything can be resolved. After all, I spent a long time collecting the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa had just finished speaking and Vados beside him lost her usual composure. Lord Kampa, mind your tongue. Kampa immediately rebuked Vados, then placed his hands on his hips. What do you think? Just make a wish. The Super Dragon Balls can grant any desire. Replacing Earth is naturally no problem. Now I have 6 in my hands. Find one more, and I'll have them all. If you win, I'll give you the Super Dragon Balls. How about that? Hearing this, the Saiyan trio reminded Beerus, there are Dragon Balls on Earth too. Oh. Upon hearing this, Beerus revealed a peculiar smile. What a pity. Kampa, this universe also has those things. Dragon Balls. Could they be made by the Namekians? Hearing Kampa's words, Beerus immediately asked the 3. The Saiyan trio nodded, confirming that the Dragon Balls they used were indeed made by the Namekians. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. The ones in the 6th universe were also crafted by Namekians long ago from fragments of the Great Wish Orb. The wishes they grant have certain limitations, but mine are different. That thing's power is immense. It can truly fulfill any wish. In your planet's terms, they should be called Super Dragon Balls. Kampa finished speaking with supreme confidence and waited for Beerus's response. Watching Kampa's boast, Beerus was somewhat irritated. Why didn't his own universe have Super Dragon Balls? That thing only has value when all 7 are gathered. With only 6, who knows when the last one will be found? I don't care about such things, Beerus was a bit sour. His universe should have them too, but he had never heard of them. Lord Beerus Bulma should be able to build a machine to find the Super Dragon Balls. EC whispered in Beerus's ear. Oh, really? She should be able to invent a radar to find the Super Dragon Balls. After all, she mentioned that she made the Earth's Dragon Ball radar when she was a teenager. Vegeta answered Beerus's question very willingly, but he still had some concerns in his heart. I only hope that no terrible situation will arise. At this moment, the battle-obsessed son, Wukong, immediately expressed his stance. Lord Beerus agreed to the match. You really want to compete? Of course. I'm super excited to compete with experts from other universes. EC Vegeta. Beerus turned to look at the Saiyan duo. No problem, Lord Beerus. After all this time, you should be confident in our strength. Seeing EC's affirmation, Vegeta also nodded in agreement. With someone to anchor the team, he could fight with full freedom. Then Beerus pondered for a moment. Alright, I'll compete with you. Hearing Beerus's words, Kampa also revealed a sinister smile. Deal. Watching the 2 extraordinary gods of destruction, the 2 angels also sighed. Another day of endless labor. Only one person was thrilled, son Wukong. Where will the competition be held? EC raised a question, prompting the 2 gods of destruction to think. How about choosing the nameless star floating in neutral space? It's fair to both sides. That's fair to both sides. Kampa's proposal was quite fair, but Vados stopped him. Lord Kampa, that place only has a small sun nearby. There's basically nothing else, including an atmosphere. This made Kampa very displeased. Seeing this, Beerus directly backed out. You proposed the match, so you figure it out yourself. Got it. But Kampa's eyes spun several times as if he had come up with a good idea. By the way, I'll also set the rules. At this point, son Wukong squeezed in. Then it should be like the World Martial Arts Tournament. Surrender or falling out of the ring counts as losing. Killing is also a foul. No weapons or stimulants. There should also be simple matches. Low-intelligence monsters that can't even understand the rules are not allowed. Prince Vegeta also made a suggestion, but he didn't know that this rule would directly disable the Majin Buu on one side. That's a good idea. What do you think, Kampa? Beerus didn't want Kampa to set the rules alone, or else his team wouldn't even have a chance to act before being eliminated for which foot they stepped with first. Fine. 1 week after the 8th solar calendar, the match starts at 1900. How about that? Then Kampa slowly drifted away with Vados. Regarding this time, the Saiyan trio looked at Whis. In their eyes, Whis was a universal helper. According to your calendar, it's 5 days from now. Prepare well. Hearing the time confirmed, son Wukong could only be described as soaring with joy. Kampa, you proposed the match. Don't you dare run away. Beerus's voice suddenly turned heavy, startling son Wukong from excitement into stupor. How could I? You must keep your promise to Beerus. I'm warning you too. After exchanging harsh words, Kampa left. Before leaving, he gave Sun Wukong a small gift since without him Beerus wouldn't have agreed to the match. Then Vados took Kampa away. On the way back, Lord Kampa, if you accidentally lose the Super Dragon Balls you worked so hard to collect will be gone. Vados reminded Kampa, not wanting her master to suffer a loss. How did you see that guy's moves? The one called Goku. His reactions are extremely slow. Beating opponents of that level is too easy. Saying this, Kampa laughed. Oh, and also as long as we win the Earth and all the delicious food of the 7th universe will belong to the 6th universe, huh? My name is EC. Today Lord Bylusi has just accepted the challenge from Universe 6 Champa. The total number of participants is 5, meaning besides the 3 present we need to find 2 more. Lord Bylusi was Lord Xiangpa's head damaged by you when he was young. He could have simply secretly gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls and made a wish to move Earth over directly. Or is he just simply trying to prove himself to you? Seeing no one else around, EC cautiously asked Bylusi. Bylusi stroked his chin, smiling without a word. How's the search for people going? Sun Wufan plus Felisa, how about that? This is the best lineup I can think of. If we want to hold back, we could replace Felisa with anyone else. They are just there to make up the numbers. Roar, then let's give him a hope. I'll give him a handicap. Replace Felisa with Baiku, that Namekian. After that, Wasi brought Baiku and the others over. Here you will undergo a special training session lasting 4 days. Wasi tapped his staff and the area transformed into an enormous arena. EC Wukong Vegeta, take off your clothes. Hearing this, EC immediately removed his clothes and quickly stretched his limbs. Phew, this is much more comfortable. Lord Bylusi, come and join us for some exercise. If we accidentally lose, you'll lose Earth and its delicious food. EC called out to Bylusi, who was lounging on a rocking chair. What? If you dare to be the first to lose, I'll destroy you immediately. Then Bylusi flew over and stood opposite the 3. Come, I'll give you 3 moves. Bylusi beckoned, completely unconcerned. Seeing this, the 3 wasted no time and charged directly, seeking points of coordination amid Bylusi's counterattacks. Bylusi blocked EC's incoming punch, then sidestepped to evade Sun Wukong's attack, and then caused EC to collide with the arriving Vegeta. Bylusi twisted his neck, his fingers cracking with sound. Alright, warm-up ends here. Then he was seen enveloped in purple aura, and a purple sphere of energy shot up from his hand into the sky. It struck the sky, then rained down upon the 3 like a downpour. However, according to the law of smoke means no damage, the 3 all transformed. Sun Wukong in Super Saiyan God Kaioken form, Vegeta in Super Saiyan Blue form, EC in Super Saiyan 4, Divine Limit. Seeing the 3 with overwhelming momentum, Bylusi thought to himself, good thing I trained hard while you weren't paying attention, otherwise dealing with you 3 would be quite troublesome. Whoosh, 3 figures vanished from the arena, and then the 3 attacked Bylusi from 3 directions. Yet facing their assault, Bylusi showed no signs of panic. His offense and defense were well-paced, as if his body had eyes, not only automatically defending, but also counterattacking. Look, Sun Wukong didn't even react, and was sent flying heavily. Did you think that was an accident? EC and Vegeta were no exception. Bylusi had special treatment for each of them. The 2 newcomers brought by Wasi were stunned. Although they had witnessed intense battles before, this level of combat was still a one-sided crushing, and they wore appropriate expressions. Lord Bylusi, what you are using now is Ultra Instinct. It allows the body to react autonomously to an enemy's attacks, either defending or counterattacking. Ultra Instinct, right? Currently only Wukong is still training in it. The other 2 feel it doesn't suit them. The battle continued. Facing the 3's surging attacks, Bylusi was somewhat scuffed. Your progress is truly remarkable. But I must also show my true abilities. Bylusi's eyes were firm and the tiles beneath his feet shattered. Seeing this, the 3 also gathered their momentum. Destruction. Purple energy emitted from Bylusi's hand. So cunning, Lord Bylusi, always using this same trick. EC began to complain. Since the beginning, after Bylusi had his fun, he always left a strand of destruction energy for us to resist by ourselves, claiming it was to train our resistance. Otherwise, how could you have progressed so quickly? Helplessly, the 3 accepted Bylusi's trial again. The powerful destruction energy made them feel powerless, and it was much stronger than last time. Just how strong is Lord Bylusi? Fortunately, through the 3's efforts, the destruction energy gradually dissipated. Just then, Bylusi appeared behind the 3, and a purple dazzling light mixed with destruction energy enveloped them. Listening to the continuous screams, Bylusi showed a satisfied smile, returned to his rocking chair, and ate chips while drinking cola. After a while, they finally wore down the destruction energy. Lord Bylusi, since you have been unkind, don't blame us for being ungrateful. Wukong Vegeta, grant me your power. Just as Bylusi was relaxing, EC's Super Saiyan 4 Divine Limit breakthrough was complete. Fusion. Even though the pose was awkward, Vegeta accepted it. Get ready to face the storm. Lord Bylusi. Thunder Roar. Kamehameha. Vegeta and EC showed no mercy, and their two energy streams merged together. What? Lucy was now unsettled. This attack had surpassed some gods of destruction. Lucy crossed his arms and forcefully withstood the energy wave. The strongest god of destruction was no bluff. However, a tattered Lucy appeared. ECO Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta realized the danger and immediately split into Wukong and Vegeta. Whoosh! Lucy appeared before the three, his serious expression speaking louder than words. Did I not say not to disturb me during my rest? The three Saiyans nodded rapidly like chickens pecking at rice. Lucy chuckled. What was this called? This was called reaping what you sow. Then the three Saiyans were chased and beaten by Lucy for an hour. While EC and Vegeta were undergoing training, Duo, C was traveling through the stars with Xiangpa. Sensing Xiangpa snoring loudly behind her, Duo C's side, transporting the Super Dragon Balls is truly a laborious task. Then they arrived at the neutral space's Wooming Star. Lord Xiangpa, Wooming Star has arrived. Duo C's voice penetrated Xiangpa's mind, instantly waking him up. We're here. That was pretty fast. Just as they were speaking, the Super Dragon Balls being transported arrived. Among them were numbers 1, 2, 3, 0, 5, 6, 0, and 7, with only the 4-star Super Dragon Ball missing. These Super Dragon Balls were dozens of times larger than the small sun of Wooming Star, surrounding the star in a ring. This is Wooming Star. Alright, let me think of a name for it. Xiangpa was thrilled at the thought. After all, it was the right to name a planet. Under Duo C's gaze, Xiangpa struck a pose like a Super Sentai team and declared, I'll name it Nothing Star. To create the atmosphere, Duo C specially added a special dazzling background for him. As expected of a god of destruction, even the naming sense is destructive. Every angel dotes on their master, and Wei C was no exception. Right? Don't praise me too much. Xiangpa snickered, thinking such a trivial matter was nothing worth mentioning. Seeing her own god of destruction finally willing to use his brain, Duo C was very pleased. When you use your brain, it consumes a lot of calories, which is very good for weight loss. Really? As a reward, she specially gave him a cup of tea that contained juice. Seeing this, Xiangpa grabbed it eagerly but reluctantly said, Always talking about losing weight, here we go again. I'm not fat. After Xiangpa drank it, Duo C spoke. This is pure juice of bitter vegetables from Guaca Star. Hearing this, Xiangpa's eyes bulged. If Duo C hadn't warned him, it wouldn't have been anything special, but as soon as she finished speaking, the taste hit him instantly, and he spat it out. So bitter, so bitter. Then let's rebuild the Nothing Star into a tournament arena star. While Xiangpa lay on the ground, unable to get up from the bitter juice, Duo C ignored him and began arranging the venue. First, Duo C drew a circle in the sky with her staff, checked the approximate distance, then flicked the staff, instantly forming a hemispherical protective barrier. This action drew an exclamation from Xiangpa. Oh, let me see. Then he fired 3 energy blasts at the barrier. Boom! Xiangpa was startled by the explosion, looked at Duo C guiltily, his small eyes wide. I was just testing if it broke during the match, I'd lose face. Well, not a scratch, you're amazing. Of course. Duo C thought to herself, I raised you, don't you know your own strength? If only you could be as easygoing as Lucy. Next, the air inside the barrier began to flow and Xiangpa rose into the air. What refreshing air. He spread his arms and enjoyed it. Duo C followed closely. I have recreated the fresh and pleasant air of the Zulijuo Star Highlands. Next came the issue of the arena. About 50 square meters should be enough, right? If it's too big, the match will be hard to see. Following Xiangpa's instructions, Duo C materialized everything one by one. What next? Food stalls absolutely essential. Yes. Then Duo C raised her staff and various food stalls appeared neatly arranged. She looked helpless, knowing her master would gain a lot more weight. Then while Xiangpa was snacking, Duo C prepared 2 oversized life-size portraits. Thinking about how this match is a sure win from the start makes me feel so relaxed. Imagining Lucy's tearful face after losing the match could make me eat 10 bowls of rice. Xiangpa, munching on a pastry, marveled at how easily this victory would come. By the way, have we decided on our 5 contestants? Duo C reminded Xiangpa not to forget to find contestants, or else he would be the one crying. Xiangpa opened a bag of chips he had stolen from Lucy. Since Lucy's 3 contestants are probably Saiyans, we need Saiyans on our side too. After finishing the chips, Xiangpa pointed at the portrait. Change that a bit, then go find the person. This request made Duo C pause. It was clearly a life-size portrait. You mean change that? Xiangpa was exasperated. Why did she keep talking? I'm much more handsome than that, right? I'm not that fat. Honestly. Duo C's eyes were full of resignation. Hey, EC, wake up. Wukong patted EC's face. What's up, Wukong? I was just fighting Lord Lucy. Oh, why wake me up? EC turned over, not wanting to bother with his dorm mate son Wukong. Lord Lucy said today we're going to Earth. Are you coming back? Wukong, why didn't you say so earlier? EC jumped up, instantly grabbed son Wukong, and went straight to Lucy. Seeing everyone was present after breakfast, Wei Si led the group and departed for Earth. Once on Earth, the god of destruction did nothing but eat and drink while all other procedures were handled by Isi, Wukong, and Vegeta. Ma slammed the table. Weren't you training there? How did it turn into this? We just went with the flow and it ended up like this. Vegeta turned his head away since he was partly responsible, while Isi and Wukong could only smile apologetically. So we need a device to find the remaining Super Dragon Ball. Can you do it? Wei Si sipped his tea, helping to ease the awkwardness. If the Super Dragon Balls are really that big, increasing the sensitivity of the Dragon Radar should work. Ma looked at her small radar. But isn't there a simpler way? Gather the Earth's Dragon Balls and ask Shenron where the Super Shenron is. Isi proposed a simple solution which drew applause from everyone. This method struck him like a thunderbolt. So that's how it is. Why didn't we think of something so simple? Wukong clenched his right fist and slammed it into his left palm. Beerus too was delighted, eagerly awaiting the victory. Then he turned to Tais and Bulma. Well done, you two. You're not just stubborn old hags. Before Beerus could finish, Bulma teleported to his side and landed a punch right on his head. That punch became Bulma's moment of glory. Even Isi, Wukong, and Vegeta were wide-eyed, utterly stunned. Whis fanned the flames from the sidelines. Oh my, this is the first time I've seen someone dare to teach Lord Beerus a lesson. How dare you? Beerus roared at Bulma. But the latter had completely lost her earlier bravado, offering only a forced smile. Having spent so much time together, she had forgotten he was the god of destruction. Just as everyone braced for the worst, Beerus relented first. Being with this group felt like having friends. I'll forget it. Since you came up with a good idea, I'll let it slide this time. Beerus's words allowed Bulma to breathe a sigh of relief, but then he turned his gaze to Vegeta. Hey Vegeta. Yes sir. Every time Beerus called his name, Vegeta was extremely tense. But this time, because of his wife, his entire body was coiled like a spring ready to snap at any moment. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Be quick. Yes. Vegeta snapped to attention, took 2 steps forward, and said, Bulma, the Dragon Radar. Grabbing the Dragon Radar, his aura surged, and he shot straight into the sky, following the radar's signal. Seeing Vegeta act so swiftly, Bulma was left dumbfounded, muttering, was that really Vegeta, just now? Haha, Bulma, Vegeta cares about you a lot. Last time I accidentally spilled juice on his clothes, he chased me for an hour yelling, how dare you dirty the clothes my beloved Bulma gave me. Isi mimicked Vegeta's stern face at the end. Ha! Although everyone laughed, Bulma felt a warm sweetness in her heart. After a while, Vegeta returned with the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shinron, and grant my wish. Bulma spread her arms and summoned the dragon. Shinron glowed, and the sky darkened. Witnessing this, Beerus couldn't help but admire Vegeta's speed. That guy's really quick. No wonder he's my personal errand boy. Hearing that, Bulma started defending her husband. That's way too harsh. As she spoke, everyone thought she was about to confront Beerus again, and they all turned to look. But instead she crouched beside Vegeta. You must be tired, Vegeta. Vegeta looked up and Bulma gave him a smack on the lips. Vegeta's eyes shot wide open, his face turning red. He immediately jumped up. What are you doing catching me off guard? Bulma burst out laughing. So it turned out she was always the one taking the initiative. Just then Shenron appeared, diverting everyone's attention. Shenron's arrival was spectacular, complete with special effects and a booming voice. I shall grant you any 3 wishes. Come speak your desires. No sooner had Shenron finished his grand entrance than Beerus greeted him. Couldn't he at least lower his head before speaking? Yo! At the familiar voice, sweat broke out on Shenron's head. Beerus-sama, you've been visiting Earth quite often lately. Beerus scratched his ear. Earth has become a crucial hub for the 7th and 6th universes. Shenron was utterly bewildered. What was all this? It was too much for a dragon. Today I must rely on your power, so I will permit a slight impertinence. Huh, I see. Shenron looked resigned. You fight, I suffer. Bulma. Hearing Beerus's call, Bulma stepped forward. Tights was scribbling in her notebook. Art imitates life indeed. Shenron, where in the 6th universe is the last Super Dragon Ball that hasn't been found? Bulma finished Beerus's question. Shenron glanced around at the group, his heart racing. I cannot do it. Cannot do it. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. The universe is vast. My power is too weak to find a single object within it, especially in another universe. Hearing Shenron, Whis began to ponder. So the Earth's Dragon Balls have limited power. Beerus snorted coldly and turned his gaze to Tights, who was still writing. Tights, about to raise her pen for battle, felt a chill run down her spine. Looks like I was overthinking it. EC wrapped his arms around her, giving her the security she needed. Just then Bulma stepped forward. Alright, let's proceed with the original plan and build a Super Dragon Radar. Seeing things getting complicated again, Beerus couldn't help but grumble, what a useless creature. What could Shenron do but bow his head in apology? I'm sorry. May I ask for another wish? Go back. That is your wish. Beerus waved his hand. Shenron, speechless but wise, quickly left this troubled place. As Shenron vanished, the group followed Beerus away, leaving Sun Wukong alone, lost in thought. I feel like I've forgotten something. What could it be? Sun Wukong rubbed his chin, pondering endlessly. Far away on Kai's planet, the Kai was observing Earth's situation. Every time Shenron appeared, he was overjoyed, and this time was no exception. But Sun Wukong had already forgotten about him. At that moment, the Kai was crying like a child on his planet, with his two pets hugging each other in mutual comfort. Watching Shenlong disappear, Vegeta rarely complained. Shenlong suddenly feels so cheap. Then he turned and left, leaving Sun Wukong alone, scratching his head. What exactly did I forget? Suddenly, as if a light bulb went off. Oh no, I forgot to ask Shenlong to revive Jiwang and the others. We can just do it next time. Bulma remotely controlled, and Sun Wukong also set the goal next time for sure, leaving Jiwang alone in sorrow. On Earth there was nothing to do all day. They spent it entirely entertaining by Lucy and the other. The food on the table was even cleaner than when Wukong and Vegeta had sparred. No wonder it's Earth's cuisine, truly delicious. Weishi was completely satisfied, his eyes narrowed. Indeed. It seems we absolutely cannot hand Earth over to them. I'm full. Lucy then stood up. Alright, we'll head back now. I need to tell Monaka about the tournament. As soon as Sun Wukong heard Weishi was going to find someone, he eagerly asked a question. Who is this Monaka? He is the representative of Universe 7 chosen by Lord Lucy. As soon as Weishi finished, it drew an exclamation from Wukong, leaving EC speechless. Who would believe there aren't many strong fighters in the universe? Then Lucy waved his hand. Just call the remaining one over for me. Lord Lucy, I have a candidate. I can call him over right now, what do you think? EC raised his hand, as if he were back in the days when he knew the answer to a teacher's question. Oh now? But it's already quite late. Video chat, of course. EC smiled, took Taisai's computer, found a contact, and clicked on it. Beep, beep, beep. After about 3 beeps, the video connected. Yo, 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 what a rare guest. I never expected the famous EC to send a message to a nobody like me. As soon as the video connected, Felicia's sarcastic voice came through. EC ignored it, and went straight to the question. Felicia, are you in for an inter-universe battle? Oh, a new game. Felicia showed an expectant expression, drawing gasps from those around. They pointed and whispered, aren't you two mortal enemies? Didn't Felicia seek revenge on you? What's going on now, playing games together? Their silent gestures gave EC a headache. Taisai, how do I set up the screen mirroring? Taisai then set it up for him and projected the screen in 3D. Felicia, everyone's here. It's real-time combat. Oh, Sun Wukong, can I hit him? No, we're on the same team. Then I'll defect, I want to go to the other side. Felicia's words made by Lucy's face darken. These little brats all want to defect. Fine. Hearing this, Felicia revealed a smug smile. EC, you truly are my good brother. Lord Lucy is here. The moment you defect, you might be destroyed instantly. Seeing the two chatting more and more cheerfully, Lucy couldn't wait any longer. Ahem. Hearing the familiar voice, Felicia froze and shouted. EC, and I considered you a good brother. You didn't tell me Lord Lucy was here. From now on, we're through. There was a pause, then the voice came again. Lord Lucy, good evening. Just now was a joke, please don't take it seriously. As long as you don't hold back, I'll forgive you both. Lucy said with a serious expression. Hi, please rest assured I'm quite experienced. Felicia bowed very gracefully. Then he rushed to EC. EC, you almost ruined me, making me lose face in front of Lord Lucy. Today I'm going to beat your son. That's a father's debt paid by the son. Ha, EC, did you give Yida to Felicia? Wukong scratched his head, confused. Isn't it obvious? Felicia said, beat him lightly. After all, he's your son. If I hurt him, you'll feel bad. But for me, the stricter you are, the happier I am. Lord Lucy, I will arrive on Earth on time tomorrow. See you then. Alright, come over tomorrow. Lucy waved his hand, then was taken home by Weishi. Watching Lucy leave, Felicia sighed in relief. EC, for this incident today, without a few 648s, don't expect me to help you babysit again. Then bring him back when you come tomorrow. Then EC ended the video. EC, you're really bold to send Yida to Felicia's place. Alright, Sun Wukong, you should go home too. You've been out quite long today. Yes, I understand. See you tomorrow. Wukong then teleported home. After seeing off the whole family, they could finally relax a bit. EC and Vegeta each held a controller in the room, happily playing a fighting game. How is it, Vegeta? After a long rest, isn't it great to relax? Hey, Vegeta, how can you attack while I'm talking? Bulma and Taisai were applying face masks, chatting about cosmetics. Then Bulma sighed that she would have to work overtime to make another dragon radar, and her skin would age a few more years. Hearing this, Vegeta became interested. He nudged EC with his foot and whispered, do you have any ideas? What? Vegeta gestured for EC to listen to their conversation. Shenlong. Hearing this, Vegeta kept it in mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yida come to the training room. Felicia said angrily and rushed to the training room, waiting for Yida's arrival. Receiving Felicia's notice, Yida was very helpless. Dad, can't you mess with Felicia a little less? After all, I'm always the one who suffers. In the cosmos, a spaceship swiftly traversed. Lord Fu Li saw 1 minute until destination. Good, thank you for your hard work. After Fu Li Sa waved his hand, his subordinate retreated. What a miraculous planet, every gaze fills me with wonder. Fu Li Sa gazed at the approaching Earth, sighing in admiration. Uncle Fu Li Sa never expected to arrive on Earth in a different identity this time. Ita sipped juice, his little legs swinging back and forth on the table. Though I cannot take revenge personally, I can outlive them. Watching them wither and die from old age, I imagine I will be thrilled to deliver the final blow and end their suffering. TCH, I think you'll be more desolate. Proud Lord Fu Li Sa would never resort to such means for revenge. Fu Li Sa abruptly turned his head. You think too much, Ita? I am a villain. A villain must use a villain's methods. I won't be desolate. I am the emperor of the universe, Fu Li Sa. Fu Li Sa's eyes fell on Earth, but they were filled with profound meaning. This time Fu Li Sa's spaceship did not land on the Great Gobi Desert, but directly at Buer Ma's home. Fu Li Sa pulled Ita by the hand and disembarked. You all go back directly. Just come pick me up later. Yes, Lord Fu Li Sa. Hearing this, Fu Li Sa's soldiers immediately flew off in the spaceship. Hey, why leave so fast? Haven't even stayed for a meal. EC waved at them, but Fu Li Sa's soldiers would never listen to him. Under Fu Li Sa, the most important lesson was survival. Don't waste your efforts, EC. They are my excellent subordinates, they won't listen to you. Fu Li Sa was fully confident in the legion he had built. Haha, is that so? As EC finished speaking, Fu Li Sa's spaceship wobbled back, trailing black smoke. This infuriated Fu Li Sa. He picked up Ita and hurled him over. Seeing Ita flying toward him, EC caught him with one hand. Hey, the child is still young, you can't throw him like that. Dad, stop being such a troublemaker. You were right before. No danger, Dad creates danger. Ita said on the verge of tears. Probably another day of extra training. At this moment, Fu Li Sa's soldiers emerged from the cabin dejectedly. We're sorry, Lord Fu Li Sa. Fu Li Sa waved his hand upon hearing this. Forget it. It's not your fault. It's just that someone was too cunning, even attacking. Stay for a meal. Hearing that there would be no punishment, the members of Fu Li Sa's legion were overjoyed. Yes, thank you, Lord Fu Li Sa. Now I issue an order: eat to your heart's content and eat him into living in a thatched hut. From now on, members of the Fu Li Sa legion will take turns punching in every day. Let EC, who loves entertaining guests, bleed a little. Upon hearing they could punch in and travel for free, the Fu Li Sa legion all cheered. They might be happy, but would EC let himself lose money? Of course not. By what should be bought, sell what should be sold. Money is the most important thing. Then, under EC's invitation, the group began to experience a new life. A game arcade, a culinary paradise, everything they could want. And he told the Fu Li Sa legion, come and get a 20 discount. Seeing EC bleeding money, Fu Li Sa laughed, thinking he had successfully won a round. Ita couldn't bear to shatter his illusion. Yes, he lost money. He lost so much he became the richest man in the universe. Yo, Ita, I'm happy today. Come spar with me. Fu Li Sa didn't even ask for Ita's opinion. He simply dragged him off. Ita, being pulled along the ground, looked utterly hopeless. Unhappy beat me, happy beat me too. What am I supposed to hope for? After some time, EC got rid of those space beings and came to his room. I'm definitely going to make a fortune this time. They've agreed to help me promote the game across the universe. At this moment, Buer Ma complained. I really don't understand. What's the point of having so much money? We're already the richest people on Earth. Buer Ma, I'm not making money. I'm creating happiness with heart. How you just want people to play games with you? You guessed it, EC. This game is boring with just me, Vegeta, and Fu Li Sa. When there are more people, we'll create AZ Alliance. Then friends will be all over the universe, shining and burning for the cause of the universe. After all, not long ago, Lord Bai Lucy acknowledged my qualification as a candidate for God of Destruction. Hearing this, Vegeta rarely cracked a joke. Candidate for God of Destruction. I think you'll die of old age before becoming a God of Destruction. Lord Bai Lucy has never thought of retiring. His current life is no different from retirement. Vegeta, I think you're jealous of me. What? Jealous of you? I, Vegeta, was born a prince of the Saiyan. My wife is the universe's top scientist, and my strength is also among the universe's elite. Buer Ma suddenly blushed upon hearing this. It was the first time Vegeta had praised her so publicly. Her heart, already in her 30s, began to thump again, as if she were young once more. You can't beat me. You HMPF. Vegeta then gave a middle finger. At that moment, the door opened, and Fu Li Sa came in carrying two little brats. Indeed, exercise makes the body and mind so refreshed. Mom. Talon Kasi, having suffered such a beating for the first time, saw his parents there and couldn't help crying. What did I do to deserve this? Why is Fu Li Sa in our home? Why did he start beating me without a word? Seeing Talon Kusi's bruised and swollen face, Vegeta couldn't stand it. No one could bully his people. Fu Li Sa. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Fu Li Sa, not intimidated, manifested his golden form and casually tossed the two brats to EC. Vegeta children need discipline. Why can't I help you? Remember you were also disciplined by me. Hey Fuli-san, aren't you just venting your frustration because Future Trunks stopped you? You don't have to take it out on the kids. Buerma took Talon Kasi and rubbed his head with great sympathy. Madam, you don't understand. There is no love or pain without reason. I was just checking little T's strength. Ita is fine. So Vegeta, your son still needs training. Why not leave him to me? Fuli-san revealed a sinister smile. Impossible. As long as he grows up safely, that's enough. Vegeta immediately refused, which made Ita, who was watching from the sidelines, shed tears of envy. Frieza, shall we take this outside? Vegeta gestured with his hands. Has the child grown bold enough to challenge the adult? Frieza twisted his neck and beckoned with a finger. Just then Son Goku instantly teleported over. I sensed Frieza's energy just now. Didn't expect it to actually be him. Ahahaha. Seeing Goku's silly grin, Frieza and Vegeta immediately withdrew their auras. Son Goku, long time no see. Frieza greeted with a smile, while Vegeta merely snorted. Didn't we meet not long ago? This left Frieza a bit puzzled. Not long ago. Right, I remember you came for revenge, but in the end Beerus pleaded for you, and let you go. Hearing Goku's words, Frieza's lips twitched. Idiot, that was quite some time ago. Huh, really? Ha ha ha. Alright, now that our team is assembled, Tais contact Whis and the others. Ease steered the conversation to the main topic and Tais went to contact Beerus and Whis. By the way, Frieza, Lord Beerus found an incredibly powerful fighter. Even Ease couldn't beat him. Goku said with a serious expression. This startled Frieza. What? I thought Ease was the strongest I'd ever seen, but there's someone even fiercer. Stop. Don't exaggerate. Remember, there are 12 universes. The strong fighters from our 7th universe are just this many, and the other universes won't have fewer. I definitely have opponents I can't beat. Ho, I truly want to see who this Monako is. My training cannot stagnate. Vegeta, let's go train. As if you're worthy. Frieza and Vegeta left the room. Ease, aren't you going to stop them? Why should I? As long as Earth isn't destroyed, nothing is a problem, right, Shenron? Tais then reported, Ease, I've contacted them. They'll arrive in half an hour. Then the group went outside. Frieza and Vegeta stood facing each other. Vegeta, I know you, decisive, a bit proud. Go all out from the start. Frieza, you always speak with a sneer like a mosquito buzzing in my ear, but this time you finally smartened up. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, he charged forward. Their fists collided, and the explosive aura sent gusts of wind howling. Bulma pressed a button on her remote, and everyone immediately felt the pressure vanish. Not bad, Bulma. This must have taken a long time. Ease tapped the barrier. It was quite impressive, a high-level item in the universe. Of course. Who do you think I am? But it still has flaws. Fighters like you can easily break through it. Still, this shield gives some peace of mind to those of us who can't fight. Bulma flipped her hair and tried to watch the battle in the sky. Haha, doesn't Vegeta protect you? You know, whenever someone speaks ill of you, Vegeta gets furious and his power skyrockets. Ease recalled their training mishaps. Oh, what did they say about me? Hearing Bulma's question, Goku immediately blurted out, like that you're old, have wrinkles, and so on. Bam! Bulma delivered a punch to each Saiyan. Don't let it happen again, or you'll be in big trouble. Seeing Bulma baring her teeth, the two nodded frantically, making Tais laugh uncontrollably. Goku, it's all your fault. Why did you say that? Huh, didn't you start it? I was just adding details, and you said. Bam! Ease threw a punch, sending Goku face first into the ground. You're mistaken. I never said anything like that, right? With his head buried in the dirt, Goku waved his hand in the air. Yes. Satisfied, Ease pulled him out. Ugh, Ease, that was too harsh. My neck aches. Just watch the fight. The two had already exchanged dozens of moves. This was a battle of endurance. To finish it completely, half a day wouldn't be enough unless someone made a mistake. And Lord Frieza's durability was well known. Now they were in a chase with Vegeta pursuing from behind, firing energy blasts relentlessly. Frieza dodged most of them, crossing his arms to block when necessary, since not all could be evaded at such speed. After dodging an attack, Frieza thought, this can't go on. He moved swiftly while using his telekinetic powers. As Vegeta chased, solid objects flew at him. He quickly evaded the debris imbued with telekinetic force. In that brief moment, Frieza seized the chance to close the distance, and they engaged in close combat once more. But Vegeta also had to contend with Frieza's telekinetic attacks. After each landed a punch on the other's chest, they began a contest of raw strength in the sky. Their compressed auras generated purple lightning that occasionally struck the ground. Fortunately, they had moved earlier and were no longer in a bustling city, otherwise there would have been civilian casualties. Just then a bolt of purple lightning struck the barrier, shattering it instantly. The gale force wind rushed in, sweeping away the unprepared members of Frieza's army. Ease immediately raised a protective shield covering everyone, including Frieza's soldiers. Everyone be careful. Try not to go outside. Yes. Meanwhile, the two powerhouses transformed simultaneously. Due to Newton's third law, when their force reached a certain threshold, they were sent flying apart. Without a word, Vegeta began charging a massive attack. Seeing this, Frieza refused to lose. He condensed a golden destruction sphere like a second sun. Vegeta unleashed his final flash, hurling it toward Frieza with all his hatred. Sensing Vegeta's will, Frieza grinned. Ha ha ha. Vegeta. Frieza roared, pouring more energy into the destruction sphere before releasing it. The two attacks collided, destabilizing space itself. Boom. A mushroom-shaped explosion resounded across the entire Earth. People looked up, but saw nothing. Vegeta and Frieza stood panting. Oomph. All was said without words. EC shouted loudly. Hey, take a break, you two. Frieza and Vegeta exchanged glances and landed. Oh, the kid has grown up. Vegeta snorted. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. EC tried to mediate. Then the group returned to the house, while Furisa's army was already working hard to repair the spaceship. I still can't sense the Kaioshin's energy. Maybe he's been careless and sleeping. Wukong wanted to use instant transmission to have Kaioshin take them to the center of the universe so they could better use the Super Dragon Ball radar to find the Super Dragon Balls. Alas, Kaioshin and you guys are all unreliable. Bulma kept flipping through the Dragon Ball radar, thinking of other ways. Super Dragon Balls. I might know a place. I heard from my subordinates that on a planet past Earth there is a strange man who knows everything called Zuna. Frieza was drinking red wine on the sofa, crossing his legs. Hopefully, you are more useful than them. Hearing Bulma's praise, Frieza became arrogant. Oh, thanks for the praise. I do know a little bit more than these Saiyans. Alright, let's set off. I'm very sorry, the spaceship hasn't been repaired yet because of someone. If we want a new one, it will take at least a day, so we might as well wait for repairs. Frieza shrugged, indicating he had no way. How a bunch of useless guys. Then Bulma changed into work clothes and solved the spaceship problem within half an hour, earning applause from everyone. After everything was ready, everyone boarded the spaceship. King Frieza, the ship is ready for takeoff, destination Zunua Star. You've worked hard, you may leave. Frieza, although your men are not great, you treat your subordinates quite well. Bulma, don't be fooled by his surface image. Vegeta had followed Frieza the longest and knew his personality inside out. Vegeta, you're not much better. I remember you personally disposed of your subordinates for failing to complete their tasks. Hearing this, Vegeta snorted. It's all in the past, why keep bringing it up? That's all in the past, don't mention it again. Vegeta, you should know we are now in space. If the spaceship accidentally explodes, you won't survive. Before Frieza finished, EC hit him on the head with a book. Don't have such terrible thoughts. There are many ways to solve problems now. This scene was seen by a soldier who came for food supplies. His jaw dropped. King Frieza. Standing up, Frieza glanced at them. This matter must not be spoken of, or else. Yes. After putting down the items, he immediately scurried out in panic. Frieza drank red wine as if nothing happened. You Saiyans really marry formidable wives. Not bad, but I don't dislike it. Vegeta stood by the window, taking the lead. If that's the case, I like Chi-Chi too. Wukong sat on the seat thinking of Chi-Chi, his mood brightened. Frieza, I think EC's personality is quite good. I'm very fond of her. Such a large-scale confession scene was a pity, it was only missing Chi-Chi. But Bulma recorded it, and sent it to her bestie, Chi-Chi, with a message attached. As time passed, the spaceship arrived at Zunua Star. King Frieza, everyone, the spaceship has arrived at Zunua Star. After the hatch opened, the group walked down and arrived in front of the main hall. The taste of this mansion is quite unique. It takes the style of Chinese architecture slightly modified into its own special building. EC looked around. Is that so? EC asked doubtfully. She didn't know much about architecture. The group took the elevator to the top floor. They were greeted by a slightly obese person. I apologize for not coming to welcome you. I like polite people. May I ask, where is Mr. Zunua? Frieza bowed slightly, showing his demeanor. Then 3 more Zunua people came out, and the 4 stood in a row. We are servants attending Lord Zunua. After introducing themselves, they surrounded EC and the others. Interesting. Do you want to fight? EC clenched his fists and shielded EC behind him. Lord Zunua said, uninvited guests have come, so we came to check. Do you know who you're talking to? Wherever I Frieza go, I am welcomed with open arms. As he spoke, Frieza's finger began to glow red. But the 4 Zunua people were unmoved. They had seen this kind of scene many times. Everyone claimed to be a big shot, but in the end they still had to make an appointment obediently. Lord Zunua does not see people without an appointment. Still need an appointment. Son Wukong scratched his head, wondering what else could be done. Seeing Wukong's expression, the Zunua people secretly laughed. Then they took out a small notebook and flipped it over. If you make an appointment now, it will be scheduled 7 years later. I want to go now. How much? 1 million. No. 5 million. No means no. 50 million. Think carefully before you answer. EC gave a dangerous look at the Zunua person in front. At this moment the Zunua person was sweating, thinking that if he refused again the price might go even higher. But when he met EC's gaze he involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. The other 3 Zunua people looked at him thinking that they were veterans at this. How could he break down so easily? The scene was extremely tense. If anyone said no it would erupt, and these 4 Zunua people would immediately go to hell. After all, Sun Wukong was on good terms with King Yama. Just then an extremely arrogant voice came. A guest with an appointment has arrived. Everyone dropped their stance and turned to look. The 4 Zunua people looked together. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Waiting for what? I've been waiting for 7 years. Hurry and take me inside. Coming towards them was a red frogman. Oh, have the monsters from Calabash Brothers come here. EC muttered quietly. The frogman walked over to EC and the others. Why are you staring at me like that? Ha bro, how about giving us your appointment? We'll give you 1 million. 1 million. The frogman's eyes widened. That could buy so much delicious food. But then he thought of his nickname, the habitual freeloader burp guy. How could he give up his dream for 1 million? I've waited a full 7 years for this question. How many 7 years are there in a lifetime? A mere million wants to buy my 7 years. You see, you are really overdoing it. The universe is a place of survival of the fittest. If you talk too much nonsense they will look down on you. As he said that, Fully Saw's death beam struck the frogman. Fully Saw. The frogman, also known as the freeloader, fell to the ground with an ah. Then he heard Sun Wukong's voice and immediately recalled Fully Saw's notorious deeds. King Fully Saw, please forgive my ignorance. I'll let you have this slot. Then he limped out, even tripping on the steps. Fully Saw clapped his hands. See, that's how it's solved. The 4 Zunua people also remembered Fully Saw's reputation and became respectful. Since the previous person cancelled the appointment, you automatically fill the vacancy. Lead the way. The 4 Zunua people immediately led the way. It seems that having a villain in the team can solve many problems when necessary. If EC can't speak, then don't speak. Fully Saw followed behind the group with his arms crossed. Under the guidance of the attendant, the group arrived at Zuno's location. This Zuno was a magnified version of the attendant, as if evolving from a small fatty to a big fatty. But he ignored everyone's gaze. I am Zuno, and I will answer all questions about this galaxy. At that moment the attendant emerged. Please present the tribute first. Tribute, the crowd exclaimed. After all, they had never asked him anything before, and they did not know what tribute meant. Lord Zuno's tribute is a single kiss. The attendant finished, drawing gasps from the crowd. How could such an eccentric person demand something like this? With appointments booked 7 years in advance, how many times had his face been kissed? Frieza, it's time to call your Frieza force. What, idiot, do you want to kiss someone who has been kissed by tens of thousands? ES's words made Frieza sweat, and he instinctively stepped back 2 paces. How dare you? Show respect to Lord Zuno. The attendant noticed Lord Zuno's displeasure and immediately stepped forward to scold them. Seeing ES's dangerous gaze, Tais tugged at him. Yes, don't stoop to his level. Let's handle the rest after we've asked our questions. Then a squad of soldiers ran into the hall. Frieza casually pointed at one. You go kiss him. Ah yes, King Frieza. The soldier, upon hearing this, ran to Zuno's side looking nervous and then slowly kissed him. A common soldier's first kiss is worth 1 question. Commander, promote him to squadron leader. Frieza said to the Frieza force commander beside him, making his colleagues envious, hoping that King Frieza would pick them next time. Then Frieza waved his hand, and the commander led the soldier away. Please teach me everything about the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma spoke from behind Vegeta, then took out a notebook. Zuno spoke. The Super Dragon Balls, also known as the Wishing Orbs, were created by the dragon god Salama in the 41st year of the divine calendar. There are 7 in total across the 6th and 7th universes. Ah, the crowd exclaimed upon hearing this. This meant that Kampa had illegally intruded. The 7 orbs are pale yellow with 1 to 7 red starfish marks. This is a unique structure created by the dragon god Salama, appearing as a 5-pointed starfish from any angle, and it was patented in the 42nd year of the divine calendar. Meanwhile, Bulma was busily taking notes. ES patted her shoulder, pointed at the camera, and then she dropped the notebook on the ground and stomped on it twice. The Super Shinran must be summoned in the divine language. Come forth, divine dragon, grant my wish. Then the divine dragon will appear and fulfill any wish. Then it scatters again across the 2 universes, waiting for the next dreamer. That's it. Nothing else. The questioning is over. You may leave. If Lord Beerus finds out that Kampa from the 6th universe came specifically to the 7th universe to look for the Super Dragon Balls, he will be very annoyed. Let's go. Leave the rest for Lord Beerus to worry about. ES walked out of the hall first with his hands behind his head. The others looked at each other, saw no issue, and followed. Did they just mention Lord Beerus? Yes, Lord Zuno. Then Zuno collapsed to the ground, hoping Beerus wouldn't cause him trouble. Back on Earth, the Frieza force had completely left. Hey, Frieza, want to train with us? Training. 3 days are negligible for us who have already reached our limits. We're going to the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day there equals a year. Dent has already repaired it. What? Earth has such a wonderful thing. Why does everything good appear on Earth? Frieza was astonished. Hey yes. Vegeta, what do you think? Since you want to be beaten, I'll oblige you. Tais, prepare the supplies. I'll beat him for 3 years. Yes. Soon after, Tais gathered all the items. ES took a few hoi poi capsules and went to Din's place. We've been waiting for you. Under Din's guidance, the four arrived at the hyperbolic time chamber. Let's begin. No wonder you've been improving so fast. With such a great thing here, you'd better be careful. If I surpass you in this place, I'll unilaterally tear up the agreement. At that moment, ES threw a glove to him. Hey, were you even listening to me? I reached your level in just 4 months. Got it. Didn't you just say you've reached your limits? Damn. Before he could finish, ES punched him. Seeing the fierce attack, Frieza dodged sideways, put on his glove, and yelled, aha. ES was no pushover. He dodged all of Frieza's swift attacks and occasionally countered with a few moves. Seeing this, Frieza pressed the attack. Nearby Goku exclaimed, what enthusiasm. Hey, time waits for no one. Hurry up. Then the two got into the zone, and even the rhythm of the badminton game outside the chamber synchronized with theirs. Although they did not transform, every attack was based on full power, allowing them to better experience their limits. It seemed like one-on-one sparring, but over time it turned into a 4-way free-for-all. As for who had the advantage, it was definitely the Saiyans first. Then Frieza. Because of the harsh words earlier, Frieza took the most hits under the guise of training his endurance, which he dismissed with disdain. The four now lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Sparring with you always reveals my various shortcomings, Goku spoke first. If I should be the one saying that, Vegeta thought to himself sitting on the steps. Goku, you used the Kaioken again, just now, didn't you? The 2 punches you hit me with just now completely exceeded your previous limits. ES sat on Goku's body, pressing down on his arm. Haha. Goku laughed sheepishly. What was Frieza thinking? This is a good place. After this incident, is over I'll stay here for 10 days, or half a month. After all these years, my height is sure to increase. Having to look up every time I meet someone's gaze is infuriating. He then clenched his fists. But I can definitely feel myself getting stronger this time. I can't wait to test myself against the experts of the 6th universe. ES got off Goku and looked up at the sky. I wonder what Monaka looks like. As everyone was lost in thought, Goku suddenly reminded them. The strongest fighter brought by Lord Beerus. He's on our side, so we don't need to worry about him for now. After the match, we'll test his level. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who goes first. How about it? ES suggested. Oh's no problem. I'll definitely be the first to fight. Goku did a backflip and stood up. The 4 gathered in a circle, and the rock, paper, scissors tournament began. Rock, paper, scissors. The 4 of them threw their hands instantly. Paper, 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 scissors. Everyone turned to look at Sun Wukong in unison. They secretly thought he was a lucky one. Ha, what do you think? I told you I'd be the first to fight. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed, making the other 4 feel a surge of reluctance. What if he managed to take them all down one by one? They could only hope to win early themselves. Rock, paper, scissors. This time it was 2 rocks and 1 paper. Vegeta, I didn't expect it to be you. Ha, I finally beat you onesies. Rest assured, I won't leave a single opponent for you. Vegeta crossed his arms, extremely pleased to have defeated Ease. Frieza, it's just the 2 of us now. I hope you can be the anchor in our group of 4. Ho ho ho, Ease, everything must be decided by strength. Frieza clenched his fist, making his final stand. Schwa. Under everyone's watchful eyes, both of them showed fists, then kept waving their arms, finally ending up with rock and scissors. Frieza, you're absolutely right. Everything is decided by strength. Ease raised his fist and blew on it. Well, I'll just treat this as a free ticket to watch the show. If you all lose, I'll laugh at you mercilessly. Frieza was quite unwilling. If the fight reached Ease, it would mean he had no chance left. What a bunch of beasts. Alright, keep training. Those at the back, don't lose heart. Who knows, maybe it'll be your turn. Right? Ease stood up and called everyone together. Oh, just thinking about meeting 6 unseen masters gets me extremely excited. Let's go. The 4 began sparring again. Time flew by, and on that day Whis arrived with a purple energy cube to greet everyone. Greetings, everyone. The Z fighters who had received the tournament invitation along with their families gathered at Bulma's house. Everyone expressed their gratitude for Whis's invitation. Please board this cube one by one. The 3 children immediately ran over upon hearing this. But where is the entrance? What is this thing, an airplane? Hearing the 2 little ones' remarks, Whis patiently explained this is not an airplane. It's a cube. He then demonstrated how to enter and exit, drawing cheers from the crowd. First, we'll head to Lord Beerus's planet to meet up with Lord Beerus and Monaka. The journey takes about 3 hours with no rest stops along the way. Anyone who needs to use the restroom, please go now. Understood. Everyone raised their hands in acknowledgement, then went about their business. 3 minutes were enough to finish everything. At that moment, Whis asked Bulma, where are Ease, Goku, and Vegeta? They haven't arrived yet. Said they went to train in the hyperbolic time chamber and never came back. Just then footsteps were heard. Bulma looked over disappointed. It wasn't them. It's Jaco. I heard from Tights a couple of days ago that you have a tournament with Universe 6. The busy elite took time out to come support you. Why do you look so disappointed? Jaco, what are you doing here? Tights, anxious and waiting for ease, had wandered around for a while and returned to see Jaco and another person. Ha, as a friend I have an obligation to support you, right? Yeah. Who's that beside you? A new girlfriend. Tights sounded dismissive at first, but then her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Rude. Brace yourselves. This is the greatest being in the galaxy, the Galactic King. Huh, nice to meet you. Bulma put her hands on her hips. The participants haven't arrived yet. What are you two doing here? The Galactic King and Jaco whispered to each other. They don't seem very surprised. Jaco broke out in a cold sweat. These guys are already familiar with the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction. He thought, why are you meddling? What do you have to compare with them? Just then the main characters finally appeared. Bulma shouted, you're so late. She then froze, seeing that except for Frieza the other three were a mess. Their clothes tattered, beards, thick shoes with holes and toes sticking out. Sorry, we lost track of time in there. The four walked toward them, but the training was very rewarding. As Ease and the others approached, Tights and Bulma covered their noses and mouths. Ugh, you stink. Tights waved her hand. You four go take a bath immediately. Half an hour later, everyone was ready. All right, let's go. Whis tapped his staff and a colorful light array appeared, rising instantly into the sky. This thing is amazing. 100 times better than Uncle Frieza's spaceship. Yida and the other kids lay on the cube. Suddenly sensing something odd, Yida sniffed. There's a stink. Goten and Trunks also sniffed. Yeah. Majin Buu laughed heartily from behind. I farted. Goten couldn't help but complain, of all places in this tiny space. Everyone started joking around. 3 hours passed quickly, neither too short nor too long. The cube landed on the planet of the gods of destruction. Everyone marveled at the scenery. Some began taking photos. Photos are fine, but please don't upload them online. I ask you all to keep this a secret. Whis reminded them. Suddenly the four sensed something and looked toward a certain spot. From a narrow path, two figures emerged. As the shadows faded, first came Beerus's face, followed by what must be Monaka. Sun Wukong excitedly said to the other three, it must be the strongest one, Monaka, who's coming. Monaka appeared, red-skinned, slightly loose muscles, triangular eyes that didn't suit his build. He thought to himself, Lord Beerus is a big liar. Ho, I can't see anything impressive about this guy. Frieza, striking the same pose as Vegeta, spoke aloud, but kept his thoughts hidden. Based on past lessons, this type should never be underestimated, Sun Wukong said confidently. Beerus stepped forward and began scolding, so late. Sorry, so many things to do, bathing restroom. Whis calmly replied. Meanwhile the four surrounded Monaka. So you're the strongest anchor. Goku even circled him. Yes. Just as Ease was about to reach out and touch him, Beerus glared sharply. Hey, this is our team's ace. Not for you to casually chat up. And we're on the same team now, no fighting allowed. But Goku ignored him. Whis told me Monaka means big panda. That's right. And what great thing is panda? It means nipple. Even up close I still can't see how powerful he is. Frieza's eyes were full of curiosity. Then it struck him, could it be that Lord Beerus found an ordinary person? This idea drew agreement, but Goku didn't care and kept asking questions. Beerus overheard. Was the truth about to come out? He immediately stopped Sun Wukong's conversation. Hurry to the venue. I chose this person. How could he be ordinary? Right, Frieza? Yes. If you hadn't threatened me with that dangerous look, the others were now certain. Except for Sun Wukong, who wanted to confirm with a fight. Finally, under Beerus's reprimand, the group stopped paying attention to Monaka. Those in the know understood, while those who didn't would always want to try. Just like when Monaka was walking peacefully past Goku. Goku felt an uncontrollable excitement, his fingers beginning to curl. In the end, he acted, landing a punch on Monaka's face, to Beerus's astonishment. Goku was surprised. His fist had no effect. Ease watched Monaka, who seemed about to cry, and nudged the two nearby, saying, Hey, should we let him go first? Do you want to see Lord Beerus make a fool of himself? Frieza glanced at Ease and walked away immediately. Do you want to be destroyed? Vegeta turned and followed. Ease shrugged. Why not enjoy the drama? Meanwhile, Beerus walked over and punched the still confused Goku on the head to snap him back to reality. I said no fighting. I thought he would dodge if I struck suddenly. I'm really sorry, I apologize. Goku still couldn't understand why Monaka hadn't dodged his attack, given his own strength and speed. He immediately clasped his hands together in apology. It's nothing, Monaka said, tears welling up, unable to meet Goku's gaze. Then everyone entered the cube and set off. This time smoke billowed around them. Upon closer look, they were barbecuing. Piccolo exclaimed in surprise, You even brought a stove. Freshly grilled tastes best. Vegeta, you have some too. Thank you for taking care of Goku all these days. Chi-Chi specially grilled a portion for Vegeta. This delighted Vegeta immensely. He swallowed his saliva and said, My first decent meal in 3 years. Please forgive my lack of restraint. Thinking of Bulma's cooking, he silently cursed Kakaroto's good fortune, then wolfed it down. Yar Vegeta, is your wife's cooking that terrible? How about? Frieza ate the barbecue elegantly. Bang! Frieza took a solid punch. Can't you keep your mouth shut while eating? Everyone turned to look. Bulma covered her mouth and laughed, haha. After some time since they were nearing their destination, he tapped his staff and a spatial tunnel appeared leading them to a brand new place. Everyone gasped in awe. The camera panned to reveal the Super Dragon Balls. Unbelievable. East sighed. Although he had known the Super Dragon Balls were enormous, seeing them in person made him realize how insignificant his previous imagination had been. Whis led the group around, and then entered the arena. All this fanfare for just one tournament. Piccolo marveled inwardly. Goku pointed at the arena below and asked, "Did Lord Kampa build this all by himself? How can you, my subordinate, praise another destroyer?" Beerus was displeased. Destroyers don't build things. Even if they did, the taste would be absolutely tacky. I beg to differ. Kampa descended from the sky, making Beerus's expression sour. Who are you calling tacky? The two gods seemed ready to clash. Beerus wouldn't back down, he snorted and flew up. The people in the cube all looked at Kampa and asked each other questions. Then it became the two gods' stage. You didn't run away after all. You actually came. Kampa's lips curled up, his eyes full of amusement. Beerus didn't hold back either. Of course. I want to fully enjoy the sight of you crying your eyes out, then take the Super Dragon Balls home. It won't be that easy. I'll get Earth, Kampa said confidently. But Beerus was about to settle accounts. He narrowed his eyes. I have something to ask you. I heard that a few of those things were stolen from my universe by you. Kampa felt guilty. What are you talking about? As long as he didn't admit it, no one would know he took them. There are 7 in total between the 6th and 7th universes, aren't there? Bulma revealed the truth. Kampa panicked. A cat child couldn't hide his feelings. Flustered, he asked, how do you know? Just as I thought. Hearing Beerus's words, Kampa frantically waved his little hands. Beerus was magnanimous. He glanced at his own lineup. As brothers, I'll forgive you this time. After all, you'll have to return them to me in the end. You'd better prepare to lose. Kampa crossed his arms. Having watched from afar for a long time, Vados couldn't bear to see her destroyer at a disadvantage and descended, thinking to herself that her cat master was still too naive. Everyone ready? I'll take you into the arena now. It looks so hard. Aren't there any softer cushions? Trunks, who had always enjoyed special treatment, couldn't help complaining. Afraid her son would be at a disadvantage, Bulma chimed in. Right, we traveled all this way, you could treat us a bit better. I didn't invite you, Kampa said with his arms crossed, as if it were the most natural thing. Seeing Kampa being put in his place, Beerus was delighted. Bulma is right. Making guests sit on such shabby stools. I would never imagine doing that. Hearing Beerus's words, Kampa was about to flare up, but was cut off by Beerus, who called out to Whis. Yes. Whis then raised his staff high and swung it in a circle. All the hard stools vanished, replaced by various round soft couches, drawing cheers from the crowd. This annoyed Kampa. He quietly asked Vados, why didn't you make it look that nice from the start? To which Vados replied, creating art that even the master cannot understand is an insult to the master. Kampa was stunned. It felt like an insult, but he had no proof. As expected of my sister. She's just matching your aesthetic level. What a remarkable attendant. The master and disciple duo played off each other, making Kampa gnash his teeth. After arranging for the sightseers, Vados led the tournament participants to the written exam. At that moment, the Kaioshin arrived and greeted Goku. Seeing the separated Kaioshin, Shin and his attendant, Goku asked in confusion, I thought once you fuse you can't be separated. We asked the Namekians to use the Dragon Balls to separate us again. As they talked, Tights handed her notebook to Beerus, who began flipping through it to see how Tights had portrayed him. Huh. Tights wrote it wonderfully. She captured my majesty, kindness, and compassion perfectly. Beerus deliberately said it loudly for Kampa to hear. Excellent. Publish it now. Let the entire universe know their destroyer. My personal author. Beerus drew out the last words. Yes, Lord Beerus. Tights then put away the notebook, took out a tablet, and began scanning for publication. Kampa thought to himself, what? A personal author writing a biography for Beerus? No way. I can't be left out. And he made a mental note of it. A personal author, and he's writing a biography for Beerus. No, I can't be without one. So he noted that down. Seeing Sun Wukong getting more and more engrossed in the conversation, EC couldn't help but say, hey Sun Wukong. Then the group followed Ba Duo C to a high platform. Looking around, the experts of the 6th universe had already assembled. There's even a robot. They must be running out of people, right? Frieza whispered to EC in a low voice. On the other side, Sun Wukong shouted loudly. Hey Frieza, there's another you over there. Sun Wukong, you should know that I am unique in this universe. With that, he walked to his seat. At this moment, a person from the 6th universe stepped forward and approached EC and the others. Excuse me, are you the Saiyans of the 7th universe? Yes, there are Saiyans in the 6th universe too. EC looked at the Jiabe before him. Right, I am also a Saiyan. His words surprised the other two. Looking at the slender Jiabe, they found it hard to believe. Were the Saiyans over there really this frail? Did you remove your tail yourself? Seeing that Jiabe had no tail, Sun Wukong even turned him around to take a closer look. Vegeta, becoming more talkative upon meeting a fellow Saiyan, began observing his attire. Your clothing resembles that of the Saiyans before Frieza recruited them. Frieza, I'm sorry, but I didn't quite catch what you said. Jiabe's words made Vegeta look toward the 6th universe's Tais, who responded with a smile. Alright, you two. The 7th and 6th universes are twin universes, similar yet different. Don't dwell on it too much. EC patted Wukong and Vegeta on the shoulders, then asked Jiabe, which planet do the Saiyans from your universe live on? On the Lasei planet. What? Seeing the agitated Vegeta, EC quickly pressed him down. Vegeta. Then Vegeta calmed down. Our Lasei planet was destroyed due to internal strife. Afterward, they seized other planets and named it Vegeta planet. Wait, what do you mean by seize? Seize means seize. The Saiyans in your universe are also a warrior race, aren't they? Yes, but they don't seize other people's planets. Jiabe argued vehemently with Vegeta. The universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak. If we didn't seize other planets, the Saiyans in our universe would have gradually perished while drifting through space. Only by seizing can we continue the lifeblood of our race. EC's eyes took on a dangerous glint as he looked at Jiabe. Even so, you can't just seize other people's planets arbitrarily. You can ask the universe for help, or you can be like us. Accept employment and fight against villains. Our universes may be similar, but they are also different. Your philosophy doesn't suit our previous strategy. Besides, there aren't many Saiyans left in the 7th universe now. So which bastard did this? EC pointed at Frieza. EC, didn't we agree? Let's not dwell on the past. I was killed by you two, wasn't I? Frieza took out red wine from somewhere and drank calmly. On the other side, Baduo was growing impatient. Hey, the written test is about to start. Hearing this, EC walked over first, leaving only the prince standing before Jiabe. If you have time, I would like to visit the Lasei planet. Jiabe was startled. What do you want? Don't worry, we won't seize any more planets. Hearing Vegeta's words, Jiabe broke into a smile. I see. You're always welcome. Then the two walked to the exam desks. The exam began. While the 6th universe was writing furiously, the 7th universe had 2 people who failed the liberal arts test. Wukong and Vegeta. Baduo had said the questions were quite simple, but the two were still scratching their heads. For instance, Sun Wukong started counting on his fingers and read the question aloud. Bobo bought 13 bottles of cola. He met 3 kids on the way and gave 2 bottles to each. Before he could finish, Baduo stopped him. No reading aloud. This annoyed Vegeta. At least let me hear the answer. Then, under the torment of the question, Sun Wukong let out a scream. No loud noises. Keep the exam hall quiet. Fortunately, the 5 of them passed safely and came to Bai Lucy. Excellent, all 5 passed. Now who will fight first? Sun Wukong stepped forward without hesitation. Oh, Sun Wukong first. Lord Bai Lucy, we already decided by rock, paper, scissors in the room of spirit and time. If you want to arrange it, how about letting Mo Naka sweep through all 5? EC stood opposite Bai Lucy with full momentum. Impossible. The strongest must be the anchor. Wukong, you go. Bai Lucy sat down and looked at Wei Si. Wei Si, cancel EC's candidate destroyer qualification. He's been opposing me all day. Lord Bai Lucy, if you had given them the slots back, then nothing would have happened. No, if I did that, they would become too arrogant. The master and disciple spoke quietly while the 5 stood opposite them. Then, as if they had agreed on something. EC, your candidate destroyer qualification application is postponed. Bai Lucy picked at his ear. His words struck EC like a thunderbolt. Lord Bai Lucy, I was wrong just now. Please forgive my rudeness. Could you not postpone it? It depends on your performance. Hearing this, EC temporarily relaxed. Beside him, Vegeta nudged him with his arm. Why are you so fixated on the destroyer qualification? Have you heard of using power for personal gain? That way I might find a way to make you all immortal. After all, I would be heartbroken if any of you died, unless I pass away before you. EC clenched his fists. The dragon of the gods. We don't know the divine language. While they were whispering, Xiang Pa fired a key blast and struck the gong. Then from below the arena, a garlic-headed figure jumped out to warm up the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, you've waited long. The martial arts tournament between the selected fighters of the 6th and 7th universes officially begins. First, let's sing the universe song. The bright lights suddenly dimmed, and the intro made everyone anticipate. A red penguin appeared on the stage and began to sing, "The universe is so big." Then the lights came back on, and everyone was stunned. I was just ready, and it's already over. Then they heard the applause from the stage. Next, the garlic-headed host appeared. First, the contestant from the 6th universe, Bo Daremo. Next, the contestant from the 7th universe, Sun Wukong. Hearing the call, Sun Wukong and the yellow bear Bo Daemo stepped onto the stage. Lord Bai Lucy, I bet Sun Wukong can sweep through all 5. What do you think? You see, I like hearing that. Say it more often. Bai Lucy sat cross-legged calmly watching the arena below. The 2 fighters in the arena stared at each other as enthusiastic cheers erupted from the stands. Go for it. sending Goku out in the first match. They're really going all out. Shin, you are now the East Kaishin as well. You can't judge things solely by appearances. The others' energy levels are not far below Goku's. Old Kai began his lecture again. Yes, Ancestor. Shin's obedience pleased Old Kai. On the 6th universe stands the Saiyans from Beerus's castle. Ha! Kappa laughed. He hadn't expected Beerus to actually send them all out. This was a sure win. As the two gods of destruction struck the gong together, the garlic-headed host immediately waved his hand. The match officially begins. Goku took the lead in assuming a fighting stance while the bear opposite him began to bounce. The host announced, the match between the 6th and 7th universes officially begins. The two fighters are quietly probing each other's strength. As the host narrated, Goku's concentration wavered slightly. The bear's bouncing speed increased rapidly. Suddenly, it leaped into the sky and crashed down toward Goku. Goku instantly dodged, but the compressed air blew the host off his feet. Batamo the bear continued bouncing while Goku looked around frantically, prompting EC to complain. After training in the divine realm for so long, he's forgotten everything about the mortal world. Chi. Every living being emits chi. He's just playing around right now. He hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Besides, aside from that one, the fighters from the 6th universe don't seem that impressive. Vegeta sat in his seat with his arms crossed and legs crossed. Vegeta, don't underestimate others so casually. They all have some degree of strength and supernatural abilities. Beerus, drinking juice on the field, lectured Vegeta. Yes, Lord Beerus. Seeing this, EC understood. Vegeta was completely under control. As they spoke, Batamo on the field used the air to rapidly move in all directions. When Goku let his guard down, Batamo slammed into him. Caught off guard, Goku was sent to the edge of the arena, barely managing to stay on by flailing his arms. This sight made the previously relaxed EC, Beerus, and others tense up. Watching on TV was vastly different from witnessing it live. Even Vegeta uncrossed his legs and arms ready to step in. Hey Goku, defend against his attacks, and then counter. Krillin in the audience advised Goku. Watching Batamo standing on the arena, Goku suddenly remembered something. Wasn't that a good opportunity just now? Why didn't you come? Batamo chuckled, and then beckoned with his paw. By now the host had run off the field to avoid being caught in their attacks. Batamo seems calm and composed. The 6th universe fighter is formidable. But Goku's performance is somewhat disappointing. What's wrong with the 7th universe? On the 6th universe stands, such a pity, Vados murmured, thinking that their victory would be much easier now. Kappa, however, was not satisfied. Haha, just as pathetic as in Beerus's castle. Batamo on the field spoke up. Although Lord Kappa said you're nothing special, you're even worse than I imagined, comrade from the 7th universe. Hearing this, Beerus on the stands was furious. How dare they belittle the 7th universe? Go get him, Goku. Lord Beerus, rest assured. Once Goku defeats 5 of them in a row, they won't think that way anymore. As EC finished speaking, Goku started acting up, complaining that he had eaten too much grilled meat and then began doing squats. At the same time, the host was speechless. Goku claims he ate too much grilled meat. How delicious must that meat be? The host covered his eyes. This scene drew laughter from the audience. Batamo produced a green energy sphere from his mouth and fired it. Then let me help you digest. Lord Beerus, I think Goku is deliberately stalling, trying to prolong the 6th universe's defeat so that it won't be too embarrassing when word spreads to other universes. Another way to put it is that he's dragging out the plot. I'll let him stall then. After all, he is my brother. If he loses too badly, others might think I'm bullying him. Beerus picked his ears. With them around, he was no longer worried except for the initial tension at the start. As time passed, Goku finally warmed up. However, his quick dodging skills made Kampa uneasy. This was completely different from what they had seen in Beerus's castle. Now we'll see Batamo's true abilities. Vados's reassurance slightly comforted Kampa. On the field, Batamo fired energy bullets like a machine gun while Goku kept dodging. Finally, feeling his digestion was complete, Goku leaped up and appeared behind Batamo, unleashing a Kamehameha directly. It hit Batamo squarely. Delighted at securing the first victory, Beerus exclaimed, "Success! Lord Beerus, smoke means no damage has always been the rule. Have you forgotten again?" Hearing EC's words, Beerus snorted, annoyed that his excitement was ruined. Sure enough, Batamo was immune to Goku's energy attack, chuckling and waving his paw like a beckoning cat. Seeing this, Goku charged forward with physical attacks. Muda, 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 but it was completely ineffective. This drew gasps from the audience. Under Goku's attacks, he's completely unharmed. What's going on with that bear's body? Not only that, his feet haven't even moved. The spectators were abuzz while the fighters on the field continued their attacks. Seeing that no attack worked, Beerus became anxious again. If they were to be taken down 5 in a row, where would the pride of the strongest god of destruction go? Whis, with his insight, had already seen through the bear, so he deliberately teased. "Oh dear, it seems the situation is unfavorable. Shut up. Listen, give him a good thrashing." Hearing Beerus's words, Goku swung his fists with all his might, but couldn't move Batamo an inch. Instead, he risked being pushed out of the arena. Lord Beerus sending him out first was a mistake. He's lost his head on the field. What? Hey Kakarot. Vegeta's shout made Goku instantly understand. He grabbed Batamo's ankle, flipped him over, and then holding his short legs dragged him to the edge of the arena. What are you doing? Batamo was clearly frightened. Since attacks are ineffective against you, you've never trained, have you? Watching Batamo stand up, Goku grabbed his arm and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Under Batamo's terrified gaze, he was sent flying out of the arena. The sixth universe was visibly shocked, especially Kampa, whose eyes widened. The seventh universe was equally surprised. They had expected Goku to transform into a Super Saiyan, but instead he used such a tactic. At this moment, the host announced, the winner is decided. The sixth universe fighter is out of bounds. The seventh universe fighter, Goku, wins. The victory of the first match brought diametrically opposed joy to the two gods of destruction. In the seventh universe, great. Meanwhile, in the sixth universe, hey coward, it's all your fault for pretending to be weak and making me let my guard down. Facing Kampa's accusation, Sun Wukong was helpless. No, last time I was just wearing a very heavy set of clothes made by Whis. Unconvinced by this explanation, Kampa threw a childish tantrum. You used a giant beam-like light attack and a flying tool. I won't accept it. Kampa's unreasonable behavior even irked the announcer, who immediately defended Wukong. That wasn't a weapon but a physical ability, so it's not against the rules. Didn't Batamo also use similar techniques? Kampa was now flat out denying the result. Anyway, it's unacceptable. Let's redo the match. Beerus looked at his brother, feeling utterly embarrassed. You have no dignity, Kampa. After Beerus's outburst, the others chimed in with agreement. Hearing the unanimous opposition, Kampa, who merely sought recognition from his brother, began rolling on the ground. No, it's not fair. Damn it. His movements were quite rhythmic. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Vados spoke up. Lord Kampa, you don't need to win them all. We still have 4 fighters, and the next one is. Before she could finish, Frieza of the sixth universe stood up. A different kind of music began to play, heightening the atmosphere. The defeated Batamo walked back, dejectedly hiding behind his seat and weeping bitterly. Why hadn't he trained? Seeing the sixth universe's god of destruction relent, the announcer declared the next match. Since Sun Wukong of the seventh universe has won, the next fighter is Frost. Frieza, it's your counterpart's turn. Too bad you're in old fourth form, otherwise you could teach him a thing or two. Ease remarked, sensing Frost's energy. Ahaha, everyone has their uses. Perhaps he will become my ally, Frieza said, narrowing his eyes as he watched Frost on the arena. Just as the audience sensed something ominous, Frost stepped forward and greeted, it's an honor to meet you. Astonishingly, even his voice was identical to Frieza's. Frost then walked up to Sun Wukong and extended his hand. It's a privilege to compete with a warrior like you. Please take care of me. After shaking hands with Wukong, he strode to the edge of the arena and began a polite speech. Ladies and gentlemen of the seventh universe, it is regrettable that we must be adversaries, but this is merely a martial arts tournament. I hope we can part on friendly terms and celebrate this encounter. I believe this is achievable. Please enjoy the match calmly. Thank you for listening. He then bowed deeply. The audience was momentarily stunned. This Frieza is like a completely different person, Bulma remarked. Tights, who had never stopped working, uploading Beerus's biography and recording the match, continued her task. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I never thought there'd be a good version of Frieza. It feels weird. TCH, absolutely nauseating, Frieza muttered. Frieza found Frost's performance hard to stomach. Frieza, if you had been like him back, then you'd be second only to Lord Beerus and Lord Whis in the entire universe. It seems the sixth and seventh universes are opposites. No wonder Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa don't get along, Vegeta concluded. After they spoke, since Beerus was the winner, only he struck the gong this time. Hearing the sound, the announcer immediately declared, all right, the match begins now. He then quickly ran out of the arena. In the arena, Sun Wukong remained wary. Frost moved swiftly, and in the gap after Wukong's attack, he clamped his legs around Wukong's head and began spinning at 100 revolutions per second, catching Wukong off guard. He then slammed Wukong into the ground and leaped away effortlessly. What kind of technique is that? You startled me. Dragon Ball Super's Wukong performed his signature gesture, rubbing his head. The more polite Frost was on the ground, the more disgusted the seventh universe's Frieza became. My apologies, I intended to attack head-on, but due to our size difference, a lightweight must have lightweight tactics. What's wrong? Noticing Wukong pointing at him, Frost looked puzzled. You seem to be testing my strength. Why don't you just transform into your final form? You're planning to fight while showing off your power, right? How did you know? Sun Wukong pointed to the stands. We have a guy who looks exactly like you over there, but he's a real jerk, unlike you. Frieza, who had been wearing a disgusted expression, quickly changed his face when Wukong pointed at him. Frost politely waved at Frieza. Frieza could barely contain his urge to attack, making indistinct sounds through his teeth. He took a deep breath to maintain his gentlemanly facade. Finally, after the two on the arena finished their prattle, Frost began to transform, reaching his third form. Please give me some snacks to settle my stomach. Seeing that hypocritical face makes me want to vomit. Frieza, if you're going to throw up, don't make a mess. Cleaning up is a hassle. Ease took out specially made beef jerky from a capsule. Lord Beerus, this is for you. He also distributed some to the others in the stands. Lord Beerus, should we send some to Lord Compa? No, I've already given him a truckload. My stock is almost depleted. Beerus refused immediately. If I give him more, what will I eat? In the 6th universe, seeing that they were still enjoying snacks while his own fighter had transformed, Compa called out, Vados. Yes, Vados replied, waving her staff. Snacks appeared for the 6th universe members as well. Compa was unusually generous. Go ahead, everyone, help yourselves. On the arena, the two fighters clashed fiercely. In the stands, the audience ate with great relish. Watching their mutual assaults, the announcer couldn't help but marvel. This was likely the most spectacular match he had ever hosted. Then the small tail on his head glowed red, indicating he had received information. I've just received the latest news. Frost's transformation is his assault form. It is said that to eradicate the tragedies of war in the 6th universe, Frost led a peacekeeping force to conflict zones using this form. He is also dedicated to post-war reconstruction and providing aid to children, having won the Universal Peace Prize 3 times. Oh my Frieza, your counterpart is a real saint, Ease remarked after listening to the announcer's report. Frieza finally couldn't take it anymore. Mr. Whis, please. Whis glanced at the distressed Frieza and tapped his staff, causing Frieza to calm down and fall asleep in his seat. This Frieza really can't stand anyone being better than him, Beerus said, taking a satisfying sip of his drink. At the 6th universe's stands, Compa also marveled at Frost's kindness, but Whis added a task for Compa. I promised him that if he wins the match, Lord Compa will provide aid. To reduce his workload, Compa grumbled, so if he loses, no aid needed. He then received Whis's affirmative answer. He's kind of pitiful. A god of destruction shouldn't say such things, Whis reminded him, noticing an inappropriate emotion in Compa. The audience was equally astonished. Though they look alike, different universes are completely opposite. Yet as members of the 7th universe, despite Frost's many good deeds, they still cheered for Goku. Above the arena, Frost struck rapidly with a barrage of blows. Goku could only defend, having just finished warming up. The Supreme Kai of the 6th universe joined the conversation, turning to the Elder Kai. Oh my, it seems Frost from our universe has the advantage. The Elder Kai remained composed. Haha, that's not certain. In his assault form, Frost drove a fist into Goku, sending him crashing to the ground. As Goku landed, Frost fired a beam-like attack across the arena, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Beerus was unfazed, munching on a watermelon from somewhere. Ah, so sweet. Goku, go for it. Frost, looking down, put on an Oscar-worthy performance. Oh no, I've attacked too fiercely. His face showed regret. But Goku was dusting off his clothes. Thanks to you, I finally got my drive. I'm a slow starter, so thanks. Frost couldn't believe it. Such a fierce assault, and only slightly dirty clothes. They chatted a bit more. Goku complained that Frost wasn't straightforward enough, leaving Frost bewildered. Not straightforward. You're hiding a higher form, aren't you? You're not using your full power for the later matches. What makes you say that? Because I'm the same. While Frost was stunned, Goku finally transformed, though only to Super Saiyan 1. Compa found this incredible and immediately asked Kaba beside him, hey, can Saiyans transform? Kaba quickly waved his hand, saying he didn't know. Never heard of it, never seen it. Hit, who had been resting with eyes closed, finally opened them. As an assassin, gathering enemy intel was essential, but he only gave a brief glance. Beerus grew excited too. Listen up, 6th universe. This is a Super Saiyan. Is he finally using his full power? Seeing this, Ease began to calm his breath. His turn to fight was approaching. The two on the arena started bickering again. The reason I hide my final form is not what you think, to conserve power or something. With that, Frost let out a roar and transformed in a flash of light, adopting a form identical to Frieza's, only differing in color. This final form is hard to control. Once I accidentally killed a villain who didn't need to die. Since then, I've never used this form again. His eyes grew serious. Goku, I think you can handle this form. Bring it on. Don't hold back. Meeting you is great. This is my full power. Frost's aura exploded, his speed too fast for the naked eye, and he appeared before Goku in an instant. He threw a powerful punch, but Goku easily blocked it. The level of Frieza from the past was now only good for training the younger generation. But Frost found it unbelievable. His punch had been caught so easily without Goku even moving. Goku then turned his hand into a grip, pulled Frost in, and landed a punch on his face. Frost flew straight into the barrier above. Enraged, Frost charged again, swinging his arm at Goku's face. But his reach was shorter than Goku's by just a centimeter, and he took another solid hit. Frost bounced like a rubber ball twice on the arena floor before lying flat. On the Supreme Kai's stand, the Elder Kai commented sarcastically to the stunned 6th Universe Supreme Kai, my, how quickly the tide has turned. Frost lay on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat. I didn't think he'd be this strong. He staggered up, charged again, but was taken down by a single kick from Goku, landing once more at the edge of the arena. Goku looked at the fallen Frost. Is this your limit? You're a good person. I don't want to hurt you. Give up. Frost thought to himself, if I surrender will I have a good life back home. I appreciate your kindness, but I won't surrender. To end war across the world, I must win this match and obtain Lord Kampa's support. After another passionate speech, Frost charged again. This time Goku clearly held back, not fighting with overwhelming force. Seeing Frost's ferocity, Goku finally made up his mind. He punched Frost in the stomach, then pummeled his face repeatedly. Frost was driven back again, barely standing. Even the audience found it hard to watch. Bulma couldn't help but cheer for him. This time Beerus heard, but didn't blame Vegeta as he admired such a personality, far better than his own universe's scum. He glanced at Frieza and snorted. No matter what, you must never give up. You have to stand up. Since I've always taught my children this, I must take responsibility. Frost's legs trembled as he took one step per word toward Goku. He raised his fist. Goku, reluctant, only blocked symbolically but felt a sting and became dazed. Jaco in the audience sensed something. An opening. Frost saw Goku unsteady and kicked him off the stage. Goku was out of bounds. The arena fell into stunned silence. Prince Vegeta found it unbelievable and shot to his feet. Even Beerus spat out watermelon seeds, his face a mask of disbelief. Did Goku hold back? To the astonishment of the crowd, the host announced the result. This match is won by Frost of Universe 6. Seeing Goku collapsed on the ground, Chi-Chi was extremely anxious. She leaped directly from the stands, ran across the entire arena, and arrived beside Son Goku. Goku, are you all right? At this moment, Son Goku was awakened by Chi-Chi's calls. He sat up and was then embraced by Chi-Chi. Goku scratched his head. Everyone is watching. Being somewhat thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed. Meanwhile, in the stands of Universe 7 and the area of the God of Destruction, chaos ensued. Especially Whis, flaunting his status as the #1 in the universe, taunted, "Oh dear, we lost." Hearing this, Beerus was a bit furious. What the hell is that bastard doing? At this moment, Frost, panting heavily, jumped down. Are you okay? Wow, you're really impressive. I didn't even see what technique you used. Son Goku said with a smile. Frost started to put on airs, spreading his hands. I don't know myself either. I just gave it my all. But one thing I'm clear about is that you pushed my limits to a new height. Son Goku could only respond with a smile since he himself didn't know what had happened. Frost then walked up to Son Goku, extended his hand, and pulled him up. His subsequent showy gestures earned him applause from the crowd. Afterwards, Son Goku carried Chi-Chi princess style, sent her to the stands, and then came before Beerus. Ah, so embarrassing. So embarrassing. Beerus's gaze was sharp. Easy for you to say. If you had used your full power, you would have had a sure win. That's true, but I thought Super Saiyan would be enough to win. I ended up losing. There's no helping it. Next time I promise I won't lose. Son Goku kept waving his hands. This infuriated Beerus. Next time? What matters is this match. If we lose this one, Kampa will always. Before he finished, Kampa's voice came from over there. Hey Beerus, you're not angry, are you? This hit the nail on the head. Beerus gritted his teeth. And no, I'm not angry. Seeing his expression, Kampa was very smug. That guy isn't your ace, is he? You're panicking, you're worried. Hearing Kampa's words, Beerus put his arm around Son Goku, indicating that everything was fine. If only his expression had been more natural, it would have been convincing. Lord Beerus, leave the next match to us. Ise's meditation time had ended. He looked at Vegeta. Vegeta, it's your turn. End it directly. Vegeta lowered his arms, ready at any moment. Beerus glanced at Ise. Ise, it's you guys who are reliable, unlike that Son Goku's so careless. In the arena, the host began to announce. Next, the opponent for Frost will be Vegeta from Universe 7. An attack of that level couldn't have knocked Kakarot unconscious. There must be something fishy, Ise. Vegeta said a few words to Ise and prepared to go down. Ise stood up and walked alongside him, appearing to onlookers as a friendly farewell. It's nothing but a numbing venom. Be careful of his wrist. That's the only place that accidentally touched Son Goku. Although I was in meditation, I'm fully aware of what happened in the arena. Catch him. Vegeta cast a deep glance at Frost. What a cunning fellow. Then he jumped onto the arena. Then Jaco also flew over. The others only gave him a brief glance and paid him no further attention. The God of Destruction of Universe 6, Old Kampa, fired a ki blast, and the host immediately announced the start of the match. Frost said to Vegeta, I've already shown all my techniques. All that's left is my drive, but I'll fight with that as my weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved quickly. Vegeta matched his speed in order to catch him in the act. This greatly displeased Beerus in the stance. Hey, Ise, what exactly did you two talk about? You're not going to abandon me for Universe 6, are you? Lord Beerus, we suspect there's something suspicious about Son Goku's match. Vegeta is now testing him. What? An attack of that level simply couldn't have caused Son Goku to fall into a brief coma. Then the truth is only one, perhaps a numbing venom from some plant injected into Son Goku during some point of the attack caused the temporary unconsciousness. While the two were talking, Vegeta and Frost clashed fiercely. But at this moment, Frost was far from a match for Vegeta. The hidden weapon on his arm was revealed. He saw this. Vegeta. Receiving the signal, Vegeta dodged directly and his eyes caught sight of the poison needle being retracted. Umph. Underhanded tricks. I almost really thought you were a good person, Frost. Vegeta then used his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan. With an elbow strike followed by a downward heavy blow, Frost fell into a brief coma. Hey referee, there's a weapon on his arm. Vegeta dragged Frost before the referee. What? Then the referee began to inspect what Vegeta had brought. He touched it, and a poison needle appeared. He tested it on himself, and fell into a brief hallucination. Frost has used a finely modified weapon device, thus violating the rules. He is disqualified from the competition. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Frost slowly woke up. What? Kappa cried out in disbelief. Beside him, Cabba was also shocked. With your strength, why would you resort to dirty tricks? Hey. At this moment, Vados came out to explain. It's not surprising that you don't know. That is Frost's true face. The space pirates who attacked the planet Egg Sauce were actually the underground organization he led. How could that be? Kappa's face showed disbelief. The idol in his heart turned out to be such a person. The audience was also in an uproar. What? Frost woke up with an incredulous expression. Was I exposed just like that? But being able to show his true face, not having to pretend anymore, was wonderful. He was sick of playing the good guy all day. You're spouting nonsense, Vados. I start wars myself, then pacify them, cheaply acquire war-ravaged lands, and then make a huge profit from the rights after redevelopment and revitalization. That's what I call my business model. So this guy is up to the same kind of tricks as Frieza. Beerus retracted his previous evaluation. Goku also had a headache. To cover up his foul, he completely played the role of a good person. Then Whis woke up Frieza. Disgusting creature. Can't even do things openly. A sewer rat. Don't compare him to me. After waking up and hearing the whole story, Frieza immediately expressed contempt. After learning Frost's true nature, boos rang out everywhere, especially from the 6th universe observation deck. Kampa was furious and asked Whis, why did you pick such a guy? You didn't order me to pay attention to the contestants' conduct. You told me to save trouble and find someone with a sure win, Lord Kampa. Whis had indeed carried out Kampa's orders to the letter, leaving Kampa with nothing to say. As for Frost, now knowing he was eliminated, he spread his hands and walked off the stage. Good luck in the next match. This guy made me lose face. I'll destroy you. Kampa looked fierce. This matter would probably be laughed at by Beerus for a long time. Wait, no need to destroy him. The match isn't over yet. This scum should suffer more. Vegeta had long wanted to beat Frieza, but now the two were roughly evenly matched. Although fighting was enjoyable, he had never thought of one-sided abuse. Wasn't this a good opportunity? After all, they were identical except for color. Wait, if I don't destroy him, I'll feel uneasy. Don't make decisions on your own. Kampa argued, why did everyone have to make him a fat guy uncomfortable? Isn't it good? Reverse the disqualification. If he accidentally wins, isn't it our victory? After all, we have nothing to lose. Whis began to console Kampa's mood. After some struggle, Kampa gave Frost an order. If you win this match, I'll forget about the disgrace and even consider funding you. But if you lose... Kampa paused deliberately, and Frost understood that losing would mean a fate worse than death. Frost had already planned everything in his mind. This made Beerus helpless. How annoying, that's a contemptuous laugh. Lord Beerus, he's obviously no match for me. Considering that I've done some work, don't compare him to me. His petty schemes aren't even worthy of licking my shoes. Frieza was exasperated. Why always compare him to that guy? Was he really that annoying? Or Frieza, are you taking it personally? Lord Beerus didn't even mention your name, haha. Its words made Frieza return to his seat angrily. The two faced off again in the arena. Although you luckily defeated me once, you're really confident to let me stay. Know that from now on there are no rules. You'll have no chance to regret later. Frost was very confident, he just hadn't reacted earlier. Your voice is really unpleasant. What did you say? Frost was stunned. As the wind blew across the field, he dismissed it and walked step by step toward Vegeta. Without despicable means you can't accomplish anything. You think I'm that kind of person, right? Frost kept muttering to himself while Vegeta just watched him quietly. Then Frost revealed a poison needle. Until now I've hidden my weapons in battle. This poison needle I will use against you without mercy. Without hesitation, shamelessly use it to its full potential. Seeing the destruction caused by the poison dripping onto the ground, the host was terrified. You still plan to use it? What have you done to the sacred rules? Frost, watch out, you'll be disqualified again. Frost was unimpressed. Look, everyone around is saying that. What do you suggest? No need to disqualify him. I haven't warmed up enough yet. If you interfere again, I'll blast you too. Vegeta glanced at the host. The host, sweating profusely, dared not decide on his own and looked at the two gods of destruction. After receiving permission, the host announced the match continued. Hearing this, Vegeta got excited, starting as a Super Saiyan. Finally, he could have some fun today. Frieza, you bastard. Vegeta roared loudly. Seeing Frost charging at him, he punched him so hard that his eyes bulged out and he flew off with an awe. Hearing Vegeta's words, everyone looked at Frieza. Vegeta's resentment runs deep. Maybe you should let him cool off when we get back. Its words were helpless. Every time he asks me for a sparring match, I agree. But Vegeta's strength is too low, he can't defeat me. Frieza spread his hands and shook his head. Meanwhile, Frost's fall from Vegeta's punch directly shattered the barrier. As he flew, he even brought a gust of cool air to Kampa. Whis. Kampa remained motionless, enjoying his boring divine life. Yes, I'll fix it right away. Whis raised his staff, and instantly the barrier was restored. Then Frost fell directly out of the arena. Don't worry, I've held back. I don't intend to be as despicable as him. Vegeta crossed his arms, feeling ecstatic inside. He had one-shot his imaginary enemy Frieza. Frost lay on the ground, unable to get up due to pain. The host came down to check his pulse. He was still alive. The host immediately announced, the winner is Vegeta. The audience applauded, cheering for him. Yo, Frieza, look. He's obviously thrilled inside, but still puts on a serious face. It shows he still wants to beat you up. Hahaha, let him come. I'm not that despicable, Frost. If put an arm around Frieza, why don't you stay and train with us from now on? Impossible. Who will take over my Frieza force? Ida. He's not grown yet. Wait a bit longer. Saiyan, the universe strength speaks. Find him a few experienced managers. If you don't come, you'll never catch up to us. Frieza had already made up his mind. With the guidance of a teacher who could teach the god of destruction, he could advance a bit further. He glanced at Beerus. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Lord Beerus is checking if I can return to the match. Then Beerus found something suspicious on his palm. Goku has a poison needle wound from Frost. Needless to say, he can definitely return to the match. Kampa was uninterested, still annoyed that he had such a person on his side. Do as you please. Next, Kampa looked at the three people he still had left. At this moment, he saw the Iron Bucket Man scratching his head and revealed an inexplicable smile. This match, he would definitely win. Because he could re-enter the match, Sun Wukong cheered. Great. Then I'll go after Monaka. Beerus, seeing Monaka staring into the sky, immediately refused. You'll go after Frieza? The anchor must be Monaka. Why? Why must Monaka be the anchor? Goku's question made Beerus sweat profusely. Goku, just follow the arrangement. Isn't it good to go on early? Maybe by the time it's my turn you won't have a chance to play ha-ha. If patted the seat to his right, signaling Goku to sit down, and also helped Beerus out of the situation. Sun Wukong scratched his head, still unable to comprehend why Monaka had to be the anchor instead of just sweeping through all 5 opponents. He then sat down beside EC while Bai Lucy let out a sigh of relief, glad that the questioning had finally ceased. Monaka's aura looks incredibly formidable, remarked Sun Wukong, observing Monaka, who was gazing at the sky with half-closed eyes. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Wei Si felt a surge of amusement. His eyes narrowed, and he covered his mouth with his hand, as if afraid someone might overhear the truth. He has been unconscious ever since witnessing the first round's Kamehameha. A look of profound embarrassment was written all over Bai Lucy's face. Sun Wukong seemed to catch something and turned his head. Just as he was about to stand up, EC pulled him back. Why are you so concerned about trivial matters? Lord Bai Lucy promised you, didn't he? He'll let you fight when we return. Bai Lucy was extremely anxious, fearing that Wei Si might reveal something more. He immediately rushed over to Wei Si. Stop talking nonsense. How long do you think you can keep Monaka's true identity a secret? Someone over there has already guessed it. Wei Si pointed with his little finger. It doesn't matter as long as he makes his appearance at the very end. The problem is. Bai Lucy's gaze followed Wei Si's finger. Bai Lucy was startled. Hey, EC, keep an eye on Wukong, and don't let him wander off. Hearing Bai Lucy's shout, EC snapped back to reality. Isn't he right here with me? Then he patted the spot beside him. Oh, Wukong, when did you slip away? Oh, I just came to ask, did Lord Bai Lucy promise a sparring match? Sun Wukong brought one hand into a palm, and the other into a fist, clashing them together. Bai Lucy finally lost his patience and shoved him away. Lord Bai Lucy, why did you push me? Shut up. Monaka is currently in a state of spiritual unity, and it's extremely dangerous. Anyone who dares to disturb him, whether friend or foe, will be reduced to ashes in an instant. A certain planet was destroyed because of this. Hearing this, Sun Wukong finally fell silent. Watching Sun Wukong walk away dejectedly, Bai Lucy silently congratulated himself on his quick thinking. He also let out a sigh of relief. Why do I have to be so anxious? You brought it upon yourself. Hearing this, Bai Lucy snorted and shot a threatening glance at Wei Si. Wei Si chuckled. Oh my, so you heard that. As they were chatting and laughing, the announcer finally made an announcement. I now inform everyone of a change in the match rules. Everyone present looked puzzled while a 3-dimensional barrier rose from the arena. Without a doubt, this was the work of the god of destruction from Universe 6, who had altered the rules to give his own fighters an advantage. The referee on the field was also one of his own, so such a small request was easily granted. The newly erected barrier means that any contact with it, even in midair, will result in the fighter being ruled out of bounds. The revised rule was finally announced. Vegeta merely snorted coldly, dismissing it as insignificant. Trash. If I had more time, I could have created a much more perfect barrier, Baduo C declared confidently. Idiot, there's no need to be so meticulous about this kind of thing. What matters is, Xiang Pa's eyes narrowed as he was about to explain to the ignorant Ba Duo when Bai Lucy came running across the air at lightning speed. Wait, I never heard anything about changing the rules, he roared as he reached Xiang Pa. Ha, my brother, I'm truly sorry about that. During the previous match, my barrier was damaged. If it happened again, it would be too dangerous, so I set up a barrier around the arena and changed the rules accordingly. The rules were changed and I had the final say. But Bai Lucy was furious. You changed the rules without notifying me. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the host. You're not allowed to change the rules arbitrarily. This time Xiang Pa was exceptionally defiant. None of your business. I'm the one in charge of setting up the venue. But you can't just change the rules, because it might endanger the audience. Human affairs should be protected freely and I won't allow you to make decisions without me. I show you a little respect, and you get all cocky. Neither would back down. In the end, Wei Si suggested a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide whether to change the rules. The two gods then separated, sparks flying from their hands. They played rock, paper, scissors at hundreds of times per second until a winner was finally determined. While no one was watching, Futile sneaked away, but Ba Duo noticed. It must be said that the two gods of destruction were incredibly slow at rock, paper, scissors. By the time Futile had crossed mountains and valleys to reach his destination, they still hadn't decided the outcome. Futile looked at the scene before him and then laughed. Money plus escape cubes. Ho ho ho, the sky's the limit. I'll develop in another universe. Just as Futile was about to touch Xiang Pa's cube, a voice came from behind. I suggest you don't move. Hearing the commanding tone, Futile turned around. A man approached slowly, hands in his pockets. Seeing who it was, Futili's eyes widened. He knew he had little chance of winning against this person, so he immediately shouted, "Don't come any closer." Hearing his shout, the man with his hands in his pockets stopped. Shite, the legendary assassin Shite, did Xiang Pa order you to kill me? Or did a survivor of a planet I destroyed hire you with a heavy bounty? Futile felt fear at that moment, but this place offered him no safety. Shite paid him no heed. A mirror-like skill appeared around him. While Futile was stunned, he was struck with a devastating blow. His screams didn't stop. What is this? Looking at Shite, who hadn't moved an inch, Futile showed a look of despair and finally collapsed. That cube was promised to me, so I can expand my business better, Shite finally explained to Futile. It seems there was no need for me to intervene. Ba Duo, who had been hiding behind a rock, saw this and quietly left. Then Shite carried Futile back. At that moment, the gods of destruction still hadn't finished their rock, paper, scissors. It was now halftime. Xiang Pa rubbed his wrist. Damn it, my hand's numb. Meanwhile, Bai Lucy was still practicing rock, paper, scissors in his seat. How is it, Lord Bai Lucy? It seems there's no foul play. The competing fighter himself said it's fine. Lord Bai Lucy, the sudden rule change gives their fighters an advantage. They might use the barrier to do something, but it's just a petty trick. Trust Vegeta. He thoughtfully handed Bai Lucy a drink and offered advice. Vegeta, I don't know what scheme they're cooking up, but I won't be defeated by some boring trap. Vegeta responded with firm determination. The match officially commenced. With all parties in agreement, the host finally fulfilled his role, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, you've waited long enough. The next round begins now." At the 6th Universe's stand, Xiang Pa eagerly called out to the robot Vegeta, "The arena is set. Go, Vegeta." However, Vegeta's movements were too cumbersome, drawing Xiang Pa's reproach. The key point was, if you're leaving, aren't you going to finish the magma in your cup? Vegeta landed heavily on the arena, causing the entire platform to tilt. This demonstrated the robot's formidable strength, at least far surpassing Bottomo, who was still weeping in the 6th Universe's stands after being bullied by Sun Wukong. Vegeta downed the molten magma in one gulp, prompting a series of clueless remarks from the onlookers. Especially the old Kai, who, despite the robot being entirely sheathed in metal with no visible entry hatch, asked, "That guy isn't a robot, is he?" The 6th Universe's Kaioshin chuckled. "Haha, he's a metal man from the 66950 galaxy. Your universe should have them too." The old Kai turned to those beside him and asked, "I think we do. I think we don't." His reply drew mocking laughter from the 6th Universe's Kaioshin. The host inwardly regretted his decision. While presiding over a battle between gods of destruction was an honor, the danger was immense. He had just been pelted, then nearly struck by poison needles, then threatened with an explosion, and now had to endure someone drinking magma. If a single drop accidentally fell on him, his life would be forfeit. Hurriedly, he announced, "The next match will be between Vegeta and the 6th Universe's Vegeta." Hearing his name, Vegeta tossed the cup into his own mouth, greeted everyone, and then began pounding his head with a series of thuds. This left Vegeta speechless. "You big idiot. Your tactics are completely transparent." As the gongs sounded, the match officially began. Vegeta launched the first attack, striding forward with a rhythm of heave-ho, each step shaking the arena. Watching Vegeta's approach, Vegeta felt vindicated. Just as I thought. No tactics at all, just blind, reckless charging. Like that guy. How laughable. Vegeta easily dodged Vegeta's attacks. Though the robot's strength was immense, it couldn't even touch Vegeta's shadow. Facing the ferocious assault, Vegeta didn't even lower his arms crossed over his chest, revealing his arrogance. I am the perfect fusion of speed and power. Vegeta leaped high and delivered a kick to Vegeta's head. But this time he had indeed kicked a metal plate, literally. The attack had no effect, but the piercing screech echoed through the entire audience, forcing many to cover their ears. Vegeta landed and looked at the unmoving Vegeta with disdain. What's this? Is that all you've got? Vegeta's body swayed, then he assumed a stance that left everyone stunned. He began furiously bashing his own head until it was completely flattened. Then with a single motion he yanked his head out. This guy. The proud prince finally lowered his arms. Never before had Vegeta seen such a self-destructive tactic from a robot, and he was unsure how to respond. To Vegeta this was perfectly normal. Inside his body the magma surged violently, and smoke continuously billowed from the vents on his head. Seeing this, Vegeta grew excited. Finally, this was no longer a one-sided fight. Come on. Vegeta assumed a combat stance, ready for Vegeta's charge. But this time was different. If not for the Saiyan habit of warming up, the match would have ended quickly. Yet Vegeta wanted to play. He had to outperform everyone, aiming for a clean sweep of 4 opponents. However, he was unaware that the title only permitted him to take down 3. Due to his underestimation, Vegeta found himself in a rather embarrassing position, chased around by the very robot he had initially dismissed. Vegeta started with simple combos, but when he couldn't catch up to Vegeta's speed, he unleashed a tornado that could destroy a parking lot. Using his own rotational speed, he formed a tornado, chasing Vegeta all over the arena. What's more, this technique could create clones. Unable to endure any longer, Vegeta flew into the air. Since you're not good at aerial combat, that's why you added this barrier. So now this is my domain. Vegeta gathered energy in his hand and fired a rapid blast. The host, seeing this, immediately crouched in a corner, hoping to avoid being caught in the blast if Vegeta took a disliking to him. But Vegeta forgot that Vegeta had just downed magma before his eyes. A simple energy blast was not worth defending against. Letting the blast strike his body, Vegeta opened his gaping maw and spewed magma. This utterly shocked Vegeta, who in his base form couldn't withstand it at all. Lucy immediately blurted out, "He's hiding a weapon in his mouth. That's a foul." The host, who had been hiding safely, was forced to step forward. Wait. A small green sprout on his head lit up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. According to the latest update, Vegeta is spitting magma saliva, not a weapon. Damn it, where did he find such monsters? Lucy was extremely displeased. How could Xiang Pa always find monsters while the one he recruited was still unconscious? Lucy covered his face, feeling utterly hopeless. While they were pondering, Vegeta was forced to transform into a Super Saiyan to counterattack. The mere pressure of his aura pushed Vegeta back dozens of meters. Whoosh, 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 dang. This was Vegeta's speech. If anyone can translate, please do. Don't be too smug. You're not the only one who can power up. Let me show you the incredible energy of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta prepared to unleash his true strength, which made Xiang Pa chuckle. Then let me see it. Hearing this, Vegeta's entire body began to tremble. The magma inside him churned and surged, causing his body to gradually turn red. A loud whistling sound emerged from his head, as if he was about to boil over. While Vegeta accumulated power, Vegeta taunted him, and Sun Wukong, unable to stay quiet, cheered him on. But the outcome would often be unexpected. This doesn't look good. EC observed the arena. In his current form, Vegeta can't withstand the heat of the magma. What? Vegeta? Sun Wukong immediately shouted upon hearing this, not wanting his good rival to fall. Vegeta's entire body churned with molten lava, creating a stark contrast with Vegeta. The intense heat made Vegeta gasp for breath, still unaware of the severity of the situation. The announcer, utterly useless at his job, exclaimed, "Wow, what on earth is happening?" Vegeta, the competitor, is frozen in place. While Vegeta pondered his next move, a giggle echoed from the 6th universe's stands. Xiang Pa covered his mouth with both hands, prompting Vegeta to remark, "Lord Xiang Pa, that laugh of yours is far too lecherous." "None of your business." Xiang Pa was barely containing his excitement, finally on the verge of victory. "Lord Lucy, Lord Xiang Pa's laughter is highly suspicious. He probably thinks you've become a complete fool for allowing him to alter the rules." Bang! Lucy's fist landed on EC's head. "Stop fooling around and think of a countermeasure. He's as happy as when he stole my steak." Vegeta, get down. You can't breathe properly up there." Sun Wukong offered advice from outside the arena. Vegeta understood the issue. It's that barrier's fault. The oxygen inside is exceptionally thin. Wasey's words brought enlightenment to Lucy, who slammed his fist on the table. "So it's because of that ridiculous rule. Hey Xiang Pa, you tampered with the barrier." Unable to contain his anger, Lucy stood up. Faced with his sudden fury, Xiang Pa curled his tiny hands against his chest, then waved dismissively. "Come on, don't go looking for trouble." For the sake of fairness, Vegeta stepped forward. "We did not touch the barrier." "Impossible. Look beneath your feet." The arena is constructed to allow air circulation. It must be Vegeta's combustion ability that's more astounding. Besides, you agreed to the rule change. Xiangpa was thoroughly enjoying Bai Lucy's discomfort. As Vegeta hesitated, Vegeta launched another attack, shaking his head vigorously. Then he opened his cavernous mouth again, spewing molten lava. The announcer station near the air vents resumed commentary. Vegeta takes the initiative, aiming another lava spit at Vegeta. However, a drip of lava burned a hole in his shoe. Vegeta swiftly dodged and positioned himself above Vegeta. Just as I thought, the space above you is your greatest weakness. But Vegeta underestimated this ironclad robot. Vegeta's head had chimney-like vents, and as Vegeta approached, a torrent of hot air erupted, forcing him back. While Vegeta was contemplating, Vegeta unleashed a combined technique. The scalding steam from his crown mixed with his lava spit, creating a wide-area AoE attack that even made Vegeta cry out. Though the damage was mere pain to Vegeta, the impact was formidable. Had he been a split second slower, he would have been replaced by EC. He was now barely a centimeter from the barrier. Deprived of oxygen, Vegeta panted heavily. Seeing him at a disadvantage, the announcer chimed in. Vegeta almost hit the barrier. The audience breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey referee, isn't that attack illegal?" Telling Kizi asked, distressed by his father's predicament. The referee stood up, his little green sprout glowing. "No, it's not. Vegeta's fart caught fire and exploded. It's not a weapon." Vegeta scratched his head sheepishly. In the stands, EC burst out laughing. "Here's a funny one. Vegeta almost got blown out by a fart." Ha! Suddenly sensing something, EC saw Bai Lucy glaring at him with a dangerous look. "Funny, is it?" EC pursed his lips. "Not funny. Hey Vegeta, if you lose, I won't forgive you." After dealing with EC, Bai Lucy raised his fist and issued the final ultimatum to Vegeta. "Damn it, a bunch of people who only talk to themselves." Vegeta then erupted with overwhelming energy, assuming a finishing stance. "I'll take you down with this move." Vegeta is gathering astonishing power. The referee had barely finished speaking when Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, radiated a crimson glow as if overloading. The overload further raised his temperature. The one who suffered most was the powerless referee, followed by Vegeta, then the audience. "If we can feel it here inside, must be as hot as hell." That was the exact sentiment from the audience. If Vegeta had heard it, he would have been pleased. Someone finally understood him. After gathering power for a long time, Vegeta finally fired his final flash straight at Vegeta's gaping maw. Vegeta didn't stay passive, but he had picked up a bad habit, waiting until he sensed success before countering. A massive pillar of lava repelled Vegeta's finishing blow. Seeing this, Vegeta knew he was outmatched and quickly dodged. However, Vegeta's lava pillar split into two nunchucks, and a glob of lava caught Vegeta's attention. "TCH, don't waste your effort." Vegeta sliced the surrounding lava in half with a burst of energy. Vegeta dodged. Wukong from outside saw the danger and warned him, but it was too late. Vegeta was reveling in the satisfaction of slicing through lava. Vegeta struck him directly with a nunchuck, sending Vegeta hurtling uncontrollably downward, filling the audience with anxiety. Just before hitting the ground, Vegeta twisted and landed on one toe, astonishing everyone. Had he lost like that? But Vegeta dared not move, maintaining that pose. "Referee, check quickly," EC shouted. Vegeta was sweating with tension, terrified of being disqualified. Hearing this, the referee rushed over and crouched to inspect. "Not out of bounds. Not out," he shouted, putting everyone at ease. Xiangpa immediately questioned how Vegeta could be in bounds when he was clearly outside. The referee's eyes glowed red, and the scene beneath Vegeta's feet appeared before everyone. Vegeta is standing on a fragment of the arena, so he is still within bounds. Relieved, Vegeta rose and flew back into the air. The referee's decision infuriated Xiangpa. He was about to win, yet lost because of the referee. Damn it, which bastard hired this referee? Bajuosi looked at Xiangpa and patiently reminded him, "It was you, Lord Xiangpa." "Me." Xiangpa's expression was about to cry. "How could I have found such a fair referee?" Haha, Xiangpa seems furious. Whenever Xiangpa is unhappy, Bai Lucy is happy, and vice versa. These two brothers are truly arch-rivals. This time, thanks to the rules, otherwise Vegeta would have been eliminated. Yizai was on the sofa. The rule was that touching the barrier or the ground meant elimination. Everyone is very happy, but I wonder how Vegeta feels. Hearing Weissi's words, Wukong blankly looked around, still worried about his good friend Vegeta. On the arena, Vegeta slowly rose up, sweating profusely, with veins bulging on his forehead. He was almost eliminated by this piece of junk. The proud me actually had to rely on the rules. This is utterly absurd. Looking at the furious Vegeta, the others were indifferent except son Wukong, who was anxiously scratching his head. The last time he saw this was with Marin Boyu, when the entire arena was destroyed in their duel. "Hey, referee, what's wrong?" Seeing Vegeta's unsettling mood, the referee also felt uneasy. "As long as I don't touch the barrier, right?" The referee hurriedly agreed, afraid that Vegeta might accidentally blast him. "That's good." Vegeta showed a smile. Had he already come up with a countermeasure? Vegeta saw this and spat out a mouthful of lava saliva. This time Vegeta did not dodge, but began to release his full energy. The lava that was already approaching was forced back, and the powerful energy pushed Vegeta back to the edge of the cliff. This is the Super Saiyan of the 7th universe. As a Saiyan from the 6th universe, Jiabei sighed in admiration. When would he be able to possess such powerful strength? Hearing Jiabei's words, Xiangpa shrugged it off, leaning back in his seat. This guy is so stupid. He loses control as soon as he gets angry, so unsportsmanlike. Whenever Xiangpa was self-righteous, someone would always strike him down. Indeed, the angel who was adept at verbal attacks on her own side came again. The one who is stupid and unsportsmanlike is you, Lord Xiangpa. What? Xiangpa looked confused, pointing at himself with his finger. Above the arena, Vegeta continued to release energy, and the barrier began to show cracks due to his power. That is, someone exclaimed. But the cracks multiplied until Vegeta let out a loud roar, and the barrier shattered like a spider web, fragments flying everywhere. Now Vegeta was finally free of constraints. Amazing. What immense power. Jiabei stood up, staring blankly at the figure above the arena. Xiangpa, sitting on the ground, immediately demanded from Bajuosi, "Hey, why didn't you make one that can't break?" That gave Bajuosi a chance to speak. She told him about his past. It was Lord Xiangpa who said, "Idiot, there's no need to be too particular about this kind of thing." Hearing Bajuosi's rebuttal, Xiangpa sat dejectedly on the sofa. This is infuriating. Breaking through the barrier, Vegeta took deep breaths of fresh air, feeling great. As long as I can breathe fully, I can win. Vegeta showed a confident expression. Seeing this, he also gained support from his wife and son. Well done, unleash all your fire. Dad, go for it. Hearing the support of his family, Vegeta's expression turned serious. Just watch. This time Vegeta released the ultimate energy of Super Saiyan, forming a finishing move. Final flash. Vegeta, already in the center of the arena, showed no panic. He activated Overload, but it was useless against a fully powered Vegeta. The lava saliva had barely been launched before it was struck by the final flash on his face. This was a one-sided crushing. No matter how much Vegeta overloaded, he was only a little distance from being out of bounds. Facing such a powerful enemy, Vegeta was no match, but fortunately the opponent's finishing move had been unleashed. Facing the formidable Vegeta, Vegeta's eyes were extremely determined. He blocked Vegeta's charge with one hand, but the next sentence broke Vegeta's defense. This is the end. You pile of scrap metal. That very sentence from Vegeta caused Vegeta to momentarily lose focus, and he was knocked out of the arena. At this moment, Vegeta's eyes bulged as if struck by endless blows. The referee came to observe Vegeta's condition. Vegeta has gone out of bounds. Vegeta wins the match. Hearing this, Vegeta, safely powered down his Super Saiyan state, crossed his arms, and snorted coldly. This infuriated Xiangpa. He clenched his fists. Damn it, even Vegeta lost. But that didn't stop the angel from seizing the opportunity. If only the barrier had been more solid back then. So you can't just do things like that, a little difference matters. Xiangpa also broke down. Shut up. Bajuosi heard this and said nothing, but her eyes smiled. Both sides fought a wonderful match, but the arena will need to be repaired. Then Bajuosi began to wave her staff. Vegeta flew over to the contestants' waiting area where Isi and the others were sitting. Give me water. Wasi said nothing, and with a point of his staff, a jug of water flew to Vegeta. Vegeta, well done. Seeing Vegeta take out two opponents, Lucy was very pleased. There was no need to go that far. Wasi's words startled Vegeta. What? Isi pointed to the opposite side. At that moment, Vegeta was crying incessantly under the comfort of bottomoxying. Shio 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 kushio. That guy? He was so strong just now, how did he become like this? Sun Wukong showed doubt. He must have been hurt by Vegeta's last words of scrap metal. Wasi gave the explanation. What? Vegeta and these metal people have very fragile hearts. Just hearing a few harsh words can make them lose their combat power. Hearing Wasi's words, Lucy jumped up instantly. Hey Wasi, why didn't you tell me this important information earlier? Lord Lucy, if we had known beforehand, this competition would have had no fun at all. Isi raised his hand to answer. After all, this is the first tournament hosted by the gods of destruction. How could we use underhanded tricks? Besides, if Vegeta had been serious, he would have won long ago. Vegeta snorted coldly upon hearing this, then gave a deep glance at Zeit. So Vegeta cares about him too. Now it's my turn. The Saiyan from Universe 6 stood up, cheering himself on with optimism. The arena was gradually repaired under the coordination of the two angels, while Vegeta indulged in the ultimate service. Though his face bore a look of displeasure, his heart was brimming with joy. Bulma used special items to rehydrate Vegeta and gave him a massage to ease the tension in his muscles. Dad, you've got to take down all the opponents next. Trunks raised his little fist. That goes without saying, Vegeta replied with his trademark stoic demeanor. Trunks, don't get too cocky. Vegeta, don't push yourself too hard either. We still have brother-in-law and the others. Go back to your seats. Isi and Frieza watched quietly, then savored the wine Frieza had brought. Your space capsules are really handy. Any interest in expanding into the universe? We could make money together. Are you all that interested in money? No, you're wrong, EC. I'm not interested in money. Perhaps if I simply expressed a wish, countless people in the universe would rush to give me money. I just enjoy the thrill of making it. Frieza took a delicate sip. What a noble pleasure. Since you're not interested in money, why not share some of it? I earned this with my own ability. Why should I share it? The wealth is in my hands. You only have the right to speak, while I have the power to manipulate. Frieza formed a miniature universe with his ki. There are many things on Earth. As long as we have enough materials, Bulma can develop and research anything you want. Then Frieza and EC clinked glasses, but their conversation was overheard by Bulma. Hey brother-in-law, are you selling me out for money again? Do you know how busy I am every day? Yes, I know. It won't happen next time, I promise. Upon hearing EC's perfunctory reply, Bulma shot him a glare. During the halftime break, the spectators began replenishing their energy, pulling out an enormous amount of food and distributing it. However, the noise from eating irritated Kampa. So noisy. Kampa succeeded in drawing everyone's attention. Beerus also performed his habitual gesture. With all his team present, and not having truly lost a single round, he couldn't resist taunting. Kampa is so annoying, always getting angry for no reason. Being ridiculed by his own brother, Kampa was extremely displeased. He leaped over from Universe Six's stance. What did you say? You bastard. Beerus immediately stood up to face him, enunciating each word. You're always losing your temper. Just looking at you makes me hot. It's all your fault. The arena is so sweltering. It's boiling hot. Get lost. Hearing this, Kampa instantly took off, hovering above Beerus. You're way too cold. Beerus retorted, you're too hot. You're too cold. You're too hot. The two kept repeating this phrase, each time rising higher than the other. At the rate they were arguing, they would soon reach outer space. Want to warm up with a little exercise? Hearing Beerus's challenge, Kampa was not to be outdone. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just as they were about to smash through the barrier Vados had set up earlier, the two angels finally finished their collaborative work. Reporting to the two lords, the arena is ready. This synchronized announcement caught the attention of the gods of destruction, halting their confrontation. Hearing this, the brothers exchanged sly smiles. Whis repeated, the arena has been fully repaired. You really are fast workers. Beerus immediately began praising them. He always appreciated capable people, didn't he, Frieza? As an aside, if one paid close attention, not only were Beerus and Kampa's smiles identical, but even their movements were sometimes perfectly synchronized. The way they descended from the sky to the ground was the same. Truly an extraordinary pair of twin brothers. After the exchange between the angels and the gods of destruction, the competition was finally about to resume. As the two fighters stepped onto the stage, background music began to play. Under the referee's gaze, the two fighters moved with similar steps, and even their expressions were strikingly alike. If not for being from different universes, one might have mistaken them for each other's illegitimate sons. Next up, challenging the consecutive victor Vegeta, is Cabba from Universe 6. After introducing the opponent to Vegeta, the referee began his commentary. Which Saiyan will prevail? The cheerful one from Universe 6 or the fierce one from Universe 7? Facing the upright Cabba, everyone gave unanimous praise except for EC, who was somewhat dissatisfied with the referee. It was Vegeta who was fierce, not the Saiyans as a whole. So you're my next opponent. Vegeta looked at the young man before him, a hint of unexpected admiration in his eyes. Yes, please guide me. Cabba bowed, which slightly displeased Vegeta, but a different thought had already taken root in his mind. Don't hold back. Give it your all. Yes, of course. Cabba was still a bit nervous at this point. He was no match for Vegeta yet. The referee glanced at the gods of destruction on either side. Upon receiving their signal, he immediately announced the start of the match. Seeing this, Cabba assumed the same stance as the prince, which made Vegeta smirk. Oh, as expected of a fellow Saiyan, your stance is exactly like mine. Upon hearing the gong, Cabba instantly charged forward, politely alerting his opponent. I'm coming. Bring it on. Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He hadn't even transformed into Super Saiyan to deal with Cabba. As Cabba closed in on Vegeta, he unleashed a series of combos and feints, landing a punch on Vegeta's chest when he least expected it. The brief pain only sharpened Vegeta's reflexes. Facing Cabba's assault, he countered with the same technique. However, the same move yielded different results depending on the user. Cabba was sent flying dozens of meters back, panting heavily. Seeing this, Vegeta began to taunt. What is that, all you've got? Hearing these words, Cabba didn't argue. He had a very clear understanding of his own abilities. But the next move made Vegeta's eyes widen. Isn't that my Gallic gun? He then turned to look at Cabba. Charge. Cabba unleashed his strongest attack, the very technique Vegeta had called the Gallic gun, hurtling toward him. Although taken aback, Vegeta was not caught off guard. Just as the attack was about to hit him, to Cabba's astonishment, Vegeta retaliated with the exact same technique. Not bad. In your base form, you're on par with me. This way it's hard to determine a winner. They both canceled their ultimate moves, and the arena fell into a brief silence. Alright, it's time to show your true power. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta said, staring intently at Jabe. This caught Jabe off guard. You mean the transformation you just did, right? Yes, you got it. Now changed. Vegeta's demeanor had shifted completely, as if he had suddenly become a different person. Is Vegeta trying to recruit a subordinate? EC, having finished his business with Fu Lisa, came to the edge of the viewing platform. Perhaps he intends to teach that young one a lesson. Fu Lisa placed one foot on the step, his gaze shifting to Fu Luosite, then let out a soft laugh. Sorry, I can't. Jabe felt deeply frustrated by Vegeta's demand. What? You can't become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta found it hard to believe. Back in our universe, even kids a few years old can transform at will. How come the 7th universe is so pathetic? If you don't know, ask. If you get hit, stand your ground. Jabe humbly sought instruction. Please, Vegeta, teach me how to transform. Vegeta's expression was a mixture of emotions, but as the prince of the Saiyans, he made his choice. As a prince, he had a duty to help his fellow Saiyans, even from another universe, especially since this young man both resembled and differed from his former self. Please, for the sake of my family waiting for me back on Lasse planet, I want to become stronger and bring peace to the universe. So, Jabe pleaded earnestly. But Vegeta thought, even though I could teach you, look at the situation. The god of destruction is watching. If I help the enemy, by Lu Si will send me to the afterlife. Nevertheless, Vegeta suppressed his impatience and explained, glancing at the platform with a look that pleaded for help. EC caught the signal. As brothers-in-law, EC and Vegeta knew each other well and had their own subtle cues. But you and I are in the middle of a match. Jabe, like a 2G signal, failed to pick up Vegeta's hint and continued as before, so please teach me how to transform. In that brief moment, EC had successfully persuaded Bai Lu Si, offering 3 of Bai Lu Si's castle delicacies. Standing nearby, Fu Lisa's mouth twitched. If only he had lowered his attitude and presented better offerings, this universe might have been his. Receiving EC's signal, Vegeta began his performance. His aura churned violently, rings of air swirling around him. You disappoint me. You dare to ask me for guidance right here in the arena. Seeing Vegeta suddenly furious, Jabe was stunned. What was going on? Things were fine just a moment ago. What is that guy doing? Xiangpa looked at the two who had yet to make a move, puzzled. No idea, Baduo Si answered bluntly. You? This counts as a Saiyan. This counts as a Saiyan. Vegeta's aura surged. Under Jabe's trembling gaze, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Watching Jabe instinctively step back, Vegeta's gaze turned severe. With a speed Jabe couldn't perceive, he landed a single punch that knocked the spit out of Jabe's mouth. Then Vegeta launched into a combo. Each punch seemed lethal, but in truth it was only meant to inflict physical pain and provoke anger within Jabe. Just as Jabe was about to collapse into unconsciousness, Vegeta wouldn't let him off so easily. Having studied Saiyan acupoints with EC earlier, he vanished and reappeared with a flash, instantly jolting Jabe awake and sending him flying into the sky. The audience was baffled by Vegeta's actions. Such a good kid. Why was he being abused like this? But EC went over and said, "Don't worry, it's just training." This is training. Ta EC, who had finished uploading her work, pointed at the arena. Yes, Super Saiyan training. Hearing this, the crowd relaxed, though their hearts remained clenched, fearing Jabe couldn't take it. On the arena, Vegeta's performance was so convincing that one would think the old, evil Vegeta had returned. As Jabe landed, Vegeta, with a menacing grin, kicked him into the air again, seemingly relishing the torture. He also began spewing trash talk. With such pathetic strength, you dare to compete. Thus, under everyone's watch, Jabe went up and down repeatedly. Eventually, his mental fortitude gave out, and he cried out in midair, "I surrender." Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes turned savage. When Jabe descended again, instead of kicking him away, he grabbed him by the collar. "You bastard. You surrendered? I'll kill you." Jabe looked at Vegeta, who was completely different now. But Vegeta already knew what he was going to say, fixing him with a dangerously intense stare. "Fine, let me finish you off. But after that, I'll reduce your Lasse planet to rubble." Seeing Jabe still lacking motivation, Vegeta gathered an energy sphere and began to threaten. "Don't you have a family waiting for you back home? Then I'll kill every last one of them. Your family, your clan." In that instant, Jabe's eyes finally revealed a fierce light. He slapped the energy sphere away with a single blow. Vegeta looked at the transformed Jabe before him, pride shining in his eyes. Truly worthy of the Saiyans, the universe's mightiest warriors. Jabe lowered his head, his voice heavy. "This has nothing to do with Lasse planet. You dare touch Lasse planet. You dare touch my family. I will never forgive you." Jabe's aura erupted. Under the intense emotional stimulation, he finally shattered the barrier to becoming a Super Saiyan. Watching Jabe become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's face showed a gratified expression. The audience also breathed a sigh of relief, and even Xiangpa wore an unreadable look. "I will never forgive you, never. With that, Bei charged straight at Vegeta. This reminded Vegeta of his own past. When he had just achieved the transformation, he immediately challenged those two. A smile crept onto his face. Back then he was too impulsive, just like Bei now. If he had stabilized first, he wouldn't have lost so miserably. As he was lost in memory, a punch landed on Vegeta, the pain snapping him back to reality. Facing Bei's ferocious assault, Vegeta was forced into a defensive stance, retreating step by step. Bei attacked with all his fiery passion, but Vegeta slowly solidified his defense. First he broke through Bei's attacks, then used his own strength to bring Bei crashing to the ground. Having fought on the front lines for a long time, Bei was rich in combat experience. The moment he hit the ground, he counterattacked, sending Vegeta flying into the sky. Then ambushing him in midair, he knocked him back to the ground. As Vegeta rose, he was immediately met with a barrage of energy blasts from Bei. Facing Bei's relentless bombardment, Vegeta as his partner let out a scream, but the smile hidden within the smoke was something Bei couldn't see. Vegeta sensed the moment was ripe. His aura blasted away the smoke, and with a wave of his hand, he detonated all the energy spheres in the sky. Seeing this, Bei took advantage of the explosion to land on the ground. Watching Vegeta, who seemed lost in dazed enjoyment, Bei said nothing more and swung his fist toward Vegeta's forehead. At that moment, Vegeta made no move. Was he spacing out? At least that's what the audience thought. But they couldn't stop time. Bei and Vegeta collided, erupting in a dazzling light. As the light faded, Vegeta blocked Bei's attack with just his forehead. Staring at his own strike, Bei felt incredulous. What? Yes, that's it. Don't forget this feeling. Vegeta's emerald eyes stared seriously at Bei. Huh, what are you doing? Bei then exited his Super Saiyan form. The key to transforming into a Super Saiyan is anger. Don't forget this feeling, Vegeta said in a low voice. This was the first time he taught an outsider, but the effect was excellent. He himself had gone through the same process. After hearing this, Bei understood everything. Got it. He then bowed to Vegeta in thanks. Transform into a Super Saiyan again. Vegeta wanted to show everyone his teaching quality, but when he saw Bei not moving, he immediately got angry. He had to maintain the stern teacher demeanor. I told you to transform, just do it. How many times do I have to say it? Facing the stern Vegeta, Bei was still a bit nervous. He immediately stood at attention, stiffening his body. Yes, sir. After a roar, Bei successfully transformed again, which greatly pleased Vegeta, as expected of a Saiyan with high comprehension. Then Vegeta began a dimensional reduction strike. In Bei's eyes, Vegeta turned blue. This is the latest version, Super Saiyan Blue. This scene also made Zeit, who had been keeping his eyes closed in the stands, detect a threatening aura. He opened his eyes, glanced at Vegeta, then thought of something, and looked at the opposing contestants. Isi and Wukong waved at him friendly, but the aloof Zeit simply closed his eyes again. Ho ho ho, what an aloof person. So Vegeta will face him next. The final contestant of Universe 6 must be no pushover. In the arena, Vegeta and Bei were talking to each other. In that instant, Vegeta landed a heavy punch on Bei's stomach. Never. Forget the pain you feel now. Vegeta turned his head to look at Bei, who had reverted from Super Saiyan, and spoke earnestly. As Bei fell, Vegeta reverted to his original form and walked forward. The announcer hurried over to check on Bei. After the referee's final confirmation, Bei had completely lost consciousness. The referee announced, contestant Bei is down and defeated. Contestant Vegeta wins. At this moment on the screen, only Zeit remained from Universe SIX's contestants. This made Lucy show a sinister smile. He looked at his own 5 members present, each no weaker than Vegeta. Thus my team is assured of victory. Seeing this, Xiangpa was very unwilling. What kind of people had he recruited? For eliminated, and the opponent hadn't lost a single one. Watching Xiangpa's anxious look, Bajuosi kindly reminded him, Lord Xiangpa, your blood pressure will rise. Shut up. Can't you see how miserable I am? Adding fuel to the fire. If I don't win a single match, how can I ever face Lucy again? Meanwhile, the victorious Vegeta carried a bucket of water to where Bei was lying. Without a word, he poured it directly onto Bei's face. Awakening, Bei coughed violently and immediately stood up. Vegeta, thank you. Vegeta slammed the water container onto the ground, startling Bei so much that his eyes widened. Was he going to be lectured again? He wasn't wrong. The ever-enthusiastic teacher Vegeta appeared once more. In the match, you bowed and begged for mercy from me, your opponent. That's no different from giving up the match. I will never forgive a Saiyan like you. Hearing Vegeta's words, Bei, who had never encountered setbacks in his life, immediately bowed his head in apology. Looking at Bei, who dared not meet his eyes, Vegeta reminded him again, never forget the pride of a Saiyan. Pride of a Saiyan. Seeing the child's confusion, Vegeta reminded again, remember to be strong. Yes, I will. I must become as strong as Lord Vegeta. Hearing the words that missed the point, Vegeta tapped the ground with the water container. Bei's reflexes were quick. He immediately stood at attention, ready to listen to Vegeta's instruction. But Vegeta remained silent for a long time, making Jabe uncertain. Is this not allowed? You must surpass me. Jabe looked at Vegeta's stern expression, tears welling up in his eyes. But he remembered Vegeta's words about Saiyan pride, so he held them back. Yes, sir. I understand. Vegeta closed his eyes, but the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't hide his mood. I will never let you surpass me. All right. Hearing Jabe's words, Vegeta gave a faint hum, left the water container, and turned to leave. Watching Vegeta walking away, Jabe said from behind, the king of Planet Lays is just like you. Proud and strong. Is that so? Let me meet him sometime. His paused steps resumed as he prepared for the next match. This time I'll make sure EC doesn't even get a chance to fight. The Saiyans on Earth truly have a love-hate relationship. All right. Jabe shouted loudly, holding the water container Vegeta left behind. I never thought Vegeta could teach. Moi. Sun Wukong, didn't I just explain it clearly to Lord Bailusi? How come you only understand now? Haha, EC, I was observing the last opponent. Want to go on stage early? EC's words made Sun Wukong's eyes light up. Can I? Of course not. Pay more attention to your surroundings, or you might get sold without knowing. Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. By the way, EC, you haven't told me the reason yet. Vegeta is the prince of the Saiyans. Seeing a fellow Saiyan like Jabe makes him feel close, so he wants to train him. Both body and mind. But aren't there you and me among the Saiyans? Seeing Sun Wukong point back and forth, EC crossed his legs. Don't include me. We're on different paths. He can't teach me. And do you think he likes you? But I don't dislike Vegeta. It's probably that kind of attitude he doesn't like. What kind of attitude? Sun Wukong looked up at the sky, lost in thought. After a series of battles, the Sixth Universe sent out their final contestant hit. Before the fight began, the referee spoke first. The victorious Vegeta will now face the final contestant of the Sixth Universe hit. Hearing this, Hit opened his eyes, stood up briskly, and with a swift motion leaped onto the arena. We are down to our last contestant, said Vados. Kappa remained unruffled. Oh, if it's Hit, there's no need to worry. He is the legendary assassin of our universe. It's rare for him to agree to participate in a tournament. Kappa had obviously heard of Hit's reputation. Yes, the condition is that if he wins, we give him the travel cube. Vados's words always surprised Kappa. Thinking that his cube would soon be gone, Kappa's eyes widened. That is a divine vehicle. If he gets it, he could travel to other universes, and anywhere, right? Vados was used to her forgetful god of destruction, and immediately repeated Kappa's own words. I'll forget it. As long as we beat Beerus. Lord Kappa, all 5 of the opponents are present. Kappa glanced at Beerus's team, and thought to himself, let Hit take out all 5. Then I'll mock Beerus thoroughly. On the arena, Vegeta looked at his opponent, and thought, so this is the last one. His calmness is terrifying. Even though he suppresses his ki, I can still feel a needle-sharp aura. He's incredibly strong, but I will not lose. In the spectator stands, the 3 contestants stood at the edge, hoping to get a better look at Hit. That Hit guy, eh? I seem to have heard that name. Do you know his origin? Beerus asked Whis. Indeed, angels are all-knowing. If you ask, they know. If you don't, they don't. But those who have an angel are too advanced. Ordinary people have to make do with someone like Zuno. I heard he's the top assassin in the 6th universe, never missing a target. They call him the 100-hit Hit. How assassins are used to targeting weaknesses. Of course, against someone as tough as Frieza, they have no chance. I'll take that as a compliment, Beerus. If it weren't for Beerus being on the field, Beerus and Frieza would have already started fighting. Although Beerus always had the upper hand, Frieza had trained himself to be as tough as steel. Oh, although I want Vegeta to win, as a spectator, it seems I can finally see a satisfying match. Beerus then fired a ki blast at the gong. This time the sound of the gong finally woke up Monaka. But being able to faint with eyes open is quite a talent. Then after the referee announced the start, Vegeta immediately transformed into Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. This was nothing in Hit's eyes. He then placed both fists in front of him. This caused Vegeta to sneer, trying to see a flaw. Your stance is so small, are you any good? The two remained in that stance for a long time. Finally, Vegeta, who couldn't hold his patience, moved first. Hit saw this, and quickly displayed his speed to feign weakness, temporarily hiding his true trump card. Hit succeeded. Vegeta thought he could keep up with his speed, but couldn't defeat him 100. He then charged into attack, not aiming to win, but to exhaust his stamina as much as possible, since they had more fighters. But Vegeta's plan failed. The moment he approached Hit, he was struck down. What? Vegeta showed an incredulous look. He hadn't seen the attack trajectory at all. Seeing Vegeta knock down the others also looked puzzled. What happened? The contestants exchanged glances, realizing that none of them had seen Hit's attack. Their expressions turned serious. However, Whis noticed it. Quite impressive. On the arena, Vegeta stood up, touched the spot where he was hit, and looked serious. I didn't see the moment he threw the punch at all. Give up. Hit, who had been maintaining his stance, suddenly spoke. What? Vegeta clenched his fist. He had just taught Cab to be strong in the previous round, and now this guy was going to make him look bad. You got lucky with one punch. Don't get too cocky. Now it's my turn to attack. Vegeta, facing the motionless Hit, charged forward instantly. He threw a fist the size of a sandbag, seemingly a direct attack, but it was actually a feint. As he neared Hit, he quickly moved behind him. At that moment, Hit also moved. As Vegeta prepared to attack, Hit dodged quickly. But this time Vegeta saw his movements. Facing Hit's attack, he was about to counter when he was suddenly hit and sent flying again. While retreating, Vegeta felt incredible. He used his waist to perform a backflip and landed steadily. He touched his neck where Hit had struck him. I can see his movements, but I still can't see the attack. Then Hit took the initiative to attack. His movements were so fast that not only Vegeta but even Beerus and the others on the platform couldn't see his technique. All they knew was that Vegeta kept getting beaten. Perhaps because killing was not allowed, the legendary assassin's power was greatly diminished. Vegeta thought fighting at such close range was disadvantageous, so he deliberately created distance. Hit, no longer in his previous stance, put his hands in his pockets. This infuriated Vegeta. His aura burst out, and he gathered a ki blast in one hand. Don't look down on me. But in that brief moment of gathering ki, Vegeta was hit again. From such a distance, and without any preparation. Before he could finish his thought, Vegeta rolled on the ground. Looking at the fallen Vegeta, Hit put his hands back in his pockets and thought, just give up quickly. I'm waiting for my next job. Do you understand now? Give up. You? What did you say? Vegeta was extremely unwilling on the ground. This feeling of powerlessness reminded him of the Frieza era. On the spectator stands, that guy's attacks are all aimed at vital points. As expected of the most feared assassin. Hearing Whis' words, Beerus pondered as he watched the contestant. Facing the mysterious Hit, Beerus suddenly felt that he wasn't entirely confident. On the arena, constantly struck at his weak points, Vegeta's lips were already bleeding. Kneeling on the ground with resentment in his heart, if looks could defeat Hit, Hit would have been defeated 1,000,000 times. With my skills, I can't even touch a single hair of his. Vegeta stood up firmly, spat out a mouthful of blood. I have to admit, I can't catch his attacks, but I'm still standing. His weakness is that his attacks are too light. Have you decided on a battle plan? Hit asked calmly, hands in his pockets. Oomph. Vegeta's aura erupted once more. Facing the formidable Hit, Vegeta showed no sign of retreat. I will defeat you head on. Vegeta rushed straight to Hit's front. When he was just a centimeter away, Hit spoke, take this. Vegeta was hit in that instant, but this time he held firm and didn't fly back. He grabbed Hit's arm and made a strange sound. This way you can't counter. Foolish Prince. Hit still had his other hand. Sure enough, Vegeta was hit again. This time Vegeta couldn't hold on. The Super Saiyan God form was knocked out of him. Hit withdrew his fist and put his hands back in his pockets. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, shocking everyone off the arena. How had Vegeta been defeated? If Vegeta could be beaten so easily, then what about EC and the others? Some people thought Earth might have to relocate. On the 6th platform, Kampa finally won a round and was crying with joy. His choice was correct. Hit had the ability to take on 5. On the arena, Hit looked at the referee. Killing is against the rules, right? Looking at the legendary assassin, the referee was sweating coldly and replied cautiously, yes. Then what do we do? He can't even surrender. Hit looked at the unconscious Vegeta. Hearing this, the referee immediately announced, the winner of this round is Hit. After hearing his victory, Hit looked at the fallen Vegeta. You are the first person to survive so many of my attacks. With that, Hit walked away, waiting for the next match. He had completed 1/5 of his mission. Dad. Trunks, seeing his father lying on the ground, rushed onto the arena with a towel. 2 friends followed, one carrying a water bottle and the other carrying senzu beans. Meanwhile, Goku was gathering information about Hit. It might be a technique called flash time. I've only heard that some people can skip an extremely brief moment in time, about 0.1 seconds. Goku obtained key information from the Grand Kai and then relayed it. Oh my, this really surprised me. I didn't expect someone else could manipulate time like me. Hearing Whis' words, Beerus was quite distressed. He knew the power of time manipulation. Whis often used it to render him helpless, making him the strongest god of destruction. How troublesome. On the 6th platform, Kampa smirked at Beerus, which made Beerus very annoyed. What do you plan to do, EC? EC was silent for a moment and did not give a definite answer. At that moment, the halftime break ended and the referee announced, after Hit's victory, the next competitor is EC from Universe 7. Hearing this, EC unfurled his tail from around his waist, leaped directly onto the arena, and looked at the approaching Vegeta. Any advice? Hearing EC's words, Vegeta stopped. Sorry, no. Understood. Leave it to me. EC fixed his gaze on Hit. Dad, go for it. Avenge Uncle Vegeta. Ita, you have to trust Uncle Vegeta. He will redeem himself from this defeat. EC smiled at Vegeta, who gave a faint humph and left. On the 7th platform, Beerus was still worried. Hey Whis, you must know how to counter it. Teach him quickly. But Whis did not reveal the counter. Finding a way to deal with it on your own is also part of training. This isn't training. Hearing his god of destruction shout, Whis remained calm. Just leave it to EC. You're so nonchalant. If EC loses the other 2. Whis began teasing Beerus again. Don't we still have Manaka, the strongest fighter in Universe 7? Beerus's face fell. You know the truth, yet you're being mischievous. Oh, I remember now. It seems you lied to motivate EC and Goku, and brought along an ordinary passerby. Oh ho ho. Whis' tone made Beerus want to punch him to vent his anger. This caused Piccolo with his keen ears to overhear an incredible secret. EC forced him to reveal more moves. It's all for the ones after you. On the arena, EC out of martial virtue first performed a martial arts salute. This caught Hit off guard. He had never learned such things, so he simply nodded in acknowledgement. After both sides were ready, Kampa stylishly struck the gong with a key blast. Receiving the signal to start, the referee immediately announced, "Begin." EC immediately assumed a combat stance, half squatting in a horse stance, one hand forming a palm forward, the other clenched into a fist at his waist, his eyes fixed on Hit. "I don't know how to counter your technique yet, so I'll just fight first. You seem to have forgotten to transform. I wanted to stall for time and slowly adapt to your attacks. You're really young to reveal everything like that. Then I hope Senior Hit will go easy on me. Here I go." EC spoke lightly, but his heart was heavy. Seeing Hit's slight nod, EC instantly charged forward. First he went to Hit's front, then flashed behind him. Just as Hit expected an attack, EC instantly changed his move and struck at Hit's lower body. But in that instant, Hit successfully struck EC. The pain made EC stifle his voice. He retreated tens of meters and rubbed his stomach. "I can't feel it the moment you attack." EC charged again, reminding him of his time at the Thunder Dojo. Every time he failed, every time he charged toward the top until he surpassed them. Dozens of consecutive attacks were all in vain. On the last attempt to break through Hit's defense, the pain finally made EC cry out. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. No matter how tough you are, being hit in vital points repeatedly will kill you. You should give up. Hit gave EC his personal advice. Admit defeat. Sorry, I can't oblige since I've just found a trick. EC stretched his limbs. A trick? I feel like you're messing with me. Shite withdrew his hands from his pockets, ready to teach this boastful kid a lesson. Don't believe me? Then let's try. EC was ready, and Shite was eager to see. Come on. Hearing the command, EC charged immediately. The moment Shite struck, EC crossed his arms to block his head. This gave Shite pause. Had he really encountered a prodigy? How about that? Your flash time has been successfully countered by me. Shite seemed distracted, but actually had already intended to attack. However, EC sensed it and turned around, landing a punch on Shite. This scene stunned not only Shite, but also the two gods of destruction on the platform. The kid really had it. Though the words were the same, the tone was completely different. How about it, Senior? Succeeded once more. Shite's eyes were fixed on EC, then he wiped the mark on his face. A coincidence? If you say so. EC advanced again. By now Shite's flash time was completely countered by EC, and this time, he sent Shite flying several meters. Senior, I'm pretty good, aren't I? How about considering taking a disciple? Shite remained silent, but in the spectator stand some were already laughing while others slumped over the tables, shouting Shite's name in despair. I once traveled through an alternate dimension where I saw many things, especially after being subjected to a half-hour intense training by that guy. There was also a good friend who could easily counter instant transmission, rapid movement, and the like. I asked him for advice, and he told me that when facing bizarre attacks, one must keep the mind calm and merge with all things around. Then as soon as the opponent moves, you can sense the trajectory of their attack from the surroundings and counter within 0.1 second. What an incredible person. Why didn't you use it from the start? Why did you wait until after taking so many of my attacks? That guy is special. He is the union of the Yang realm and the Yin realm, so he can use it effortlessly. But I'm not skilled enough, though every time I need a period of preparation, and I'm still far from mastering it. So that's it. No wonder every time we fight, EC it's equal in the beginning, but at the end we get utterly crushed. Sun Wukong suddenly realized. Vegeta clenched his fists. He's almost proficient, and I haven't even started. It's so frustrating. Could it be that I'm just not suited for mind-related cultivation? I see. It seems my flash time is temporarily useless. Shite began to get serious. Senior is getting serious now. Then EC started gathering power, and in a short time a faint purple light erupted from his body, completing his transformation. On the 6th stand, Jia stood up. A purple Super Saiyan. He then looked at Vegeta. Xiangpa was also speechless. What is all this? Why are you Saiyan so flashy? This is my exclusive Super Saiyan 4, Initial God Stage. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Shite remained expressionless, indicating he had many trump cards. Super Saiyan 4, Initial God Stage. I can sense a very strong aura. Since you've told me so much, I'll tell you too. My flash time can evolve. No problem. In this form, I'm an upgraded version of Super Saiyan Blue with enhanced power and abilities, including my senses. Now let's see if Senior can keep up with my speed. As soon as the words fell, EC saw Shite ready and charged immediately. Muda. Facing EC's rapid attacks, Shite was momentarily at a disadvantage, but he couldn't block all of them. Occasionally he took a punch. However, Shite also fought back, and his occasional flash time was also countered. On the sixth stand, Xiangpa drooped his ears in despair. Why? Shite, you have to cheer up. Lord Xiangpa being too pessimistic might cause loss of appetite. Here, have this. Ba Duo attracted Xiangpa's attention with a sweet drink. Finally, while Xiangpa was drinking, EC used a breaking defense move, landing a heavy punch on his face, then kicked him far away. Senior, if you keep this up, you'll be out. EC assumed a battle stance, wanting to see if Shite's flash time evolution would bring him new changes as well, and he hoped to learn flash time himself, which combined with the realm of all things would make him stronger. Shite placed his fist in front of him, and time began to freeze. As Shite moved, a glass-like space appeared. But this move had no effect on EC, who was already familiar with flash time. In an instant, Shite was sent flying again, crashing onto the arena. This time smoke rose, and the arena was smashed with a huge hole. As the smoke cleared, Shite revealed a peculiar smile. As expected of my EC. Bai Lucy sat on the sofa, took a big gulp of his drink, and exclaimed, "How refreshing." No EC is mine, including Wukong and Bai Jita. Wei Si, sitting beside him, spoke calmly. Watching Shite rise, EC grinned. Want to admit defeat, senior? Hearing this, Shite made no sound, but his oppressive aura was worrying. Suddenly, Shite broke free from that state, and his entire aura began to surge. So you yell when you power up too? EC had just spoken when Shite gave a super serious look. Seeing this, EC immediately dropped his joking tone. This time Shite attacked first. It seemed he was only one step away from breaking through in flash time. EC certainly wouldn't refrain from counterattacking, but this time he overthought it. The breakthrough was real, but the power-up was not. Shite kept attacking with flash time, but he was the one taking the hits. Even Xiangpa on the sixth stand couldn't help asking Ba Duo, "Doesn't yelling make you stronger?" Ba Duo spread her hands. "You ask me, who do I ask?" Xiangpa grew furious. "That means we can't win. Our sixth universe is going to lose. Well, things are not looking good at the moment." "Well done. Keep up the momentum." Bai Lucy raised his fist, thinking that this time he would make a big joke of Xiangpa. As Shite repeatedly failed in his attacks, EC let his guard down, thinking Shite had reached his limit. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, the unexpected happened. Bam! EC was struck in a vital spot without warning. The intense pain made him fall to his knees. The announcer also reminded, "Hey, are you okay? The match is OV. Shut up, or I'll blast you." Hearing EC's words, the announcer immediately dodged aside, thinking these Saiyans are really dangerous, always threatening to blow people up. EC endured the pain and stood up, then adjusted his stance. That was a perfect opportunity. If you didn't strike, there would be no chance later. I can't transform like you Saiyans to boost my power, but I can grow. Before I thought it unnecessary, but now seeing you, I urgently need my own growth. This time consider it repayment. EC adjusted his breath. Senior, you are truly remarkable, but I think you need a successor like me. Humph, beat me. By the way, I've expanded my flash time by 0.2 seconds. Your All Realms domain is useless now. Truly impressive growth, but 0.1 seconds is still acceptable. The habits of a gold medal assassin are hard to change. EC assumed a battle stance. Hit also assumed a battle stance, but instead of placing his hands in front of his head, he adopted a wide-open posture. To maximize my latest potential like this. Senior, hit the world of 0.1 seconds is not out of reach, but your attacks after growth are indeed formidable. Are you ready? EC's purple energy erupted. Come on, I'm still growing. I want to see how far you can take me. I also want to try how far I can go in this endless chase. Hearing this, EC smiled. Then let's chase each other. Saiyans are also a race that grows in battle. With that, EC unleashed his maximum power, and in an instant before Hit could react, he had already appeared behind him. But Hit had the sharp tool of flash time, leading by 0.1 seconds was enough for his reaction time. Bang! The two clashed fiercely on the arena. Every time, EC could predict Hit's attack trajectory, so Hit was the one getting hit more often. After another collision, Hit actively distanced himself. The existence of a strong enemy is the motivation that drives me to keep growing. While constantly taking attacks, my flash time keeps expanding. I can continue to grow. Is that so? EC answered with a fist and a smile, and Hit also smiled back, which shocked the Kaioshin of Universe 6. Hit actually smiled. Hit came over, and the two bumped fists, then simultaneously distanced themselves again. On the seventh stand, Beerus felt some unwillingness. Was he going to be taken down by one person? Pretending to be casual, he asked Whis. As he keeps getting stronger, his stance is also evolving. Indeed, it's so reasonable that it's frightening. Whis narrowed his eyes. As EC's master, what do you think his chances of winning are? Oh ha ha ha. Whis smiled without answering, leaving Beerus frustrated. You can't just tell me directly. So there's such a powerful guy? It seems I need to complete my secret technique faster. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. What? Secret technique? What are you practicing behind my back again? Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong. Haha, it's a secret technique meant to deal with Lord Beerus, but it's not perfected yet. What? Looks like I need to work hard too. Vegeta clenched his fists. Bang bang. Beerus hit each of their heads with one hand. Watch the match properly and learn something. In his heart, he thought, what a bunch of good disciples, always thinking about how to beat me. So much pressure. Frieza watched the Saiyans, thinking, what a bunch of freaks. If your King Vegeta had faced reality, I wouldn't have lost such excellent subordinates. On the arena, the two charged at each other again. This time, the further grown Hit had the advantage. This time, my flash time has surpassed yours. EC. Inside a glass-like space, Hit attacked wildly, dozens of punches landing solidly. Bang! The two originally fighting in midair, EC fell directly, rolling several times on the arena. Everyone in the audience was sweating for EC. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, performed a kip up, and looked at Hit in the sky. Senior Hit, thanks to you, I've also reached my limit. What? Hit couldn't believe it. Such an outstanding person with no room for growth. EC didn't answer him this time. Huh. Oh. His aura began to erupt and surge. Hit, stop him quickly. Lord Kampa, you can't do this. Even if we win, it will damage Hit's confidence. Gabby stood up to stop him. But Kampa placed his hand directly on his forehead, showing a ferocious expression. Who cares? It's me and Beerus fighting. I advise you not to be too presumptuous. You are just pawns in the game. Just as everyone was terrified, Kampa seemed to take a blow, stumbled 2 steps, and sat down looking dazed. What's going on? Vados beside him said, isn't this good? Kampa understood. You can punish them anytime, but right now I'd rather watch the outcome of the match. On the 7th stand, Whis looked calm. Oh yo, it seems EC has realized his plan. If this continues, Lord Beerus, you'll be in danger. What? Not only Beerus, but everyone around was astonished. So EC had been far ahead of them all along. Beerus gulped. He hadn't expected this unassuming guy to be the most dangerous. If he got beaten up, the other two would be so excited. While no one was watching, he whispered to Whis, find a time to train me, or my bones will rust. Lord Beerus, are you worried that after EC surpasses you, your authority will be gone? Beerus immediately covered Whis's mouth. Keep your voice down. They're all here. Except for the pacified Frieza, none of them are good guys. Beerus didn't know that a Namekian was sweating profusely, stuffing food into his mouth, adding another secret to his knowledge. Yes. Then Lord Beerus should work hard on tasks during this period. You know, as the population increases, even with EC and the others boosting our combat power, our universe is still at the bottom. The Grand Minister keeps urging us. Hearing Whis's words, Beerus thought and glanced at Frieza. Hey, Frieza. Hearing Beerus call him Frieza, immediately stood up. Yes, Lord Beerus. I have a mission. After the match, you help me complete it. I'm going to take a nap. I've been so tired from the match with Kampa lately. Yes, Lord Beerus. Hearing the old tool man's reply, Beerus nodded and glanced at Whis, as if to say, you know. Ho, I never expected Lord Beerus to have ambition. The changes they bring are really significant. Yes, indeed. Beerus and Whis looked at the few people in front of them. Huh. The purple aura directly pierced a hole through the eggshell barrier, named by Xiangpa. I've kept you waiting, Senior Shite. I am now Super Saiyan 4, Limit of the Gods. Limit of the Gods. Slightly deepened hair color. Shite chuckled. In the end, your growth is more astonishing, but I won't fall too far behind. Haha, it's not just a change in color. The most important thing is strength. With that, EC immediately assumed a fighting stance, and Shite likewise adopted a wide-open posture. Take this. EC moved first while Shite attempted to freeze time with his flash time technique, but this time he miscalculated. EC broke through his flash time and delivered a single punch that made Shite's eyes bulge. Rushing fist. This was a technique EC had adapted from the Dragon Fist, weaker in power, but excellent for controlling the opponent. Shite crashed into the eggshell barrier like a gust of wind. It's over, Senior. EC assumed his finishing stance. Huh. Just as the thunderous roar was about to strike, EC unleashed the Dragon Fist in close succession. Yeah. The eggshell barrier, which had just been repaired by the angel, shattered again like a spiderweb. Wei Si felt helpless. His disciple's mess would have to be cleaned up by him. After everything returned to normal, silence fell over both the arena and the stands. When the dust and smoke cleared, everyone saw Shite lying on EC's shoulder. EC then deactivated his Super Saiyan transformation and laid Shite on the arena floor. Referee. Yes. The referee, flustered, hurried over to EC. Looking at the referee standing stiffly before him, EC thought, who on earth found this guy so lacking in awareness? Announce the result. Yes. Since Shite has fallen unconscious, the winner is EC from Universe 7. After the announcement, cheers erupted from the audience. Yeah. The happiest of all was Lord Bai Lu Si. Seeing Xiangpa's crestfallen face, he immediately began to gloat. Hey Xiangpa, the score is 1-5. Oomph. Faced with reality, Xiangpa had nothing more to say. He could only wait for another chance to compete again, since this was the first martial arts tournament of the Gods of Destruction. On the arena, EC fed a Senzu bean to the unconscious Shite. In a second, Shite woke up and glanced around, understanding the outcome. He then pointed his finger at EC's forehead. Seeing this, everyone tensed up thinking Shite intended to do something malicious, but EC stopped them. The two stood up together. Thank you. Shite smiled. No need, this is a token of thanks for your mercy. This gift is truly precious. EC waved at Shite, then returned to stand 7. Mission accomplished, Lord by Lu Si. Well done, almost as good as me. Bai Lu Si gestured with his fingers. Haha, that's thanks to the excellent guidance of Lord Bai Lu Si and Master Wei Si. Wei Si then lay down on the sofa and fed himself a senzu bean, instantly regaining full energy. Hey, EC, what did Shite give you? If you hadn't stopped me, I would have thought he was going to attack you. Flash time, EC said lightly while lying on the sofa. What? He actually gave you this technique? Sun Wukong immediately grew eager. Seeing this, EC understood what they wanted. Rest for 2 days. Balance between work and rest is important. Then we can use you to practice flash time. On stand 7, everything was calm, due to the victory. Bai Lu Si was enjoying the fruits of triumph, but stand 6 was a different story. As Shite returned to the stand, the atmosphere became tense. Mission failed. I lost completely. I'm sorry. Xiang Pa's originally gloomy face softened slightly. Why did you ignore my orders? Otherwise it wouldn't have come to this. I wanted to grow. Oh, growth. Then come back with me in a few days. I'll make sure you grow thoroughly. Shite felt helpless. He couldn't leave now. He had heard that the gods of destruction had poor memories, so he could only wait for this to be forgotten. Yes. Lord Bai Lu Si. What? Who is that? Huh. Suddenly Bai Lu Si's eyes bulged. His Majesty Quan Wong. No. This can't be. The other god of destruction was similarly stunned, but just as he was about to explode in anger, he was stopped by Ba Duo, his expression identical to Bai Lu Si's. That is His Majesty Quan Wong. Not only the gods of destruction, but even the Supreme Kai showed a look of terror. For this capricious master, none of the gods wanted to see him. One misstep, and even ashes would be gone. Only Supreme Kai Shin looked clueless, quietly asking the Elder Kai. Who is that? That kid makes me uncomfortable. Immediately the Elder Kai slapped him across the face. You fool. He secretly transmitted a message, don't speak, if you don't know I'll tell you later. At this moment the bravest person was the referee. Facing the Quan Wong that all gods feared, he stepped forward and announced, wait a moment. Suddenly someone has intruded into the arena. Who could it be? As soon as he finished speaking, Quan Wong's 2 guards turned their heads. The frightened referee immediately fled, thinking to himself, too dangerous, too dangerous. Hosting the God of Destruction's tournament is too dangerous. Everyone here is a life-threatening presence. At this moment, EC also sat up. Frieza glanced at the nervous Bai Lu Si and became very interested. He looks like a child, but I can't gauge his depth at all. Who is he? Quan Wong, the supreme being who stands at the pinnacle of all 12 universes. Hearing Bai Lu Si's words, everyone sitting on the sofas immediately stood up, afraid of missing something. They were also curious why such a great figure had come here. At this moment, Wei Si began his reminder mode. Is it appropriate for us to sit up here and look down on him? Bai Lu Si immediately jumped up. Do you even need to ask? Of course not. Leaving that statement, he went ahead alone, leaving the others stunned at the sight of the usually majestic god of destruction acting like this. So there was someone who could reign in the god of destruction. The same situation occurred on stand 6. Why would Quan Wong come to a place like this? Though filled with confusion, Xiang Pa still dove down. Watching the departing god of destruction, an angel, Shite breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, the god of destruction would forget the earlier incident. The 2 brothers arrived before Quan Wong, immediately standing at attention and bowing 90 degrees. We warmly welcome your majesty, Quan Wong. A childish voice came from Quan Wong. With the destroyer's greeting, Whis and his sibling descended, offering a calm salutation to the Omni King. Long time no see. Are you in good health? After they finished their greetings, the Kaioshin flew over, all prostrating themselves. Omni King, why have you graced us with your presence today? The Omni King's youthful voice emerged. Today? Because you've been holding private events, I want to remind you. Don't slack off on your duties as destroyers. Yes. The 2 brothers answered in unison. Upon hearing the subsequent words, Beerus spoke to the Omni King with a grave tone. My sincerest apologies. At this moment, Whis began to tattle. Omni King, listen to me. Lord Beerus is more devoted to napping and gourmet food than to destruction. This made Beerus gesture frantically, signaling him to stop. Say less, say less. Am I not still your pupil? Do you want them to? On the other side, Vados did the same, clutching her heart with a look of anguish. Lord Kampa pays no heed to his health. His figure has completely deteriorated. I fear it will affect his work, so I specially prepared nutritionally balanced meals. But he complained that my cooking was terrible, sob sob sob. Hearing this, Kampa broke into a cold sweat. You don't even taste your own cooking before feeding it to me. You poisoned even my pet rabbit. If I weren't so resilient and hadn't reluctantly eaten the rabbit to survive, I wouldn't be here today. The Omni King thought for a long while and offered a solution. How about replacing the destroyers? This nearly scared the 2 brothers out of their wits, but the Omni King quickly said it was a joke. Actually, yes. Every time the Omni King spoke, the two brothers tensed up in nervousness, thinking, can you finish everything in one go? Don't speak one sentence at a time. I came to remind you, but as I watched I found it really fun, super fun. Hearing the Omni King's fragmented words, the two brothers could only keep repeating yes. So next time, why not gather all the universe's contestants and have a competition? That's what I'm thinking. Just as the gods were about to give a perfunctory reply, a voice came from behind. Really? That would be so much fun. Let's compete. Let's see who's best. When it came to who loved to challenge the most, it was none other than Son Goku. He walked toward the Omni King as he spoke. Beerus was furious and cursed. You idiot. Because it was unexpected, Beerus also forgot to warn Goku and the others. Just as Goku was about to step forward, the Omni King's guard stopped him. What? Not allowed. Son Goku was startled, thinking they were about to attack. What now? That cockroach idiot. Doesn't he see the situation? Vegeta asked EC. How should I know? I can't even beat Beerus now. I'm still many levels below them. Just wait for death. Humph. Vegeta was utterly helpless. He was even further behind. Now he could only clench his fists. Hearing Goku's words, the two guards shook their heads, frantically mute as statues. Really not allowed. Just a few words. The answer was still a shake of the head. Beerus finally snapped back. You listen to me. Don't think you're worthy to speak with the Omni King. Beerus thought, Goku, hurry up and step back, leave this to me, or else you'll die without knowing how. Who knew that the Omni King's next words would make the brothers' eyes widen? In the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku always had the final say. It's alright. But Beerus didn't know what to say now. His junior brothers were getting more and more outrageous. The Omni King walked over personally, and the guards parted automatically. The match was exciting. Goku scratched his head. Hee, but EC fought even better than me. Then Son Goku seemed to boast to everyone about the Omni King's praise. This pleased the Omni King, who had found someone to agree with him. Alright then, let's hold another competition soon. It's a deal. Son Goku stretched out his hand. This scene gave the two brothers behind him a huge fright. Is he that bold? To play with the Omni King like this? Probably only you in all 12 universes. Seeing this, the Omni King let out an but made no move. However, everyone behind was extremely nervous, especially the two brothers. The Omni King looked at Son Goku's sincere smile, then reached out his hand. Without a second thought, Goku grabbed it. The two brothers, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, tensed up again as they watched Goku slowly lift the Omni King. Not only the destroyers, but even the Omni King's guards widened their eyes. You're the first one to play with the Omni King like this. The Omni King let go and jumped down. It's nothing, you're really interesting. The Omni King laughed. He had never met anyone like this. Alright, I'm going back now. The Omni King waved. Okay, see you. Farewell, Omni King. The two brothers bowed again in unison. Sensing the Omni King's intention to leave, the two guards each took one of his hands. Goodbye. Then they performed a ritual to everyone and flew away as a rainbow. After the Omni King left, the two brothers breathed a huge sigh of relief. Beerus lifted his head and said angrily, You listen to me. If the Omni King wanted, he could make all 12 universes disappear in an instant. Son Goku turned around. That powerful. But the Omni King doesn't seem like a bad person. He wouldn't do that. He finished with a smile. Beerus sighed. When will my junior brothers understand my hardships? If only they could all be a bit more stable. The excitement of winning the match has been dulled. Hearing Beerus's lament, Kampa tried to weasel out. Exactly. The next tournament hosted by the Omni King will be the official one. This was just a practice match. So I'm not sad about losing either. But promises must be kept. Beerus stood with his hands on his hips. Winning was always satisfying. The two angels closed their eyes, ignoring the outside world. You don't have to tell me. I'll give you the Super Dragon Balls. But don't think you'll find the last one easily. Let's go. Kampa fumed and left. Vados bowed politely and followed in his footsteps. Then Kampa turned to the 6th universe's contestants. All of you come here. No one is allowed to miss the next match. Don't anger the Omni King. Seeing his destroyer in such a state, Hit secretly rejoiced. See, that's the memory of a destroyer. Jiabe sighed, and Magita muttered something Shiboa. Watching Kampa depart, the fighters bid each other farewell. Kappa, for instance, approached Vegeta. Master, I can finally show you Planet Sadala. But Vegeta was quite Sundara. I am not your master. Yes, master. Kappa did not think so. He was determined to cling to this powerful ally. Vegeta snorted and said no more. Senior Hit, I look forward to crossing fists with you again. Hit nodded, then led the fighters of Universe 6 away. At this moment, the victorious Beerus, accompanied by Whis, found Bulma. Lord Beerus, you must promise not to use the Super Dragon Balls for anything terrible. I'll have to think about that. Beerus was very haughty. He had no intention of telling her what he wished for. I will report you to the Omni King. Ever since Bulma met the Omni King, she believed she had found leverage over Beerus, truly arrogant for a time. This left Beerus speechless. I, Beerus, am a being of deep sentiment. If not for the sake of my fellow disciples, you wouldn't even see King Yama with such words. Fine, I promise, alright. Hearing Beerus's assurance, Bulma began operating the Super Dragon Ball radar. Can't find it. The radar only shows 6 reactions. Even when expanding the search range, it was still the same. Then Tights took the Dragon radar from Bulma and examined it closely. Oh, here it shows 7 Super Dragon Ball reactions already. I once studied cosmic maps with ISS. Such maps need to be viewed in 3 dimensions. From a planar view, the planet beneath our feet is the Super Dragon Ball. Oh, I see. Everyone please enter the transport cube. Whis' words spurred everyone into action, eager to witness the Super Shenron. Everyone boarded the transport cube and flew into space. Whis lightly waved his staff, and on the planet Kampa had named nothing their planet, tornadoes began to stir. Cracks like spiderwebs spread across the surface, and with a flash of golden light, the final Super Dragon Ball revealed itself. Magnificent! ISS exclaimed at the sight of the Super Dragon Ball. So the planet we fought on was actually a Super Dragon Ball. Piccolo, hearing this, began to explain. Probably after a wish was made in the past, the Super Dragon Balls scattered, crashing into and shattering existing asteroids. Then the debris accumulated to form this planet. Well done, Tights. So how do we summon the Super Shenron? Lord Beerus, to summon the Super Shenron, you must speak in the divine language. Come forth, divine dragon, I wish to make a wish. Upon hearing ISS's words, Beerus immediately shouted at Whis. Hey Whis, repeat after me. Shout at the Super Dragon Ball. Yes, sir. Whis stood on the transport cube. After a brief exchange, Whis successfully obtained the password to summon the Super Shenron and began speaking in the divine tongue, Bari Bari Wa. This only caught the last 3 words, I wish to make a wish. After Whis finished, perhaps because Dragon God Zalama had not updated the Super Dragon Balls in a long time, their reception was very slow. Just as everyone thought it might be a fake, the Super Dragon Ball planet began to glow and shimmer. The 7 Super Dragon Balls responded one by one. Under everyone's gaze, the orbs moved together, forming a hexagonal pattern and emitting a special light that linked them together. The ensuing brilliance was blinding. Seeing this, Whis tapped his staff twice, and a protective barrier shielded everyone. Whis, is this going to be a problem? Ho, rest assured it's fine. Whis' calm tone indicated he had seen the Super Shenron before. After the blinding light faded, the slumbering Super Shenron appeared before them. From ISS's perspective, each of the Super Shenron's eyes was larger than the entire transport cube. Gazing at the colossal golden dragon, everyone was in awe. Suddenly, the Super Shenron's eyes glowed red, and within the eggshell-like barrier it began to show off its prowess. A special sound effect somehow propagated through the vacuum of space. As if announcing its arrival, the Super Shenron burst from its shell, and before anyone could react, it opened its massive jaws and flew through them. As it traveled farther, its body grew larger until galaxies became mere ornaments around it. When everyone came to their senses, they found themselves in a place resembling a cosmic tunnel. Where is this? They wondered. I'm afraid we're inside the Super Shenron's body, said ISS. Goku was horrified inside. Will we turn into poop? Chi-Chi immediately scolded, don't use foul language in front of the children. Then Whis reassured them, no need to worry. We're simply here to fulfill our original purpose. In other words, after the wish was granted, they would return. Understanding this, everyone continued forward in the transport cube until they reached a gate that seemed like a terminal. Passing through the gate in a pitch-black space, a golden dragon gradually appeared before them. Is this the true form of the Super Shenron? Even Bulma, who had seen great wonders since childhood, was astonished at the sight of a dragon whose fang was dozens of times larger than herself. It should be called the core of existence. A kind of core entity. Beerus gave everyone a brief explanation, though none of them truly understood it. Then the Super Shenron spoke, but only Beerus and Whis could understand. However, everyone gathered that it was time to make a wish. A wish? What wish should I make? Beerus folded his arms, pondering. What? You haven't even decided on a wish? Bulma was astonished. Oh, wasn't summoning the Super Shenron like this a waste of time? Shut up. I'm thinking. At that moment, the Super Shenron lowered its neck and looked at Beerus. Very well. Beerus spoke to Whis in an incomprehensible divine tongue. You've decided to? Yes. Hearing Beerus's words, Whis smiled. Such a love-hate relationship between brothers. All right, I'll make the wish now. Then Whis spoke to the Super Shenron in a cryptic divine language, Bari Bari Wa. The Super Shenron's eyes flashed red, and after responding, its entire body shrank, transforming into 7 Super Dragon Balls that flew toward the 2 universes. Is it over? Vegeta couldn't help but ask as he watched Super Shenron's form dissipate, clearly more shaken than he let on. By the way, Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Share with us. Of course. I had Super Shenron get me a more comfortable bed. Hearing Beerus's words, Bulma was furious. Such a perfect opportunity wasted. Then Vegeta's face contorted in horror as she exclaimed, Ah, you absolute fool, I could have handled something so simple. Huh, who are you calling a fool? Watch out, or I might actually destroy you. Beerus shouted back. Someone as tsundere as me wouldn't reveal what I wished for. By now Whis had sent each contestant back to their respective places. She was taking Kampa to the destruction god realm of Universe 6 when her staff began to glow. Zing! Whis slammed on the brakes and Kampa crashed into the warp cube. Already in a foul mood from losing, Kampa yelled at Whis, "Can you even drive?" In response to Kampa's outburst, Whis remained calm. She tapped her staff and an image of Earth appeared. Seeing Earth, Kampa was filled with bitterness. "Earth? Turn it off. I don't want to see it. That's not what you think. This is Earth from Universe 6. The humans there have been revived." "Huh? What did you say?" Kampa was stunned. "Their culture is also similar to that of Universe 7. Hearing this, Kampa grew excited. "Then that means..." He swallowed hard. "That's right. We can also enjoy Earth's delicious cuisine." The only pity was that Kampa's little mind hadn't yet grasped the full picture as he waited for Whis' reply. Perhaps Lord Beerus made a wish for Kampa using the Super Dragon Balls. As they spoke, a Super Dragon Ball zipped past them. Seeing this, Kampa burst into a smile. "TCH, that bastard loves meddling. How annoying." Meanwhile, on his way home, Beerus rubbed his nose. Whis, watching his master, felt a sense of newfound maturity. "You're quite kind-hearted. Keep your mouth shut. I'm just doing him a favor." The two brothers clearly cared for each other, but they had far too many points of rivalry. Time passed quickly. Whis brought everyone to the destruction god realm. As soon as they stepped out, Beerus took Monaka and left without acknowledging anyone else, except Goku, who chased after him. Seeing Goku follow, Beerus was a little annoyed. Couldn't he see that the others had tacitly understood? "You're so persistent." Hearing Beerus's shout, Goku looked hurt. "Didn't you say I could fight Monaka after the tournament?" "Don't be like that. Can't I just have a few rounds with Monaka? You know I didn't get to fight Hit because of Frost. It's such a shame. Please, Lord Beerus." Goku gestured with his hands. Beerus stroked his chin, trying to think of an excuse. Just then Whis approached. "Hey Lord Beerus, Goku, we need to go? Everyone's waiting for you." Whis asked everyone to wait. "Lord Beerus hasn't told me yet if I can spar with Monaka." Whis looked at Beerus, who was clearly trying to weasel out of it, and then at Monaka, who wore a blank expression. Whis patted Goku on the shoulder. "Everyone is tired today. I'm sure Lord Beerus will arrange something in a few days, right?" "I'm right. You all go back. When there's a gathering, I'll bring someone along." "Great. It's a deal." Goku ran back like a happy child. The two of them watched him go, then spoke softly. "How long will Lord Beerus keep this up?" Whis' words startled Beerus, who immediately covered his mouth. "Chill. It seems the smarter ones have already figured it out. I won't hide it from you. Monaka is just a front to motivate you all." Seeing Beerus admit it, Whis told the truth. "Lord Beerus, you didn't need to go to such trouble. The easiest way to motivate us is you yourself. We are all striving to catch up to your pace. Farewell, Lord Beerus." Beerus smiled as he watched Whis wave and leave. Then he turned to Monaka. "Thank you for your trouble. Go back to work." Monaka had already changed into his work uniform. At Beerus's command, he nodded and pressed a few buttons on the remote, bringing his delivery vehicle flying over. "I've already loaded your payment." Beerus stood with his hands behind his back. As a god, his promises were always trustworthy. When Monaka opened the back door, he was stunned. "Wow, so much. Thank you, Lord Beerus. But good things never come free. Next time I'll use you alone to ignite Goku's fighting spirit." Hearing this, Monaka shed tears of happiness. Meanwhile, the group on their way home, having nothing else to discuss, brought up the topic of the All-Universe Martial Arts Tournament. "Just thinking about it gets me excited. An All-Universe Tournament. That's going to be enormous." Whis' voice came from the purple cube. "Haha, I can't wait. But we don't know the rules yet. One thing's for sure, there will be plenty of strong fighters like Hit. It's such a shame I didn't get to fight him." Goku rubbed the back of his head, watching the stars recede behind him. Ho ho ho, that's simple. Once Whis learns time skip, you can fight him and get a feel for Hit style, can't you? Frieza, your suggestion is a good one, but Whis insists on resting for a few days. It's going to be so boring. Everyone was chattering away while Vegeta just snorted to assert his presence. "I've always told you balance between work and rest is most important. Besides, I need to take Tais and Ida out for some fun. I really don't have time for sparring these days." "What? You're taking Ida out?" "No way. He hasn't completed his tasks yet." "Huh? Frieza, what do you mean by that?" "Want me to show you what I mean?" Whis cracked his knuckles. "Say whatever you want. Ida is now the commander of my Frieza force. He's in charge of the entire universe, so he has to come with me." Hearing this, Whis pressed his forehead against Frieza's. "That's my son. He doesn't care about your Frieza force." Frieza refused to back down, increasing the pressure with his head. Then who shamelessly shoved him in here in the first place? Still, even workers get breaks. Ida needs rest now. Sorry, his vacation days for this year are all used up. In fact, next year's and the year after's are gone too. Watching the two argue, everyone smiled. Who would have thought that the once ruthless Frieza would fight over a little kid? The quarrel between EC and Fu Lisa ultimately ended with EC emerging victorious, for who could blame Fu Lisa for being unable to defeat that scoundrel? After the group returned to Earth, they agreed upon the time for the celebration, and then went their separate ways. "Hey, EC, I won't be attending this celebration. Bailu Si-sama has entrusted me with his duties as a god of destruction. Truly a tight schedule and heavy responsibility. Fu Lisa touched his forehead, feigning distress, yet it was also a veiled boast. The position of god of destruction you so yearn for will ultimately be shouldered by me. Well then, do your work well. Never disgrace Bailu Si-sama or me, for I am soon to be a candidate for god of destruction. Ha! EC patted Fu Lisa on the shoulder. Trying to compete with me. Fu Lisa clenched his fists, vowing to reclaim his dignity next time. Hehehe, you see, the mountains and rivers will meet again. We'll see each other without fail. With those words, Fu Lisa boarded the spaceship that had come for him and departed. Finally everyone's gone. Seeing them off was so exhausting. Now it's just our family left. Seeing that everyone had left, Vegeta approached EC. Hey, spare some time for private training. Vegeta, we finally have a day off. Relax properly. Didn't Master Wei Si say your body is too stiff? Hearing EC's words, Vegeta nodded in understanding. This guy wouldn't make a move until he was well rested. Seeing Vegeta sitting there lost in thought, EC tossed him a game controller. Let's play around. Vegeta looked at the controller in his hand, then sat down beside EC, and they began playing a classic two-player fighting game. You see, Vegeta, each game character has its own unique traits. This mirrors real life. Everyone has their own shining points. For instance, you would dare anything for Ma. The first half of EC's words were fine, but the latter half made Vegeta blush. In a moment of carelessness, he broke the controller. EC said it was no problem at all. There were plenty of controllers at home. Tais and Ma were also in the living room, ostensibly discussing the tournament, but their attention was fixed on the conversation between EC and Vegeta. The sun gradually set, and night was about to fall. In this home, caught between embarrassment and warmth due to the topic, they bid each other good night. A few days later, after EC had taken his family on a trip, Ma contacted Wei Si to inform him about the celebration. A celebration, huh? Exactly. Such a joyful victory deserves a celebration. If EC hadn't insisted on dragging us all on a trip, it could have been held the next day. So that means there will be all kinds of delicious food, right? How wonderful. Upon hearing about the celebration, Wei Si was delighted at the prospect of savoring new delicacies, for Ma's banquets never repeated the same dishes. On the other side, upon hearing the news, Bailu Si came running over. Of course I'll attend. This is a victory under my leadership. There's no reason not to join. Great. Then please come at noon tomorrow. Also please invite Monaka. Even though he didn't fight, we should still notify him. Alright, see you tomorrow. With that, Ma hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the master and apprentice in the realm of gods of destruction fell into contemplation. Bailu Si paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. If Sun Wukong sees Monaka, he'll definitely pester him for a match. What a headache. Wei Si then offered a suggestion. How about telling him the truth that Monaka is very weak? Bailu Si stroked his chin. No, I am a god. If it's believed that a god lied, it would damage my authority. Is that so? EC already knows, though. He's different. He's an apprentice god now. Understand. In the end, it's still for your own sake. Is that not allowed? Then Wei Si shook his head, indicating it was fine. Bailu Si nodded in satisfaction and concluded, in short, we must pretend that Monaka can't attend due to work. Got it. Very well, I understand. Wei Si replied with his eyes closed, sounding indifferent. Time came to noon the next day. Zhao Zi, who still hadn't grown taller, was flying through the sky with Kalin's daughter, leaving behind only a melodious sound as they passed. Behind them followed the adorable pet Pu'er. It seemed the celebration was about to begin. In the venue, various attendants were preparing the banquet and the essentials for the party. There were quite a few invited guests, all familiar faces. Oh dear, Wu Fan and the others can only come in the evening. If we play war games, it won't be fair. This was Sun Wukong's wife Chi-Chi, who had arrived early with Wu Tian. Chi-Chi, hasn't Wukong arrived yet? Hearing Ma's question, Chi-Chi replied immediately. He went to the fields and hasn't come back. He might suddenly appear any moment. Alright then, let's start without him. Ma had just finished speaking when Vegeta retorted, wait until Bailu Si-sama arrives. Vegeta. Seeing Ma's puzzled look, Vegeta reminded everyone. Have you forgotten what happened at your birthday party? Try to avoid angering him. Vegeta's words won everyone's agreement. It would be troublesome if he throws a tantrum. While they were talking, EC came out yawning, looking listless. Huh, good morning. You're all here already. The sun is high in the sky, and you still call it morning. Who taught you this habit of sleeping in? EC came over and directly grabbed EC's ear. Aya, easy, everyone's watching. The somewhat tense atmosphere was dispelled by this scene. Ma, is there enough food this time? After greeting everyone, EC asked. Rest assured, it can fill the stomachs of all of you. Hearing Ma's words, EC gave an okay gesture. While everyone was chatting, a cargo spacecraft flew in from the sky and landed at their celebration venue. It seems the universe's trendiest desserts have arrived. I specially ordered them for the celebration. Jaco, seeing the intergalactic delivery arrive on time, was thrilled to finally have a moment in the spotlight. The door opened, and the person who stepped out astonished everyone. It was none other than Emo Naka, the showstopper of the first martial arts tournament of the Gods of Destruction. Although he hadn't fought the fact that Bai Lu Si chose him as the finale suggested, his strength was not to be underestimated. Emo Naka got off the vehicle and bowed politely to his customer. "Hello, I've delivered the goods you ordered." "Huh, how can it be Emo Naka?" Bu Ma found it utterly unbelievable. Seeing the crowd, Emo Naka felt a bit nervous, for they were truly formidable. "Hello, I usually work as a deliverman for an intergalactic courier company." This astounded everyone, but it won Chi-Chi's admiration. Not only strong, but also hardworking. That's truly admirable. You are a role model for men. Issei, who had been drinking juice at a distance, saw this, and remarked, "By Lucy-sama, you're going to have your hands full." After Manaka finished moving the desserts, the children scrambled to grab them. In the midst of the commotion, an accident occurred. The frail Manaka was knocked over by Ida. Everyone rushed over to apologize for the children's rudeness, but when they arrived, they were stunned. Manaka was lying on the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Could it be that Manaka is actually very weak? Piccolo. Kirurin's remark made Piccolo break out in a cold sweat. Although he knew the answer, saying it would be too offensive. But Piccolo was not good at lying, so he could only mutter a vague, "What did you say?" Kirurin didn't catch it, and was about to ask again when a rainbow-colored beam of light descended from the sky. Beerus and Whis appeared. Whis greeted them as usual. "Hello everyone, we meet again. Sorry to keep you waiting." At this moment Beerus was still quite composed, but the others paid him no attention until they spotted a familiar figure crying. Manaka. Beerus, who had just arrived, widened his eyes in shock. What was going on? He hadn't been notified. Why was Manaka here? "You? How did you get here?" Bulma walked over. "Hey Lord Beerus, we agreed that you would bring Manaka along, didn't we?" Beerus scratched his head. "Well." Seeing this, Bulma narrowed her eyes and leaned in. "Could it be that you don't want others to know he's weak?" Beerus was especially surprised. "How did you know? Could it be his?" No, he wasn't the type to gossip. Vegeta reacted quickly and immediately pulled Bulma away. "Stop talking." But Beerus's reaction had already made the truth known to the others. Just then Is walked up to Beerus and whispered what had just happened. "Lord Beerus, you've been exposed. Just now." Beerus looked utterly defeated indeed. Whis looked around, but Goku hasn't arrived yet. If Goku finds out, there will be a lot of trouble. Listen up, no one is to tell him about this. Beerus put on a fierce expression, scaring everyone into silence. Just then Son Goku suddenly appeared behind Beerus. Is kept signaling with his eyes, but Beerus noticed nothing. "Is what's wrong with your eyes? They keep twitching." As Beerus was about to continue speaking, a voice from behind startled him. "Yo, Lord Beerus." Beerus jumped aside. "You scared me. Where did you come from?" But Goku ignored him and immediately spotted Manaka wiping his tears. Overjoyed, he teleported over. "Manaka, you're here too. Today we finally have to spar." To carry out Beerus's plan, Chi-Chi immediately stepped in. "Goku, your clothes are filthy. How rude. Go home and change before coming back." As expected, Goku obediently listened to Chi-Chi. "Got it. Wait for me, Manaka." With that, he flew off. "Alright, we bought some time. Let's quickly discuss while Goku is away." Chi-Chi was quite resourceful, gaining a considerable amount of time for Beerus. This made Beerus very happy. "Well done. You're a capable wife. Thanks to you." Beerus's praise made Chi-Chi blush. After all, this compliment came from the god who rules the universe. But at this moment Bulma began to court disaster. While Vegeta was distracted by the previous events, she broke free and came back to Beerus. "I want to ask, can a god lie?" Before Beerus could lose his temper, Is quickly grabbed Bulma and tossed her into Vegeta's arms. "Enough, Bulma. You don't understand Lord Beerus's good intentions." Getting the signal, Vegeta also joined in. "Since the god of destruction holds the power of life and death." "That's right, Bulma. Lord Beerus pretended for the sake of Earth. With Manaka as a target brother-in-law, Is I and Kakarot trained hard, and that's how we defeated Universe 6. Beerus was pleased with their explanation. "Exactly right." At the same time, to further convince everyone that Beerus wasn't deliberately lying, Whis stepped forward. "Ahem, listen up everyone. If you lose Manaka as a hypothetical rival, even if you don't slack off, your training will slacken. Moreover, the gods of destruction from other universes are ruthless. If you lose in the tournament, who knows what will happen to Earth." Hearing this, everyone found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to continue discussing with a whoosh, Goku appeared again. "Hey, I'm back." Just like before, Goku's sudden appearance behind Beerus gave him a huge fright. That was fast. Beerus thought, "We haven't even discussed anything yet, and you're back. All because of Bulma." Goku didn't care. "Manaka, let's start." "No, I won't allow you to do as you please. Please, Lord Beerus." Seeing Goku's pitiful look, Beerus's heart softened, and he had to come up with another hurdle. "If you really want to spar, then do 100 trillion sit-ups. If you finish, I'll allow it." Goku took it seriously. "Really? Great. Thank you, Lord Beerus." With that, Goku went to the wall and started doing sit-ups, leaving Beerus dumbfounded. He never expected Goku to actually take him up on it. At this point, Is, who had been quiet for a while, spoke up. "Lord Beerus, you'd better think carefully about how to keep Manaka's secret." Everyone fell into thought. Then Goten, who had experience in pretending, came up with an idea. He tapped his little hand. Why not pretend that Monaka can transform? Huh. Before the adults could understand, Trunks, who also had experience, immediately praised Goten. That's a great idea. You're so smart. Looking at the smiling Goten, Trunks quickly ran over. Lord Beerus, this is great, right? This shocked Beerus. What? You want me to disguise myself? Whis, do you think I need to do this? I am a god of destruction. Beerus felt it was beneath his dignity to play the role. Whis, who understood him best, would surely say no if it wasn't necessary. Beerus miscalculated. Whis didn't follow his script. It's still your own fault for this mess. All your own doing. Whis said he had no objection, but this child's words. All right, 100 million megatons completed. Just as Beerus was about to get angry, he heard this devastating news. Amidst his bewildered expression, Sun Wukong went off to find Monaka again. He dragged Monaka into a sparring match. Watching Monaka's mournful face, EC, who was enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines, felt immensely pleased. The only thing missing was a stool and some melon seeds. Beerus roared, impossible. Even if you did 1 per second, it would take 3 million years. You must not have counted properly. Then Wukong showed Beerus the math he had learned. This made Chi-Chi start to complain about Beerus. How could Wukong possibly understand such a large number? It seems Lord Beerus doesn't know Wukong very well. Hey, go do it again. Isn't it just a few moves? Why does it have to be so troublesome? Sun Wukong ignored Beerus and dragged Monaka off to find a place for their match. No matter how much Beerus called out, Wukong pretended not to hear. Just then a few children ran over carrying something. Upon closer inspection, it was Monaka's costume. Lord Beerus. Look here. Hearing the voice, Beerus turned and immediately exclaimed, You want me to wear this? Seeing that Wukong was about to find a suitable venue, everyone began using various techniques to stop him, while Beerus paced back and forth. I've got it. A flash of inspiration struck Beerus, and he looked at EC, who was drinking juice. Hey EC, it's time to fulfill your duties as the candidate god of destruction. Leave this matter to you. EC spat out a mouthful of juice, turned his head blankly toward Beerus, pointed at himself, then at the costume. Huh. Me? Yes, that's right. A candidate god of destruction must share the burdens of the god of destruction. Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. With a flick of his staff, Whis adjusted the costume to fit EC's size. Seeing EC dawdling, Beerus couldn't help shouting, Hurry. Yes. Reluctantly, EC finally put on the Monaka costume. After Sun Wukong recovered his vision from Kuririn's solar flare, the background music shifted. A giant Monaka appeared behind him, draped in a white cape, staring at him with piercing eyes. Wow, Monaka, you suddenly got so big. Sun Wukong was astonished. So this was what expansion meant. You can change like this. And I can sense the same aura as EC. Hearing this, EC remained calm. I'm just EC disguised as Monaka. Only you idiot can't see through it. Where was the real Monaka? Kuririn had taken him away and hidden him behind Ox King's leg. Could it be that Monaka also possesses divine power? This is so exciting. Sun Wukong immediately assumed a fighting stance. Hey, Wukong, don't fight here. Do you want to ruin my feast? Having resolved the issue, Beerus felt cheerful. He started drinking EC's juice and eating his chicken leg. Fine, I understand. Sun Wukong then headed for a nearby scenic mountain area. EC, seeing this from afar, thought to himself, you sure know how to pick a spot. That's where I usually go fishing. Without even a greeting, he punched Sun Wukong in the face. Wukong, sent flying, stopped himself and rubbed his cheek. Wow, that hurts, but that's more like it. Sun Wukong grinned and started exchanging blows with Monaka, complete with sound effects. Adadadada. Then they clashed with a powerful punch. The Monaka costume, reinforced by Whis, proved extremely durable, sustaining no damage from such fierce attacks. Rings of air appeared in the sky from their battle. The onlookers in the distance began their own commentary on the match. Oh, that EC kid has improved rapidly. Even Sun Wukong was on the defensive at first. Lord Beerus, that's because he's been training with someone. In the past few days, Vegeta has taken quite a beating. Hearing Tait's words, Beerus grew curious. Even using Vegeta as a training partner couldn't explain such rapid progress, could it? It's because of the time skip. Whis hit the nail on the head. Then Vegeta added, EC has now mastered the time skip. Not only his stance, but even his techniques are becoming more refined. While they were talking, Sun Wukong took a punch. EC then flashed above him, intending to slam him into the ground. But Sun Wukong's combat experience was vast. He hooked his foot onto Monaka's head, then used the leverage to spin Monaka's head around. Another kick caused an unexpected tear in the costume. This startled the observers. Just as Wukong was about to continue his attack, Vegeta and Piccolo intervened. What are you doing? On the other side, Vegeta quickly turned Monaka's head back into position. EC unfastened the cape and tied it around his waist to cover the damaged area. Then Vegeta and Piccolo began a clumsy act. We don't know what we're doing either. Piccolo quickly added, Monaka seems to have the ability to control people. We were compelled to come here against our will. Hey, what's going on? Why are my arms so long? To prove his point to Wukong, Piccolo reached out with his elongated hand toward a bewildered Wukong. Alright, Time to send you off the battlefield. With that, EC grabbed Vegeta's hand, and like a bumper car flung both of them downward. Then he erupted with a fierce aura. To Sun Wukong's astonishment, he unleashed a barrage of rapid punches. The lightning-fast attacks forced Wukong to purely defend. But a defense always has gaps. Monaka found the opening and sent him flying with a punch. In the process, he followed up with a kick. But Sun Wukong was no pushover. He mounted a powerful counterattack. I'll take this. Monaka blocked 2 strikes, but the third knocked off one of his ears. EC inside was terrified. Fortunately, Wukong never paid attention to such details. He only cared about whether the fight was satisfying. Punch. Monaka caught the punch directly. Still a bit lacking. Then his other hand pierced through Wukong's defense, injuring him. Monaka seized the opportunity. With just 3 punches, he sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. Monaka followed him down, kicking up a 100-meter-high cloud of dust, keeping the onlookers on edge. The battle was fierce. If anyone felt it most deeply, it was undoubtedly Earth, whose very core fire had been blasted out. The intense shockwaves made ordinary mortals unsteady on their feet. Wait, isn't it just a few moves? Tais said excitedly. Now my yard is ruined, let alone that the West will also suffer if this continues. She was quite agitated, not even knowing to be careful with her own home. Wei Si calmly ate, and Bai Lucy did the same. Why? Because Wei Si had the power to reverse time. Especially Bai Lucy, who kept exclaiming, EC's pace of life is really good. I'll follow this from now on. The good part was eating while watching the show. The battle was intense, a white light and a purple light tangled endlessly, eventually converging in the sky, flashing a dazzling golden light. Boom. Monaka and Sun Wukong separated. The only difference was that Sun Wukong's clothes were intact, while Monaka's suit, except for the head, was damaged everywhere. Sun Wukong's warm-up was over, ready to do something impressive. EC, hidden inside the Monaka suit, just smiled and beckoned with a finger. Seeing this, Sun Wukong burst out with energy. Alright, that gives me even more motivation. Monaka was not to be outdone, releasing an aura comparable to Sun Wukong's. Sun Wukong charged straight ahead, and Monaka was equally full of drive. The energy in his right fist continuously increased as he also rushed towards Sun Wukong. What? Both were stunned. Wei Si simply raised a hand and nullified their attacks. Stop. Do you two want to destroy Earth? Wei Si, standing between them, was very calm, as if this was routine. Suddenly Wei Si whispered to EC, your hand is showing. Startled, EC quickly hid his hands behind his back. If this was ruined, he would be finished. Although that idiot Sun Wukong might not notice, it was better to be safe than sorry. Seeing the initiative to stop the fight, EC naturally agreed. But Sun Wukong was not like that. He immediately clasped his hands and pleaded, let us fight a bit more. Wei Si narrowed his eyes. Lord Bai Lucy ordered you to stop. Hearing this, EC flew down directly, and Sun Wukong didn't hesitate either. Hey Monaka, since Lord Bai Lucy doesn't allow us to continue, we'll fight next time. EC, wearing the Monaka suit, just waved his hand, without saying much, mainly afraid of exposing himself. Then Sun Wukong landed beside the Monaka suit. Everyone, let's have a celebration party. Wei Si said from the side. No wonder he made them stop, or if they didn't, they would only have snacks, missing the real feast. Bulma sat down on the ground, relieved that her house was safe. Finally, it's over. But on the other side, Yamcha burst out, what a brilliant match. Monaka was so captivated that he fainted. EC slapped his forehead, thinking, this idiot. Bai Lucy also cast a fierce gaze, as if to make an example of him, to prove the majesty of the god of destruction. Sun Wukong blinked and looked around just in time to see Monaka gazing up at the sky, motionless. He looked left and right. What's going on? Seeing this, Bai Lucy began to emit a low-pressure aura, glaring at that fool Yamcha. All efforts have turned to dust. Just as everyone was tense, Sun Wukong suddenly hugged EC. Monaka, can you also split into multiples like a doll? Truly amazing. EC, inside the Monaka suit, turned his head towards Sun Wukong and hummed in agreement. Indeed, you couldn't count on him to think things through. At this, Sun Wukong became happy. I didn't expect there to be such a master in the universe. I must train harder and become stronger. After exercise, I'm so hungry. I'm going to eat. After watching Sun Wukong leave, Monaka took off the suit. It almost turned into a farce. Lord Bai Lucy, please destroy it. I'm also very hungry. With that, EC left. Hey, are you ordering me? I'm your superior, you candidate god of destruction. Bai Lucy raised his hand and shouted from behind. Lord Bai Lucy, no one here knows destruction better than you. If you don't do it, we won't handle it well, and what if Sun Wukong sees? EC stayed behind to persuade Bai Lucy, wanting him to understand the value of sincerity. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Lucy still destroyed the suit, then sighed. I really shouldn't have lied. Yes, sincerity is most precious. Wei Si smiled and agreed. Bai Lucy had grown a lot with this group. Fine, I'm going to start eating too. Then everyone went to the Chinese feast. This celebration banquet was hosted by a chef from the Sichuan cuisine of a Chinese restaurant invited by EC. Every dish looked so delicious that one couldn't help but swallow saliva. The bright red colors added even more appeal. Everyone, let's start, EC said, then joined the Saiyan formation, launching another grand food competition. But this time there was a winner. EC. Seeing the two Saiyans with lips swollen like sausages from spice, EC couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you should look in the mirror. Vegeta knew from his own face that he didn't look good. Today, I must beat Kakarot. On the other side, Sun Wukong heard this and couldn't stand it. Vegeta, don't even think about surpassing me. The two started competing again, but this time each had a large bucket of yogurt beside them, which EC told them could relieve the spiciness. Then a beautiful scene unfolded, slurping, eating, and drinking milk at the same time. Wei, see, this is much tastier than the wasabi sauce you brought me, and the flavor is even better. Ho ho ho, Lord by Lucy, try this. Seeing Wei Si's squinting eyes, it was obvious he was up to mischief. Sure enough, after Bai Lucy ate the dish he gave him, his whole face turned red and smoke started coming out of his ears. Then he lay motionless on the table. Wei Si, you've ruined me. Bai Lucy used his finger to write a large character meaning misery on the table. Lord Bai Lucy, it's not about swallowing it all at once. You need to savor it slowly. Then Wei Si took the one in front of Bai Lucy, secretly removed the spiciness, and ate it slowly. Delicious. Then Bai Lucy believed it. Hey everyone, I'm EC. After the celebration banquet, Earth fell into a temporary calm, but there was an ominous feeling of a storm brewing. Today my son was taken away by Frieza, who said Earth is just a small place, Ida's life lies in the vast sea of stars. Then he left without looking back, taking Ida with him. I had planned to travel, but Taisai was busy with work today. Her book, The Biography of the God of Destruction, was being printed at various printing presses on Earth, and soon the physical copies would be released, so she was occupied with that every day. Suddenly being alone was boring. I didn't feel like playing games either. Vegeta, my former gaming partner, had gone to his son's sports day today. Did he even need to watch? With Trunks' strength, winning the championship was a piece of cake. So I decided to take my camera and visit some friends. First stop, Sun Wukong's house. Hi Chi-Chi, is Wukong around? EC. Wukong went out to buy groceries. Yo Goten, this is for you. EC casually handed some small toys to Goten. Thank you, Uncle EC. Then Goten went off to play elsewhere. Well, I didn't expect Wukong to be so capable. Not at all. If only Wukong would actively find a job. Kikizi cleaned the house, while sighing, even the 100 million Mr. Satan gave us will eventually run out. Haha, just the interest from having it in the bank is a lot of money. You're overthinking it. Besides, Wukong is one of the best in the entire universe. You're really lucky. At the thought of Wukong, Kikizi couldn't help but laugh. Haha, even though he doesn't give surprises, he's a very responsible person. Then EC chatted with Kikizi about daily life. Since Wukong hadn't returned yet, he said his goodbyes. Why, he's been gone so long, he probably used instant transmission to go to King Kai's place. Haha, yes, but Wukong always comes home on time. Then Kikizi took Goten to see EC off. Where to go next? EC flew through the sky and arrived before a villa. He knocked on the door, and soon a big man holding a little girl came out. What are you doing here? Can't I just take a stroll? Or are you hiding something? EC peeked inside. No one's home, come in. Piccolo, you're babysitting again. Have you become the nanny for Gohan's family? Did they leave you two behind to enjoy their carefree life? EC sat on the sofa teasing Piccolo. A blush appeared on Piccolo's face. You're the only Saiyan who isn't serious. Gohan is about to become a doctor, he's leaving today. I've had nothing to do, so I came to help look after the kid. Roar, EC teased, then looked at Fong Fong. Come Fong Fong, tell Grandpa who is he. Baiku. Haha, what a good child. Piccolo, has Fong Fong been weaned? She's on weaning food now. What? Weaning food? How did Ida wean off? Let me think. He insisted on breastfeeding, but Taisai had a fever. To let her rest while I gave Ida a beating, and after that he stopped nursing. Piccolo broke out in a cold sweat. Beaten since childhood, no wonder he gets along with Frieza. You definitely contributed to the formation of his personality, so independent and self-reliant. Then Piccolo began a mini lecture on parenting. Children need to be weaned, but not as radically as you did. For example, Fong Fong, because her constitution is much stronger than ordinary children, she can already eat independently. For instance, Fong Fong likes grilled vegetable pancakes with tuna and tofu pulp. First chop carrots, onions, spinach, and broccoli finely, and also. Wait, Piccolo, you know way too much. My professionalism is not something you can match. Also, you can't hold her like that. Fong Fong will be uncomfortable. Then Piccolo took Fong Fong. You have to hold her like this, then she won't cry. Children are also afraid of strangers. And so EC stayed with Piccolo until evening. Not wanting to train or play games, this was the best place to kill time with a little kid to play with, even though he was constantly being nitpicked by Piccolo. I'm leaving. Fong Fong, say goodbye to Grandpa. Fong Fong's pleasant voice reached EC's ears. Goodbye, Baiku. Then under both their gazes his figure gradually vanished. EC, you're back. How was your day out? Seeing the busy Taisai, EC suddenly remembered something. Hey Taisai, let's have a daughter. How are you running a fever? Taisai touched EC's forehead. Strange, why would you say something like that today? Seeing Taisai not responding, EC began recounting his day. This made Taisai laugh. So you were outdone by Piccolo? That's hilarious. How about when you're done with the recent work? We'll also need to ask Ida's opinion. He's a part of the family too. Hearing this, EC directly dialed a cross-galaxy long-distance call. Ida was currently sparring with Frieza in his base form. Ho ho ho, Ida, you're a genius. Keep it up, and surpassing us won't be difficult in the future. Huh. Ida struck with all his might, pushing Frieza back. Just as they were about to continue, the training room's communicator rang. Bastard is calling, bastard is calling. Hearing this, the two stopped in unison. Frieza answered with a displeased look. What do you want, bastard? Are you calling me a bastard? Bastard calling you. Ida slapped his forehead, thinking, oh no, Uncle Frieza, why do you have to spar with him? Shouldn't you just outlive him according to your plan? Hello, bastard. I want to tell Ida something. You're going to have a little sister or brother. Frieza didn't speak, but his clenched fist showed he was extremely displeased, having lost ground again. Me? When did that happen? You two are too fast. Where did your mind go? It's just an idea for now. Am no brother, I already have two. I need to train even harder so I can conquer the universe better and benefit it in the future. Alright, Ida, you're the best. Then Ida hung up the communicator. Uncle Frieza. Frieza didn't say anything, just walked over and embraced Ida. On the other side, Ida's heart is heavy. It's okay, Taisai will go to him. After all, he's an indispensable part of us. After a long time, the three Saiyans gathered idly. Oh, it's been so long, why hasn't Whis come yet? Sun Wukong squatted on the ground holding his head. Hey, it's all EC's fault. He gave too many gifts to Whis, otherwise he would have come long ago. Leaning on the balcony railing. EC was always the same, and as long as he was at home, a drink never left his hand. How can you blame me? He came asking in the name of Beerus, would you not give it to him? A couple of days ago, you went to see Frieza? Is that guy still busy? It's been so many days, and he hasn't come to see me. Has he forgotten about me as a friend? Do you think Frieza considers you a friend, Goku? Huh, isn't it? I thought after we participated in the tournament together, we became friends. Alright, how is Ida? After a heart-to-heart talk, it's going pretty well. We've already started preparations. EC made a V sign with his hand. The three Saiyans chatted intermittently, when suddenly a spaceship flew across the sky. Sun Wukong, with his excellent eyesight, said, Hey, isn't that Manaka's spaceship? With that, he jumped straight down. What? The two Saiyan heroes were shocked, guessing that he was going to drag Manaka into a spar again. Not knowing why Manaka was here, the two also followed. On the other side, Bulma received an order notification and casually opened the window. Yo, Manaka, I'm a bit busy right now. Could you bring the ordered items up? Manaka nodded silently. Just as he took the items out of the car, the three Saiyans appeared before him one after another. Sun Wukong was especially direct. Manaka, are you here to spar with me? Saying that, he pulled Manaka, who was holding the goods, to find a place. Manaka began to weep internally. How could he run into this guy just by delivering goods? But he couldn't resist. Hey, Wukong, Manaka is still working. I think he can't spar with you. EC called out to Sun Wukong, which also made Manaka sigh in relief. On the other side, Bulma saw this scene and immediately got furious. Hey, are you all that idle? Get up here and help me. The three Saiyans thus dragged Manaka upstairs. This is the dessert from the last celebration party. It's finally arrived. Bulma took the dessert from Manaka's hand, spun around, and placed it on the table. Hey, Bulma, you only bought this tiny box. EC saw it and directly opened it. If you want to eat by your own. This is just for my own indulgence. Hurry up, take this, and help me complete the experiment. It'll be quick. Bulma handed a device to EC. Seeing EC's dazed expression, she then stuffed half a box of dessert into his hands. Haha, a quick task for so much dessert, what a deal. EC followed Bulma's instructions and stood beside the device. As Bulma debugged, the equipment was finally finished. Then Bulma started it up. The huge machine began to operate, and a golden light flashed. A stream of liquid flowed into the device in EC's hand, then transformed into a small blue crystalline mass. Seeing this, EC was stunned. Bulma, is this supposed to be filled up? The machine runs quickly, don't worry. Bulma smoothed her short hair. Hearing this, EC's mentality crumbled. This deal is unfair. I refuse. I'm too late. You've already eaten my dessert. Now get to work. Hearing this, the two young Saiyans immediately put down their desserts, afraid that the fire would not burn them. Time passed as the machine ran, leaving only EC silently rubbing his arm. Vegeta, by this time Trunks and Goten should have been back long ago. Why haven't they returned yet? Hearing Bulma's words, Vegeta was very surprised. Given Trunks' self-discipline, he shouldn't be late. Could something have happened? But with their opponents, no one on Earth can beat them. Bulma checked the surveillance. First, see if they have appeared near home. I can't sense their ki on Earth now. Hearing EC say this, the two Saiyan heroes also began to sense. Yeah. Bulma responded loudly, and then checked the surveillance on the computer. They secretly got into Manaka's car. Do you have Manaka's contact info? Have him send them back. No, you have to go pick them up. What if they encounter danger on the way? Bulma immediately rejected EC's suggestion. Ha, there's no other way. Wukong, it's up to you. No problem. Then Sun Wukong placed 2 fingers on his forehead. Isi saw this and signaled Vegeta to put their hands on Sun Wukong's shoulders. With a whoosh they disappeared. At the place of the 2 young Saiyans, the 2 children were shivering, wrapped in small quilts and soaking in hot water. Is the water cold? If it's cold, there's more hot water here. Add some. Manaka pointed to the boiled hot water. No thank you, Uncle Manaka. As they continued talking, a beetle-like person ran over from afar. Manaka looked and saw the guest had arrived. Unexpectedly, the golden beetle person was even more excited than Manaka, directly pouncing on Manaka and knocking him to the ground. Manaka-san, we meet again at last. Hello, this is the Cosmic Martial Arts Guide you ordered. Please sign for it. The golden beetle person took the guide and immediately began chatting excitedly, as if he had been isolated from people for a long time. Just then a cannon shot hit the ground beside them. Oh no, I was so excited to see Manaka-san that I forgot about the enemies behind. Then the golden beetle person prepared to face the group of thugs alone. This made the 2 children very excited. Is a battle about to start? So exciting. They look pretty strong. But the golden beetle person far exceeded their expectations in the opposite direction. He was scared off by just a single laser beam. The 2 little ones showed disappointed expressions, which was the result of a failed attempt to watch the fun. Seeing the weak golden beetle person, the pancake-headed aliens from the pancake planet cackled, and then the boss ordered his underlings to charge. Seeing this, the kids finally stepped forward. With a couple of swift moves, they knocked down the pancake henchmen. Goten, let's go. Trunks assumed a fighting stance while calling to his companion. Hearing this, Goten said, and followed Trunks on the path of fighting the bad guys. The pancake aliens were far outmatched and began to retreat. During the retreat, they saw a shiny object, cackled, and came up with a countermeasure. The 2 young Saiyans saw this, but did not pursue because their uncle Manaka had fainted again in this attack. After the 2 young ones had placed Manaka properly, they began to ask the golden beetle person about what happened and why he was being chased. They all came to plunder the super water, and I am the guardian entrusted with unlocking the seal of the super water, the keeper of the key. The golden turtle man touched the pacifier hanging around his neck. Where's the key? He began patting himself up and down, even searching through his thick beard. Oh no, the key is missing. If those people find it, another catastrophe will occur. The golden turtle man wailed with a sorrowful face. Hearing this, 2 children, with a strong sense of justice, immediately stepped forward. Let's search nearby, maybe it was dropped around here. The golden turtle man pointed in the direction they came from. The 2 young Saiyans flew him over there and began searching swiftly. Meanwhile, the defeated pancake planet aliens returned, picked up a glittering object from the ground, and then tied up the unconscious Manaka. After they left, 3 figures emerged from behind the rocks. The 3 Saiyan lords, Isi's son Wukong and Vegeta. Hey, why didn't Manaka fight back? Wukong asked with a puzzled expression. Maybe Manaka wants to train them, just like us. Isi racked his brain to come up with this explanation. Son Wukong was delighted. I didn't expect Manaka also enjoys nurturing the younger generation. I really look forward to sparring with him again. There will be a chance. Let Lord Beerus arrange it. Seeing that the 2 were getting carried away, Vegeta grew impatient, worried about Trunks. From their conversation, that super water seemed highly suspicious. Let's hurry and follow. The other 2 shrugged and concealed their presence. Hey, you're looking for this, aren't you? The leader of the pancake people appeared before Trunks and the others, shaking the object in his hand. Goten and Trunks turned to look at the golden turtle man. Seeing him nod, they immediately assumed fighting stances, but the pancake leader waved his hand, and his underlings carried out the bound Manaka. The 2 young Saiyans saw no way out, so they had to give up resistance and surrender, and were subsequently tied up. The pancake people then threatened their lives, forcing the golden turtle man to lead them to the seal of the super water. When they arrived, the pancake leader was ecstatic. I'm finally about to obtain the super water that can enhance one's power 100-fold. The 3 above heard this and were stunned. Such a miraculous item existed. Vegeta was eager to see if the super water was truly that amazing. But Isi stopped him. Let's wait and see. If it's really that good, why would it be sealed? I suspected something similar to Majin Buu. Hearing Isi's words, Vegeta calmed down. They watched as the pancake leader performed a series of actions and successfully opened the seal using the pacifier. Is the seal that simple? Just an iron chain. Couldn't it be broken in seconds? Isi started to complain. Moreover, these people were surprisingly rule-abiding. First find the key, then open the seal, even though they clearly had the strength to force it open. The pancake leader didn't hesitate. He took out a teapot-like container, opened it, and revealed the purple liquid inside. The super water. We will conquer this universe. The pancake leader boasted, but then the super water engulfed him and spat him out. The super water laughed maniacally, then extended tentacles to devour the underlings one by one. The 3 Saiyan lords felt a chill of disgust, as if encountering something ominous. The 2 young ones below were quick-witted. Seeing this, they snapped their ropes and fled with the others. It seems this super water is very ominous. Those people's bodies are becoming transparent. Seeing that the two youngsters were safe, the three deliberately waited above for a moment. If this continues, they might die. Alright, let's go save them. Wukong clenched his fists full of enthusiasm. A bunch of villains wasting food alive. I think we don't need to save them. But I remember you used to be a villain too, Vegeta. Wukong put his finger to his lips as if pondering for a long time. Vegeta was extremely annoyed. Idiot, I told you not to bring up the past. While the two were arguing, the two young ones, despite knowing the dance of the sky, chose to run instead of flying. Suddenly Trunks tripped and fell with a thud. Goten stopped too, and seeing the Super Water's clone preparing to attack, he grew worried. Trunks, watch out. Ah, Dad. Hearing the distant cry, Vegeta's body stiffened. Forgetting his quarrel with son Wukong, he vanished in an instant. The two figured something had happened and immediately followed. The laser fired by the Super Water clone was about to hit Trunks, but a palm strike obliterated it. Everyone was stunned, then saw Vegeta striking a cool pose. Dad, Uncle Vegeta. Ha ha ha, another one with immense energy. All of you attack. The Super Water commanded its minions. Seeing this, Vegeta showed no mercy. In a few moves, he turned these small fry back into puddles. The Super Water didn't care but just cackled eerily, trying to distract Vegeta. It succeeded but also failed. Just as the puddles coalesced to engulf Vegeta, a blast from afar vaporized them. Wow, you're all here. The two young Saiyans were overjoyed. This was in the bag. The Super Water was nothing before their fathers and uncles. The energy they displayed made the Super Water crave them even more. It looked at the remaining minions and ordered them to attack together to buy time. Use Energy Blast's long-range bombardment. Trunks, Goten, take the people and fly into the sky. Be careful not to let them get an opening. Yes. Following EC's command, the two young Saiyans immediately took the people away from the battlefield, watching everything from high above. The moment the small fry came into contact with the energy blast, they reverted to their original forms. But the Super Water's main body grew more excited. If it could obtain one of these bodies, it could conquer the universe. Then, laughing madly, it rushed forward. Seeing the Super Water's main body charging at him, EC was not polite and treated it to a thunderous roar. The Super Water's main body shattered into pieces. EC dusted off his hands. Done. I didn't expect it to be so weak. It seems the 100-fold enhancement was just talk. For relying on evil substances to boost oneself only to end up with nothing. What a bunch of pitiful fools. Looking at Vegeta's cool expression, EC smiled. Who was it that was shocked earlier at the mention of 100-fold growth? Then he waved at the two young ones. Alright, take care of everything. We need to go home. Bulma and the others are worried sick. Yes. Then the Golden Turtle Man gathered the fragments of the Super Water. Though it's destroyed, it's better to seal it again, just in case. After the Golden Turtle Man finished, Wukong used instant transmission to bring EC and the others back to Earth. After EC and the others returned to Earth, the children's mothers gathered around and immediately began scolding them. Trunks, how could you get into someone else's car without permission? What if you encountered danger? Luckily, your fathers were at home this time. I'm sorry, Mom. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi was also scolding Goten. Goten, you were too reckless. Don't touch things without permission from now on, understand? Yes, Mom. I'm sorry. Acknowledging your mistake and correcting it makes you a good child. You've suffered a lot today, haven't you? Let me cook a delicious meal for you tonight. As Chi-Chi finished speaking, everyone cheered and jumped for joy, for Chi-Chi's culinary skills were unparalleled. Even EC, who usually spent all day snacking, put down his snacks. This starkly contrasted Chi-Chi with Tais and Bulma, and it was no wonder Vegeta had uttered those words on the way to the Tenkaichi Budokai. The camping began in the backyard, but it was only the three families, EC, Goku, and Vegeta. It was a small gathering of their own. Cheers. The three young Saiyans drank some beverages before the dishes were fully served. As Chi-Chi started cooking, the aroma of various foods wafted over. Growl. Someone's stomach growled first, triggering a chain reaction. Ha ha ha. Then the two little ones tirelessly served as waiters. The barbecue is ready. As soon as it was placed on the table, it was divided among the three. Wow, I've been craving a proper meal like this for so long. Vegeta couldn't help but blurt out. Indeed, aside from the times when Ita returned and EC would cook a meal with Vegeta coming over to freeload, the rest of the time they had to wait for gatherings. As for hiring a chef, too many chefs had collapsed from the Saiyans' appetites. EC didn't want to bother either, usually only preparing food for the women and children. The two of them survived on dry rations, so EC's hands were never without snacks and drinks. Hey Bulma, you should invent an automatic cooking machine. That would save a lot of time. Got it, brother-in-law. I'll start tomorrow. You really know how to give me work. Bulma, who was learning to assist, looked displeased. Time passed gradually, and the families bid farewell to each other under the night sky. I'm so happy today. Finally got to go out for once. But can you publish the Super Water thing in the universe? If I publish it, wouldn't the whole universe know? If it falls into the wrong hands, the planet Hogg will be in big trouble. Modify it a bit. Say it was brought to a certain place on Earth. With us here, those aliens won't dare to act recklessly, and it'll also help expose those with ill intentions. Alright, should we tell Ita and Frieza? EC thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, that's enough about that. Now there's something very important. At some point in the future, the ground was covered in flames. A young boy ran through the ruins, gasping for breath. Just then a black energy blast pierced through his body. The man in black revealed a satisfied smile. Another young boy who rushed over from the other side was furious at the sight. Why? The boy couldn't understand why this person who looked exactly like Son Goku was so cruel. The boy drew his sword and stood firm. Oh, you must be the leader of the resistance on this planet. Allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Dark Goku. What? The boy's face showed shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uncle Son Goku would never be like this. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged with his sword. Dark Goku's hand emitted a purple-black energy shaped like a blade, and they clashed. The shockwaves from their battle turned the already ruined city into rubble. Dark Goku grew stronger with each exchange. Initially at a slight disadvantage, he now began to overpower the boy, truly a terrifying growth rate. After forcing Trunks back, with a single blow, Dark Goku laughed. Ha ha ha, what a strong body. I'm growing more and more fond of it. This way the plan can proceed smoothly. Plan? What evil plan do you have? The boy roared. But Dark Goku didn't even look at him. He gathered a light sphere in his hand and hurled it directly. The boy's sword was sharp enough to cut the sphere in two, but he couldn't defend against the next attack. The energy blade pierced his body, and the boy coughed up blood, then reverted from his Super Saiyan form. Seeing this, Dark Goku withdrew the blade, threw the boy down, and walked away without looking back. After a while, a short, chubby figure emerged from the ruins. He scanned the area, then came out patting the boy's face. Trunks, wake up. You can't fall asleep. He quickly bandaged Trunks, then carefully carried him on his back and escaped through the sewers. From that day on, the entire human race on Earth once again endured a life of suffering, as if they had returned to the era of the androids. No, it was even more brutal than that. Dark Goku's appearance was far more terrifying than the androids. The androids had not exterminated everyone for their own amusement, but this Dark Goku was a complete executor of a plan along with some revelers of the apocalypse. At the human survivors' base, Trunks was brought there. Great, I can't believe you managed to rescue Trunks. How about joining the resistance and fighting against Dark Goku? The chubby man shook his head. He simply asked for a piece of bread and left. Whether he would be seen again was another matter, for every day in the fight against Dark Goku was a life-and-death struggle. Cough, cough. Trunks, you're awake. Be careful not to move your wound. My eye. I'm here. Everyone is fine. Everyone who could make it to the shelter is inside. But Aunt Bulma is still out there. Mom. No, I have to bring her back. Cough, cough. No, you must heal your wounds first. Besides, you're the only one who can stand up to Dark Goku. Even though I'm saying this, my everything will be fine. But Mom, this is a letter she left for you. I handed the envelope to Trunks. After reading the letter, Trunks breathed a sigh of relief. Mom said she'll be able to restart the time machine in a while. She's gathering energy now. That's great. There are still many survivors on the ground. We must save them. It is a warrior's duty. Having recovered from his injuries, Trunks immediately prepared to rescue the Earthlings on the surface. Above the shelter, Black Goku was eliminating the remaining humans. The city had become rubble, and he was now reveling in the power of life and death. At this moment, he began to play act, slowly approaching the hiding place of the survivors. These people held their breath, not daring to make a sound, lest Black Goku discover them. But they did not realize that this was all a game for Black Goku. He was merely savoring the thrill of slaughter. The prolonged killing had twisted his mind, preventing him from remaining the pure being he once was, which also gave humanity a chance to survive. The collapse of a tall building behind him caught Black Goku's attention, and he turned to walk toward it. The survivors, seeing Black Goku's retreating figure, breathed a collective sigh of relief, but they would never see the smile on his face. Boom. Another deep crater appeared in the city. Ha ha ha, the human eradication plan is proceeding perfectly. Black Goku looked at his own body. Such a perfect body can only be used by a god. How could that mere mortal defile this form? After venting for a long time, his heart gradually calmed. Seeing the city with no survivors, Black Goku cast a single indifferent glance before leaving. Just as he was flying into the sky, Black Goku suddenly paused. What is this? Then he laughed. I didn't expect that Brad is still alive. Is this the miracle of humanity? But I will crush all of you. There are no miracles for humans. He immediately changed direction. Trunks, who was directing the operation, suddenly sensed something. My eye. Get everyone to retreat. Black Goku is coming. What? Everyone retreat quickly. We'll get the supplies another time. Trunks, be careful. Then she led the resistance forces and survivors to evacuate, establishing a second front line against Black Goku not far from the entrance. In the distance, Mai held a telescope, steadily watching Trunks, standing with his sword drawn. Her heart was filled with worry, for he had been defeated in their last encounter. The terrifying aura grew closer. Trunks touched the wound on his abdomen, then silently stared at the sky. Seeing me here, you still don't flee. Do you want to be humanity's savior, Trunks? I've heard of your reputation from the remaining humans. They have been hoping you would come to rescue them. But unfortunately, Black Goku's taunting only fueled Trunks' anger. You? What do you think of human lives? Are they your toys? Facing the formidable Black Goku, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 3 without hesitation. He charged forward with his sword. This time Trunks had improved far more than before. At first Black Goku could barely defend himself, his clothes were even slashed open. When the resistance fighters with sharp eyes saw Black Goku's disheveled appearance during their separation, they stood up and cheered for Trunks. But it was precisely because of these useless teammates that Trunks fell into a disadvantage. Black Goku, the executor of the human eradication plan, would never miss such a perfect opportunity. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Trunks had a bad premonition. He quickly shouted back, "Get away." The cheering people were bewildered. What's wrong? Isn't cheering for you good, eh? Then they saw a barrage of energy blasts filling the sky. They were stunned, but as resistance fighters their hearts were still steadfast. Realizing there was no escape, someone shouted, "Young ones, get down." Some young and inexperienced ones immediately dropped to the ground upon hearing the order. Then the elders used their own bodies to shield them from the energy blasts. Though the chance of survival was still slim, they had done their utmost. Boom. In the end, only a few dozen of the several hundred people survived. As for Trunks, he was entangled by Black Goku. Hearing the explosion, Trunks, whose heart was tempered by countless battles, nearly felt it ignite. He cried out in panic, "My everyone!" Seeing this, Black Goku laughed heartily. "What's wrong, Trunks? Is there someone important to you in that group?" Black Goku, I will never forgive you." Trunks' aura surged, and he charged straight at him. Is my savior about to show his power? Black Goku taunted, but the enraged Trunks gave him no chance. This strike broke through Black Goku's defense. What? Black Goku couldn't believe it. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, or he would have been split in two like Frieza. Seeing this, Trunks felt a pang of regret, but could only intensify his assault. As the attacks grew faster, Black Goku grew annoyed. Another mortal who didn't follow the rules. But in the end, Black Goku's skill prevailed. Seizing an opportunity, he broke free from Trunks. Gasping heavily, Black Goku looked at Trunks. "Impressive. You actually made me feel pain. You are a fine whetstone. I will come for you again, Trunks. It's best not to stay with those important to you." After speaking, Black Goku fired a volley of energy blasts at Trunks. By the time Trunks cleared them, Black Goku had vanished, and even his aura was undetectable. Damn it. Trunks glanced at the spot where Black Goku had been, then ran toward the resistance fighters. Seeing only a dozen or so people leaning on each other, Trunks was overcome with grief and guilt. Why couldn't he defeat this Black Goku? Trunks, don't blame yourself. This may be our fate, but you are our miracle. Without you, we might not even have survived the androids. Living these extra years has been your gift to us. That's right, Trunks. We'll face this together. My everyone. Trunks wiped away his tears, then paused for a moment. Everyone go back and tend to your wounds. I will bury the bodies of our comrades first. At the mention of comrades, they all fell silent. A few young men, despite their injuries, stepped forward. Trunks, I understand. Next time we will unite to save more humans. Let us fight for a brighter tomorrow. Inspired by Trunks' passionate words, the others were also encouraged. Understood, Trunks. After gathering the bodies of their fallen comrades, Trunks cleaned those whose faces were still visible. He continued this task for several hours, facing the graves of his comrades, Black Goku. In the distant future, countless survivors perished each day, yet the ranks of the resistance army swelled steadily. Boom, boom, boom. Another ruined city crumbled into rubble as two figures clashed fiercely above it. Talon Ku-si, you're growing weaker as a savior. Look, I can't even feel pain anymore. Silence, Hey Wukong. I will destroy you today. Though Talon Ku-si spoke boldly, his heart was filled with disbelief. This opponent's growth rate could no longer be described as terrifying, it was simply inhuman. In truth, Hey Wukong was not growing. Rather, he was adapting. Adapting to this supremely powerful, battle-hardened body. Ha, you always say that, yet I grow stronger each time. Now you are no longer my match. Your role as a whetstone has ended. Hey Wukong said. Talon Ku-si said nothing, only gripped his sword tighter to bolster his courage. What? Have you lost even the will to attack? Talon Ku-si forced his trembling hands to steady silently, urging his heart not to fear. He was the people's hope. Only he could still fight here. The venerable Gue Xianren was diligently training the younger generation, and Talon Ku-si had to hold out until they matured. Seeing Talon Ku-si stalling for time, Hey Wukong glanced at the humans hiding in the shadows, a sinister smile curling on his lips. He hurled an energy blast at Talon Ku-si, who had no choice but to engage. The energy sphere was sliced in two, then both halves exploded simultaneously. Talon Ku-si dared not be careless. As Hey Wukong charged forward, Talon Ku-si raised his sword in defense. He was indeed no longer a match for He Wukong, but he had to hold him off hoping the resistance could rescue more humans. Only after reinforcements arrived and He Wukong was defeated could they rebuild and cherish their home. Seeing Tai Lon Kusi's defensive posture, He Wukong grew impatient. His attacks became more ferocious and Tai Lon Kusi gradually faltered. In a moment of carelessness, He Wukong kicked his wrist, sending the sword clattering onto the ruins. At the same time, the loss of his sword caused Tai Lon Kusi to hesitate briefly, allowing He Wukong to seize the opening and grab him by the throat. Humans, look upon your savior. He Wukong's voice echoed across the area. The surviving humans peeked out furtively. Scanning the empty surroundings, He Wukong sneered at Tai Lon Kusi. It's over, savior of humanity. As Tai Lon Kusi struggled, He Wukong's blade pierced his chest again. This time I won't make the same mistake. No miracle occurred. With a few swift slashes, He Wukong cut Tai Lon Kusi repeatedly. Watching his life ebb away, He Wukong felt a strange pleasure. Perhaps you can entertain me. He then casually tossed Tai Lon Kusi onto the rubble. The heart of a god was no longer pure, descending to the mortal world had gradually corrupted him. After He Wukong left, the humans dared to emerge. They gathered around Tai Lon Kusi weeping. The leader of the resistance pushed through the crowd. Tai Lon Kusi, open your mouth. Truly, Tai Lon Kusi possessed the Saiyan bloodline. His will to survive surpassed all else. As if hearing Xiao Wu's call, he opened his mouth. Xiao Wu then stuffed something resembling a bean into his mouth. It was given to her by a short, stout man who claimed it could heal any injury. With no other option, Xiao Wu tried it as a last resort. Tai Lon Kusi chewed and swallowed unconsciously. Instantly, he recovered. He sat up, abruptly gasping for breath, having once again walked through the gates of death. Seeing him revive, the survivors erupted in cheers, but were quickly silenced. Everyone get to the shelter. He Wukong can sense my energy. Even though I've suppressed it, he might discover us soon. Hearing this, the survivors refrained from being burdens and filed into the shelter in an orderly manner, though the cries of hungry children could be heard. Inside the shelter, Tai Lon Kusi asked, Xiao Wu, was that a Xian Do? How did you get it? It was left behind by the person who saved you last time. This is the last one. Take it. Tai Lon Kusi took the Xian Do. Could it be him? Who? Do you know him, Tai Lon Kusi? No, it's nothing. But it's just like him. In the following days, Tai Lon Kusi shuttled through the flames of war. He Wukong's pressure grew immense, even becoming a nightmare. Could he truly defeat him? It seemed he had to seek reinforcements. Early the next morning, Tai Lon Kusi suppressed his energy and slipped out. He had received a message from his mother that the energy for the time machine had been gathered. Today he would retrieve it. All of this was observed by He Wukong, who claimed he wanted to witness a human miracle, but in truth it was merely an excuse to toy with them. Tai Lon Kusi. He Wukong wreaked havoc outside, slowly following him, which placed immense pressure on Tai Lon Kusi. Tai Lon Kusi dared not even fly lest He Wukong discover him and ruin the entire plan. Yet he was puzzled. Why had He Wukong found him so soon after he emerged? As He Wukong continued his destruction, those who hadn't reached the shelter in time, including resistance members covering Tai Lon Kusi's plan, were gradually executed. Feeling their fading energies, Tai Lon Kusi wiped away his tears and fixed his gaze with determination. He quickly reached his home. Mom, hurry, there's no time. In the future world, Bu-Er Ma quickly retrieved the energy, wrapped it in a special device, and handed it to Tai Lon Kusi. Then they both fled the place. As they stepped out of what was once their home, He Wukong dispatched the last person there, and rushed to find Tai Lon Kusi, bringing destruction in his wake. Sometimes a sixth sense is very strong. Bu-Er Ma, who was running, stopped. Mom. Tai Lon Kusi, you are a good child, and the last light of this world. Mom loves you. Remember my words, don't look back. Bu-Er Ma kissed Tai Lon Kusi's forehead and resolutely ran in another direction. Mom. Tai Lon Kusi knew why she did it. She did it for the world's survival. He Wukong. Tai Lon Kusi continued to flee. Mom, I will definitely return here. I will definitely save this world. But no voice answered him, only the endless roar. Gasping for breath, Tai Lon Kusi had reached the end of the earth. He paused, surveyed his surroundings, and sensed no trace of He Wukong, then dashed into a hidden tunnel. He knocked on the door, but a voice suddenly emerged behind him. Tai Lon Kusi. The abrupt sound startled him. Turning around, he saw Xiao Wu and breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu. Tai Lon Kusi, you're back. Everything seems to have gone smoothly. Xiao Wu looked at him with delight, as if the plan had succeeded. But then she froze, puzzled. Tai Lon Kusi, where is Aunt Bu-Er Ma? Hearing this, Tai Lon Kusi fell silent. Seeing this, Xiao Wu also remained silent. Mom. Tai Lon Kusi recalled the scene of his mother's death, and his resolve hardened. Xiao Wu then helped the exhausted Tai Lon Kusi into the room. She pulled out a mysterious gift from beside her. I found something good today. She handed it to Tai Lon Kusi. He took it, looking at the box with some confusion. This isn't dog food, you know. Hearing this, Tai Lon Kusi opened the can. Even the stray cat they had adopted earlier came running, meowing at the scent. Talon Kasi gave a bitter smile. This can of food was the best he had eaten in nearly a year. He shared a portion with the cat, ate a small part himself, then handed the rest to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu tried to refuse. No, it's fine, I'm not hungry. But her stomach, drawn by the aroma, growled. She turned away in embarrassment. Talon Kasi smiled at her and placed the can in her hands. The human heart is a cycle of giving and receiving, intertwining one with another. After finishing the food heartily, Xiao Wu stood up. Shall we act today? Do you want to rest a while? Talon Kasi shook his head and strapped on his blade of the brave. He looked back at the cat. I wonder if it will go hungry. Xiao Wu comforted him. I heard that if a cat doesn't see its owner for 3 days, it forgets. She picked up her rifle and followed beside Talon Kasi. Are we heading to West City to go back 17 years? Yes. In the world we visited before, our comrades are there. Talon Kasi thought back to his first time traveling through time. They walked toward the door. Once outside, the blinding sunlight made them instinctively shield their eyes. They exchanged a glance and ran toward the old home where the time machine was stored. Moving stealthily while concealing their presence, they finally reached their dilapidated home. They hid together, observing carefully. Do you sense He Wukong's presence? Talon Kasi shook his head. No, I can't feel anything. Let's go. Xiao Wu followed him into their former home. Just as she was about to step across the threshold, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Talon Kasi's face suddenly changed, sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned and saw a tornado forming in the sky. From within emerged a figure. Seeing this person, Talon Kasi drew his sword and stood ready. He told Xiao Wu to go first and not to worry about him. Xiao Wu panicked. How could she abandon him? Either he left or they left together. Talon Kasi charged forward. He Wukong saw him coming and fired a barrage of energy spheres. Talon Kasi countered with sword-generated energy attacks. As Talon Kasi closed in, He Wukong anticipated his move and struck him down against the wall with an energy sphere. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Wu rushed to Talon Kasi and embraced him. Talon Kasi, you go first. I'll cover you. She raised her rifle and fired at He Wukong. He Wukong sneered, dodged a few shots, then grew impatient. An energy sphere landed beside Xiao Wu. He Wukong stood up, his cold laughter reaching Talon Kasi's ears. Today is the day your breathing stops, you Saiyan. Seeing this, Talon Kasi rushed to Xiao Wu, held her hand, his eyes filled with tears and fury. This was the second loved one he had lost. Xiao Wu, if I told you we'd meet again, Saiyan. Don't worry, I'll soon send you to meet this girl. Hearing this, Talon Kasi forcefully suppressed his rage with reason. He now bore the mission of humanity, as his mother and Xiao Wu had said. He Wukong probably hasn't discovered our plan yet. So, Talon Kasi considered many paths, then said to He Wukong, you won't succeed. He Wukong followed Talon Kasi's gaze. Oh, do you have some new trick? Trying to defy me. Knowing you can't win, yet you stubbornly resist. Saiyans truly are interesting. Rest assured I'll soon reunite you with that girl. Watching Talon Kasi's foolishness, He Wukong felt there was no hope. For the foolish, death is a blessing. Enraged by these words, Talon Kasi unleashed his Super Saiyan power to its maximum. Seeing this, He Wukong's playful urge stirred once more. Ha ha ha, you bastard. Talon Kasi, catching He Wukong off guard, punched him in the stomach. Feeling the pain, He Wukong didn't cry out, but instead laughed. Haha, things are getting interesting again. Talon Kasi launched a combo, his first time gaining the upper hand in recent memory. But unfortunately, a master often yields for 3 moves. He Wukong was such a person. After 3 moves, Talon Kasi exposed a flaw. A single punch sent saliva flying from his mouth, then He Wukong kicked him. After that, Talon Kasi could only defend passively. Occasionally he managed to counterattack, but it was futile. In every aspect he was no match for He Wukong. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. The principle that prolonged defense leads to failure was vividly demonstrated by Talon Kasi. Once again he was slammed into a wall by He Wukong. Another kick left Talon Kasi severely wounded. Then He Wukong leaped into the air and unleashed a prince's technique, sending countless energy spheres flying toward Talon Kasi. With a thunderous roar, the smoke cleared to reveal Trunks grievously wounded, kneeling on the ground. Goku Black descended nearby, smirking. Is this all? As the last stand of a proud warrior race, this is far too pathetic. Hatred burned in Trunks' eyes as Goku Black raised his hand, a dark energy sphere forming. Perish. Staring at the relentless Goku Black, Trunks instinctively recoiled, then his hand found his sword. Huh. As Goku Black prepared to strike, Trunks hurled the sword with all his might. Surprised, Goku Black instinctively dodged, forgetting his attack, and the concentrated energy sphere exploded beside him. Trunks caught the returning sword of hope. Die. Goku Black's voice rang with anger at being thwarted by a Saiyan for so long. But Trunks acted first, placing his hands before his forehead. Mystic Flash. The immense energy forced Goku Black to defend, and Trunks seized the moment to grab the energy liquid and dash into the time machine. After Goku Black's defense, Trunks had vanished. He waved his hand. Where did he go? Trying to hide. Don't waste your effort. Goku Black closed his eyes, an unknown light emanating from his body as he sensed Trunks' location. But Trunks had already started the time machine. The immense force burst through the ground, appearing right behind Goku Black. Goku Black. Trunks' heart raced with worry at the sight of his nemesis. Would all be lost? Villains tend to talk too much, and Goku Black was no exception. Don't think you can escape on that plane. He then charged a ki blast and fired directly, but his extra words gave Trunks the chance to disappear from before his eyes. Goku Black's eyes widened. What? He sensed around. Where did he escape? Where is he? Why can't I find him? Gone. Completely gone. At that moment, Trunks was already in the time tunnel where thoughts of his mother and my surfaced. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, young Trunks, after private tutoring, was enjoying his special lunch with his now followers Pilaf and his gang. Suddenly, he sensed something. He looked up at the sky. Young master, what's wrong? Young Trunks snorted. The sky then gathered multicolored energy, and a spaceship appeared. Trunks flew over quickly, wiping the dust off the glass canopy. There's someone inside. Pilaf and the others rushed over, shouting, watch out, it could be an alien. Right, we should call Uncle Vegeta. Young Trunks saw this as a chance to show off. Don't worry, I can handle a mere alien. Then Trunks' tutor stepped out from behind. My young master, look, it says Capsule Corporation here. Trunks was stunned, then turned to look. Really? But we don't have a product like this. Call my mother. Pilaf immediately ordered Shu. Hey Shu, go quickly. Why me? Just go, your dog legs are fast. Shu complied but grumbled, that's too much. I'm an old dog already. Upon receiving the message, Bulma hurried over on a small flying vehicle. What had happened in the future world? Looking at the spaceship, she murmured, Hope. Mom, do you know him? Is the unconscious person inside a young boy with blue hair? Young Trunks was startled. How could his mother know so clearly? He checked again. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Bulma immediately realized something. She quickly told young Trunks to help older Trunks out and onto a folding chair. Seeing him so badly injured, Bulma said gently, hold on, I'll call Vegeta right away. The tutor disagreed, suggesting, we should go to the infirmary. I have a better idea. She then flew on her small vehicle to find the communicator Whis had given her. Meanwhile, a conspiracy theory began around older Trunks. Shu said, why call Vegeta? What's his relation to Uncle Vegeta? Pilaf was shocked. This plot. Could it be an illegitimate child? The group gasped, then looked at young Trunks and older Trunks. Are they brothers? I study them seriously. Really, he looks exactly like you. This struck young Trunks deeply. How can this be? In a certain room, Bulma finally found the communicator after much effort, then immediately contacted Whis. In the realm of the gods of destruction, the five of them were contentedly eating Gohan's cooking. Ah, this is delicious. The flavor is excellent, Beerus remarked. Right. Vegeta looked at Goku. I brought it. Bring other flavors next time, Beerus gestured. Whis watched the three chatting happily, then his staff suddenly lit up. He was delighted. Is Bulma going to make us something delicious? Hello, I'm here. The staff then displayed Bulma's avatar. Whis, is that you? Bulma was overjoyed to finally get through. Seems my communicator came in handy quickly. Any more good food? Bulma was taken aback. Didn't you give it to me for emergencies, eh? Thank you for your kindness. We've just finished eating. I have something else. Call Vegeta, it's urgent. The three Saiyans were stunned. Who in the universe didn't know their reputation? Who would dare cause trouble on Earth? What happened, Bulma? Great Goku is here too. Beerus was displeased. What's this? Using the communicator for trivial matters. Don't be reckless. Who said you could use it for boring calls? Bulma's voice pierced through galaxies. It's not boring. It's an emergency. What happened? Get to the point. Whis urged them to stop arguing. Bulma then displayed Trunks on the staff. Do you see this? Trunks has come back like this. The three Saiyans stood up at once, especially Vegeta, whose heart ached to see his son in such a state. Whis and Beerus were also puzzled. This one is also called Trunks. Meanwhile, young Trunks was in disbelief. True. He's also called Trunks. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Pilaf and his gang immediately sensed a conspiracy, and various scenarios appeared before their eyes. Bulma could no longer stand it, and gave each of them a fist as big as a sandbag. Children shouldn't be daydreaming all the time. Yes, ma'am. The situation is extremely dangerous now. Bulma, Trunks. No. Is young Trunks here? Yes, I am. We plan to return to Earth first, then go to Karen Tower to get Senza Beans. Have him maximize his combat power. I understand. Trunks, go to the yard and give it your all. Young Trunks looked nervously at the older Trunks and said, all right, but who is this person? Seeing young Trunks unmoved, Bulma immediately lost her temper. Hurry up. Startled by Bulma's anger, young Trunks stammered, fine. He immediately ran into the yard. Then he assumed a stance, and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong immediately reported, all right, I can sense it. That looks like fun. Let's go too, said Beerus to Whis. Whis wholeheartedly agreed, great idea, and we can grab dinner along the way. All right, everyone grab hold of me, Sun Wukong said. The four of them placed their hands on him, and in an instant they vanished from the realm of destruction and appeared on Earth. What a convenient delivery tool. Trunks saw the arrivals and immediately ran over. Father. Before he could finish, Vegeta interrupted. Trunks, where is the man? While Son Wukong was still pondering, EC quickly spoke up. Wukong, go get the Senzu beans. Oh. Son Wukong then vanished with instant transmission. At the same time, due to his sudden appearances and disappearances, the tutor was so shocked that she tendered her resignation. Vegeta watched the departing tutor and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in another world, Black Goku pondered, endlessly unable to understand how Trunks had suddenly disappeared. He muttered to himself, where is he? Why can't I sense his aura in this world? At the same time, he silently encouraged himself, it's alright. I will definitely find you. Then he unleashed his overwhelming aura and began searching everywhere. On the other side, Son Wukong wasted no time in bringing the Senzu beans, and Vegeta handed them to Bulma. Trunks, open your mouth. This is a Senzu bean. Hearing the familiar voice, Trunks opened his mouth and swallowed the bean. As his injuries healed, Trunks opened his eyes. Perhaps still disoriented, he saw a face identical to Black Goku's. Then he remembered his deceased mother and Mai. Trunks' eyes widened as if he had witnessed something terrifying. Son Wukong's greeting turned into a horrifying sneer in his eyes. Then, under everyone's gaze, Trunks threw off the covers and punched Son Wukong. Hey, Trunks. Facing his attack, Son Wukong naturally caught it, but everyone present was startled. What was going on? Didn't they all know each other? You bastard. Seeing Trunks' furious glare and hateful gaze, Son Wukong felt confused and pained. What had happened to Trunks? Bulma couldn't take it anymore. He had just woken up and was already causing a scene. Didn't he see so many people? She slapped the older Trunks on the head, finally snapping him out of it. Is it? Uncle Wukong, are you really the living Uncle Wukong? Didn't you sacrifice yourself along with Cell? Son Wukong scratched his head. EC was also puzzled and looked at Vegeta. Didn't the androids end when I left? Vegeta shook his head. After you left, a weapon called the Ultimate Android appeared. It absorbed androids 17 and 18. EC understood. So that's why he felt he had forgotten something when he left. Then he saw the older Trunks apologizing to Wukong. I'm terribly sorry for attacking you just now. Son Wukong scratched his head and generously forgave him. You startled me. It's been a long time. Just as the older Trunks was about to reply, a voice beside him made his expression change. Trunks, what is this all about? Mom. That single word seemed to carry 1,000 emotions. The older Trunks looked at the person before him, walked over slowly, knelt before Bulma, and grasped her hand. What's wrong, Trunks? Seeing her son like this, Bulma's heart ached as well. She asked softly. What happened? Bulma asked again gently. Meanwhile, seeing the dazed young Trunks, Beerus decided to enjoy the drama and went over. Hey kid. Young Trunks was stunned for a moment, then turned his head. The shock of the day had been too great, and his reactions were much slower than usual. Your name is also Trunks, isn't it? Yeah. Young Trunks nodded blankly. Whis in the distance had already understood everything. This was the demeanor of a true master. Beerus tightly embraced young Trunks, as if they were close friends. I've finally made it. I've returned to the past, Mom. 1,000 words condensed into one sentence. Are you calmer now, eh? The older Trunks stood up. I'm fine now. Then he looked at Vegeta and shouted, Dad. This made Pilaf and his gang extremely excited, as if they could uncover a big secret and make a fortune. They didn't make any money. Instead, they were greeted by Bulma's fist. Then she introduced the two Trunkses. Both Trunks are Mai and Vegeta's children, but this Trunks is Trunks from the future. Just as I thought. Then Beerus suggested seeing the time machine. Seeing everyone raise their hands in agreement, Bulma came over and proudly began to explain. To be honest, this machine is my work, my great invention. Pretty impressive, right? Young Trunks sighed in admiration. It's the real deal. Then his small shoulder was patted by a large hand. He turned to see the older Trunks. Actually, when you were a baby, I met you, and we even played together. Young Trunks was stunned. Then he received confirmation from Bulma and a snort from Vegeta, who remembered being forced. The two gods nearby were observing carefully. One astonishing thing after another. I never thought a time machine could actually exist. Beerus replied to Whis. Whis looked at Bulma, marveling at her talent. Hearing Whis's praise, Bulma was very pleased. Impressed. It is indeed remarkable. Traveling through past and future, manipulating time. That is a serious crime. Do you realize that? The first part made Bulma proud, but the latter part startled her. She immediately denied that the time machine was hers. I know this is a serious matter. But Whis didn't give her a chance to explain. So even the gods are strictly forbidden from moving through time. That's true. Beerus chimed in. Gods, eh? The older Trunks was still a good boy and began to ponder upon hearing this. Young Trunks reminded him, they come from the world of gods. Upon hearing this, the older Trunks was astonished. Beerus pretended to be fierce. You can't complain even if you get destroyed. Destroyed, eh? Upon hearing the gods' words, the older Trunks dared not say anything. But Bulma was different. She was already familiar with them and knew they were all talk. Are you kidding? The time machine was built by me, but not the me of now. Seeing Bulma march aggressively toward Beerus and the others, the older Trunks was extremely surprised. How could she treat a god like that? There's no difference. Beerus insisted. He had to get some meat today. There is a difference. Seeing this, the older Trunks could no longer hold back. He thought Bulma was about to be punished, so he ran to Whis. No, please wait. Your Divine Excellency. He immediately clasped his hands and knelt down. This startled Beerus so much that his eyes widened, and he pointed at himself in confusion, wondering who he was. Whis smiled. Another interesting person. Then he pointed at Beerus. He is the god. The older Trunks turned to look at Beerus. He is the god. Fortunately, Bulma arrived in time and explained to the older Trunks. He is indeed a god, but the god of destruction. I am merely an attendant. I thought you were the god. Looking at the dignified Whis, the older Trunks felt that he was what a god should look like. When the older Trunks said this, everyone around smiled. Only Beerus was unhappy. Just as he was about to get angry, the older Trunks quickly turned around. Know your Divine Excellency, the true Divine Lord. My mother is not at fault. Punish me if you must. The older Trunks prostrated himself before Beerus. EC and the others also began to plead for the older Trunks. Please, Lord Beerus. Show mercy, won't you? What do you say, Lord Beerus? Hearing Whis' words and everyone's pleas, and perhaps also considering a kickback, Beerus immediately stroked his chin and thought, this time I must try a different flavor. Then he wore an extremely dangerous expression, making the inexperienced older Trunks sigh. Was he about to meet his end here? It depends on what you do. How about this? If you present me with a super delicious dish I've never tasted before, I'll spare you. Hearing this, the older Trunks looked shocked. Surely a god must have tasted everything. How could they possibly find that? But Bulma immediately raised her hand, sealing the deal with Beerus. Then she took a sausage from her white lab coat pocket and handed it to Beerus. A snack. Of course, that's also a good choice. Beerus looked at the thing in his hand curiously. What is this? I don't know. Then they both took a bite. Their eyes widened. This made the older Trunks extremely nervous, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Could this thing earn the god's forgiveness? Hello everyone, my name is Tais. Today I will be hosting the proceedings. These past few days EC has been off training with Wei all because of Sun Wukong. His instant transmission is so convenient. I wish I could master it too. And Yida, ever since he was taken away by Frieza, he hasn't even bothered to call me. I'm furious. That bastard EC left me with so many troubles. Tais slammed the table in anger, causing the aliens below to tremble in fear. This girl was not to be trifled with. The power behind her was immense, not to mention the Frieza core alone. If she wanted someone dead, they would be dead. Miss Tais. Before he could finish, Tais cut him off. Now immediately bring me the person in charge of the newspaper. How dare they stop publishing my biography? Yes. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then signaled someone to bring forward a fish-headed alien, who was an editor. So you're the one who arbitrarily stopped my biography. The fish-headed alien was extremely arrogant, tugging at his collar. That's right, I'm an expert. Your biography lacks any originality. Sure, you're famous across the universe, but that's only because of your son. I'm simple-minded. The universe has no shortage of people like you. Tais waved her hand, indicating there was nothing to discuss with such a fool. The two guards beside Tais immediately took the expert away without a word. After all, Commander Yida had ordered that no blood be shed in Tais' presence. Stop. I'm an expert. The universe cannot do without me. The guards paid him no heed and dragged him off. After a while, the expert's voice could no longer be heard. Tais remained seated in the main chair. I don't want to see this happen a second time, or you'll disappear too. You will personally oversee the biography. If there's another mishap next time, I won't be the one coming. Yes, Miss Tais. I will be there 24 hours a day. The biography of the god of destruction cannot be compromised. He is a true god. Even Frieza treats him with utmost respect. Yes, Miss Tais. The boss was extremely deferential, thinking of his family and deciding to endure. Seeing the boss's tense expression, Tais, having given a stick, decided to offer a carrot. As she reached the door, she paused. If this job is done well, you'll have your own enterprises in all territories ruled by the Frieza core. The boss immediately became excited, realizing that the Frieza core ruled over half the universe. Yes, Miss Tais, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Then Tais boarded the spaceship and contacted EC. Hey EC, the matter is settled. How are things with Lord Bylissi? No problem. Lord Bylissi is in a good mood today, and since I brought him a gift, he has forgiven us. Good. That expert was truly foolish, trying to elevate himself by belittling us. He deliberately stopped my biography of the god of destruction. And you. Such an important matter, and you made me handle it alone. What if I had been in danger? Relax. Did you see the people around you? They're all trained by me, and I had Wei monitor your situation at all times. I'll forgive you this time. Next time we must go together. I'm going to see Yida now. Bye. Alright, goodbye. Not bad at all. As the deity exclaimed, Trunks looked utterly bewildered. That's it. Your promises are remarkably cheap. Then Bulma handed one to each person. We played our part with full enthusiasm, the group eating with great relish, all marveling that the destroyer's taste was truly extraordinary. As they ate, Piccolo and Krillin, who were helping harvest vegetables at Goku's house, received a message from Chi-Chi. "Hey, this is serious. Something huge has happened." "What's wrong?" Krillin asked. Piccolo also wondered, "Is it Goku?" "No, it's the time machine." Hearing Goten's words, the two were stunned for a moment, then remembered something, and their desire to join the excitement blazed like a raging fire. "All right, we'll be right there." With that, they flew toward Bulma's house. At Bulma's home, Bulma began inspecting the time machine equipment, studying various knowledge, but the concepts of time travel were far too advanced for her current level. Fortunately, she discovered a notebook from future Bulma, which might smooth the path ahead. EC and the others were questioning Trunks. What happened in the future? Could it be Majin Buu? EC asked. Vegeta was eager to know who dared to harm his son, but at the mention of it, future Trunks' eyes filled with sorrow. "No, the battle against Majin Buu was arduous, but I received guidance from the Supreme Kai, and finally defeated Dabura and Babidi, preventing Majin Buu's emergence." He closed his eyes, unwilling to let tears fall, then revealed news about Black Goku. But then, an even more terrifying being appeared. What kind of enemy? Son Goku had just spoken when future Trunks stood up and apologized again. "I'm truly sorry for earlier. I shouldn't have suddenly attacked Uncle Goku." Son Goku urged him not to worry about it, saying it was a minor issue. The important thing was who the enemy was. But future Trunks remained serious. After apologizing, he explained, "Actually, I mistakenly thought I hadn't returned to the past, and he was right before my eyes." This left everyone present stunned. What's going on? Could it be that he looks just like our Goku? Hearing EC's words, future Trunks fell silent for a moment. Yes, exactly. He also calls himself Son Goku. What? Vegeta found it incredible. How could Kakarot be capable of casually killing people? Son Goku scratched his head. So there's something like this. We call that man in black, Black Goku. This made Son Goku feel disgruntled. How can that be? He looks cooler than me. After finishing her work, Bulma happened to hear the name, and immediately quipped, "That name is so cliché." But it was chosen by future Mom. Hearing this, Bulma was embarrassed. "Haha, it's me, but not me." Trunks. EC started to speak, and both Trunkses looked over. Future Trunks, what happened next? He didn't just start slaughtering everyone when he arrived on Earth, did he? Future Trunks fell silent again. The future world was truly tragic. When he first appeared on Earth, he said to us, "For the sake of justice, I will annihilate every human on Earth." He said he had already destroyed several planets and their inhabitants. Then after a prolonged battle, there were almost no humans left on Earth. Then Trunks' eyes showed sorrow. "Mom." Hearing this, Vegeta tensed up. His future wife was still his wife. Seeing future Trunks like this, Vegeta couldn't help clenching his fists, then continued listening to his description. "Just before I came to this era." Future Trunks didn't speak, but his expression said it all. Bulma was also dazed, never having met her future self. How could she be dead? On the other side, Vegeta felt a sharp pain in his chest and closed his eyes tightly. "So you shamelessly fled to this era?" This made future Trunks extremely nervous. Facing his father's accusation, he was at a loss. "Father." "Vegeta, stop it." "Shut up, EC." Then Vegeta began to lecture future Trunks. A proud Saiyan actually turned his back on the enemy and escaped here. That's not true. No excuses. Just as Vegeta was about to say more, Bulma stopped him with the future notebook. "Don't misunderstand, Vegeta. My future self wrote everything here." Then she led everyone to the pavilion, swept the snacks off the table, and began explaining. At the end, Vegeta was extremely excited. "Roar, so it's telling me to go and take care of future Kakarot." Son Goku immediately objected. "It's not me, just someone who looks like me. This time I'll go with Trunks to the future and finish it quickly." Vegeta refused EC outright. "No need, I'll handle defeating Kakarot." "I said." Son Goku was interrupted by Bulma. "It's settled. Fly to the future and avenge me." Seeing everyone smiling, Beerus and Whis chatted casually. These people take time far too lightly. Speaking of which, Whis started, but was drawn by Beerus to eat sausages, completely forgetting what he was about to say, only knowing that it was delicious. Well, celebration ends here. "Trunks. No, big Trunks, let me test your strength." EC cracked his knuckles. "Oh, yes, Uncle EC." Trunks was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that EC was using him to measure He Wukong's strength. The two slowly rose into the air under everyone's gaze. EC beckoned, signaling Trunks to attack first. Trunks didn't hesitate. He drew his sword and swung it instantly. Seeing Trunks' fierce attack, EC remained completely calm and caught the strike with just 2 fingers. "What?" Trunks was incredulous, then released his sword and charged in with his bare hands. Bang, bang, bang. The intense clash made Bulma complain. "This is our own yard, and you're wrecking it like this." Then she took out a remote control and formed a special protective barrier around the two. "All right, now you can go wild." Above, EC touched his chest. That was the only hit Trunks had landed after a huge gap. Very impressive power. To have trained this far on your own is truly rare. Now it's my turn. EC transformed into a Super Saiyan. How does this compare to him? Trunks saw the Super Saiyan 1 form and shook his head. No, it's still far from enough. He's much stronger than Gohan was back then. If Gohan... Haha. Trunks was interrupted by EC. Don't worry, we've been training all these years. As for Gohan, he's been spoiled. What? Trunks found it unbelievable and turned to see Goku scratching his head. Haha, it's all Chi-Chi's doing. She's making him a scholar. Me, I've been training all along. Trunks closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at EC with determination. Don't worry, things are never as bad as they seem. Let me show you a new transformation. To be honest, I haven't used it in a long time. New transformation. Yes. As soon as EC spoke, his aura began to expand continuously. Even Bulma's protective barrier couldn't withstand it, and shattered. Trunks stared at the completely transformed EC and couldn't help exclaiming, This is something completely beyond. Super Saiyan 4, a form that surpasses Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. As Trunks muttered to himself, EC let him inadvertently feel his power. Boom. A huge crater appeared in the yard, and the dust made everyone uncomfortable. EC then transformed back, reached out to the fallen Trunks, and pulled him up. How is it compared to that, hey Wukong? In that case, we can definitely defeat him. Trunks was overjoyed because he saw hope for the future here. Just as the first fight ended, Krillin and Piccolo flew over. What perfect timing. Today's yard hole would be filled by someone. As soon as they arrived, they asked Trunks what happened in the future. Trunks was about to speak when the sky darkened and a rift opened like a zipper. Everyone looked up and a figure emerged from the lightning. When the person fully appeared, Trunks shouted, Hey Wukong. Hearing this, Hey Wukong looked down calmly. Trunks is here. Then he looked around, saw his old acquaintances, and gave a mysterious smile. Isn't this Son Wukong? Seeing someone who looked exactly like him, Goku walked forward and looked up at the sky. Are you Heinrich? EC rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, an undeveloped small fry causing trouble here. He also glanced at Goku. This guy is too reckless. Should I just take him out? But I need to get some information first. Then the rift behind Hey Wukong slowly disappeared, finally forming a circle. Hey Wukong looked at the ring on his hand. I see I have crossed time. Hey, the Patera earring on your left ear. Only a Kaioshin can possess that. But a Kaioshin wouldn't give it to a murderous person. Or are you the Kaioshin? EC's guess immediately drew exclamations. Beerus was even more unsettled. Impossible, all Kaioshin are core people. The clever was thought for a moment and understood. He narrowed his eyes. Beerus-sama, there is another possibility, the Super Dragon Balls. And the ring on his right hand. That's a Kaioshin exclusive item. Hey Wukong heard the voice, turned around, and his expression turned serious. Destroyer God Beerus, Angel Whis. Why are they on Earth? Seeing Hey Wukong silent for a long time, EC stopped Goku and flew up to face Hey Wukong. Why don't you speak? Are you guilty? Can't even admit your true identity. Hey Wukong was extremely calm. Hearing this, he touched the Patera earring. I stole this. Hearing this, EC assumed a combat stance. It seems the Kaioshin has met with misfortune. Then the Destroyer God must have disappeared as well. Hey Wukong sensed EC's aura. So you're the Saiyan who will fight me? Isn't Son Wukong coming? Dealing with an underleveled guy like you. I'm more than enough. Nobody. Hey Wukong charged forward directly. This man had caused a flicker of doubt in his heart. Absolutely unforgivable. A guy who can't even say his own name. What's the difference between you and the dead? In my eyes, you're just a hollow shell, worthless. You can only survive under a human alias Heinrich. Facing Hey Wukong's fist, EC caught it head-on and began a verbal assault. The arrogant and self-important Hey Wukong couldn't accept it. How could he be a hollow shell? Shut up, you ignorant Saiyan. My plan is unprecedented in its greatness. With that, he began to release his aura, increasing his energy. Meanwhile, Whis seemed to have confirmed something and reminded Beerus, Beerus-sama, this person's aura is extremely strange. It's Goku, but not Goku. It seems our earlier speculation was correct. I have a suspect in mind, but I can't remember who it is. Beerus tapped his head as if desperately trying to recall, but his eyes already betrayed him to Whis, who didn't press further. As if sensing Hey Wukong's limit, EC revealed a charming smile. If this is all you've got, you're staying here today. What? Hey Wukong was enraged. Do you realize you are insulting a god, and a particularly hot-tempered one at that? The surge of fury further amplified Hey Wukong's power. A smirk curled on EC's lips as he broke free from Hey Wukong's grasp, spun around, and delivered a side kick that sent Hey Wukong flying into the distance, utterly unprepared. EC beckoned with his finger at the distant Hey Wukong, who then broke into a grin. You actually made me feel pain. State your name, Saiyan. To be honest, Hey Wukong, your aura is indeed extraordinary, but you have misjudged one thing. Oh, then tell me, what is it? Observing Hey Wukong's nonchalant expression, Saiyans can transform. At this, Hey Wukong let out a snicker. Haha, is that all? Your Super Saiyan form is useless against me. Just look at what happened to Trunks. Before he could finish, a look of utter disbelief spread across He Wukong's face. Impossible. What kind of transformation is this? It actually carries divine essence. It turned out that EC had assumed the Super Saiyan 4 Prelude Divinity stage. The most incredible part is yet to come, for your plans will end before they even begin. The calm voice overwhelmed He Wukong, but he quickly regained his composure. Gazing at the distant space-time wormhole, a plan formed in his mind. EC assumed a fighting stance. Just as He Wukong was contemplating his strategy, a sudden pain struck him. Impossible. How can I not even see the attack coming? This body should be the strongest. Impossible, you say? There is even more astonishing to come. As He Wukong spiraled into madness, EC began charging a massive attack, determined to eliminate him before any further complications. He Wukong, at his best you vanish now. He Wukong sensed the overwhelming energy. It could obliterate him entirely if he did not resist. Two paths lay before him, one resist. Two flee quickly. The space-time wormhole, so close at hand, now felt impossibly distant. But he was the architect of the plan, the true god of the future universe. How could he retreat here? With that resolve, He Wukong began to gather his own energy. Little did he know it was all in vain, for his opponent was a being who defied all logic. Seeing He Wukong choose to resist, EC grinned with delight. In his mind he thought, "Nephew Trunks, I'm going to steal this kill." Then he activated Flash Time. In that instant, He Wukong's ring transmitted something to him. What? At that very moment, EC seized the glaring opening. A lightning-imbued energy wave engulfed He Wukong, the figure within dissolving until nothing remained. The residual energy surged into space, blossoming into a spectacular firework beyond the cosmos. We won. Little Trunks leaped with joy as EC reverted to his base form. Vegeta, however, was deeply displeased by the sight. "Son, the person you should worship is me," he snorted. "Big Trunks, stay a while. I want to check your strength." Startled Big Trunks soon felt the warmth of his father's concern and promptly agreed. "Yes, sir." While they conversed, EC picked up the Kaishin's ring. "This thing is really sturdy, unlike those earrings. So fragile." Examining the ring, EC slipped it on. Immediately a pull drew him toward the space-time wormhole. Struggling to maintain his balance, he said thoughtfully to everyone, "Looks like I'm off on another space-time journey. Apologize to Tights for me. I can't pick her up." All eyes turned to him. "What's going on, EC?" He raised the ring. "It's taking me to Big Trunks' world. I'll scout ahead for you." With that, EC vanished into the wormhole. "Oh, what a spontaneous trip. Wish check if my candidate destroyer is safe. If anything happens, I'll have to do all the future work myself." Beerus took a bite of sausage, feigning deep concern. Ho, Lord Beerus, you are being quite honest. I recall you gave him your own destruction energy for protection. Besides, with his power, no one in that little universe can match him, especially since the destroyer is already dead." At the last remark, Beerus cursed He Wukong under his breath for having attacked the Kaishin in the future. If only he could have faced him one-on-one. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. He had really just left. Bulma finally snapped out of it. "All right, everyone, since we have avenged my future self, please fill in the holes in the yard." Bulma strode away with purpose. The children immediately scattered, leaving Piccolo, Krillin's son, Goku, Vegeta, and Big Trunks exchanging awkward glances. "Say, what are we even doing here?" Piccolo was exasperated. Having just finished harvesting vegetables at Son Goku's house, now he had to fill holes. What was this all about? "Let's get to work. It's still early, we should make it in time for tea." Krillin was equally resigned. "Why did I even come? I couldn't help with anything." "Well, this time I can. Fill holes." Future world. Upon arriving, EC took in the desolate scene. What a foolish god. He closed his eyes, sensing the humans on Earth. A peculiar aura reached his perception. A god's presence. So it's a group operation. EC sped through the sky to the deity's dwelling. He had already removed the ring, posing as a cosmic wanderer to probe the god's intentions. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened to reveal the resident god. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" "Hello, I am a Saiyan wandering the cosmos. I stopped here for supplies only to find the world in ruins. As I was about to leave, I noticed this oasis of greenery and came to ask what happened." "A Saiyan." He Wukong said his body is that of a Saiyan. He dismissed the thought, for he was now immortal. "Come and I'll prepare some things for you. Leave quickly." He led EC inside, then went to prepare something, adding a few extra ingredients. When EC received the items, he said, "Thank you so much. May I know your name so I can repay you someday?" "No need. You may call me Zamasu." "Would you like to stay for a simple meal before leaving?" asked Zamasu. Hearing this, EC was a bit excited. "Great, they even offer meals, so of course I'll stay. I'm really grateful. I haven't tasted the cuisine of this planet yet, and I'm very much looking forward to it." After a long while, Zamasu pushed a small cart over and placed the food items on the table. "Please go ahead. Then I'll help myself." EC started eating, while Zamasu proceeded methodically. "By the way, Zamasu, do you have any ideals?" Hearing this, Zamasu put down his chopsticks, and EC quietly watched him. "My ideal is to make the universe a better place." But what? But every time I encounter obstacles, just like the heroes of humanity, they always step forward to block our plans. If you truly want to make the universe better, you must have many followers. There must be plenty of companions who love the universe. I'll be honest with you, I found that the ones causing harm to the universe are humans, so I initiated the human extinction plan. So the tragic situation outside this earth is all you're doing. You could say that. Why tell me all this? Lacking someone to confide in. But your personality is rather extreme, especially regarding your view of humanity. No, this is the conclusion I reached after countless simulations, and you should not use the word extreme to describe a god Saiyan. Then in your simulations, how much time did you give humanity? And have you ever opened your eyes and looked at this world? Among humans there are good and evil, light and darkness, as well as greatness in the eyes of ordinary people, and the unique miracles of humanity. God Zamasu. Miracles. When the plan began, miracles no longer existed for humanity. Saiyan, you are also a member of the human race, and this is your last meal. Watching the calm Zamasu, EC stood up. Looks like we'll have to settle this with strength again, God Zamasu. Hot-blooded anime, doesn't need talk, no jutsu. Another foolish human who dares to lay a hand on a god. Come, let me see what you've got. Zamasu materialized a sword of energy in his hand. Seeing this, EC also erupted with power, and a mysterious sword appeared in his hand. As the two locked eyes, the house suddenly exploded, and two streaks of light clashed in the sky. Amidst flashing blades and swords, they exchanged hundreds of blows. When they separated again, EC's clothes were torn, while Zamasu remained completely unscathed. Saiyan, do you see the gap between us? Moreover, this body of mine has received the blessing of the dragon god, making me immortal. Then the dragon god must be blind to have blessed you. I think you stole the dragon god's blessing. A god who craves recognition from others. Hearing this, Zamasu flew into a rage, but quickly composed himself. A god must have composure. I am a god. Why would I seek the approval of mortals? This game is over, Saiyan. Perfect, we think alike. Zamasu, let me show you Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Is that supposed to be rare? It's a dime a dozen now. Zamasu was speaking confidently, but his squinting eyes caught sight of EC's transformation. What is this? Super Saiyan 4, a new form born from the miracles of humanity. It's more than enough to deal with you, god. Arrogant talk. Zamasu raised his sword and struck, but EC effortlessly blocked it with one hand, then punched him into the ruined city on the ground. Then he looked down at him with a condescending gaze. A god. Truly pathetically weak. Cough, cough. Zamasu coughed a couple of times, then flew up. Saiyan, wipe that look off your face. And do you think your attacks can have any real effect on me? Watching Zamasu recover completely, EC just smiled. A god's insight is also limited. Sometimes immortality means endless torment. After saying that, EC began to savagely batter Zamasu's body, leaving him completely unable to fight back. This infuriated Zamasu, who wondered why his comrades hadn't arrived yet. Couldn't they see such a commotion? After another blow, Zamasu lay in a large crater. EC flexed his fist and thought to himself, that felt good. Seeing Zamasu recover once more, EC landed on the ground and looked at him. So, did that knock some sense into you? But Zamasu's eyes were filled with fury. Saiyan, you dare to harm the body of a god. Then his aura began to fluctuate wildly, even attracting the attention of Earth's martial artists. Then I'm sorry, but we might have to say goodbye, Zamasu. What? Before Zamasu could react, EC blasted him into the sky. Zamasu, accept my final persuasion. Dragon Fist. EC transformed into a golden dragon, and a powerful energy slammed into Zamasu. Explode. No, impossible. I am immortal. Nothing is impossible, Zamasu. Humanity is limitless. As long as I destroy your body. Let me as your friend send you off on your final journey. Huh. The immense energy pierced through Zamasu, causing his body to dissipate in the universe. Since Zamasu's development was incomplete, just like Black Goku's, the later spiritual body of Zamasu did not appear. EC stood quietly in the sky while a gentle breeze brushed through his hair as if bidding farewell. But he had no choice but to see this path through to the end. After resolving the future war, the future Earth, through EC's efforts, once again restored its former peace. Yet the humans hiding underground remained panicked and uneasy. However, as He Wukong's destruction grew less frequent, more and more people dared to take the risk, escaping the dark subterranean world and heading toward the world they yearned for. 2 days later, as if sensing He Wukong's departure, people climbed onto the ground one after another, savoring the fresh air, a rare moment of satisfaction in nearly a year. At this moment, as humanity was rebuilding order in the future world, energy began to converge in the sky, plunging them into a brief panic once more. Could He Wukong be attacking again? But they were overthinking. What arrived was a spaceship. As it descended, the crowd gathered around, eager to see who it might be. When the protective shield opened, Talon Kusi. The crowd exclaimed in delight, for the young man before them was the leader of their resistance. Everyone. Talon Kusi nodded, then dismissed the crowd. Just then he spotted a graceful figure among the people. Xiao Wu. He rushed over and embraced her tightly. Xiao Wu, weren't you? Talon Kusi. Xiao Wu said nothing more. All her longing and words were contained within that embrace. Seeing the two young people locked in an embrace, the others tactfully dispersed, though there was an exception. Ahem. Hearing the sound, the two immediately separated. Dad? Dad, Talon Kusi isn't your father. Ah, this is Dad from the past. Talon Kusi quickly explained. After Talon Kusi's explanation, Vegeta interrupted him again. Talon Kusi quickly contact EC to find out where he is. It's been many days and EC is starting to worry. Yes. Talon Kusi then retrieved the time machine and followed Xiao Wu to her residence, where he took out a new device. Hello. In the distance, oh, have they already refueled the time machine? EC looked at the blinking communicator and immediately opened it. Hello Talon Kusi, you're back. Uncle, we're back. When will you come over? Aunt EC really misses you. Oh my, I understand. Send me your location and I'll come now. I've been here quite a while. I wonder how EC and the others are. EC then flew to Talon Kusi's location following the communication signal. Time flew by as EC traveled. Yo Vegeta, I didn't expect you to come pick me up. Umph. Vegeta crossed his arms and said nothing, the snort conveying his mood at that moment. He was quite displeased. Haha Talon Kusi, let's go. I didn't come here for nothing. I've gained a lot. EC patted the photographic equipment on his chest. What? Is there some hidden truth here? The Jia Wangshan is involved too. What? The two couldn't believe it, while Xiao Wu was completely bewildered, clearly not yet on their level. What's there to panic about? If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. Let's go Talon Kusi. EC said, pulling out Talon Kusi's time machine capsule. Seeing EC like this, the others had no choice but to follow. After Talon Kusi's farewell, the time machine vanished once more from the future timeline. The three arrived home again. Seeing that Bai Lucy had not yet left, EC stepped forward. I've gained a lot from this trip. Then he began to play the footage. So that's what happened. Bai Lucy stroked his chin, seemingly preparing to do something. My name is EC, not meaning. After returning to the main timeline, Earth will once again enjoy a brief period of peace. However, at this stage, we must first completely eliminate Jamasi of the main timeline. Under irrefutable evidence, Lord Bai Lucy took us all to set off. Especially Vegeta, who appeared exceptionally delighted. You damned bastard, you dare to touch my family. I'll turn you into a dead horse. Several of them rode Wei's Rainbow Bridge all the way to the 10th universe. Lord Bai Lucy, don't we need to inform the god of destruction of the 10th universe? Lang Mushi, that long-nosed elephant. Seems he rather dislikes me. Never mind, let's not inform him. Upon hearing EC's words, Bai Lucy picked his ear, completely indifferent to the thoughts of the god of destruction of the 10th universe, Lang Mushi. Oh, I understand why he dislikes you. EC punched his left palm with his right fist. Shut up, it's time to get down to business. Bai Lucy narrowed his eyes as if seeing through the essence of the world. However, afterward, under Wei Si's guidance, they arrived at the Jia Wangshan realm. Go Wasi, who was drinking tea, suddenly sensed something. He put down his cup and looked toward the shining light. Greetings, Lord Bai Lucy. May I ask what brings you to my place? No particular business, just some small matters that require Jamasi to verify. Go Wasi stroked his chin, clearly unable to fathom Bai Lucy's intentions. Just as Go Wasi was about to speak, Jamasi slowly approached, pushing his personal cart. Jamasi, you've come at the right time. Lord Bai Lucy is looking for you. I wonder what it's about. Jamasi had actually noticed them from afar. His gaze was solemn, and he thought to himself, what a bunch of persistent pests. In that case, how am I supposed to carry out my plan? However, upon arriving up close, he still respectfully bowed. Lord Bai Lucy, what do you want from me? Looking at Jamasi, Bai Lucy yawned, as if his energy had reached its limit. Then he waved his hand. EC. Hearing Bai Lucy's call, EC stepped forward, took out a pre-prepared recording, and began to play Jamasi's plan to exterminate humanity. As the story unfolded, Jamasi's expression grew increasingly solemn. His fists clenched involuntarily, and 1,000 waves surged in his heart. What is this? Even Go Wasi, who was standing by, was dumbfounded. How could his own disciple have turned out like this? Lord Bai Lucy, what exactly happened? Everyone turned to look at Bai Lucy, but all they got in return was a huge yawn. Helplessly, EC had to step forward himself. This is something that happened in the future. The future? Watching Go Wasi lost and thought Jamasi also understood everything. Watching his future self defeat Jamasi was extremely unwilling and muttered softly the future. As the recording reached its end, Jamasi watched his own downfall and cast a deep glance at EC. This man is terrifyingly formidable. Even through the image, I can feel that he surpasses some gods of destruction. Alright, you've seen the recording. Now it's time to say goodbye. Bai Lucy looked at Go Wasi and his disciple, scratching his head. Wait, Lord Bai Lucy. This matter still needs to be discussed. After all, that was the future. I believe that with my teachings this will never happen in the future. Hearing Gowasi's plea, Jamasi also understood the gravity of the situation. When it was time to yield, he had to yield. Lord Bai Lu Si, I believe my master will not let the future events repeat. Is that so? Bai Lu Si stroked his chin, seemingly agreeing with their view. As hope seemed within reach, Jamasi was also perfecting his own plan. This man who was even stronger than Sun Wukong. Under Bai Lu Si's scrutiny, Jamasi lowered his head. Suddenly Bai Lu Si raised his hand. Destruction. As Jamasi slowly turned into particles and vanished, Gowasi reached out to grab him, but caught nothing. However, a single particle of light actively flew into Gowasi's hand. Watching the light in his hand slowly disappear, Gowasi clenched his fist. Jamasi, I don't want to suddenly disappear while I'm sleeping. It's better to eliminate potential dangers early, you know. Seeing that Gowasi still hadn't moved, Bai Lu Si sighed. Wei Si, yes. Hearing the call, Wei Si tapped his staff, enveloping everyone and departing. After the Zamasu incident, there were a few minor disturbances, but within the boss family these were nothing. As the grand tournament approached, the Omni Kings suddenly had a whim to watch a match right then and there. Thus the Grand Steward, who dotes on the Omni King, excessively began to carry out the Omni King's command. Several universes merely connected via spheres, but the seventh universe made a personal trip. On Earth, the Grand Priest descended with divine light. As for why he appeared on Earth, the gluttonous god of destruction had come yet again, and of course Sun Wukong, who had pleased the Omni King, was also present. Seeing the Grand Priest's arrival, everyone bowed in unison. We pay our respects to the Grand Priest. As one of the top experts in the Omni King's realm, the Grand Priest smiled gracefully at the crowd, let out a soft hum, and then began to speak. The Tournament of Power will be held in the world of Void in a few days. A total of 8 universes will participate, each sending 10 fighters, making 80 in all. By the Omni Kings will I invite all gods of destruction to journey to the world of Void. As soon as the Grand Steward finished speaking, Sun Wukong raised his hand and asked him, "Oh, it's Wukong. His Majesty the Omni King specifically instructed me to ensure your attendance. You will surely add much amusement." Hearing the Grand Steward's words, Sun Wukong grinned and scratched his head, brimming with excitement. Yes. Then the Grand Steward vanished. All right, let's set off. Lord Beerus. Watching the Grand Steward depart, Beerus let out a sigh. His long life had taught him that this matter was not so simple. Gazing at the experts behind him, Beerus burst into laughter. This time the 7th universe will surely dazzle everyone. Following Beerus's gaze, one could see that the boss team, led by EC and supported by Sun Wukong and Vegeta, was already formed. The members included the Galactic Emperor Frieza, the scholarly and martial son Gohan, the Sun family's nanny Piccolo, the Great Demon King, the Cosmic Wildlife Ranger Android 17, the strongest second-generation fighter Ida, the ever-youthful Android 18L, and the enviably bald Krillin. In that case, Wukong and Gohan, you two come with me. The rest of you conserve your strength. Before the great battle, some relaxation is needed. Lord Beerus will prepare a party for your return. Scribe Tights, based on everyone's preferences, readied everything in advance. Haha, Tights, you've hit the nail on the head. Rest assured we will utterly defeat them. Beerus was overjoyed. Once Wukong and his son were by his side, he instructed Whis to depart. In the world of Void, after receiving the Grand Steward's notice, all the gods of destruction had arrived except for one who was still missing. That damn Beerus still hasn't shown up. Has he gone back to sleep again? Lord Kampa, in the presence of the Omni King, you must not utter such words, or you will face the Grand Priest's punishment. Vados's remark sent chills down Kampa's spine, and he immediately covered his mouth. The fighters Kampa had brought saw Vados's triumphant look and were all speechless with black lines on their foreheads. It wasn't only Kampa who criticized Beerus. The other gods of destruction also voiced their strong displeasure, as if Beerus had committed an unforgivable crime. A rainbow light streaked down, and Beerus appeared before the gods. Yo, everyone's early. Who can be like you, sleeping from morning till night, then back to morning over and over. Beerus, are you ready to be eliminated? This time you'll pay the price. All the gods of destruction were denouncing Beerus, but he nonchalantly picked his ear and scratched his head. A bunch of losers. What? XN. Beerus, don't be so arrogant. The many gods of destruction glared at Beerus in unison, the tense atmosphere igniting a war that could erupt at any moment. Watching the gods of destruction in a chaotic mess, well, Omni King had just begun to speak, and the area immediately fell silent. The gods promptly stopped and directly apologized to Omni King, then shifted all the blame onto Bai Lu Si. At this moment, the Grand Priest stepped forward. Silence. As soon as the words fell, the spectator seats became utterly silent. Since you have such great objections to the god of destruction of the 7th universe, according to Omni King's opinion, a preliminary exhibition match among the gods of destruction can be held. But Grand Priest, the battle between gods of destruction, the arena might not withstand our destruction. Hearing the words of the mouse god of destruction, the Grand Priest covered his mouth and chuckled. You need not worry about that. The arena of the Void Realm is made of the hardest crackle steel from the Omni King realm forged through a special secret technique. You may prepare yourselves. Hearing the Grand Priest's words, Bai Lucy revealed a sinister smile. He was the first to arrive on the arena, spinning his hand in a circle. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, one by one or all at once. As soon as these words were spoken, all the gods of destruction stood up and swarmed onto the arena like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Bai Lucy, we are all gods of destruction. Why are you so showy? Before the mouse god of destruction could finish, Bai Lucy directly slapped him across the face. Caught completely off guard, the mouse god slid to the edge, nearly becoming the first eliminated god. This infuriated the mouse god, who even recalled scenes of being bullied by Bai Lucy in his childhood back when he. Recalling the past, the mouse god slammed the scene. Damn it, Bai Lucy, you have no martial virtue. You actually attacked sneakily. Hearing these meaningless words, Bai Lucy rubbed his wrists. This is a melee. You should be aware that stepping onto the arena means you're ready to be beaten at any time. No, I haven't announced the start yet. Bai Lucy, I'll give you a yellow card warning. The Omni King above raised his hand, indicating that he wanted to feel involved, otherwise just watching the match would be too boring. Hearing this, Bai Lucy immediately bowed, completely different from his previous arrogance. Yes, Lord Omni King. Seeing Bai Lucy's attitude, Omni King was very satisfied and put away his little hand. Then get ready. The match begins. With Omni King's command, many gods of destruction began their first official match in their divine lives, albeit only in the form of an exhibition. Because there was a clear rule in the Omni King realm that two gods of destruction could not engage in battle, the gods appeared harmonious on the surface, but harbored who knows how much resentment behind the scenes, with Bai Lucy being the most representative. Head-on confrontations, sneak attacks from behind, righteous 2-on-1 beatings, and various group fights. In short, all sorts of tactics were converging on Bai Lucy. Bang! Bai Lucy spun around and kicked the invisible mouse god out. Do you think having a numerical advantage can defeat me? Stinky mouse, your smell is as foul as ever. Just as Bai Lucy finished speaking, he was sent flying by a snout blow. Fortunately, he was agile, performing a one-handed backflip to absorb the force and land steadily. Bai Lucy, you've offended quite a few people. Did you think just fighting me would be enough? You're too naive. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Then come all at once. Bai Lucy took on all comers without refusal, to the point that all the gods of destruction surrounded him. Omni King on his throne was so happy that he flailed his limbs. Yay, everyone keep it up. Amid the cheers of Omni King, the expressions of the gods of destruction varied. Some, like Kampa, reveled in schadenfreude, others remained impassive. One cunning rat wore a sinister smirk, and a few bore looks of serene indifference. Observing the surrounding gods of destruction, Beerus chose not to wait idly, but instead seized the initiative, a choice befitting a true powerhouse. Yet his target remained that treacherous rat with the addition of a long-trunked elephant. The other gods of destruction were no pushovers. Seeing Beerus strike first, they immediately swarmed him. Though Beerus ranked among the strongest of them, he dared not show the slightest negligence in this moment. After landing a decisive blow, Beerus swiftly dodged away, but during his evasion, he was forced to endure the fox's nine-tailed flame flash. Bang! Enduring that must have taken its toll on Beerus. Squeak, squeak. The rat wiped the corner of his mouth, staring at the billowing smoke. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Beerus raised his hands high, purple destructive energy coalesced and blasted away all the smoke, then crashed down upon the astonished gods. The gods hurriedly combined their power to barely withstand the attack, but the explosive energy overwhelmed the arena, shattering it into pieces under Beerus's eerie smile. The siege ends here. Now it's time for feline hunting. Beerus rubbed his neck as he eyed the rat, who recoiled in terror, only to realize one more step back meant elimination. Gritting his teeth, he charged. But his intent was noble, reality harsh. Just as he prepared to strike, Beerus was already before him, landing a brutal punch to his face. Yet ending it quickly was not for Beerus to decide. As Beerus's combo count soared, 99, 100, 500, the numbers flickered in rapid succession, a testament to the rat's suffering. The other gods of destruction, having just recovered, immediately intervened, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy blasts at Beerus. His response was simple. Instead of enduring, he merely tossed the rat between them. Witnessing this, all the other gods halted their attacks, leaving only the rat's legs twitching uncontrollably, a clear sign of severe damage. As time passed, the 11 gods of destruction clashed in a blur of motion, with rubble accumulating around them. Kampa, Beerus's brother, also received Beerus's special attention, besieged by multiple gods enduring immense suffering. Beerus was unwilling to see this. He's my brother. Only I get to bully him. Rather than charging in, he simply expanded his combat zone, thereby affecting the area around Kampa. Boom. Energy clashed relentlessly. 3 gods of destruction landed on 3 separate spots of the ruined arena, while the others were wounded or collapsed. Even these 3 were panting heavily, on the verge of falling. Beerus, I truly admire you. To persist so long under the assault of so many gods of destruction is remarkable. The clown-like god of destruction took a deep breath, rising to maintain his composure. That only proves you're still too green. But I didn't expect someone of mid-tier strength like you to last this long. Beerus, our combat power is about the same. The real contest will be decided by the warriors from each universe. The fox's words were cut short. Sorry, but this final victory belongs to Universe 7. Beerus swept his hand, beginning to gather his ultimate technique. Let me set the stage first. Don't be too cocky. Remember, there are warriors who surpass the gods of destruction. The clown fired back, glancing at the masked figure on the platform, then began to charge his power. All this fighting, it lacks charm. How comfortable it is to manage one's own universe. I envy you universes that get to participate. This remark provoked the displeasure of the other two. The fox was the first to fall devoid of any charm. In the end, the two gods exhausted their last strength. Vermouth, fight on. Defeat that wretched cat Beerus. The first eliminated rat after receiving treatment from the angel was bouncing around again, but his mind was still plotting mischief against Beerus. The two on the arena gasped for air. This was the final blow. Boom. Beerus narrowly dodged Vermouth's attack. But Vermouth still fell short against Beerus. Under the feline's dynamic vision, he was ultimately a move behind. The final victor of the preliminary match emerged, Beerus. However, there was no reward. The only satisfaction was pleasing Omni King and also exciting Sun Wukong of Universe 7. With Beerus's victory, the exhibition match finally came to an end. You have worked hard, Lord Beerus. Beerus responded faintly upon hearing Whis' words. The high-intensity battle had left him somewhat fatigued. Omni King, what do you think? Grand Priest approached the Omni King and inquired. Excellent. It has been a long time since I encountered such amusing events. From now on it shall be held every year. The Omni King raised his tiny fists, appearing exceptionally excited. Grand Priest, seeing this, smiled and departed. Then he announced, the All-Universe Martial Arts Tournament shall commence soon. Now all gods of destruction, please repair the arena. Thank you for your hard work. What? Many gods of destruction groaned in dismay. Having just entertained the Omni King, they now had to repair such a massive structure. Truly no task for gods. Sun Wukong, go repair the arena. Lord Beerus, but I don't know how. I thought you called me to fight. Who knew you'd enjoy yourself so much? Silence. Beerus roared, go now. Yes. Sun Wukong pressed his palms together and immediately went. The other gods of destruction followed suit, and after 3 hours the arena was finally restored. Phew, I'm so tired. Whis, is there anything to eat? Give me some. Whis glanced around, hesitated briefly, and finally brought out only a few cups of instant noodles. Beerus's eyes bulged. He then whispered to Whis, Whis, there are so many people here. They definitely don't have such good things. They'll probably come sniffing around soon. Hearing this, Whis narrowed his eyes. It's too late, Lord Beerus. What? Beerus was startled, his head spinning. How had they all surrounded him in an instant? He grabbed Sun Wukong. It's all your fault. I'm going to lose a lot of snacks in the future. Beerus, you can't hog all the good stuff. You damn right you should keep your mouth shut. Beerus was quite angry today. He never expected a traitor in his own team. Beerus sat there fuming. Sun Wukong, as if realizing his mistake, respectfully handed his own prepared cup of noodles to Beerus and said pitifully, Lord Beerus. Beerus rested his chin on his hand, glanced at Sun Wukong's pitiful eyes, and finally succumbed to the temptation of the noodles. He snatched the cup and turned around to eat. Close call. I won't let this happen again. Sun Wukong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just as everyone was enjoying their meal, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Did you prepare one for me? The Omni King. Some gods who were slurping noodles were startled by the voice and involuntarily sprayed noodles out of their noses. Didn't Lord Omni King leave? You all looked so happy eating that I couldn't resist coming over. Grand Priest also agreed. At this moment, Sun Wukong's old habit flared up. Hey Aquan, this is for you. What? Aquan? This human dares to address Lord Omni King like that. Beerus is about to lose a key general but the Omni King accepted it naturally. Thank you, Wukong. This left many gods of destruction dumbfounded, while only 2 gods took it in stride, eating heartily. The Omni King took a big bite. It's really good. Can I come here often? Of course. I think everyone will welcome you warmly. It's a deal then. Achoo. EC sneezed unexpectedly on Earth. Falling ill at this critical moment will severely hinder my combat concentration. Hearing Vegeta's words, EC rubbed his nose. I have a sudden ominous premonition that we should depart from this Earth, or perhaps this universe, sooner rather than later. The others stared in astonishment. Have you foreseen something? Not exactly. EC stroked his head, pondering that as the tournament of power approached, no fool would dare to cause trouble on Earth. Could it be because of me? Trunks, Goten, protect everyone while we are away. The 2 youngsters suddenly straightened up, holding EC in high esteem. Yes, Uncle EC. Then EC lay back down and sipped his drink. At that moment, a stream of rainbow light appeared. Beerus and the others had returned. Lord Beerus, you must be weary. These seats are prepared for you. Seeing them arrive, Bulma immediately greeted them. Beerus gave a soft hum in response while the others noticed Sun Wukong's condition. Wukong, what happened to your head? Ah, this. Sun Wukong scratched his head, unsure how to explain tactfully. Gohan, you tell them. Oh well. Like father, like son. Just describe it as it happened. We can handle it. Hearing EC's words, Gohan wasted no time. It happened like this: after Lord Beerus won first place in the exhibition match, he had father repair the arena. But after fixing it, father felt hungry and asked Whis for a bowl of instant noodles. That can't be the main point, or else Lord Beerus wouldn't be so glum and Wukong wouldn't be covered in bumps. That's because the other gods of destruction followed the Sint and Kampa of Universe 6 boasted so much that Lord Beerus's snacks were all shared. Finally what? Spit it out. Chi-Chi grew anxious. Had they offended the gods? Finally, the ruler of the Omni Kingdoms, the Omni King himself, also arrived. And father invited him to visit Earth. The Grand Minister agreed, and the Omni King agreed. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. No wonder Lord Beerus was so gloomy. He had invited his Supreme Superior to Universe 7, and to his favorite planet no less. They all gasped again, no longer feeling pity for the battered Sun Wukong. Who wouldn't be furious? The place where you used to relax would now be frequented by your boss. Here you were the absolute ruler, free and unfettered. Once the boss arrives, you'd have to be cautious, or simply avoid the place. You mean the Omni King we saw last time? Bulma pondered for a moment before matching the figure. Yes. He seemed quite good-natured, not like Lord Beerus. Hearing this, Beerus spat out his drink. What do you know? Do you realize that there were originally 18 universes in the Omni Kingdoms? Do you know how it became 12? Seeing everyone shake their heads, Beerus began to educate them on cosmic knowledge. Finally, because someone angered the Omni King, just a little entire universes vanished. What a N. Seeing their shock, Beerus immediately commanded, if he really comes, you must show utmost respect. Yes, Lord Beerus. Very well then, prepare. All contestants follow me to the world of Void. Hearing this, every contestant rose to their feet, and a powerful aura emanated from each of them, much to Beerus's satisfaction. The transporter cube driven by Wei Si arrived at the Void Realm. As far as the eye could see, various beings from different universes sat on the high platforms. By Lucy. You're quite late. Yo, it's Xiangpa. Can't help it, the main character always arrives last. By Lucy's teasing tone made Xiangpa furious. Meanwhile, the other gods of destruction observed the contestants from Universe 7, whispering to their respective angels. As the last giant clock fell, the tournament of power for the survival of the universes officially began. The first to appear was the Grand Priest. The appearance of the Grand Priest instantly silenced the gods of destruction. Everyone, the first tournament of power is about to begin. The rules are as follows. The Grand Priest extended his right hand, and a light blue holographic screen appeared beside him. Everyone craned their necks to see. Some gods cheered and rejoiced, some were dejected, and some grinned slyly. However, everyone present had one target: Universe 7. Seeing that the gods had finished reading, the Grand Priest coughed twice. Now let us invite His Majesty the Omni King to speak. At the Grand Priest's recommendation, colorful beams of light began to descend. The Omni King, accompanied by sword-bearing guards, sat upon his throne and raised his small hand high. Nah, hello everyone. A childish voice rang out. Everyone immediately stood up and shouted, "Long live His Majesty the Omni King." Seeing everyone's reaction, the Omni King giggled. No need to be so formal. Let the tournament begin. I can hardly wait. Upon hearing the Omni King's words, the Grand Priest, standing by the side, snapped his fingers. All the contestants were instantly randomly teleported onto the arena. On the arena, EC looked at the figure sitting at the highest point. What a show-off! Ji Lian, who had just sat down, thought he was already invincible, but he didn't expect someone bolder than him. Ji Lian stretched one hand upward, and a terrifying air current instantly swept across the arena. Huh. A figure appeared above. Boom. Palm and fist collided, causing rocks to fly in all directions. Such a commotion naturally caught everyone's attention. What a... Who is that guy? He dares to challenge Ji Lian directly. Lord Wei made of this person is EC from Universe 7. The angel behind him answered his question. Great. EC has found his target. Then I can't fall behind either. Wukong looked at the surrounding contestants eagerly. Seeing Wukong's gaze, the contestants from other universes swallowed hard and instinctively began to back away. In that case, I'll leave these small fry to you. Vegeta said, then chose another direction. Thanks Vegeta. Sun Wukong finished speaking, his figure vanished, and he began a warm-up fight. Of course, Vegeta didn't stray too far, occasionally glancing in Sun Wukong's direction during his own battle. The Justice team, on the other hand, was different. I didn't expect someone to challenge Ji Lian from the start. General, don't underestimate the contestants from other universes. Of course I believe in Ji Lian even more. Let's start too. For justice. Led by Tua Pa, the members of the Justice Team also made their moves everywhere, beginning to eliminate contestants from various universes. Ita, be careful. If you die here, I'll be very sad. Uncle Fu Lisa, don't worry. They are no match for me. After all, I've never met an opponent since I started. Ho 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 ho, I have high hopes for you, Ita. Then Fu Lisa's figure disappeared. After watching Fu Lisa leave, Ita's gaze fell on the dust in the center. Father, I didn't expect a little kid to be here. Still wet behind the ears, and you dare to come here. Ita's mouth twitched as he looked at the three wolves surrounding him, thinking to himself, I want to show off. Big brother, what's the point of talking nonsense? This kid has such tender skin, I really want to taste. Too bad about the game rules. Third brother, as long as he doesn't die. Discussing how to eat me raw right in front of me, is that appropriate? Why waste words on a brat? Let's attack together. Today I want to taste. The third wolf interrupted Ita's verbal incantation and leaped forward. The other two wolves followed closely. Let's show you the power of our wolf triangle kill. Ita didn't waste any more words. He started with Super Saiyan 2 full power and punched the third wolf in the face. Hua! The third wolf's fangs were knocked out by that punch. Third brother. The other two wolves frantically attacked Ita, but Ita merely forced them back and turned to beat the third wolf again. Ho 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 ho, it seems this kid doesn't need my help. But some wolves need to be taught a lesson. Fu Lisa watched everything from the shadows. Elsewhere, Wu Fan and his team were also observing. Should we intervene? EC's goal is to use this tournament to hone Ita. He's fine for now. We just need to watch quietly. On the viewing platform, Wei Si, make a note of these people. Yes, Lord, by Lu Si. Ba Duo Si. Yes, Lord Xiangpa. The battle featuring Ita drew attention. The fight at the center had just begun, the smoke clearing with both sides still maintaining the posture of EC above and Jillian below. Their eyes locked onto each other, then they withdrew their strength. EC came down from above, shaking his hands. Impressive. If that's all you've got, you'll be the one eliminated nameless human. EC. A Saiyan about to surpass the God of Destruction. God of Destruction. Jillian glanced faintly at Wymide. Then let me try again, Saiyan. Jillian said and charged forward. Watching the opponents approach, Super Saiyan 4 EC slowly shifted his stance, immediately dodging aside, and after evading the powerful punch, EC then engaged. Meanwhile, Jillian remained silent, launching every attack without a word. This is just Jillian in his normal state, yet his fist power is already so terrifying. The characteristic Dragon Ball clothing burst hasn't even appeared yet. In such a one-on-one fight, he'll be suppressed for a long time. Moreover, EC looked towards Tuopo while defending. Seeing EC distracted, Jillian became angry. You dare to be distracted while fighting me. With a powerful punch, he pressed EC against the stone wall, then aimed a kick to pierce through him. Fortunately, EC blocked the fatal attack and lay in the rolling smoke. Seeing this, Jillian turned and walked away, not even willing to glance at EC again. EC picked at the debris on his body. What a formidable man, reaching this level solely by his own efforts. Hearing the voice, Jillian stopped. Power is my everything. One who refuses to accept companions will never go far, bald warrior. What is your name? Companions are worthless before power, Saiyan. Your so-called companions will all fall before my power. Oh, then I look forward to that. EC said, and his aura began to transform. He became leaner and seemed to have a filter and colored contacts. Super Saiyan 4. First God, let me see how far your power can reach. EC said and flew off. Boom. A real man faces everything head-on. That's Jillian. Under his power, everything is but a cloud, including gods. Let alone this first God. But the reality was somewhat embarrassing. As everyone knows, 1 + 1 = 2, but EC's was not ordinary addition. Below, fierce battles raged. Above, Wymide watched in amazement. I never thought there would be someone who could match Jillian. Which universe is this from? Lord Wymide, the data shows its contestant EC from the 7th universe. Moreover, there are no fewer than 5 who possess transformation abilities. The words of Angel Wymide made the gods exclaim in surprise. Their looks towards Beerus changed. This is a formidable foe. Meanwhile, the mouse squeaked. Everyone, I think we should eliminate the strongest first. What do you think? Who agrees? Who opposes? I disagree, this is cheating. Beerus's objection is invalid. The 11th universe shall defeat the 7th universe with all its might. For love. The many gods of destruction, instigated by the mouse, voiced their opinions. This time Beerus was also panicked. Hey, what are you? Don't worry, Lord Beerus. They know their limits. Beerus glanced at Vis, then fell silent. But on the arena, the 7th universe was about to face a 1 vs 7 situation. EC, who was in the midst of battle, heard the words of the many gods of destruction. The butterfly's wings have fluttered. To achieve ultimate victory, we face an even greater trial. It seems we must shake off Jillian. After thinking this, EC forced Jillian back and leaped away swiftly. Regaining his senses, Jillian glanced at the pillar beside him and punched it. I was just getting warmed up and you run away. Watching the rubble fall continuously, Jillian also vanished from the spot. EC. Only a name lingered in the air, refusing to fade. On the other side, the three wolves who were fighting Ita suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Everyone, don't delay, finish them quickly. Yes, Uncle Baiko. Don't think we're easy to bully. Brothers Wolf Clan triangular kill. Just as the three wolves leaped up, they were struck by a laser from afar. Ho ho ho, perished halfway. Felicia, you've really changed a lot. Wu Fansan, these wolf cubs don't suit my aesthetic. That's all. Felicia crossed his arms, then kicked the three wolf brothers off the stage one by one. Thank you, Uncle Felicia. In that case, we still have 67 opponents. If they all follow the words of the gods of destruction, we'll face a 1 versus 7 situation. The situation is not optimistic. While they haven't gathered yet, eliminate them one by one. Wu Fan glanced at the other 6, and seeing no objection, took the lead and acted. On the other side, Sun Wukong, who was still locked in an evenly matched fight, was immersed in the battle. Suddenly, a powerful force surged toward the battlefield. Boom! Some fighters failed to dodge and were knocked aside by the intense aura. With flickering figures, the contestants who were ganging up on Sun Wukong were sent flying off the stage. Hey, ECU. Vegeta Kaka Luo Te, the situation is urgent. Stop warming up. Hearing EC's shout, Vegeta's whole body emanated a blue aura. With EC's assistance, the three fighters surrounding Vegeta were instantly defeated and eliminated. Let's get out of here first. The three Saiyan youths exchanged glances and vanished from the spot. In a relatively hidden place, we have 2 plans. One, we keep hiding. If they can't find us as the match time draws to a close, anxiety will grow in their hearts, eventually leading to internal conflict. 2, as Wu Fan said, eliminate them one by one, but we must be quick and not let them react. Rather than being attacked by them, we should take the initiative. The plan is me, Kaka Luo Te, Vegeta, Felicia, and No. 17 will lead the main attack. The 5 of you will create chaos elsewhere. Understood. Operation start. After a while, the main attackers heard the commotion everywhere. Looking at the enemies before them, who were like hungry wolves, they revealed greedy eyes. 10 people, 2 each. Let's finish this quickly. With that, the 5's aura surged, and they instantly appeared before Universe 2. What? How can people from Universe 7 be here? Li Bu Lian. For love, let's strike the enemy. Unfortunately, there was no fiery passion here. Facing the combined force of boss-level figures on the stage, Universe 2 collapsed at the first touch. Sorry. Just as EC was about to finish off Li Bu Lian, a fiery red figure descended from above the stage. Boom. EC dodged quickly, and then said, a bald warrior. Ji Lian. Remember my name. Behind Ji Lian, Li Bu Lian looked at him with adoration, murmuring to herself, is this the gift of the god of love? Yes, I will remember, Lord Ji Lian. The warrior of Universe 11, Ji Lian, appearing here alone. Once we eliminate you, there will be no more threat. Let's go. Though I wish to duel you alone, I have no choice. Let's go. Sun Wukong declared, then took the lead, charging forward in his Super Saiyan Blue form. No. Lord Ji Lian, go ahead. I will hold these villains back. Li Bu Lian said, struggling to his feet. Ji Lian cast a faint, narrowed glance at the delicate yet untransformed Li Bu Li and then directly engaged Sun Wukong. The overwhelming force forced Sun Wukong to retreat repeatedly, dispersing the impact. Lord Ji Lian, incredible. Amid Li Bu Lian's praise, Ji Lian grew more formidable, repelling Vegeta and No. 17 in turn. Only EC, who had attained the initial divine level of Super Saiyan 4, could hold his ground for a moment. I'll tie him down. You attack his openings. Following EC's plan, they combined the strength of 5 to swiftly eliminate Ji Lian. Unexpectedly, Ji Lian only grew stronger, seemingly surpassing them. After the clash, the 5 landed in a row. Ji Lian stood firmly before Li Bu Li and breathing heavily. The other 5, except No. 17, were also strained. Phew. What do we do now? If this drags on, we'll be overwhelmed. What a monster. Vegeta wiped the corner of his mouth. Everyone, unleash your strongest attack. If all else fails, we'll have to use that move. Ho ho ho, as expected of our ace, you've been holding back. Then the 5 each charged their ultimate techniques, staring gravely at Ji Lian. Li Bu Lian sensed the 5's aura and felt deep unease. Lord Ji Lian. Meanwhile, Topo and the others, rushing from afar, shared the same sentiment. Ji Lian. Then a pale purple flame erupted from his body, and his speed suddenly doubled. 5, an immensely powerful energy wave converged, reaching Ji Lian in an instant. Ji Lian's hands glowed red as a torrent of fierce energy surged forth. The two collided instantly. Ji Lian. Watching Ji Lian's bulging veins and his retreating steps, time seemed to slow and Ji Lian drifted farther away. You finally realized something's wrong. In theory, gods of destruction cannot participate in the tournament. Was it you who caused this? Hit the assassin from Universe 6. We are allies now. I'm just curious. You seem to be a god of destruction, don't you? You want to test my strength? Then let's see what you've got. The second battle began within Hit's timeskip space. The two fought fiercely and Hit's techniques kept evolving. After some time, indeed only by constantly battling the strong can one continuously evolve. What do you mean? Topo had just asked when he received a heavy blow to the abdomen. How is that possible? I didn't see you move. That means my time skip has evolved again. Now it's 1 second. What? Before Topo could finish it, launched a relentless assault hoping to provoke Topo's potential and further stimulate his own evolution, just like Sun Wukong had done. On the other side, Ji Lian, still not warmed up, couldn't withstand the full force assault of the five. His figure was forced back repeatedly until with a great roar from the five and the pressure of the arena's anti-flight suppression, Ji Lian was finally pushed off the ring. Ji Lian. The Justice Team members couldn't believe it. Simultaneously, the clown god of destruction stood up. How could this be? Ji Lian is a being beyond gods of destruction. At the same time as Ji Lian fell from the ring, he sank into memory. Master. Lord Ji Lian. A figure swiftly descended, grabbed Ji Lian's wrist, and with all her might hurled him back onto the arena. Why, oi? Ji Lian's eye showed a hint of disbelief. This is the guidance of the goddess of love. Farewell, Lord Ji Lian. What a pity, said 17, watching Ji Lian, who had returned to the arena. Contrary to expectations, a serious monster is truly terrifying. Ho ho ho, I wonder if our trump card, EC, can hold on. He must hold on even if he can't. This concerns our families. Due to the elimination of all contestants from the first universe, everyone from all universes looked toward the arena without prior agreement. Lord Hai Lucy, I am terribly sorry. It's all right, Li Bu Li, and this is the choice of love. Hai Lucy patted Li Bu Li's shoulder and calmly accepted the arrangement of fate. At this moment, Grand Priest also stepped forward. It is extremely regrettable that all contestants from the second universe have been eliminated. According to the competition rules, they will be erased. Hey. At this moment, Omni King extended his right hand, and the fluctuation of laws appeared. Under the gaze of everyone, the people of the second universe vanished. Lord Ji Lian, do your best. Below the arena, Ji Lian looked in the direction where Li Bu Li and had disappeared, clenched his fists, and recalled the times of his youth. Ji Lian, run quickly. Everyone protect Ji Lian. Li Bu Lian. Ji Lian's body erupted with fiery red aura, and the entire arena began to tremble. The clown god of destruction stood up. Ji Lian has finally unleashed his full power. No, he has even surpassed his original strength. What? Many gods of destruction were also startled. After all, the stronger the opponent, the lower the probability of their own universe surviving. Hey, EC Sun Wukong Bei Ji Ta, don't hide anymore. Lord Bai Lucy, you are too impatient. This will only make the other universes more determined to eliminate us first. Wei Si covered his mouth and laughed. EC glanced at Bai Lucy. Kaka Luote Bei Ji Ta, I need your help. Fu Li Sa 17, cover us. The others exchanged glances, understood. Then EC began to adjust his state. After fully unfolding the Super Saiyan 4 initial god, his aura also rose. Super Saiyan 4 god limit. EC glanced at Ji Lian. Kaka Luote Bei Ji Ta, share your auras with me. Having said that, Sun Wukong and Bei Ji Ta began to act, and the innate auras belonging to the two surged into EC. Meanwhile, Ji Lian on the other side, disregarding martial ethics, charged directly. What a tiring job, 17 said, and was the first to meet him. Ho ho ho, I didn't expect you to be such an interesting young man. Let's get to know each other sometime. Fu Lisa followed closely. Although the two spoke lightly, they had tuned their strength to the maximum. In a single universe, they could be considered overlords, but in the face of Ji Lian, they were far from enough. Bang! Ji Lian charged with both himself and the sphere. Boom! The two crashed into the stone pillars. But from the smoke, many energy blasts emerged, attempting to delay Ji Lian's speed. But Ji Lian didn't even glance at these attacks, letting them hit his body. Li Bu Lian. Ji Lian muttered, his speed doubled, and his fist already extended. It seemed that EC's final step would not be completed in time. But at this critical moment, time seemed to stop for Ji Lian. Above the stands, why is Shite helping them? Xiang Pa was shouting there. Ba Duo Si beside him reminded. Lord Xiang Pa, please mind your image. This is a strategy. I've always told you to read more books, but you never listen. Sob. Strategy. I've actually seen through it long ago. I was just testing you. Xiang Pa crossed his arms. It turned out that after the second universe was erased, Shite no longer entangled with Tutla. But seeing Ji Lian's terrifying strength, he realized he might not be a match, so he lent a helping hand to EC. In this short 1 second, EC completed his final form. Super Saiyan 4 God, limit breakthrough. Get out of the way. Sun Wukong and Bei Ji Ta quickly moved away from their original positions. As EC finished speaking, he also threw a punch to meet him. Here Ji Lian broke through the constraints of time. The two clashed together, their fists power compressing against each other, generating immense energy. Black-red lightning struck all over the arena, and the two became the center of the arena. Boom! They separated and collided again. Under the impact, the arena began to shatter into pieces. Some weaker individuals couldn't withstand their aura and were blown off the stage, leaving the god of destruction stunned. Meanwhile, the other members of Universe 7 gathered again. This is not working. We need to find a way to achieve victory quickly. The final outcome still depends on those two up there. No, 17 said calmly. Before that we can eliminate other contestants such as. Fu Lisa pointed at the blue-skinned Fu Luo-Site. Meanwhile, Fu Luo-Site shuddered, turned to look around, then flashed a fake smile at Fu Lisa. I really dislike this guy more and more. And Ita, seeing Vegeta staring at the sky, said, Uncle Vegeta, I have a treasure that can help you. What? Before Vegeta could react, he saw Ita pull out the futile air horn. I refuse. I will never fuse with Luote again. Vegeta crossed his arms, but his gaze never left the futile air horn. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong noticed Vegeta's situation. Haha, Vegeta, you don't want to miss this fight either, do you? Just help me out. After all, I'm no match for them alone. Please. Seeing Luote with his hands together in prayer, Vegeta's heart was moved. This is the last time. Then he grabbed a futile air horn. But before that, let's clean them up before the match time runs out. Vegeta tucked the earring into his chest and quickly leaped toward a group of people. On the other side, Tuapa also reacted and began directing the justice team to clear the others from the arena, while he himself confronted Shite, determined to reclaim his pride today. The great melee erupted once more. The strong remain, the weak are eliminated. Among them, Universe 9, with the fewest members, fell first, followed by Universe 4, Universe 3, A, and Universe 10 in order. Currently, the remaining contestants on the stage are ECG Lien, Sun Wukong, Tuapa, Vegeta, Shite, as well as Wu Fan, Fu Lisano, 17A, and Ita hiding in the corner. After the two figures above collided once more, they landed on opposite sides. Ji Lien, Tuapa, and Shite tacitly formed an alliance against Universe 7. EC, who had landed in front, was panting slightly. Jiren has broken through his own limits. For now, I can only try to exhaust his stamina as much as possible. With your current form, it's not enough. Hearing this, EC's mouth twitched. In principle, I can match him evenly, but this guy is a monster. He's been enhanced. Emotions really can make one stronger. No. 17 glanced at the arena of Universe 2. I've seen the hero saving the beauty trope many times, but this one really makes me uncomfortable. Don't mention it. Let's exhaust them as much as possible or take them down together. Now we can call Vegeta to help. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, then took out their respective futile air horn and put them on. In an instant, their bodies were drawn together, and after a flash of light, the Super Saiyan God Vegeta appeared. No need to speak, I already know everything. No. 17 and Fu Lisa were dumbfounded. Did we have something to say? Vegeta, you can pick any of the three opponents. EC smiled at him with a hint of mischief. Well, as the strongest contestant, I must fight the strongest. I'll take Jillian. Vegeta faced it calmly, intending to show off, but the opponent was completely silent, like a mute perhaps, because they were all protagonists in their own universes. Then I'll take on my old rival. Tuopo is yours. Ho 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 ho, I can't handle Zeit's flash time. This tournament has really opened my eyes. Felicia's gaze shifted to Quan Wang. Number 17 also remained silent, but having already reviewed the basic contestant profiles, he silently fought alongside Felicia against the destruction god Tuopo. Wufan stood guard at the rear. Both sides' auras were heavy, crushing the passing debris of the arena floor mercilessly. No one knew who struck first. A large fragment of the arena floor hung between the two sides. At that moment, Vegeta raised his hand, and a torrent of energy blasts surged forth, igniting the final battle of the Tournament of Power. On the other side, Julian was even more ferocious, breaking through the arena fragments with his bare body and charging straight at Vegeta through the energy blasts. Well, what a surprising monster. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, but his attacks did not falter. He gathered his power and landed a fierce, limitless punch on Julian. Hey, I haven't been out for a long time. I really need to enjoy this fight. Julian, having stabilized himself, stared at Vegeta hovering in the air, his eyes widening. Impossible. This arena is enchanted with a flight prohibition curse. Unless your power surpasses. The surviving gods of destruction in the stands were equally incredulous, except for Bailusi, who was elated. The other two wore grim expressions, and Bajuosi had already begun bidding farewell to Xiangpa. Lord Xiangpa, I will miss you. Bajuoso wiped a fake tear. Vegeta smugly touched his nose. Want to learn? I can teach you. Then he beckoned to Jillian with a finger. Oomph. The stone beneath Jillian shattered, and he launched himself upward while Vegeta dove downward. The two clashed head-on, as if using some iron head technique, but a surge of airflow in between repelled them apart. Both tumbled backward, then finding their footing they charged at each other again, exchanging blow for blow in a fierce confrontation. Another contestant who can match the empowered Jillian. What has the 7th universe done to deserve this? Makalita, it seems we must part ways. Lord Wymide, things have not yet reached the worst. If he is willing to accept the duty of a god of destruction, the outcome is still uncertain. My favorite candidate was Julian to be my successor, but he declined Makalita. Perhaps there is a turning point this time, Lord Wymide. Then the angel Makalita looked toward the direction of the vanished second universe. Wymide followed her gaze and chuckled. We must thank the second universe for their selfless contribution. Tuopo, who has accepted the position of god of destruction, can certainly do this. Tuopo. Wymide stood up and shouted. On the arena, Tuopo, who was dealing with Frieza, and the others glanced at his former superior. Without words, they understood everything. Tuopo suddenly broke free from the three's restraints, his aura blazing. Let me be the tipping scale of this final battle. Bang! A punch landed on Wufan, then instantly he grabbed Frieza with both arms, wrapping the king in destructive energy. The king's terrified expression showed the horror he was facing. Then Tuopo headbutted him, and the king fell unconscious soon after. Although Tuopo had defeated two opponents, his back was exposed to number 17. After Tuopo released Frieza and let him fall, number 17 gathered all his power. A beam of light instantly engulfed Tuopo, sending his body to the very edge of the arena. Jillian, accept my final gift. With that, Tuopo condensed the destructive energy and transferred it to Jillian. What? Lucy, who had been sitting calmly in the stands, could no longer stay seated. No one understood the boost of destructive energy better than he did. Is this your final entrustment, Tuopo? Jillian looked at the destructive energy in his hand, then at the opponent before him. I accept it, Tuopo. As the destructive energy surged into him, Jillian's aura soared once more. My name is EC, not meaning. During the battle against Shite, Jiren chose to become a god of destruction, leaving only myself, Beijite number 17, and the useless Ita in Universe 7. As for Fu Lisa and Wu Fan, they were knocked unconscious by Tuopo's powerful strike and thus eliminated. Within Shite's time-skip dimension, as one of the top-tier fighters, Tuopo was completely exploited by Shite for experience, and Shite's time-skip technique was becoming more and more perfected. However, according to the rules, killing contestants was forbidden, which greatly limited Shite's strength. Correspondingly, EC's pressure was much lessened as he had expended a lot of energy in his earlier fight against Jiren. After EC once again predicted Shite's attack, he was immediately punched flying. Shite shook his fist and said, "Your technique is too outdated, EC." EC replied, "Not necessarily, Senior Shite. You know I am the most talented Saiyan." EC's starting stance began to change rapidly. Seeing this, Shite also smiled, thinking that perhaps the time-skip technique would not be lost. Shite said, "Saiyans are truly gifted beings." Then he activated his time-skip again, and EC did the same. Compared to the fierce battle outside, this was more like a master teaching his disciple moves. Shite displayed his insights through each move and stance, while EC greedily learned all of this with his terrifying talent and integrated it into himself. With a loud bang, an explosion resounded within the time-skip dimension. The two stood facing each other, Shite gasping for breath. In terms of raw strength, Shite was slightly inferior, yet he was extraordinarily happy. Shite said, "We should say goodbye now, EC." EC replied, "Yes. Thank you for your guidance. Maybe we'll meet again in hell." Shite laughed. "Haha, the universe has been erased, where is there still hell?" He looked at his palm. EC said, "That's true, but anything is possible, isn't it?" EC then began to gather power, just like in the earlier tournament match. Dragon Fist. Just as Shite was about to counter, EC had already arrived in front of him. Explosion! A golden dragon appeared once again, breaking through the time-skip dimension. The dragon's resonant roar made all the gods of destruction on the spectator stands look over. Another universe was about to disappear. On the arena, EC and Shite stood together. "See you later, Master Shite." The unconscious Shite then fell beneath the fragments of the arena. Xiangpa of Universe 6 saw this and stood up directly. "Shite." The announcer said, "It's a pity. All contestants of Universe 6 have been eliminated. Now only 2 universes remain on the arena, and the final champion will be born from these 2 universes." The Shunguan finished speaking calmly, and then withdrew. On the throne, Quan Wang began his operation. As Universe 6 disappeared, Xiangpa turned to look at Bai Luci's location. Xiangpa said, "Hey Bai Luci, in the end you won." He then wiped away the tears from his eyes with his arm, accepting his fate. On the other side, Bai Luci, sitting with his legs crossed, dared not look at Xiangpa. "Of course, Xiangpa, you've never beaten me." Bai Luci glanced sideways at Xiangpa. Xiangpa said, "Don't you die, Bai Luci." Hearing Xiangpa's words, Bai Luci couldn't hold back his tears. Bai Luci said, "What a fool, how can you win me like this? I am Jillian, the current god of destruction of the 11th universe, having been the god of destruction for only a dozen minutes after Topo gave it to me. Now facing 2 terrifying opponents, I will fight to the very end." Ribrian. EC, standing on the arena, looked at Yida and smiled at him with a nod. "No. 17, I entrust Yida to you." After saying that, EC joined the fierce battle. Since only the last two universes remained, Jillian also felt unprecedented tension, and the intense atmosphere rapidly escalated his passion for combat. With EC's joining, Vegeto's pressure was greatly reduced. The two joined forces to repel the god of destruction, Jillian. Looking at Vegeto's heaving chest, how is it? Can you hold on? How are you underestimating me? That guy Jillian is not having an easy time, either, though he's been epic level enhanced. Vegeto touched his nose. We can't give him a chance to rest. Vegeto, give me a part of your chi. Huh. Vegeto was stunned, but though puzzled, he gave EC a portion. EC felt it. The good thing about Super Saiyan 4 is the ability to absorb the chi of the same kind to strengthen oneself. Then he clenched his fist and charged straight ahead. Jillian naturally refused to be outdone and met the challenge. As soon as he engaged, EC Vegeto's attack came from the side. Under the coordination of the two, Jillian gradually fell into a disadvantage. Seeing that this would not work, Jillian instantly dodged. Destruction. Purple destruction energy quickly filled the screen. Under Jillian's command, it shot toward the two. The two dodged quickly, but Jillian's destruction energy seemed to have eyes relentlessly pursuing them. Vegeto couldn't take it anymore. If I'm beaten like this, where does my position as the king of swagger go? Then a shield formed around his body, and he charged straight at Jillian. Thanks to Vegeto's distraction, EC used a technique he learned from Goku Black. His entire hand burst into flame-like aura, which then enlarged and cleansed the destruction energy controlled by Jillian. Instantly, he went to help. The three were locked in a brawl again. The spectators were also nervous. Beerus, for instance, watched intently, for Jillian's formidable strength truly amazed him. Wymide felt the same, but more so psychological imbalance. Why did a lazy god of destruction who managed his universe loosely with such a low universe power level have such high-quality contestants? Regardless of what they thought, the battle below continued. But the Grand Priest announced at that moment, there are only 3 minutes left until the match ends. Hearing this, EC immediately launched an attack, striking Jillian's flaw with a punch. Bang! As soon as Jillian was knocked back, Vegeto's charged ultimate move blasted at him. Jillian could only defend, passively struggling to resist the force of the shockwave. I must not be defeated. Jillian roared, his veins bulging, and he successfully dispersed Vegeto's energy wave. Jillian was panting. Just as he looked up, EC's next ultimate move came rushing in. Tenfold Thunder Roar. Super explosive electromagnetic. Though EC's move was close as a master, Jillian was not flustered. In a one-on-one situation, the epic level enhanced Jillian had the upper hand, but here there were two beings with cheat-like power. Tenfold Kamehameha. With Vegeto's addition, the originally advantaged Jillian suddenly fell into a stalemate. Both sides were engaging in the final clash of energy waves. Below, No. 17 watched the intense attacks above and thought about what would happen if he added his own strongest attack. Hey, what is that guy doing? Beerus with sharp eyes saw No. 17 approaching Jillian quickly. Hearing Beerus, everyone looked. No. 17 No. 17 is going to self-destruct. No. 18 was choked with tears at the sight. No. 18. Clint didn't know how to comfort her at the moment. Sorry, only this way can I protect you all. No. 17 touched his chest, his gaze determined as he approached Jillian. At this moment, Jillian was in a dilemma as he was fully engaged with EC and Vegeto. In that instant, No. 17 had already closed in. Boom. The massive energy caused Jillian's chi to become chaotic. This opportunity was bought by No. 17's sacrifice. Veins bulging, the two unleashed their energy waves, which instantly reached Jillian's face. Jillian, struggling to resist, was about to be pushed off the arena. An unexpected incident occurred. At this moment, Vegeto emitted a golden light, and with a whoosh he split into Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what had happened. The time wasn't up yet. Why did the transformation deactivate? Jillian took the opportunity to break free from the clash, standing on the arena panting heavily. Clearly his stamina had greatly decreased. Although EC was also tired, he knew he couldn't give such a monster time to rest. He instantly charged forward, once again clashing power with Jillian, intending to choose a mutual destruction method. On a small broken piece of the arena, the two used their full strength. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and Vegeta above finally snapped out of it. Jillian saw the other two approaching rapidly, and a hint of joy rose in his heart. This time could be considered a draw, right? Just as they were about to get close, all the nearby standing arena fragments were destroyed. This was what he had done with destruction energy when he landed here, as he didn't have much strength left to face the three's siege. After a brief moment of suspension in the air, all four fell down. Among them, Sun Wukong was the most frustrated, while Vegeta showed no expression on his face, but was filled with displeasure inside. Jillian looked at EC, who was smiling and waving toward another direction, filled with confusion. But when he saw that there was still someone on the arena, the fire in his heart was doused with a bucket of cold water. How can it be? As EC and his companions were defeated, the tournament of power was nearing its conclusion. With the final bell ringing, the Grand Priest stepped forward. The tournament of power has now ended. The final victor is Universe 7. Universe 11 is regrettably defeated. As soon as the Grand Priest finished speaking, the Omni King jumped up and the law in his hand directly appeared. Universe 11 turned into specks of light and dissipated before everyone's eyes. Then let the winner come forward to claim the prize, the Super Dragon Balls. Under the gaze of the gods, 7 Super Dragon Balls, each larger than a planet, appeared before the gods and humans. Gazing at the magnificent Dragon Balls, Ita recalled his father's words. Ita, remember, this is merely a game of the rulers. Before we gain power, we can only endure and accumulate strength. With this thought, Ita began to make his wish. With the help of the Grand Priest, Ita temporarily learned the language of the gods, though it was only temporary and would be forgotten afterwards. Come forth, Shenlong. I wish to. Hearing the divine languages call, the 7 planet-sized Dragon Balls shimmered with dazzling golden light. As the radiance flared, the Super Dragon Balls merged into one, forming an inner universe. This was the power of the Dragon God. Those who saw Super Shenlong for the first time were all awestruck, exclaiming at their own insignificance. Even seeing Super Shenlong again, I'm still overwhelmed. EC, what do you think Ita's wish is? Universal peace. Looking at the serious EC, son Wukong stood up solemnly, truly a great wish. Super Shenlong looked at the little one before him. You who summoned me, what is your wish? Please restore all the universes and beings that were erased in the tournament of power. Super Shenlong's eyes flashed with light, and all the vanished universes returned. The Grand Priest smiled at Ita while the revived beings found it incredible. How could they be resurrected after being erased? As everyone was puzzled, Universe 2 and Universe 11 were all stunned. Lord Jillian. Li Bulian, together with her ball, crashed into Jillian. Looking at the adorable person in his arms, his white face instantly flushed. TSK Tisk, is this still the Jillian we know? DC Pa nudged Tua Po with his hand. Not every hero saving a beauty is the same. Hearing Tua Po's words, DC Pa became instantly envious. He had done many such deeds, but none had turned out like Li Bulian. Father, well done. EC patted Ita's head. Everyone, the tournament of power has now concluded. The final victory was achieved by contestant Ita from Universe 7. His wish has been fulfilled. Lord Omni King is very satisfied with today's match and expressed great anticipation for the next tournament of power. Yes, the gods and everyone dared not show anger, for they did not wish to be erased twice in a row. As the Omni King departed happily, everyone, let's return and start the celebration banquet. With EC's suggestion, everyone agreed and set a time, as the intense battles had been very draining. On the third day, at a private island on Earth, the gathering began. However, this gathering was not limited to Universe 7. Some contestants from the Tournament of Power were also invited, such as Ji Lian and Li Bulian. Now the two were very affectionate. In Li Bulian's words, this is the choice of the god of love. It seemed that even the cold-hearted warrior Ji Lian had been melted. Welcome everyone to the Tournament of Power feast. We are enemies turned friends. From now on, let us protect the beautiful universe together. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. The banquet was divided into 2 parts. Another part was where the gods of destruction and angels were. It's quite lively down there. Bai Lucy glanced at Waymeda. Going down would only put pressure on them. After all, we'll rely on them to work in the future. Bai Lucy, I heard you're going to make EC a candidate for God of Destruction. Are you going to retire? How could that be? Why would I retire when I'm a perfectly good God of Destruction? He's a free worker. Bai Lucy narrowed his eyes. Once a candidate, always a candidate. Lord Bai Lucy, EC would be heartbroken if he heard that. Well, I've never thought about retiring.